But anyways, if they're going to make claims of a ball, they should at least measure for curvature. They'd be doing us a favor.
Really, the biggest question here is if the Earth is flat, how wide is it?
Why would you need to know how wide it is in order to validate whether it's flat or curved?
It's not about if it's flat or not. Let's just say it is.
Yes, it is. That's what the question is about.
Then how wide is it?
What? No. Again, why do we need to know how wide it is in order to validate whether it's flat or not?
I would like to know
how far I could go. I'll tell you something now. I'd like to know the same thing. So when anyone goes further than what I've been as far south as Melbourne, and I've been far north as a trip around Lake Superior. So if anyone's been further than that, I'm quite open to, by the way, I've been to here. Please post your videos, photos, anything in the side chat.
You think we think the Earth is a disc in space? Floating around?
Well, I mean, there's probably a end somewhere.
Why?
I mean, the flat Earth model that everybody points to always says that there's an ice wall. And then what is there on the edge, beyond the ice wall?
What edge?
Well, the ice wall would be your edge, wouldn't it?
It's great for you. It'll tell you who's someone who gives a shit. Because they're not in here.
When you say everybody that claims the ice wall, it's usually globers that are claiming the ice wall on behalf of flat earthers to try and make flat earthers look silly, when in fact the ice wall claim is a globe claim, and you can go and look it up for yourself in National Geographic.
I never fucking heard of no ice wall,
etc. Yeah, they call them ice walls,
claim.
Or
it is.
They call them ice walls, or they call them ice shelves. Do you like to just talk over people, or
no?
Yeah, they're called ice walls or ice shelves, and there are images of these walls or ice shelves as well that you can look up. So it is 100% something that we see in reality and is a globe claim, but it's usually attributed to flat earthers to try and make us look silly.
They're glaciers. They're not walls.
Go and have a look for yourself, dude.
They're glaciers. They're not walls. If you walked up to a glacier that was 150 feet tall, would you consider that a wall?
No. Let's consider it a glacier.
No. Look, we don't think that there's a Game of Thrones fucking ice wall surrounding the Earth.
Okay. So then that little model that everybody shows is not the one that you with the sun and the moon spinning in a circle around the top of it. That's all bullshit.
Those are just representations to give an idea how the sun and moon circle above the Earth. Because you guys need cartoons.
Well, even that cartoon doesn't make sense at all, because if that was the case, the sun pretty much moves in a straight line.
Yeah, like water sticking to a ball makes sense.
Gravity.
Water. Yeah, great. Yeah, water sticking to a ball in vacuum. Yeah, that makes sense.
Water does stick to a ball in vacuum.
Really? Experiment.
I'm so glad Triangle's not in here.
I know, dude. He'd fucking whip out his vacuum chamber.
What he can do? He can do that in zero gravity. He has his vacuum chamber in zero gravity.
What happens to water in a vacuum?
Water behaves very differently in zero gravity, and water is attracted.
No, we're not worried about the gravity. We're worried about the vacuum bit. What happens when you put water into a vacuum?
Well, I mean, you have to worry about gravity because in space.
No, we're not. Just hold up. We can deal with gravity as a separate issue. We're worried about the water standalone in a vacuum chamber. You place a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and turn it on so the air gets evacuated. What happens to that water?
Was the water in there before or after the air?
You put it in there, in a glass.
And then you move all the air?
Then you turn the machine on and start sucking the air out. What happens to the water?
It stays in the glass.
No, it doesn't. It actually boils off.
Wow. Oh, it would boil off. You're right.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a problem. And that's inclusive of... Hey, hold on. And that is inclusive of your gravity.
but it's
so you've got your gravity, you've got your water, and it still boils off.
Yeah, but you know why water doesn't boil off the earth? Oil doesn't boil off the earth because it's not in a vacuum. We have an atmosphere.
What's outside of that? An alleged vacuum.
Space.
And what does air normally do when you've got a high pressure system next to a low pressure system?
Gravity holds the atmosphere.
Indio, I'm losing fucking IQ points here. Please take it away from me.
Well, I mean, he's just like, you know. He's just parroting what he's been led to believe.
My point that you guys don't care if the Earth is flat or not. You want to belittle people to make yourselves seem more relevant.
Well, let me ask you: do you think claims are evidence?
Claims are not evidence now.
Okay, so the claim is gravity can hold gas away from a vacuum. Do you have any evidence of that?
The Earth.
Can we do an experiment which would show that this is possible?
Are you breathing?
Yes, I'm breathing.
How?
Because we're not inside of a vacuum.
The Earth is in a vacuum.
No, it's not.
Space is a vacuum.
Yes, it would be. That means the Earth is not in space.
Then where the fuck is it?
Not in a space vacuum. Because if it was, all the air would fuck off into that space.
Gravity.
That cannot hold air away from vacuum.
Yes, it can.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
Gas has a mass and a weight.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes.
Actual evidence. That means experiment.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's see experiment.
Put gas in a put a gas in a fish tank. It's heavier than air. That gas will fall and fill the fish tank. And you can
so what?
Float.
We're trying to keep it away from vacuum. We're trying to keep it away from vacuum. Not other air, from vacuum.
You know what?
So if I take a vacuum chamber and I put gas inside of it, will all the gas sink to the bottom and it'll be a vacuum on top and gas on the bottom?
Well, is your vacuum chamber actually?
I'm gonna put it on the surface of the Earth, where the gravity is the strongest, and I'm gonna put some gas in my vacuum chamber. Is all the gas gonna go to the bottom and the top gonna be vacuum?
Is your vacuum chamber actually recreating
you're not gonna answer.
the environmental conditions of the planet that we're on, including the space that we're in?
You don't know those conditions exist. Okay? We're trying to demonstrate whether the principle that you're applying that say pertain to the planet can actually happen in the first place. We're looking for the evidence, dude. There is no evidence that this is possible. There's not even a theory that says this is possible. Because if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in it. There's no G in it. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravitation. Gravity doesn't turn solids into fucking liquids and liquids into solids. Because it would have to do that. It would have to be able to do thermodynamic work. You understand? You understand what thermodynamic work is? The phase diagram, gases, liquids, solids.
Yo, I'm sorry. It's been great talking to you, but Bitcoin is doing a change after a freaking $2,000 or $20,000 drop. I gotta go do that. I'll be back.
Yeah. Sucked into the vacuum. Peace out.
No, I'm a day trader. I gotta go trade. Sorry.
I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I finally I've been fucking with that guy for a while. And I'm like, how am I going to get through this guy? Oh, I'll just ask him if claims are evidence because he's all in on the fucking space fantasy shit. So I'm like, okay, we'll just fucking start drilling down into evidence, man. Gotta go trade my Bitcoin. Evidence? Fuck evidence. I got fucking, I'm a crypto guru.
Fucking crypto. I blew up when Butterfly Labs scammed their shit ages ago. That was the end of me.
I got out of Bitcoin when, well,
I bought using Bitcoin a 5 gigahertz ASICs miner from Butterfly Labs, and I was one of the ones that got fucked over with that deal. 30 Bitcoins it cost me.
Was it broken?
No. When the ASICs miners first come out, like I used to just mine Bitcoins, go to faucets and just grab random coins here and there. Didn't realize how much these things were going to go through the roof. But the Butterfly Labs, what they did was they would produce the miners, they would run them in their own factory, mining
Yeah, they were selling the old ones, right? Yeah.
And then they'd sell them. And what would happen is by the time you got your ASICs miner, the next 3 had already come out and people were purchasing those. So the guys would buy 1,000s and they would run them at the factory and they'd get the 500s out or the 5s out. So when I finally received my 5, they were up to, I think they were up to 100. And I paid 30 Bitcoins up front for my 5 gigahertz miner. By the time it turned up, I was already 6 months behind everyone else. So yeah, I was pretty dirty with that.
Would you believe it? They're doing it again. If I told you.
What and
they're doing it again. Not with Bitcoin. The AI.
Something else.
The AI stuff. Now none of these data centers are going to be even built for like 2 or 3 years, but they already have the cards now. So they're going to stick 3-year-old cards in their fucking data centers? No, they're going to dump them. They're going to buy new cards. All these companies that have dumped money into this shit, billions of dollars, like OpenAI and all these places. I also did think it's weird that they started referring to because they'd been charging people subscriptions and they're trying to move to a different type of pricing. And they started calling it token economy. I'm like, where the fuck did I hear about tokens before? Where did that terminology come from? It's like they're using all the same shit for the same scam. They're using the same words. They're using the same rhetoric for this AI shit. It's crazy, dude. It's like the same scam all over again. But just with a different, vaporware technology.
Sorry to interrupt, but just asking about a thing you said earlier. Do you think that there is evidence of a constant force roughly similar on Earth going down?
I don't know if gravity is a force.
Well, I'm just asking, do you agree that that's roughly correct? There seems to be a force.
Yeah, things fall. I have no problem with it. Things fall.
And it's roughly constant?
Well, it's generally. There's some experimental results which show that there might be situations where it's not constant, but
well, just in the case of like pendulums, like if you solve the math, you can get it to 2G over 2L over G, something like that. Is the period?
Yeah, little g we know empirically. We just know that from measuring it. That's not controversial.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I was just checking on that.
But there's no little g in the kinetic theory of gases.
Oh yeah, that's because thermodynamics, statistical thermodynamics, doesn't really deal with that portion of it.
Yeah, because that means it would be doing work.
Well, it does kind of do that. We get gas columns, and then you get higher density things at the bottom. It's similar to like liquids, but that's just because of the G, right? You would see like a density difference because
you're talking about liquids. I'm talking about gases.
Yeah, gases do it as well. The higher density gases
you can say
go to the bottom. Sorry, the higher mass gases end up at a higher density if you put them in a column.
Well, that's not true because of Avogadro's law.
Well, Avogadro's law is not spatially dependent,
would be the same number of molecules per volume.
Well, in a mole of gas, sure, yeah, but that's just a count of the number of molecules, right?
No, in any volume, say it's a cubic frickin' meter of volume.
Okay.
You have oxygen, nitrogen, and frickin' gaseous fucking copper, right? If they're all the same temperature and pressure, it's going to be the exact same number of molecules of each element.
Wait, say that again?
Same number of molecules.
Well,
volume.
So are you saying that's like a given? Like if you just have a volume, all those will be equal?
Yeah, say we have a cubic foot of oxygen, a cubic foot of hydrogen, a cubic foot of nitrogen, and they have the same temperature pressure. And we count the number of molecules in each volume. It'll be the same number of molecules, regardless of the gas.
Yeah, because it's well, no, that's not true.
Well, then it can't be the same. Well, that's our
temperature would be.
state.
No, the temperature would increase if it was a higher mass molecule with the same velocities, same momenta. Well, actually, no, with the same momenta, it would actually cancel out. You're right. I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
Yeah. The point is that it's easy to claim that gravity would hold gas away from the vacuum. There's no experimental evidence that that's true. No one can show in any experiment that it's possible. And the consequences are crazy. Meaning, like, gravity would have to be doing thermodynamic work.
Well, but you agree that it does do kinetic work, right?
I mean, we model it that way. We use an equivalency where we have temperatures and we have a kinetic energy equivalent to the temperature of the gas molecules.
I mean, temperature is just the average kinetic energy, right? It's
and then model
mv squared.
Yeah, that's a model.
Well, but that's statistical thermo says that model too, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Whether it's an actual fucking velocity or whatever.
Well, I mean, sure, but it sounded like you were accepting statistical thermo as like a thing, because I agree with that. The model just works really fucking well.
What I don't accept is just saying, oh yeah, we can have gas pressure out of a container because the gravity did it. I don't accept that. I need evidence.
Well, what about it doesn't make sense? If you agree there's like a downward force.
Sense? I don't care about the empirical data. I don't care about the making sense shit. I don't give a shit about the explanations.
You don't care about the empirical data? Sorry?
I only care about the empirical data.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
We can tell all kinds of stories about what should have been, could have been, would have been.
Would you agree that something with a higher mass experiences gravity more?
I can agree with whatever. Doesn't matter. You have to show it experimentally.
F equals MA. That's all.
Yeah, that's right. Show it experimentally.
Okay. I mean,
that's the point. Is like you can talk about gravity holding gas away from a vacuum all you want. You can blah 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 blah. Come up with all sorts of theories, math, models, do all sorts of shit. But they're not. It's not a scientific claim unless you test it experimentally and demonstrate it.
Sure. Do you agree that there's gases of different molecular densities?
Why are you trying to get me to agree with theories? Told you I don't give a shit about all that.
Do you think that there's more than one gas
in existence?
Yeah.
Yeah, more than one gas exists, yes.
What's the difference between these gases?
Well, usually their atomic weight.
Sometimes their color.
Bunch of protons, neutrons, and electrons.
Okay, so something to do with their atomic, like the nucleus is like a different amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that if
it doesn't matter, this is all theoretical. It doesn't matter. I can believe and agree with everything you say about the current model, the Bohr model of the atom, fucking atomic weights, the freaking entire chart of the elements. I can agree with all that crap. Doesn't matter. Because when it all comes down to brass tacks, and you want to call your claim scientific, you're going to need to do the experiment.
Well, but you I may be putting words in your mouth, but you kind of agree that there was a constant force down that's roughly similar across the surface of the Earth, right?
No, he said he agrees with things going down, not the constant force.
Well, what do you mean by
Gravity isn't even a
down,
force in modern physics.
I know. I'm just new
so
right now.
that's why I'm just like,
I'm just getting you to accept Newtonian first.
yeah, you need to accept anything.
You don't have to now, but evidence kind of leads towards it. Is the only thing I'm pointing at.
No, right? Look, bro, you're lost in the sauce. Okay, as typically most people that are still in university, you're lost in the sauce. You don't know the difference between the claims of the textbook versus the experimental results. Okay, you're still in the same lost world of, yeah, the models. Yeah, great. Doesn't matter what your model is. You can make all sorts of predictions with your models. Ultimately, they have to be verified by experiment. So if you want to claim that gas can hold gas can be held down away from a vacuum because of gravity, you have to show it with an experiment.
Yeah.
I will only accept an experiment. I will not expect anything the textbook says. I don't care who fucking wrote it. I don't care if it was fucking Aristotle and fucking Archimedes collaborating with fucking Isaac Newton and fucking Leibniz. Don't give a shit.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you. That makes sense.
Yeah, so until they take a vacuum chamber, stick it on the ground, fucking stick gas in it, and all the gas sinks to the fucking bottom, and there's vacuum on top, I ain't buying it.
You wouldn't expect it to all go to the bottom, right? You just expect a slightly higher density.
That's what you're claiming gravity would do.
Well, no, once you have an Earth-sized gravity.
That's the theory.
Then it would go up about a mile. Then it would go up about a mile while still having gas.
That's the hypothesis.
More than that, I think.
Yep, yeah. That's the hypothesis.
Yeah, and so you would expect maybe 51% of the gas went to the bottom half of a 1 foot container, and 49% of it.
But none of the gas is going to go to the bottom. None of it.
Well, some of it, right?
None of it. It's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the container.
Yeah, which means it's bouncing off the walls, and because of the bouncing off the walls, the thing is going to be
evenly distributed throughout the container.
Roughly
not all
evenly.
cuddled on the bottom.
Yeah, it would be roughly evenly distributed, but it would be slightly higher density at the bottom.
That's a cool story.
Well, because we're working with Earth-sized
gravity. Why are you
gravity,
saying that's what would happen?
And we know that.
Wait, no, hold on. No, don't tell us what we know. Why are you saying that's what would happen?
Because that's
because you've seen an experiment.
That's thermodynamically expected, and also
so your hypothesis.
I've also done these experiments. Yeah.
So your hypothesis says that was what would happen.
Right. If I put water in a container, it goes to the bottom because it's higher density.
So you're back to liquids. We're on gases, dude. Good try, though.
Yeah. Second do you know about fluid dynamics?
Yeah, but we're talking about gases.
Well, what are fluids? Could you just
gases have infinite degrees of freedom. Fucking liquids don't.
That's untrue.
No, they do.
They have 3.
Look, gases have an infinite. Dude, we're not talking about metrical dimensions, dude.
We're not talking about
infinite vectors. Isn't it?
We're not talking about metricable dimensions.
I'm not talking about X, Y, and Z axis, dude. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
3 dimensions. You could also do radial. You could do cylindrical coordinates.
Degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom can be used, and you're doing a word context fallacy. Okay, so degrees of freedom can mean lots of things. When I say degrees of freedom, I'm talking about degrees of freedom in a radial dimension. Okay, from center point.
Radial's a good one, and there's 3
from a center point.
Degrees of freedom possible.
No, there's an infinite amount.
I mean, a radial system. You could define it by a 3-degree system. Yeah,
you can, but you don't have to.
It spans the whole thing with 3 dimensions. You don't need more.
You're going into fucking pedantic realm. The point is
linear
that
algebra.
gases don't behave like liquids.
Just linear algebra for spanning dimensions.
Yeah, but you don't have to use that. Okay,
You don't have to, but why not use the things we figured out, man?
Okay, yeah. So no one gives a shit about your preference, then.
Sorry, what?
It's funny when you say you state a preference, and as if your preference is the correct one because you prefer it.
No, linear algebra is just the way that we deal with matrices
Who's
and
we?
vectors and things. People who have studied Euclidean math, and not only Euclidean math, I guess.
No, where you learned it. You think if I went to Europe, they're teaching the same methodology?
Yeah.
No, they're not, dude. God.
Yeah.
Math
is an objective game.
They don't use the same. Not every place uses the same techniques to do physics.
Well, yeah, they do different techniques, but they're still working in the same spaces, correct?
It depends. Depends on the country.
Really? I mean,
look
I
at some
could give you
foreign
like
textbooks.
Germany. Germany deals with like 14 dimensions way too easily, but like most of us are dealing with, I mean, the
Most
four
of
base
us.
ones.
It's silly.
Yeah, the people who are doing physics. Yeah.
You have no idea what most people are doing, dude. Okay, just
Oh,
stop
okay.
it, dude.
No, that's fair enough.
Anyway, the point is, in which you're running away from, I don't give a shit about the theory and the hypothesis. I don't give a shit about the experiment. You can
You do
pile
give a
on
shit about the
and
experiment. You do give a shit
that's
about the experiment. You said
only the
that one before.
experiment.
Yeah, but you just said you didn't, so I was just correct, making sure I was following.
Now, I only give a shit about the experiment. I don't give a shit about the theory, the hypothesis, textbook, all that shit. Those are great.
Yeah.
Still have to be validated by experiment.
Yeah. Which, I mean, which experiment do you disagree with? Then I guess is the way to go about it.
Which experiment was done?
I mean, we got Aristophanes back in
fucking Christ.
200 BC. That's like one to get us toward a spherical sort of
It's
Earth.
not an experiment, dude.
I assume.
Well, it was. It was testing a hypothesis.
No, it wasn't.
And what was the
assuming
hypothesis?
a lot of stuff.
That the Earth is a sphere?
What was assumed?
That the Earth is a sphere, that the sun's light's rays are parallel.
Okay, so light goes in a straight direction, and that the Earth is a
that
sphere.
They're parallel. They're parallel. I didn't say in a straight direction, that they're parallel.
That was an assumption. I don't. Well, I mean, it's a soft assumption because of the size of it. I give them that. I'll give you that. Yeah, sure. It was assuming parallel lines.
Admitted even in the academic literature that you assume shit.
Yeah. So he assumed parallel lines, which is a reasonable-ish assumption. And then the spherical thing was the hypothesis that he was testing. He was holding constant that they're parallel, and then testing the assumption that it seems spherical. Right?
Okay. So he was supposedly measuring the circumference?
No, he was testing that it was round.
He was supposedly measuring the circumference? He already believed it was round.
He came out with a circumference. That wasn't the test, though.
You think what would his results be if he assumed it was flat?
He assumed it was flat. Then he would assume how far away the sun was. I would think would be the pop out.
Okay, so he wasn't trying to prove the Earth was a sphere. He assumed it was a sphere, and he reached a conclusion based upon the angles of the shadows. That's bullshit too, because they didn't have angles in degrees when he was alive. So that was another 300 years after he was dead. They were introduced in Greece.
Untrue. They had number systems back then.
They didn't use degrees in Greece.
Yeah, they didn't use degrees, correct.
Yeah, so you can't measure 7.2 degrees when they don't exist.
Did they measure circles in any way at that time?
Yes, and they subdivided them into 12.
Okay. So is that translatable from 12 to 360?
Look, so there's a famous, I don't know about famous, it's called Eratosthenes' Geographer. It's written by a historian. A lot of historians don't even think this guy ever existed. There's no primary sources, there's no secondary sources. The words he uses are only used by him and never used in any other fucking Greek literature.
Then why are you bringing it up then?
You brought up Eratosthenes.
You're the one that brought him up.
You brought up Eratosthenes.
I brought Aristophanes, yeah. Are you saying that didn't exist as a measurement?
No.
Okay.
What
Cool.
I'm saying is that everything about it is trash. It's not an experiment. It's just trash, dude. Propaganda.
What do you think an
Bullshit.
experiment is?
Find the cause and effect relationship of a natural phenomenon.
Wait, like definitively find the cause to effect?
Yeah, of a natural phenomenon.
So what's an experiment that's happened that you think then, if that's your definition?
Figuring out what causes plants to grow hot.
What? What makes
Figuring
planets
out what
grow
causes
hot?
plants to grow.
How is that an experiment? What was the
How's that
controls?
experiment?
Where's the cause and effect?
Sun, water, soil.
What?
Never grew a plant before?
That's how the Earth formed?
Dude, you do it one more time, you're getting kicked out. Who the fuck said that?
I'm trying to figure out, are you saying how the Earth grows? Or how, like, I didn't quite understand your statement.
How did you ask me what an experiment was?
Yeah. I asked you one experiment that you think happened.
Yeah, not about the Earth. I was just talking about any experiment.
Okay, so what's an experiment that's happened that you
With the
would
Earth?
agree happened?
With the Earth?
Or just any experiment?
I just told you one. Dude, just
The Earth is an experiment, and you figured out the cause and effect from the experiment.
shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. No. Not doing it, dude. Not doing it. Is it just me?
I'm actually confused. I'm not sure if he understands.
I clarified myself, and then he went back and did the exact same thing.
No, I know. Like, I followed you completely. I just can't tell.
Oh,
if he
okay.
just
I was
somehow...
just making sure that isn't me
Yeah.
going fucking crazy, dude.
No, that I was like, what the fuck? I can't tell if he like honestly like didn't understand you for some reason, which I don't
Is he
know
on
how.
dust?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'll ask him if he's on drugs. Are you? He muted him. Are you on drugs, brother?
Muted still?
Are you on drugs?
No.
You sure?
But, like, is this how you go about it, man?
No, because
When you can't answer things, you just get real defensive.
no, I answered fine, and then I even clarified it, and then you did the same thing, as if I didn't answer.
No, the
So are you on drugs?
That's what I'm asking for.
We record this.
Sure. What experiment do you think happened? It sounded like you said the Earth was an experiment that happened.
No.
Okay. Then what was the experiment?
You asked me, like, what do you think is an experiment? I gave you one. And then you said, ask me how that was the Earth, whether plants grew on Earth. I never said it was an experiment that had anything to do with the Earth. And then I clarified that, and then you just did it again right after I said that.
Yeah.
So either you're retarded or you're on drugs.
So you said that an experiment is something that shows as the cause and reaction relationship. Like we know that causal
experiments, right, have parts, right? So you have independent, dependent variables, hypothesis. So the first part of an experiment is you observe a natural phenomenon. And then you come up with a hypothesis. What's the cause of that natural phenomenon, the effect? Okay. Then you do an experiment to figure out what that is. That's an experiment.
Cool.
The experiment is technically the hypothesis prediction.
Well, it's the testing of it that's the experiment. The hypothesis prediction is part of it, but it's the beginning part before you actually test anything, right?
The hypothesis is the prediction of the experimental result.
Exactly. Yes, I agree. What do you think is an experiment that has happened and has shown a causal relationship?
Growing plants from seed.
Deja vu.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Okay,
you
so it's
stupid?
growing plants. It's growing plants. So I understand what happened now. I heard planets instead of plants.
Oh, okay. Plants, dude. Plants.
All right. Yeah. So you put a seed in the ground, you get a plant. Can you predict what the plant is going to be?
I guess if you know what the seed is, yeah.
Well, like what it's going to look like, how well it's going to grow, things like that.
No, that would be a further experimentation, dude.
Okay, so
You don't answer all
saying
questions with one experiment, okay?
So causal relationship between seed going in ground and you get a plant.
Dude, spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! Some of your little seedlings might not even make it out alive out of the experiment.
Yeah.
The ones that don't get any water or light.
You know the bit that concerns me? We've grown something from seed and it's grown into a planet. Most normal people would have went, "What the fuck?" But he just assumed that's what you said.
That was the perfect storm. That's crazy.
No, I was thinking he was talking about planetary formation. That's what I was thinking he was talking about.
Anyway.
Okay, so
scientific theories are about
we've got a pretty
phenomenon.
We've got a pretty good relationship between seed and plants. They don't always show up, sure, but like pretty well established. Okay.
Yeah, it's figuring out the cause and effect relationship of natural phenomenon. What are you confused about?
How you're not getting to how gravity makes sense. That's the bit I'm confused about.
Gravity making sense is a statement about a human's fucking mental state.
True. The same as with seeds growing into plants. That's a mental state. We're both working with those, right?
I should just left you on fucking mute, dude.
All right.
Yeah, mental for sure. Mental. Like.
Yeah. My mental state grows plants now. Fucking retard. This guy seems familiar, like he did this before. Same thing. The gaslight.
Hello, India.
Who are you?
Just perfect storm.
Earth is flat.
Oh,
okay. I just watched the debate you had 9 months ago with Dr. Blitz. It was kind of funny.
Oh God, dude, there's a train wreck.
Mr. No Hands. He's a sped.
You gave the ghost too early. He said, I can't be sure of anything. I mean, what else do you want me to say? So why should we follow you into uncertainty? I mean,
98% certainty is quite certain.
So what? But that's his self-evaluation how certain he is. Who cares? What do I care about his own evaluation of his own competence? What does that tell me? Nothing. Why should I follow him into his competence, his self-confidence evaluation of himself?
People who are 100% confident and don't leave that 2% space of doubt are usually the Dunning-Krugers. So you want to avoid that level of ignorance, don't you?
And how
yeah, but it doesn't tell me whether he's correct or not.
Well, with a 98%,
this was a why question. Why should I follow him?
I'm pretty sure that he's sure of his
I don't care about his mental state.
If it's correct, well, it might be correct.
What do I care about his mental state? The question is, why should I follow him into his uncertainty?
Because it's the best grasp of truth you have.
His uncertainty is the best grasp of truth I have. Make that make sense, dude.
You're not following the 2% doubt. You're following the 98%.
Why should I follow him at all to believe anything?
Because he's credentialed and knows what he's talking about.
Oh, because he's credentialed. Oh, I should just fucking get on my knees
and knows what
and
he's
slob
talking
his
about.
fucking knob because he's credentialed.
Why are you getting so angry and riled up?
Why are you being so stupid?
You do realise
yeah,
that other
just agreeing
people,
with you
Perfect
makes
Storm,
you
that
stupid,
come in
okay.
here that have got more
Credentialed?
credentials than Blitz.
Fucking cares if he's credentialed. He didn't even know he was talking about neutrinos. He didn't even understand his own fucking argument.
Yeah, sure.
He was using, he was using another person's argument. Person that I have talked to. Okay? So I knew the argument that he lifted from his buddy, right? That he hangs out on, I think it's, who's the guy? Omnivore or whatever his name is. They all hang out on that fucking server, or did at one time. Okay? He was borrowing somebody else's argument, and he didn't know the particulars of fucking neutrinos, and didn't want to go into the details. He brought them up because he thought he could bring them up, and I wouldn't know anything about them, and that he could fucking baffle everybody with bullshit. Like, oh my God, this guy's credentialed. He knows all about neutrinos. We just have to defer to his fucking goddamn big brain and his knowledgeable fucking background. He didn't know anything about neutrinos.
So that's an ad hominem. It doesn't invalidate anything about neutrinos or anything that he said about not neutrinos.
You don't know anything about neutrinos either.
No. Okay.
We can't even have the discussion with you to invalidate them or validate them. The detection methods. He said shit that wasn't even true, such as the tilt of the plate and all that shit. He just made it up.
Yes,
but he's credentialed. He's credentialed, so you believe him. You believe any bullshit that came out of his mouth.
I wasn't even done explaining why you should follow him. So you're just cherry picking the credential part and not letting anything else slide. So that's
the
an
first
error on
reason
your
is
part,
dumb as
by the
shit.
way.
Well, why should I follow
whole,
him in his
not the
uncertainty?
cherry pick.
Why should I follow him into his uncertainty? He said, "Hey, I'm uncertain."
See, why aren't you asking me why should I follow him in his certainty instead of uncertainty? Why
He isn't even certain about that, dude. Don't you understand? This is a snake that eats its own tail.
Okay,
you can't even say he's certain. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer. Okay? So, you say follow him into his uncertainty. His claim of certainty is also uncertain.
When did I say follow him into his uncertainty?
No, certainty. You said follow him into his certainty.
Okay.
Even
so
his certainty.
98% is a certainty. It's not an
claim of 98% is also uncertain.
No, 98% is very certain.
Dude, you don't understand. Dude, are you dumb?
When
the guy says, I am 98% certain and 2% uncertain about anything, you're like, okay, including that claim? Yes. Which is what I asked him. That means that claim itself, that certainty evaluation, he's also 2% unsure of that. You know
it's
that
being intellectually honest.
That converges. Shut up. You know that converges to zero, right? Because it's a loop that keeps looping on itself.
No.
And it converges to zero.
That's just your misinterpretation of it. It's called being intellectually honest. Do you not know what intellectual honesty is?
Dude.
Do you not know what intellectual honesty is?
If you were being intellectually honest,
it's a logical
you'd be listening.
Statement, stupid.
India,
we'll give him a 98% certain.
What? We'll give him a demonstration. Ask me how certain I am. You watch what happens, Storm.
Okay. How certain are you?
99%.
Okay. How certain of you are that?
99%.
How certain of you are that?
99%.
You understand now, dude?
I mean,
we're asking how certain he is of his uncertainty.
Just repeating the same question infinitely. So the problem is you just.
That's right.
That's the problem.
That's the point.
Apply to us. That's not how we think.
Storm. Shut up. That's the problem. It reduces back to zero. That's what India is trying to tell you, bro.
No, it reduces back to zero if you do this mental gymnastic that you're trying to do.
Not mental gymnastics.
Yeah, it's called mental gymnastics. You're trying to.
No, it's a self-defeating argument.
You can do this infinite regress there to everything.
Yes, there is. His argument is self-defeating.
No, yours is.
Yeah, No, you are. I know you are, but what am I? It's a self-defeating argument, and I pointed it out at the time.
I'm sorry, but you misinterpreting the argument and strawmanning as this.
It isn't strawmanning it
with the other guy. That's not what happens. That's not how it
isn't
works.
strawmanning it. How did I strawman it?
It is because
What
you're
part?
pretending that we're applying.
How did I
like
strawman
this,
it?
And we're not.
Be specific.
So
how did I
we apply
strawman
it
it?
with epistemic standards that you don't agree with.
How did I strawman it?
Because we're not looping the same question over and over again. We're certain
I
99% about things, and we don't need
I
to.
looped it. I asked the question.
So, how about this?
To point out the absurdity of the statement.
How about this? Let me fix your problem here. I'm going to demonstrate. I am certain to 99% of something.
The only way you can fix it, Storm, is to drop the 98% certainty and say, I am 100% certain that this is the cause and effect relationship. That's the only way to get out of it.
Maybe if you listen to me and let me make my argument,
maybe if you shut up and start listening to India, you might learn something.
So you don't want me to provide an alternative?
You can't fix
there isn't
that logic,
one,
dude.
Well, of course there isn't one because you won't let me say it. But there is one that I could say if you would let me say it.
Oh, let's hear that.
Okay, enlighten us with your stupidity. This will be entertaining.
Okay. I am 99% sure about these facts about reality, and I am 100% sure about being 99% sure about these facts about reality.
Yeah, but he didn't say that.
It is fixed.
That's not what he said.
But that's not what he did. He said he made the universal claim that he can't be certain about anything, including the statement.
He is he. Am I he?
I'm talking about Blitz. Including the statement. That includes the statement.
Yes.
That I can't be. Why are you interrupting me? That includes the statement that he can't be uncertain about. He can't be certain about anything. He said he also can't be certain of that statement. So there's a situation where even though he says, hey, I can't be certain of that, he's certain that he's uncertain of that. You understand? It ends up either a contradiction or if it regresses to zero.
Okay, and?
It's a self-defeating argument.
No, it's just his framework that is different to yours and mine.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a framework. His framework is, I'm a coward, and I don't want to take a position.
He is open to being wrong if new information challenges what he believes as true.
He doesn't believe anything is true. He doesn't believe in truth. That's what you're not getting.
That is how you interpret it.
No. He said, I don't believe in truth. He says, nothing can be proven. He said, I'll only say that I'm confident in things. Stop telling me what my interpretation shit is. You're like, all of a sudden, even though I was the one in the fucking debate talking to the person, you're the fucking whisperer of Indio and fucking Dr. Blitz. And you're going to tell us what we fucking really meant. The fucking arrogance of you guys is off the fucking chart.
But yours isn't?
No. I'm talking about a conversation I was fucking in, douche nozzle.
He was in the fucking debate, you dumbass.
And you're going to tell me what he meant.
You're chain a lot in that debate from what I saw.
That's because you're a fucking retard.
Just be nice to each other. Damn.
I'm nice to honest people.
I'm a ride. I'd be very careful considering you're a copy-paste clown.
What's wrong with that?
Well, to be honest, you're not the first person today that's copy-pasted the exact same shit in the side chat. The only one you missed was go climb a tree. And if I look, it's probably there anyways. Like, seriously.
What the fuck does go climb a tree have to do with any of this?
Well, that proves curvature. Haven't you read the stupid shit on the internet?
Yeah, a lot of it's flat earth related.
Well, if it's not curved, what shape is it?
Not flat.
If it's not curved, what shape is it? I didn't ask what it's not.
Oh.
Spherical.
Well, it is curved.
No. If it is not curved, what is it?
Square.
Could be any shape if the shape isn't curved. But the shape is curved, therefore it's a curved shape.
Fuck off, clown shoes. We've just established I've got an item in my hand. It is not curved. What shape is it?
Rectangle.
Excellent. So, when you said before it is not flat, this is now false.
No, that makes no sense.
Rectangles are not flat. A two-dimensional fucking shape. Flat. Long side, short side. Really? So why did you copy paste all that shit? Yeah, don't carry on with that stuff, mate. You'll get booted pretty quick, smart. They're low tolerance for dumbasses. Why did you copy paste all this shit about pointing to the sky? You know, pointing to the sky ain't gonna prove a thing. Well, not now.
We're only asking for ways to debunk flat Earth.
And how do you believe pointing to the sky will debunk anything?
Because you have to observe everything around you and not just the thing you're standing on.
Excellent. So, if I go outside and point to the sun, what the fuck has that got to do with the shape of the ground? I might as well point to an aeroplane or a flock of birds flying over. It has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Well, if you're simple-minded about it.
So how does pointing to the sun prove the shape of the ground?
Because the universe is a lot bigger than the ground you're standing on. And all these elements all together.
How is... That's claims you've got to back.
Story?
Yet one part of the story is the ground being curved or not curved. So how is you pointing to the sun saying the universe is bigger, how does that establish what the ground is?
Because the way the ground reacts to the universe around it.
How it reacts to the universe around. So what? The universe is like a bottle of acid and you're going to tip it down and it's going to melt the fuck out of everything.
All you guys do is like...
No, all you've got is just dumbass statements.
And
at the moment, you've given absolutely nothing.
It seems like
it's like you're a whole level of Dunning-Kruger that we haven't come across before.
God, you guys are Dunning-Kruger in a box. I swear, man.
Listen to what you've just told us. You're telling me that no, I'm not yelling. This is just normal, everyday fucking talking, bro.
You're angry because I brought...
I'm not angry. I'm highly disappointed with the IQ level of the person I'm supposed to be conversing with. I've kicked doormats that are fucking smarter than you. Seriously, bro. Excellent. So now you know how disappointed I am. At the moment, you've given me the Earth is a globe because I've pointed to the sun and the universe is bigger. That's what you've given me. Like, seriously, are purple crayons your favourite flavours or not?
That's abusive behavior, and I'm not going to, like, actually have anything to do with it. If you want to talk like a man, not like an asshole. So right now you're talking
like stop being a fucking idiot then. How are you going to establish the shape of the ground? You'd measure the bastard.
Asshole.
Stop being a fucking child then, and I'll stop treating you like one.
No,
how is pointing to the sun going to establish what shape the ground is?
I don't know. You tell me, man.
The correct answer is it's not.
Yes, it is.
So it's probably best you point to the ground so we can converse about the ground as opposed to random shit in the sky.
How about you don't dismiss everything else about the world other than what you can see?
Well, so I'm just dismissing the sun. I'm dismissing the sun because I can see it. Enlighten me. What science are you going to present to us that proves the shape of the ground?
Tons. There's so much evidence and you're just missing it all.
Excellent. Present it. Present something. Post it in side chat.
I did.
What have you presented? You presented no science.
Who cares if I had to copy and paste it?
So what science have you presented?
You want me to write a book for you?
No, I want you to post it in side chat. What science have you presented?
Tons. Read it. Did you read it?
Tons.
Or are you just mad because it was copy paste?
No, I'd like to know what science you've presented, and I can't find any science.
You can't find any science at all.
So what do we got? Number 1, Earth's shadow on the moon. That's not science. That's an observation of something in the sky, not related to the ground. Number 2,
Earth's
ships
shadow.
disappearing over the horizon. So what you're claiming within that is the horizon is a dedicated, hard position. No, listen carefully. This is your shit. You have to pull me up and translate if I fuck it up. If I'm not steelmanning you correctly, just pull me up at any time. So number 2, ships disappearing over the horizon.
I'm not a stroke, man. Calm down.
The only thing you're stroking is your fucking body parts. Ships disappearing over the horizon. Are you claiming the horizon is a fixed position based upon your elevation? Yes or no?
I'll let you think about it.
It's your claim. If you don't answer, I dismiss it and I fuck off to the next one.
That's how you treat...
Excellent. Number 3. Eratosthenes' measurement, ancient and repeatable. No, that was an assumption. Next one. Different star constellations by hemisphere. Yet again, pointing to the sky does not prove anything about the shape of the ground. Number 5. Gravity and planetary formation. Let me check this out. Things going down. Yep, that went down. My table is flat. Obviously, gravity doesn't prove anything about balls. Planetary formation. Yet again, pointing to the sky. Wishes and dreams.
Oversimplified.
Excellent. Oh, it's simplified. Okay, unsimplify it. Which bit was simplified? The gravity or the planetary formation?
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to people yelling.
I'm not yelling. I've told you that before. Stop being a dumbass. Which bit did you have oversimplified that you're offended by? Gravity or the planetary formation? Which bit are you having trouble with?
I don't respond to yelling.
All right, 5's out then. Number 6. High altitude and space evidence. Oh, well, what high altitude evidence have you got?
It's out there. You can find it.
None. Okay then. Number 7. Time zones, sunsets, and flight paths. Well, flight paths, flying from point A to point B, proves absolutely nothing.
Why are you so angry about it? Jesus.
I'm not angry. I'm waiting for you to say that steel man is incorrect.
Hey, destroying your fucking claims. This is hilarious.
Time zones. Time zones are political. Sunsets. Oh, they're pretty to watch. Yet again, looking up into the sky proves absolutely nothing.
That's one way to just discredit it with one sentence that's being recycled. So much deeper than that.
Well, oh, it's deeper. Please. Add some depth to it.
Hang out outside. Touch some fucking grass.
Sounds like you've been smoking grass. You touch too much, bro. Anyways, so obviously, me going outside and touching grass is going to prove that sunsets prove the shape of the ground. If the Earth was flat, would the sun be able to set? That's a question, bro. It was aimed at you.
No, it shouldn't, actually.
Excellent. You wouldn't believe this. A little while ago, a whole pile of these clowns went down to Antarctica, and the sun didn't set for like 3 days.
Well, that's simple.
Looks like the Earth is flat. Sucks to be you. Number 8, Foucault pendulum and Coriolis effect. Ooh. Foucault pendulums are powered. You know that, don't you?
Did you know that the sun does set in Antarctica?
You do know that, don't you?
Did you know that the sun does set in Antarctica, but it sets for 90 days?
Yeah, but they witnessed it not setting. You just said if it was flat, it wouldn't set. They witnessed it not setting.
Setting and not setting.
Oh well, so
days of
you're not helping. You're not helping your cause, bro. You're not helping yourself. You know that. You're not helping yourself.
Do you guys also know that Antarctica is one of the flattest regions in the world? Do you know that?
I knew that. I knew that. He doesn't.
Do you know that, sir? Antarctica is like really, really flat.
It's evading the point of why the sun doesn't set in Antarctica for so long.
Well, it doesn't set. You said.
Spot of the globe that
you said if it was flat, it wouldn't set, and I just pointed out that it didn't set. What do you mean? This is recorded. We can play it back to you if you like.
Yeah, your position on the globe would fucking affect the day-night cycle. It could, absolutely.
Do you
Well,
do you know
because the
the
sun
south?
moves.
Do you know the South Pole is called? It has a region called the Antarctic Plateau. It's called the Great Antarctic Plateau, right? And it's over 1,000 miles in diameter. You know that? And
No.
plateaus are
But
flat.
nobody knows everything except for some people that act like they do.
Well, anyways, I'm going
I'm
to
at
finish
least
breaking
humble
his
enough to
stupidity.
admit that I don't know it.
Cop this. His last bit was bottom line. Every single observation from naked eye astronomy to modern technology.
You skipped pendulums.
No, I didn't.
And the Coriolis effect.
Where's pendulums?
Number 8.
Foucault pendulum and Coriolis effect. Well, a little bit of trivia for your pendulums. They don't work if the ground moves.
Yeah, they do.
No, they fucking don't.
The same way you can hold a cup of coffee in an airplane.
Actually, go and look it up. Hey, bro, go and look it up. If the ground's moving, pendulums go out of whack.
No.
They don't keep their time properly. Seriously, I'm not fucking with you. No, it's not bullshit. Go and look it up. Go and look it up. Don't fucking argue with me. I'm trying to save you some embarrassment. Anyways, that one's out. Bottom. You're only hanging yourself. That's the fucking problem. I'm trying to save you from this.
Yeah.
Bottom
what
line.
Happens if you hang yourself?
Can you shut up?
Going out of whack forever. You're gonna fucking settle.
Bottom line. Bottom line. Every single observation, from naked eye astronomy to modern technology, matches a spherical Earth. Okay. What modern technology do I have to observe proves or matches a spherical Earth? Please enlighten us. Very vague statement.
How about computer models?
Computer models. So if I make a model on a computer, therefore the Earth is now magically round.
No, but you make a model of all observations.
So if I make a model, of a hot dog on the computer, if I make a model of a hot dog on a computer, does that mean the fucking ground is a hot dog?
No.
So your models. Listen carefully. Your models on computers mean nothing.
Computer models.
What you've got to do. Computer models don't do shit. I'll tell you why. You're making a model and you're trying to match it onto something. How about you go and measure the fucking outside first and then go and put that into the model? That'd be better.
You're too small to see the curve, dude. That's your problem.
Hang on a minute. Hold on a second, boys and girls. Did I read something back here? I'm too small to see the curve, but if I scroll back to number 2, ships disappear over the horizon. Which is it? Am I too big to see the curve? Am I too big to see the curve? Or am I too little to see the curve? What is it?
Which one is it?
Professional at arguing. That's all you are. I haven't learned anything from listening to you.
That's because you're retarded.
Because you're a fucking idiot. That's why. So tell me, is it too big or too small, Mr. Earthman?
Is this a flat Earth channel or a condescending prick channel?
Oh no, it's a slap fucking idiots channel, and you're on the ride.
Just crying.
So which is it? I know, he's getting his argument, all his stupid copy-paste stuff is getting destroyed. Look, bro, please don't copy-paste dumb stuff. Feel free to ask questions, but just copy-pasting stupid shit that everyone else comes and does is a fail. That's why I'm having fun doing this. Everyone else will just sit back laughing. It's just
it's fucking hilarious, bro. It's all stemmed because you said it was scientific evidence.
So it's not a question of science, it's a question of geometry. So if you wish to go and measure it, you're more than welcome to do so. If you do, please bring back your photos, videos, and all sorts of shit. We'll happily check them out. That's what we actually like that when people do it. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just copy-pasting dumb shit off the internet. It's just a fail.
It's measured flat, bro. One thing. How much time do you guys spend on this?
On this? It depends what day it is.
Not really. Like
today I've got about 15 more minutes and I'll be going. But yeah.
But how much time total in your life do you think you've spent on this?
Spent on what? Doing
more
what?
than you've
Figuring out if
spent
there's
researching your beliefs.
Actually, flat earthers,
or yelling at other people for not believing your beliefs.
More than no,
Not believing your beliefs.
Just stop, dude. You're the only one here with
No,
beliefs, dude.
No, I'm serious. Like, how does it help you in life? Are you wasting it?
Why would I be wasting it?
Wouldn't it be better to go out and live? Who cares if
I
the Earth is
do
round or
live.
flat? That's one of the first
Apparently
questions I
you
asked
do.
when I came in here.
Yeah, who are you to tell anyone how to live?
Yeah,
I'm
no
not.
shit,
I'm just
right?
saying that like one of the first questions I asked when I came in here is, does it really matter if the Earth is round or flat?
It matters to you. It matters to you.
My life, yeah. I've got 4 kids, a wife. I've owned my own business.
Well, I'm not going to discredit everything I've learned in my life.
You know what? I've spent a lot of time in here in my spare time, and I have learned more in here than I would ever thought, or I'd ever thought that I would learn in my life, including things that I never thought that I would learn about. And it's always good to continually learn.
Let me tell y'all something. I've been listening to y'all for like check this out.
Sorry,
I've been listening to y'all for like the last 6 hours, and this is the best channel ever. I'm coming here every day, and I'm gonna hang out with y'all.
It gets boring.
No, this is great.
Mansky's been in here for 2 years trolling.
I haven't even been in here for a year.
I'll just crush motherfuckers in here, yo.
Okay. So I'm a ride. It obviously matters to you. You've incorporated the whole globe idea, cosmology, Big Bang, probably evolution and all that shit too. You've incorporated it into your entire identity. It is your identity.
Not really.
If the Earth was flat, how would you feel, bro?
I only thought about all this stuff today because of y'all.
If the Earth was flat, how would you feel?
Wouldn't give a fuck.
You wouldn't give a fuck.
Nah.
So why are you getting upset when I tell you all your things in that list?
No, I'm not getting upset about that. I just don't like being yelled at.
You have an entire view of reality.
Matter of fact, Dirty will tell you I've been extremely cool with, you know,
your
the way I've been talked to. Like,
your entire view of reality is based upon a cosmology that A, you number one don't understand, and B, have no idea what the evidence for is.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm not saying anything that's what I just said is objectively true by any metric. You don't understand what the cosmic background radiation, why they say the universe is expanding, why they say stars are,
all of
light
that.
years
You're
away.
crazy.
Oh, you do?
I know exactly what cosmic background radiation is.
Okay, what is it?
Cosmic background radiation is
Tell me about the cosmological axis of evil.
What?
The cosmological axis of evil, which is a result of the cosmic background radiation. Tell me about it.
Okay, that you got me on. But cosmic background radiation would be the point in which we can't see any further.
No. That would be the cosmological horizon.
Oh yeah, you got me. Yep, you got me on that. Okay, cosmological horizon.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, dude. You know what? No, for real, dude. Like, fuck.
Look, brother.
Look.
I know the globe model and the cosmology better than any fucking globe earther that you could ever bring in here. Regardless of his degree, status, I don't care. Bring anybody in here. I know more about it than they do. Okay? By far.
Do you know why the Navy uses Earth's curvature in their ballistics calculations?
They don't. You just listen to rumors, dude. No, they don't. They don't, dude. Look up the USS Iowa. You know what that is?
The battleship?
Yes, it's one of the old battleships from World War II with the 16-inch guns. Mm-hmm. You can throw a shell 30,000 meters. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now they have firing tables. Nowhere in those firing tables do they account for Earth's curvature. You know why? Because the correction is smaller than the uncertainty of where that round would land in the first place. The way they actually fire shells is they have a forward, what do they call it? Forward fire controller that locks the shells in. Okay? They don't just fire the shells where they think the fucking the thing is. So you're just parroting shit that you heard. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your whole identity is based upon fiction.
It's not my whole identity.
Okay.
No,
my whole identity is.
I can vouch for this. I can vouch for my ninja. His identity is pretty solid. He's a straightforward guy.
No, his identity, his self-identity, dude. Understand where he thinks he is, where he is placed in the universe. His existential identity, dude.
Yeah, I think his existential
telling me that everything I've learned in school and everything that we know about the universe is false.
All you learned was a bunch of stories.
The Earth isn't moving. Stars are moving around the Earth. The Earth is flat.
Yep. Correct.
There is no fucking Earth shadow being cast on the moon, and when the moon goes in front of the sun, it's not the moon that you're seeing. If it's not the moon that moves in front of the sun during an eclipse, what the fuck is it? Is it somebody turning on a light bulb or turning off a light bulb?
Who cares? We know the story that they're telling us is not correct.
Well, what are you seeing then? What is it?
It doesn't matter. We know that their story cannot be correct. It's a geometric impossibility.
Cannot be correct.
Yes, because it's a geometric impossibility.
So then now all of a sudden we erase all the science that we've known throughout.
There is no science. We're not talking about any science, dude.
There's tons of science that's being.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. You're like your whole identity. You think that this? No, there is no science.
It with no
and tell me, you give me the science that I'm denying. Tell me exactly the science I'm denying.
The moon moving in front of the sun.
Okay, what's the science that supports? What's the science that supports that? That's the claim. No, the claim is not the science. The science is the experiment. So give me the science. The experiment.
He still doesn't get it.
This is how far gone you are. You don't even realize you're this far gone.
Right.
You're so lost in the sauce, bro.
Okay, I'm lost in the sauce. You guys are right. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, like your little gimmicks aren't gonna work, dude. You're just hoping.
How do they account for meteors or things that hit the Earth that come from
How do they account for us being able
to
they
come from outer
when
space?
a meteor is gonna hit?
Well, where do you think meteors come from?
Here's where I think they come from. You claim they come from outer space. Why would I think that?
I'm claiming that. Yeah, I'm asking you, where do you think they come from?
I don't think about it.
The firmament.
I don't make up stories. I don't make up stories to fill in gaps in my knowledge.
Well, what's the firmament then?
So where does it come from?
Nobody knows.
We don't know, ding dong. Are you listening or what?
Do you believe in the firmament?
No. The firmament's just a description of what the sky looks like. It's not a thing. So now you're going to straw man flat Earth because you can't defend your shitty worldview.
So if it's flat Earth, what's on the bottom side of the Earth?
The bottom of what?
Of the Earth.
Well, if it's a disc, then what's on the bottom side?
So I'm a ride. I already told you earlier, an hour and a half ago, that we don't think the Earth is a disc in space. So you ignored that and just did it again.
No, I didn't. Because then I asked, where does it end and where does it begin?
Okay. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disc in space. Nobody thinks outer space is a thing. It's not in outer space.
Whoa.
Asking where the Earth is, what's inside, it's like asking what the universe is inside. There's nothing outside the Earth. There is no outside. That's fantasy.
Now that sounds like fantasy.
So, because I said your fantasy is fantasy, what I'm saying is fantasy.
Well, no.
You don't have anything to support what you think is. No, there's nothing outside the Earth.
There's nothing outside the Earth.
No.
Then what blew up over Croatia?
Okay, why are you asking?
What's up with all these
notice how your evidence is. Notice how your evidence is. You don't have an alternate story to my bullshit story.
Yes, I do. What is a meteor shower?
No, listen. The evidence for your story is that people don't have an alternate bullshit story. That doesn't make your story correct.
Well, meteor showers exist.
Okay, just because they say Spider-Man was created by getting bitten by a radioactive spider, and I don't have an alternate story to that, doesn't mean that that story's true.
Do dinosaurs exist?
In what sense?
Did they ever?
There's an idea of this thing. No.
Fossils?
Fossils exist. There's fossils of all sorts of shit.
Yeah, so fossils show that dinosaurs exist.
You think they have dinosaur bones, buddy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they're not bone. You know that, right?
I've seen them.
They're not bones, dude.
What are they then?
Rocks.
What?
Dude, you're not this slow, are you? So
a
even
rock
fossils,
shaped like a T-Rex
fossils,
skull, really.
fossils are supposed to be mineralized bone, which is now rock. They're rocks, though.
But it was a bone. It was an animal.
How do you know that?
Because it's a skull with teeth.
Because it's a skull with teeth, dude. Really. That are all bone.
We have so many freaking animals.
But you don't have the skull and you don't have the teeth because it's bone. All the bone material is now rock.
Okay, so rocks just randomly appeared in the shape of a T-Rex skeleton?
No. They carved rock out of the ground.
So they carved
look, here's
T-Rex
the tooth.
skeletons.
Dude, tell me why they found
See, how many levels of science do you deny?
What science? You haven't presented any science.
Geometry, astrology, astronomy?
Brother, you're just telling stories. You haven't said any science. You don't even know why you even believe in dinosaurs. You thought they were bones.
They were bones.
How do you know that?
I know what a fossilized bone is.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I've seen them. They've been carbon dated.
How do you know they were bones?
We found woolly mammoths with food still in their mouth, frozen.
Last time, I'm going to ask you, before you get muted, how do you know they used to be bones?
Is this live?
Well, because we found flesh on one.
We found flesh on one. On a 47 million year old bone, there was flesh on it.
Yes, woolly mammoth, frozen with food still in the mouth.
They're not. That's not a dinosaur.
Same era.
No, it's not the same era. They're fucking 47 million years apart.
Yeah, but that was a fossil.
Cool story.
It wasn't a fossil. Jesus Christ, it was a carcass.
God, dude, you are so like.
It was a frozen carcass.
You guys are
found in the tundra of Siberia.
You just deny every single word that comes out somebody's mouth professionally.
You're just
to get views on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
The issue you've got is you're telling us we deny science when what you're pushing forward is the bits that are claimed science are actually pseudoscience.
And the parts that are backed by science, like the existence of a woolly mammoth found in the permafrost in Siberia, you're getting it wrong. You don't even know what they fucking found. Or how old it is. You're just making shit up.
I know that we cloned a woolly mammoth.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Just go on fucking mute. You're a retard. God damn. Dude. Views on YouTube?
Shit.
You're going to get us all the views on YouTube, dude. You're like, holy shit, look at this fucking pinata. It's fucking getting smacked. Now back to don't shoot me, please. For your fucking, which account is this? Count 9? Don't shoot me. Who you DMing with?
What's up, guys? New here. Just joined in.
Yeah, new here.
I was to his whole fossil thing. He's not wrong about the woolly mammoths. They were during the same era.
47 million years ago?
I get what you're saying about the dinosaurs.
There was no mammals. There was no mammals during dinosaurs.
I know that some people go into museums.
There was no
dinosaur museum
during dinosaurs.
No, listen. Let me say it. What people think they go into museums and they're looking at actual dinosaur bones, not knowing those are all made somewhere. And we know that fossils.
Okay, who gives a shit? You said they were the same era. That's categorically fucking false.
Well, how could you say that when they were definitely during the same era?
Woolly mammoths and dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Okay. There was no mammals larger than a fucking field mouse when the dinosaurs were alive.
You think that there were humans and animals and dinosaurs alive at the same time?
Larger than a mouse when dinosaurs were alive, according to the modern paradigm. There was no woolly mammoths. They're not the same era. You're making shit up. What aggravates me is liars.
There's definitely shit found in tar, in those tar holes in California and shit
It's
like that.
great. Not woolly mammoths.
They have mammoths in it. They have saber-toothed tigers. They have all sorts of.
But that's not the carcass. Okay, they found a woolly mammoth carcass in the Siberian permafrost. It happened when I was a fucking teenager. It's not the same era. The woolly mammoth's like 10,000 years old. Dinosaurs are supposed to be 47 million years old. Not the same era.
Wait a minute.
What's more
India
alarming
passed away?
Is you defending stupidity.
Yes.
No, I was defending the guy. You're attacking him personally, talking about his life.
Who gives a fuck? Are you his girlfriend?
No, I'm just.
Oh.
You seem very angry. The way you defend things is you just seem like you're denying and yelling.
What did I deny?
Dude, we asked about the meteors, and you were just mad about that. We asked about.
I asked you a question. Did you answer?
I was surprised too. He had cancer.
I asked a question about the meteors.
Yeah.
Did you answer it?
What was your question?
Wait, dude, I knew him.
Oh, you didn't even hear it.
No,
I've known him for like.
I said, how do you know they came from space?
So, at least since I've.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
fell
man.
from the sky.
So what?
Lord Jesus,
it doesn't mean
have
they came from
mercy.
space.
Yeah.
Things that fall from the sky don't ipso facto come from space.
So if it didn't fall from the sky, where do you think it fell from?
So why are you asking me a question? What's your evidence that it came from space?
I mean, I think that they.
This is like the 90th time today that I asked you guys for evidence,
and then when they collide in the sky, then I think the fragments fall onto our planet.
Yeah, you think. What's the evidence that that's true?
They carbon date them. They test these things and see what
they carbon date them.
Mm-hmm.
Meteors.
Yeah, they do. They test and see what they're made out of and where they come from.
How does carbon dating work?
How much carbon monoxide, how much carbon's in them, how much whatever's in it.
No, that's funny because they have to use the carbon on Earth as the scale. So if it came from space, how are they carbon dating it using the Earth carbon as a scale? Yeah, you done making shit up?
Yeah, I don't know how they do the carbon dating. You're probably right. It's probably based off our carbon.
Yeah. You don't know they came from space. It's a story you heard. I just think it's funny when I ask for evidence. What I hear is, what else would it be? As if that is evidence, or somehow me not having an alternate story is evidence that your story is correct. It's not evidence your story is correct.
What about planets colliding with each other, crashing, and creating other?
Who's ever seen that? When was that observed?
That one planet that was between Mars and Venus, or where?
Who saw that?
Where the orbs are? What do you call it?
Yeah, who saw that?
The meteor orbs that surround.
Who saw that?
This happened millions of years ago.
Oh, so nobody.
Yeah, I guess nobody.
So how do you know it happened?
Well, these are all hypotheses, just like your hypothesis of Earth being flat.
Oh, that's not a hypothesis. We observed that. We observed it, we observed it 1 million years ago, and we observe it tomorrow.
So one more question. So what you answer my question? I tried to answer yours as best as I could. What's under it? If it's flat, what's under
Earth
it?
is not a disk where there's something that's under it. It's not in a vacuum. It's not in a larger space. There's nothing outside the Earth. There is no going under.
So is that why you think that that there's no edge and that the government protects the edges, doesn't allow people near them?
Nobody thinks the government protects the edges. No one thinks like anything about an edge. That's you guys' bullshit. You guys make up in your own head.
Well, okay. Well, what's on? Is there an edge then? If it's flat?
No, there's no edge. Edge doesn't mean anything when you're not inside of something. You understand? There's something called an embedding space. Within the embedding space, there would be an object embedded. Earth is the embedding space. It's not within something. It is the space from which everything is embedded. Everything is within the Earth, not outside of it. There is no underneath. There's no going outside. There's no. That's it.
So I'm not here to offend you or anything. I'm just trying to question you. So does that mean that we're more of like a program inside of a simulation program?
Oh my Jesus fucking Christ! Anything but a flat Earth. Simulation theory.
Anything
Concave
but a
Earth.
flat Earth.
Hollow Earth. Globe Earth. Anything but flat Earth.
I'd rather
No.
listen to you talk about hollow Earth than flat Earth, to be honest.
Of course.
I like the hollow
Anything
Earth.
but flat Earth.
Well, it just sounds like you're talking about a program. Like if there's no outside of it, there's no inside of it, there's no nothing, there's no edge. It sounds like it's a simulation to me.
Yeah, that's because you're Dunning-Kruger and have the IQ of a fucking turnip.
Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just denying your truth.
It's not my truth. What's outside the universe?
I would suppose God.
So what's outside of God?
I would suppose his daddy.
What's outside of God's daddy?
His mommy.
What's outside the mommy?
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah, you see the infinite regression? See how silly it is?
Yeah, it's
yeah. So I'm demonstrating that your question of what's outside, what's underneath, in that like you think that it's some bizarre idea. No, they were concerned about these ideas 2,000 years ago. It's famous by Zeno's paradox. What is the boundary of reality? What's like? Is it contained within something? Is it not within something? These are age-old philosophical questions that nobody has the answer for.
No, and I think it's good to question everything and anything. I'm not bashing you for that. I'm actually
nobody has the answer for these questions.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Do you think someone knows whether the all of reality has a boundary or no boundary?
No, I don't. I don't think anyone knows it.
Okay, and that's what I'm telling you. Earth doesn't have a boundary. There's no boundary, but there's also not no boundary. And because of the way we think as human beings, we try to put stuff in this like dichotomy. Okay, but that's a failing of our human mind. Has nothing to do with reality, because reality doesn't have to confirm with what we can understand its concepts.
Right. I
think it's not inside of something.
I think
there's no it's like even if you had a computer, like say the reality was a simulation. Say if you were in the simulation yourself and someone said, "Hey, where's the edge?" What would that even mean from within a computer simulation?
I would say it's at the end of a gun. It'd be suicide. That'd be the edge.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that I often say that that's the only way out of here. That's the only way you're going to find the end to the Earth is the end to your life.
I'm not saying that's what you should do. I actually don't think anyone should do that. I'm just thinking, technically that's the end to it.
What the hell does any of this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing.
We fell down a rabbit hole. But yeah, I mean, flat Earth. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I delved into that like 5-6 years ago and thought it was an interesting idea or thought.
Not an idea. Well, that's where you got fucked up. You thought it was an idea. It's not an idea.
Well, I'm not judging you by that. I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter whether you're judging me or not. It's not an idea. We all of us, you, me, your mom, your mom's mom, your mom's great grandma, your great 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 grandma, Barrington, me, fucking Matrix, all of us, and everybody that's ever lived has observed with their eyes, with their senses, the Earth to be flat and motionless. That's not an idea.
It looked pretty curvy when I was skydiving.
That's bullshit. You're lying.
I swear to God, it looked curvy.
You're lying. Why would you lie?
I'm telling you, it looked.
It's nowhere near high enough, even if the Earth was a globe. You're just lying. Why? This is what I don't understand about you guys, is why you come and say, I saw a curve from a plane. I saw a curve skydiving. I saw a curve from the top of a mountain. It's just a lie. Why? I don't get it, dude. That's one of the things I really don't get. Especially the lying about, I saw a curve from a plane. It's just a blatant fucking lie.
So I'm going to assume you don't believe in the moon landing either.
It's irrelevant. Don't change the subject, dude.
Just because if you're on the moon, you can see Earth and it looks round from there.
How do you know that?
I don't believe in the moon landing. I'm just saying, like, if you were on the moon, wouldn't it look round?
So that's an idea. You know, you said flat Earth is an idea. No, what you just said is an idea. See how that works? See how we can go out? I can go to the ocean. I can observe a flat Earth. I can go on top of a mountain or in a plane, and I can observe a flat Earth. I can just sit there sipping Mai Tais and demonstrate the Earth is motionless. And I can just experience these through reality, through perception and senses. I can just say, hey, dude, this is the way the world is. It's exactly the way it presents itself.
So in 30 seconds, explain it to me.
That the world is exactly the way it presents itself. It's not an optical illusion.
Okay, it's not moving and it's not chasing the sun, and it's not being pulled by the sun's gravity.
No. What's the evidence for that? Have you ever asked yourself, what's the evidence for that?
I'm thinking right now. I'm trying to think of this. What about how the constellations change and how how the Earth spins on its axis and how we see different star formations throughout different times of the year? How about that?
What about it?
How do you explain the movement of the sun, of the stars?
How do you explain that the Earth matches flat?
That's what I'm wondering. If the Earth were flat, technically,
who cares
about
all those things?
No, I'm just saying. Technically, the stars would stay like where they were and they wouldn't move. But if the Earth, and since the Earth moves, you see different stars throughout different periods.
That's the claim.
In the summertime, in the wintertime, you see different stars.
The claim. That's the idea. Not what you experience. You see the stars move. You see the sun move.
Technically, I've seen during the summertime, I see the Big Dipper in a certain angle, and then during the winter time, I'll see the Big Dipper kind of on a different part of the sky, moved, almost like turned slightly.
Yeah.
Not massively, just like a slight difference.
Yeah, exactly.
So did the stars move or did the eye move?
The stars moved. Why can't it just be the way it is? Why does it got to be something special? Why does it got to be different? Why do you got to add shit to it? Why can't it just be the Earth looks flat because it is flat? The Earth seems like it's not moving because it's just not moving. For some reason, that seems absurd to people. And for some other reason, it seems absurd that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it's actually a giant ball. That seems to make sense to them. When it's contrary to frickin' all logic, common sense, just basic reasoning. When you start from the premise, hey, dude, the whole world's an optical illusion. Why would you think that? Everything else is just, we see it because it's there. Flat Earth? Nah, dude, that's an optical illusion.
Yo, who's this Foxtrot guy? What's going on, dude? You got a mic?
I got a mic. I was
How's
just
it going?
chilling. I was doing all right.
Haven't seen you in here.
No, I was just curious. I was checking in.
So you're on the server, but not here often, I guess.
Yeah.
Good stuff, good stuff.
I always see everybody pile into these chats, so I didn't know what was going on. Are these live streamed?
Yeah.
Yeah,
when there's
live stream.
You're famous, dude. Say hi to mom.
Hi, Mom. Woo! Actually, I did have a question. What was there was like a daily, supposedly satellite pictures. I suppose you could take those from balloons, but like they're like NASA pictures of Earth from really high up, supposedly from a satellite or a ISS, I suppose.
No way to evaluate them.
Yeah.
We have no reference, right? We have no reference to even compare them to in our mind. Say, hey, this looks real, this don't look real.
Mm-hmm.
You'd either just believe them or don't believe them. That's really your choice.
Yeah. And even then, we have been, like, we can send cameras way up high either way.
Yeah, I mean, and there's also the inconsistency of the imagery that they get presented to us. I mean,
right.
I mean, for instance, ISS, which shouldn't see curved, is always showing a curved Earth. That's fine, because from that altitude, you're only supposed to see 3% of the Earth. But if you go to the Chinese space station, which is only supposed to be 20 kilometers lower, they show a flat Earth. So which one should we be? It's just impossible.
Mm-hmm.
All we can do is check here and see if what they depict in the pictures actually exists in reality. Because if someone showed you a picture like a pink house in the middle of Times Square, you could drive to Times Square and see if there's a pink house there, right?
Yeah. Not everybody has a $1 billion rocket or something.
But that's not even it. It's like there's no way to even look. They could show us pictures in the Earth as purple. How would we know? We can't even. Like, you need some reference, right? Some reference to evaluate. Like if I showed you a picture, said, "Hey, this is a horse," right?
But you've never seen a horse before.
Yeah, if you've never seen a horse, you'd have no way to tell if that's actually a picture of a horse.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you had a verbal description of what a horse should look like, you wouldn't be able to really know. It could be a fucking zebra you're looking at. So there's a amount of faith that has to be taken. Now, what I say is, we know those pictures that show the Earth as a ball have to be fake, for a simple reason that if we go, like, all those pictures, they show the water of the world, the oceans are curving into a ball. So we should be able to go, just like I said with the Times Square example, we should be able to go to the ocean or some body of water and measure that curvature that they say exists.
And you just don't see it.
Well, I didn't say. Well, I mean, you don't see it, but you also can't measure it. Like, it's not measurable. Like, if you take a laser, right, and you shine it across some distance, right? You measure the height of the laser. The laser, along its distance, should get higher and higher and higher because the Earth should be curving down and away. So, for example, if you have a laser, I'll use miles, right? So if you had a laser and you started 10 feet off the ground, off the water, you shined it 25 miles. At the other end of the 25 miles, that laser should be 440 feet in the air.
Yeah. What about that isn't
the Earth curves that
measurable?
much? I mean, people just like don't realize that on a straight line in the distance, right, the z-axis, the Earth is an exponential curve. It's supposed to be an exponential curve. It should be easily measurable. Not hard to measure, easy to measure. It should be simple. It's 66 feet a drop in 10 miles. That's a 6-story building.
Yeah, that really is a lot.
And it gets worse. Like 100 miles, it's something like 6,000 feet.
Is that the exponential part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the Earth is curving down, right? So it's just like curving down like I think you had the quarter of a ball, right? And you draw the tangent line. That curve down to like the equator is an exponential curve.
Hey, Foxtrot, I'll send you something in the chat to corroborate that, just to get a visual.
I mean,
I don't know if you can see. Can you see the? Oh yeah, you can see the live stream. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I mean, I agree with you there. I'm not a glober. Oh yeah, that's that Chinese picture.
But the reason we harp on the curvature thing is for a couple reasons. And people, I mean, I think people that oppose us don't like it because they want to talk about the sun, moon, stars, all this other nonsense. But that's the only thing which would be exclusive to one or the other. Would be, is the surface curving or is it not curving?
Right.
One is exclusive to a globe. One is exclusive to a flat Earth. And it doesn't, you can't come up with any like theory or hypothesis where it would be mutually, where it would not be mutually exclusive. Meaning where it could work on either one, right? Unless, though we've heard it right. Maybe it's just a bigger ball. It's a ball so big that you can't measure the curve. Well, we're not working with that ball. We're going to work with the 3,959 mile radius ball.
Even then, the big, I guess space, whoever's saying, they would be lying either way about the radius of the Earth.
Hey, by the way, I put a couple things in the chat.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. What India was kind of describing there. If you go to page 6, there's a little graph that depicts more or less what he was talking about. The rest is complicated, math and shit like that to derive some of the actual mathematical stuff there. Ignore that unless if you're interested there. That's where we get the parabolic approximation, or one way to derive the parabolic approximation.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, there's simpler ways, Nick.
I know,
the distances we deal with, you could just use the Pythagorean theorem. It's just good enough.
Yeah, but those are point to point, right? This is more general or generic, and then you plug in the numbers, and you get more or less the same thing. So this is more widely applicable. I don't know. I was just nerding out one day. I said, "Fuck it, let me do it," because I wanted to know where it came from, and I wanted to use something not from grade 7 or grade 8 to be more accurate.
But yeah, so that graph there with the red line there, that's the laser or the hash line with the red little drop number there, or the drop hash, whatever. The red hash line depicting the drop.
That's pretty cool. I like the math there. And the Chinese space station, that is really flat. Like those look like the globe Earth debunked pictures, like the memes you send. And they say that's only 20 miles below the ISS? And the ISS has tons of curve wherever it is.
I'm not too sure on that. I think India was talking about that.
Yeah.
When he's on mute. Probably had to go pee.
Fair enough. But that's crazy. And that shows that the I guess different space agencies aren't in agreement even with the curvature. Because China just doesn't care. They're showing it on their videos.
Well, I would say on paper they are like it's a standard models, quote unquote, so to speak.
Yeah.
But illustrating or depicting it, they seem to have different ways and different standards as to how they want to be presented and shit. That part's kind of weird because it's not the same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Have you seen
Have I seen what?
Have you seen it? Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
No, I got it. What are you gonna say?
I was just gonna ask, have you seen any of these laser tests that people talk about in here? A lot.
Yeah, I've seen a couple videos.
Okay. Do you remember how far the longest stretch was? The one that you saw? Or the ones that you've seen?
I think it was actually in that video. It was sent here yesterday in the lobby. I was just bored and decided to watch it. I still have it up. I have so many tabs open.
Yeah, of course. Well, there's one, I think it's upwards of 35 or 40 miles or something like that. Even 20. Right? Do the math. Right?
Should be a
20
lot.
Yeah, think about it. 20 squared. Right? If you use the parabolic approximation, you got the 8 inches per mile squared, right? So you got 8 times 20 times 20. So that's 8 times 400. Right? What is that? 3,200? Or 32,000? Which one is it? Hold on. Fucking not enough coffee in me to do the mental math there. Fuck. 20 times 20. It's 20 times 8. That's 3,200. There you go. 3,200 feet. Inches, excuse me. Divide by 12. That's 266 feet, dude. 67 feet. Right? So when the thing is, more or less same height at the receiving end, like it might be an inch off or quarter inch off or even 5 inches off. Still orders of magnitude below what would be expected.
Yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, the light is bending down and all this stuff," well, how much does it need to bend down, and under what conditions does it bend down? However much, and are those conditions present?
Mm-hmm.
And that goes unanswered, dude. But some people have modeled out what would need to be the case for it to bend down a certain amount, to match what we see. And like the discrepancies are crazy, dude. Like over 10 miles, there's one. It wasn't a laser test per se, but over 10 miles, something like that, people were able to see a set of oil rigs, along with, of course, the horizon beyond it. Right, and the math or the modeling involved to describe what the necessary temperature and pressure gradients would have to be for the light to, quote unquote, bend in the fashion it would need to, so the observer could see those oil rigs. Right, it was something like over like 10 feet, 10 feet difference in altitude. There would need to be like a 15 or 20 degrees in like temperature, like degrees Celsius shift over that span. Like that doesn't happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then you would have to argue that it's consistent throughout certain stretch, as opposed to like, a pocket. Like it was just complicated, right?
Yeah.
And it's obviously unrealistic.
And you'd have to assume that the curvature would be the same, of the curving of the light would be the same across the viewing distance, so it would look consistent. But that's not how.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like for it to be clear, as clear as
Right.
it was when it was seen, it would have to be either averaged out, right, that fashion, or perfectly that fashion.
Yeah,
that's
the
the whole claim
calculation.
made.
You'd have to assume for the calculation that it's a perfectly consistent medium.
Right.
For the light.
Or even if it's not consistent, right, they could argue it averages out, right? So like from like point A to point B, like, let's say 1 foot across, the light bends this amount, and the other point from point B to point C, it bends a little bit less than the first bend, and then point C to point D, it bends more, or whatever, and you get like an average, right?
Yeah.
That could be argued too, but there might be consequences to that. Like things might spread out a little bit more, and it might not be as clear, shit like that.
It's just a more complicated answer, whereas observing, or I guess accepting no curvature is just way simpler and what we observe already.
It's what we experience already. It looks like it's flat. We live our lives as if it were. We operate as if it were, I should say. Right? Why would that not be an answer? And then the burden becomes on them to explain or to justify that. It's curving at this much because we know the radius is X, and we got the radius being X this way. Not to like what they do is they backwards engineer all these kind of probable situations, right? To basically infer the curvature, right? Using all sorts of complicated shit. And like I don't have a problem with things being complicated, but when you have a variable that is assumed, right, and you do anything possible to make it so that variable seems probable or plausible that it's there, but all the jumping and jiving and all the other ways that you craft your model or whatever are also kind of like unverifiable to make it so that thing seems plausible. Like it becomes sketchier and sketchier.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I was thinking of Occam's razor, that principle, where the simpler solution is usually correct. Yeah, they try to make it so complicated to explain the curvature. Yeah, it gets muddied. I guess another.
I don't know. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna change topics there, but if you want to continue, that's fine.
I was just gonna add on, like, I don't know if the Occam's razor thing is even necessarily always the case, right? Or even, excuse me, I should say necessarily applicable here, because I'm okay with complexity. Complexity can be, like something complex can be the actual reason why something is so, But if you default to the simplest and then you test it, right? Like that should be like a guide or like a default guide help you down your sets of pursuits or tests or whatever. You know what? Like you start simple, right?
And then if it is complicated, it is complicated. But don't try to make it complicated.
Yeah. It's like they're starting with the complexity because they have like some sort of bias or like a need for it to be complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, in most cases that I've seen, it would be like you start simple, you test that. Oh, it doesn't work out. Okay, then you build up. But these, like the guys that we talk to, they're skipping over that, right? Because if they did test the default simple case and it does turn out to be true, like they can't have that because in this context, it's just flat, and they don't want that to be the case. It seems.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the Occam's razor thing, it has its place, but for different reasons, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I was gonna. Hold on one second. I want to add one thing to this.
Sure.
If you start with like the foundation of science is empiricism, right? So natural science, we look to nature to figure out what's true or not, right? Through experience, observation, experiments, right? That's the foundation of science. It isn't based upon like purely logic or reason. Of course, you have to use logic and reason to evaluate your experience, but the foundation is the natural world, right? That's the foundation. That's what science is.
Yeah.
Is empiricism. So if we go, okay, this is the principle we're going to go by. Okay, empirically, what do we experience? A flat, motionless Earth. Now you can conceptualize and come up with ideas about, Earth's so big, that's why it looks flat, or it's spinning so slow, that's why you don't feel motion, or the stars just look like they're moving, but it's actually you moving. None of those are empirical statements. They're actually the opposite of science.
Yeah,
right? So they want us to abandon the empiricism and jump to concepts, right? Ideas about what the world could be in this situation as opposed to what we just directly experience. Now, it's fine, they could be right, but they need the actual evidence to demonstrate that this is the case.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be testable and repeatable and verifiable. Right? If you wrote an experiment down, your exact procedure, you published it, in the 1600s or whatever, people would get a hold of your work and they would say, okay, I'll do the exact same thing. And if they could repeat it, then it was considered, scientific fact. But if they couldn't, then it was just like, okay, garbage. And now everything is just so crazy. Think of CERN, right? The Large Hadron Collider. No one can repeat those experiments. They could say anything. We bored another black hole into the 10th dimension. Okay. How can anybody test their claim?
That's a good
point.
No,
they have a special machine that only they have.
Could be a big tube with nothing in it.
Yo, Indio, that would be circumstantial evidence, right?
What do you mean circumstantial evidence?
Well, from my understanding, there's two different types of evidence. Direct evidence, as you said, testable, repeatable, therefore anybody can do it. Then there's circumstantial evidence where the circumstances have to be set up in order for you to collect said evidence.
Yeah, I don't know if that would classify as circumstantial evidence. But that's not the point. I'm talking about from the viewpoint of the philosophy of science. Experiments need to, scientific claims need to be testable, repeatable, verifiable, right? They traditionally, it's only in modern times with that, that's kind of been abandoned. where the equipment's so specialized and so expensive that nobody can actually test or verify that, you know, anybody did anything. There's an amount of faith, so that was the whole point of like the natural scientists. That's what differentiated science from faith, is that you could just, someone made a scientific claim, you could just do it yourself. Right. You didn't need any faith in believing in anything, because science is about not trusting. That's the crazy thing, is well, don't you trust the scientists? No, I'm not supposed to. The foundation of science, nor in the scientific method does it say, for step one, trust. No, there's none of that in there. It's not trust.
Yeah.
Absolutely do not trust.
Like, I pulled up this article. I was just looking at the CERN, and it said the headline is "Tiny droplets of primordial soup appear in oxygen collisions." Like, where did they even get that idea? And it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, CERN is quite the work of art. This would be being generous. And a lot of the things that can, like the statements they make, they're not based upon anything that's even direct, because they have to apply statistics. They're supposedly detecting things that are so faint, right? Signals that are so faint and random that they can only draw conclusions by doing gazillions of measurements and saying, well, like, our prediction was we should get this detection, 0.0001% of the time. So we got this thing at this energy that many times. So we've confirmed that this thing exists because it fits our probabilistic model, which is pretty, I think that's pretty shaky.
Yeah, you have to trust them on it. And you can't.
Well, I mean, they're applying probability. It's not even, they're not even making like, we're confident that our confidence is 6 sigma. That this is not random noise, and it's like we actually got a measurement of this thing. Neutrinos is a good example of this, right? So neutrinos are not detectable directly. Okay? So what they do is, what they claim to do is, there's gazillions of neutrinos everywhere, and they don't touch anything. But every once in a while, they'll get really close to the nucleus of an atom and interact with that atom through the weak force. And that interaction will send off what's called either a tau muon, or a tau muon, an electron muon, or I think it's a pion or something. And then they can't detect that, so they have that in a bunch of water that's been like deionized, and that particle is moving faster than the speed of light in that water, so it shoots off this other light called reverse Cherenkov radiation, and then they detect that, also not exactly directly, but through what's called an avalanche diode, which amplifies the signal that they would have detected. So you're like 4 stages of inference away from an actual direct detection. And then a lot of that's also noise, so they have to apply statistical analysis to even reach the conclusion of whether this was actually a detection that was consistent with the existence of a neutrino or not. So it's almost like esoteric, dude. They're so far removed from like. I don't have a problem with them doing that. My problem is when they claim the certainty of science as was traditionally believed, or as the way people believe science is, right? People hear, oh, it's scientific fact, it's the truth. Well, when people came to that conclusion, it's because science had a very firm foundation. But it's not on that foundation anymore. It's off the reservation. But they still want to say that there's the same amount of certainty about the results that they did when you got the results of, like, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Like, we know that for a fact, right? There's no doubt about that. Anybody can replicate this. Yeah. But they're trying to say claims like that have this are equal in truth value as claims about we detected a neutrino. Like, no, dude, they're just not.
I think there is a certain esoteric quality to that kind of science where like Pythagoras was saying the earth was a globe because of his idea that the sphere was a perfect shape, not necessarily any measurement that he made, but it was all a
philosophy.
A philosophy, yeah.
Hmm.
And that I think that continues now, where they're trying to get people to rely on their faith of the quote unquote science rather than like the empirical measurements that they can make themselves.
Yeah, science has become a mess. It's just a mess. It's just like a human endeavor at this point. It's probably why we haven't made any progress in 50 years. I mean, we've made a lot of engineering progress, but that's not science. I mean, what have we learned about the natural world in the last 100 years that we didn't know before? Right. Something new. Like, I can't think of anything.
Well, not that they publish, because all the publishing is the special, I guess, quantum stuff, whatever they're doing, like with the colliders.
Superconductors would probably be the last thing they actually discovered.
Oh yeah.
Maybe the Casimir effect. Maybe.
Those are cool.
Yeah, it'd be hard to think of like stuff that's like, hey, we didn't know this was the actual metamaterials. That's kind of engineering. That's kind of a mix between engineering and science.
Yeah.
That came out of Soviet Union.
I guess
it was published in the Soviet Union that no one's ever read.
Oh man,
it's a lot of stuff. They did a lot of research, man.
Mm-hmm. If you don't mind changing topics, I guess one of my biggest questions right now is about the force of gravity. I mean, I'm calling it gravity for the sake of clarity, because it's not. I understand it's probably not what that force is, but I'm still wondering what it would be. And then
nobody knows. The only honest answer is that nobody knows. Why they're still fighting about it. Still fighting about it even in mainstream science.
Mm-hmm.
Dark matter, dark energy, emergent quantum gravity, the inability to marry general relativity to quantum physics. Like they're still fighting about it there.
Yeah, I've heard a couple people say it's just density.
Well, I'm not in that camp.
Not? You said not?
I'm not in that camp. I'm not in the density camp.
Yeah, it didn't make too much sense to me because, air gets less dense as you go up. So the force pushing down would be different depending on your altitude. But is that true?
No, it's relative density. It's that thing, like you got the density of an object relative to like when there's a difference. The thing that has greater density falls or goes down.
Yeah.
The thing with less density goes up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think that that's Now, this is the funny thing about that is that you can validate that to a degree as true by what causes this to go up or down. Hey, we'll just frickin' vary its density. Yeah, you can do that, but I don't think Density isn't really. It's not a proper quantity to be using for this because it's not really phenomenological. I mean, maybe it is, but that just hasn't been fleshed out yet. I think it's
What do you
complicated.
mean?
I don't think anybody's ever going to figure it out. Well, I mean, typically when you deal with this cause and effect experiment, you're dealing with phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
Just the like the geometric configuration of some object. Oh, we have a bunch of atoms that are closer together than some other atoms. That's not really a causal mechanism. That's all density is matter per unit volume. That's not really a causal mechanism. That's why I'm not in that camp. Now, you could say, hey, we observed that the whole density relationship. That's fine, but I don't think that that's the cause.
It also seems like
density can't cause things. I mean, doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. And that's kind of why gravity as an idea was invented to kind of explain that. I mean, not in relation to density in particular, but why things fall in general. Because it doesn't seem like there's a good explanation.
Well, no one knows the cause. That's the thing. You can't actually, like the experiment can't be done. So you got your observed natural phenomena, something falls. What causes that? What experiment can you do that would determine what causes that object to fall? Yeah, exactly. We know that if we take a bowling ball or a rock or a bus or an airplane and drop them, right, they're all falling. Now, it's said they all fall at the same speed. There's some evidence that this isn't true either. There's experiments that were done in Bremen Drop Tower. There's some experiments done by this physicist named Guy Darnos. There's also like some old experiments done by someone. I think his name is Miles something. So yeah, I think it's going to turn out, if we ever find out, it's going to be something new, something like no one ever thought of, just something completely different. I don't think it's going to be electromagnetism or ether, or it's be something different.
That'd be cool. Or we just never know, and that's a mystery. And then, but yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look more into the forces.
I got a phone call. Be right back.
Sure. The NASA videos are so funny.
Yeah, not to interrupt the flow of your conversation there. While Indio's stepped aside, I figured I'd ask if you have anything else on your mind or whatever.
Not right now. I mean,
shit. Okay.
Over the last year, I was kind of discovering a lot of this stuff. I knew about flat Earth, like all the videos go viral, debunking videos for either side. But
yeah, it's fucking...
I had to accept a lot of mysteries and not take people by their word. So I'm a lot more comfortable with accepting and a non-answer, really, because we don't know. I mean, it is an answer, but it's not an explanation, you know.
Yeah, it's not always sufficient, but sometimes you're kind of given a choice, right?
Right. I've had to accept a lot of those over the past year, so I think that's all I've got at the moment. Yeah.
Cool. I was just thinking, like, you were asking about the gravity thing. In a way, like I definitely concur with what Indio was saying. At the same time, there's like what comes to mind is like how when people describe entropy, right? So you have a volume with gas or whatever under a certain degree of pressure.
Yeah.
Then you have another one, let's say next to it, but closed off or blocked off by like a valve or something like that. That's like a vacuum or lower pressure than the other one, right? Mm-hmm. The phenomena of, say, you open up the valve, they equilibrate, right?
Yeah.
Like, the question arises, why is the high pressure going to low pressure? Well, like it's just an observed phenomena that we witness. That tends to be the case. High pressure goes to low pressure, or in a similar situation where something just undergoing a higher degree of, or maybe that's not the right word, but you have something of higher temperature, and another thing or whatever of a lower temperature. The temperature, the higher temperature tends to balance out the lower temperature, or go to the lower temperature and balance it out. You know what I mean? Like the question arises, why high to low and not low to high? Right? It's kind of like an I don't know. It just happens, right?
It's like a law.
Like why is it not the case that a single point, right, absorbs all energy? Like, you know what I mean? Like the lower temperature goes to a single point of higher temperature and everything just gets sucked in like a black hole or something. Like, why is that not happening? Right? Who the fuck knows? So, like, we kind of we just operate on that. Oh well, that's how it works, right? So I kind of see that being appropriately applied to the gravity thing when it comes to higher density versus lower density. The higher density object and the lower density medium, it goes down, and vice versa. I can't help but see that, like, I can't help but see it like that, and it being appropriate to say, hey, that's just one of those laws. Because anyway, when you look at it, you flip it around, it's like, oh, well, why not up or down? Well, like it's just a matter of reorienting. Like, why doesn't it go sideways? Okay, well, then if it goes sideways, that becomes the new down at some point. People reorient, and then that's their down. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of content with it being like that, but I do see there being value in perhaps scrutinizing further to see maybe there is a cause. Just like if anyone were to say, oh, well, let's investigate the cause or the real reason why entropy behaves in the way that it does. Go for it.
I guess I did have another thought.
Yeah.
Like would the difference between the density of I guess between the difference between it's weird. So I guess air is the medium for everyday living.
Yeah.
So would an object's density be enough to produce the force that gravity is supposed to be? Or is there some other kind of third party that isn't entropy or density that's pushing mass downwards?
I don't know. Right? All I can say that I've come to understand, right, is that it has something to do with the relationship.
Yeah.
That's it. So for all we know, like something going on in the medium, right? There's some subatomic phenomena or whatever that kind of like taps into the fact that, oh, here's a thing that's of higher density, so there's some weird thing going on. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm not against the idea of, scrutinizing it or digging further. It's just to say that there is for sure a third party thing going on that's influencing that. Well, that's just, okay, let's investigate that third party. Where is it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So to claim, for sure, we know that this other mass that's already, at this position relative to where these other things are, that's pulling this thing towards it. Okay, where's the pull coming from? The sheer fact that there's a blob of high density thing next to it? Like, what?
You have to assume, yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
And then, yeah. You model your solar system after the assumption of gravity, and then it goes from there. And
yeah, and it all pivots on the assumption that the ground that we stand on is a giant ball in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. That's really the cornerstone of everything.
Yeah, I see that.
So when we talk about let's measure it, and it's not it doesn't express the the type of properties that one would expect of a ball of a certain size that we're told. It's like the alarm bells go off, man. It's really as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it really is a ball, dude, I'm pretty sure like everyone in this room, I won't speak for them, but certainly for myself, I have a sense that more often than not, people in these rooms very much welcome someone to come in and present that it is a ball, and this is how we know.
Yeah, because that's,
right.
I mean, the pursuit of it is really truth, and it's
exactly.
not an allegiance to a particular idea or ideology. It's finding out what's true, and if it's true, that's what you believe.
Yeah, I think most of us.
Evidence.
Well, that's it. Like the truth is leading us to, oh, it's not actually the ball of a certain size. I think everyone in the room now, I don't know, probably everybody, I think, grew up with the ball. Right? We're all taught it at a young age. Right? So it's not like we're not willing to shift sides when presented evidence to the contrary of what we thought. Right? So why would we not shift back if presented the evidence to the contrary of what we think now?
Yeah.
Simple. Anyway, I didn't want to interject too far. I just wanted to maybe fill in some air while India was gone. Is he back?
I haven't seen him. Oh, there he is.
Please continue there. I just wanted to,
I don't know where I was, man.
We were talking about gravity and.
Well, I heard the thing about solar system. Now, this is a big myth because this is how we're all taught in school that there's this theory of gravity, and with it we use it to predict orbits and planets moving around the sun, and yada yada yada. It's actually not true. What's used is Kepler's laws of planetary motion, which are purely what's called a kinematic model.
Yeah.
There's no forces. There's none of that stuff. It's really just like period, right? It's just timing. It's like timing of a cycle, right? And that's just the way it works.
Good evening, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, hey, Indio.
What's up? How's it going?
I'm all good, man. I'm all good.
It's good to hear.
I was hoping you could slap a little flat Earth roll on my profile. I mean, I don't know if you can do that or not. Just to like say that I'm in with the clique now, you know.
Just say it. That's not how it works here.
No, I mean, I really, I mean, you can ask Fences. I'm a real flat earther.
I need over the fences. Can you vouching for this dude?
Kathos can probably vouch for me.
I will very, very reluctantly vouch for him.
Oh, you're horrible.
No, he's cool.
Indio, Fences actually converted me. You know, I was a hardline Glober when I first joined this. But
I'll give you the highly suspect role.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he probably needs that too.
Yeah, that's fine.
What happened to the 3 proofs rule? Give us your 3 flat Earth proofs. You're a flat earther.
What my 3 proofs for flat Earth?
Yeah.
You only need one, bro. They measured it with lasers, right? I mean, you know, unless lasers refract and bend at exactly 8 inches per mile squared, then there's no way that the laser test can be proven wrong, right? And certainly nobody can prove that lasers are refracting at exactly 8 inches per mile squared every time they do a laser test. Every time, you know, it's nonsense. Crazy talk. That's the real crazy talk. Let me tell you.
He's got a point.
One thing about the globe is a lot of it's ad hoc. It's all after the fact.
It's just a religion, bro. These people worship these
Let me ask
scientists, you know.
What is the evidence from observation that light is being refracted in such a way that
there's never been one?
Well, I'm just saying is like what if you just think about it, like what is the evidence that light's being refracted in such a way that it makes a ball look flat? What's the evidence for the refraction that they claim exists at all?
Exactly 8 inches per mile squared, Indio. Exactly. Every time they do
what their evidence is? Well, I'll give you what their evidence is. We know refraction exists because the Earth looks flat. That's their evidence. The flatter the Earth looks, the more refraction there is. That's their evidence. They have no actual evidence of refraction itself. They have Earth looks flat. We know it's a ball, so there must be refraction because that's the only thing that will make the ball stick.
And all of these laser tests, I mean, a good amount of these laser tests that measure the Earth to be flat, also provide side angles, right? And side angles are very useful because they demonstrate that there is no refraction taking, or at least minimal refraction taking place, to obscure the lasers, right? Am I correct?
Their refraction exists, but it doesn't exist the way they say it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't curve around the ball. It isn't curving. It isn't doing that.
Refraction is like whenever you look at a road that's really, really hot and you can and it's like the point in which the road meets whatever is behind the road looks a little bit fuzzy, you know? Like that to me is what refraction is, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
a form of refraction.
That's one explanation for why you see that. Though there's others. There's others that's a reflection that's actual a reflection caused by what's called total internal reflection. So there's a couple. You know, the refraction is the common. If you look in the textbooks, that's what it'll say. But there's other. I don't think there's any actual evidence for that. It's like measurements where someone's gone out and, oh, we see that road mirage. It must be refraction. Let's go measure it and see if that's the case. Because there is some stuff where they actually tested it and it doesn't actually work out to be refraction. It's like a combination of refraction and reflection. Because the thing about light is that like if you have two mediums and if the light hits it at a very shallow angle, it'll be reflected. It won't be refracted. It'll bounce off. Right. So I'm sure you've seen this with water, right? Right. At some angles, you can see into the water, and as I'm sure you know, is that like if you try to spearfish, right, that where the fish appears to be isn't where it is. Right. You'll miss it if you try to you throw the spear right at the fish. But at a small angle, you're not going to get the light refracted through the water. You're going to get the water is going to reflect the sky off the water at a small angle. So these things are like, it's almost like the fallacy of a single cause. The effects are complex. And what's if you look at when they've actually tried to measure and quantify any of this, what you'll find out is that it's the same way stars twinkle, 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 little star. They call it scintillation. That tends to be what happens. Things will move around because of refraction, but they won't be absurdly moved up or down. Right? So over time, right, it'll go up and down a little bit or move left and right. It'll bounce around, but it doesn't curve around the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
There's way more complicated than that. It's not it's just silly.
It's silly to suggest that it is always bending at exactly the curvature of the Earth to give us these perfect measurements, right?
Yeah, has to be.
It's just nonsense. It just cannot be the case.
So I said it's ad hoc. It's after the fact.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
It's ad hoc. Ad hoc hypothesis is a hypothesis that's broached to prevent a theory from being falsified. Right. So you just add something onto it to stop it from being falsified. Like dark matter. Dark matter is an ad hoc hypothesis. Oh shit, the gravity doesn't work for the radial speed of galaxies. Radial rotation rate of galaxies is too fast. Oh, there must be dark matter holding it together. There's matter we can't see. And that's to stop their theory of gravity from being falsified.
Yeah, and it obviously exists, right?
Because
we can't see it. We can't see it, so it obviously exists.
Yeah, totally ad hoc.
What religion is that? Am I right?
I mean, it is a religion. I mean, quite honestly.
Crazy. Anyway, yeah, you got Fences to thank for converting me. I'm telling you, this lady knows her stuff when it comes to the shape of the Earth. I came in here. I was me and Fences had a little kerfuffle in the beginning, but I think we've grown to become friends. And I tell you what, I think it was the video. It was the FE Core video, and I thought, there's no way that this video is going to convince me that the world is flat. I said, this is bullshit, and I watched the video, and then I came to the conclusion that there's no alternative, right? There's really no alternative. I mean, the only alternative would be that there is some magical refracting force, refracting light at exactly 8 inches per mile squared. That is the only other logical way that could happen is if the laser was bending, and that's illogical, right? So there's no other way.
Bending perfectly.
Perfectly. Every time. Geometrically perfectly.
And that's not even the only laser test. There's Flatlander laser tests. So they went to the Great Salt Lake, Salt Flats, and the longest one I think they did was 36 miles.
Which is a lot of drop, right? I mean, that's hundreds of feet of drop.
Yeah. Several hundred feet.
Yeah. Like, crazy.
And then they also, the day before, they did, it's like the same group of people, though they use different lasers. They increased the distance, so they went 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. And they got out to, I think, 32 miles, right? So they got it just, like you said, it would have to be bending perfectly, right? Perfectly to conform to the spherical Earth. Which is pretty ridiculous.
I'm trying to take it piece by piece at a time, though, Indio, because once you realize that the world isn't around, the whole system falls apart, right? And that's something that I'm really struggling with. Like, someone said to me the other day that the sky feels so close to me, and I was like, that makes me feel very claustrophobic. I don't like that thought. So I'm just trying to like contain um, my curiosity a little bit, because I think this could play with your psyche if you weren't careful, right?
Well, I
For sure.
mean, yeah, because people identity, it's part of their identity for some people.
Yeah. And I mean, it goes to show as well that it's been US domestic policy for decades now to basically just lie to your own citizens.
It's the official policy.
The official policy of the US government, right?
Yeah, it's to lie to the public, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the official policy of
This
pretty
is
much every
speculative.
government.
They argued it. The case is called, what's that guy's name? I don't know. It was some terrorist freaking lawsuit. It's Aqaba versus whoever the freaking Attorney General of the United States was at the time. But Solicitor General Ted Olson argued. They argue when it goes to the Supreme Court. He argued on behalf of the government. And he said that the United States government, has a right to lie to the public. And that is the official policy of the United States. To lie to the public when, they want to.
That's terrifying, really, Like, if they can lie to you about what the shape of the earth is, something as mundane as what the shape of the earth is, something that would have no impact upon our lives, really, when you think about it, right? Or very minimal impact upon the majority of our lives. If they can lie to you about that, then what else can they lie to you about, right? Because they're not just lying to you at that point about the shape of the earth, they're lying to you about the heliocentric system, they're lying to you about the atmosphere being its own container, they're lying to you about the vacuum of space, they're lying to you about the space station, they're lying to you about low Earth orbit, they're lying to you about Artemis 2, they're lying to you about the Apollo missions, which we all knew anyway. They were lying to you. What the fuck is the reason for this? Like, why are you so bothered about us knowing about the?
They invent reality.
Yeah, it's like that, and it's
There's
like
reality then, but they invent reality. They invent a whole new reality.
Someone said this to me a couple of days back, that it's basically like they want to make you feel so small and insignificant, like you're just a small little human on this big, massive, giant floating spear in the middle of an infinite universe. You know what I mean? Like, it's like to make you feel small.
Who's the highest moral authority if there's no God?
Mm-hmm.
It's a serious question. Who's the highest moral authority if there is no God?
Is it the government? I don't know.
You got it.
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
so why
interesting.
Would the government produce? Why would the government endorse and promote an ideology which there can be no God, right? The Big Bang, evolution, infinite speck in the middle of nothing. Why not promote it? Because it gives them ultimate authority.
Yeah.
No, you're not worried about what's moral. You're worried about doing what's legal, which changes, right? Which can change whatever the authorities say it is. 20 minutes later, they can change their mind and say the exact opposite. It's legal.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas moral restrictions are they're usually based upon principles which are absolute and universal. They don't change. There isn't a line that goes through without shouting at murder, and they're like, oh, thou shalt murder. Like, they didn't like rewrite the 10 Commandments, like scratching out items in it.
Yeah.
Are you any religious Indio?
What do you mean? I don't practice a particular I'm Christian in the sense that Jesus is king, but I am not practicing in any church or anything like that.
Well, Jesus did say your body is a temple, right?
Mine, particularly? Yeah, of course.
Just, I mean, everyone's body, right? I think that worship comes from within. I don't think it comes from. Don't think it comes from a building or an altar or a specific priest or pastor. Worship comes from within yourself. You are your own church, really. You know. In the end of times, the churches can't be trusted.
Christian faith is unlike any other one.
Mm.
At first glance, like to say someone that's an atheist or maybe uneducated, at first glance, it might, just like all the other religions, the flying spaghetti monster. No, it's quite different. Doesn't make, like, claims of Christianity make completely different claims than any other religion.
Yeah.
No other religion says God incarnated as a human being and came to earth, died, defeated death, was resurrected.
And was witnessed to have done so, right?
Yeah.
By documented hundreds of eyewitnesses.
Yeah, more people than claim to have seen the earth from space.
Yeah, yeah, for real. Yeah. That's interesting, right?
That's what I find funny about Grover's like, what about all the pictures? Like, okay, what pictures wouldn't you believe? NASA don't lie. Like, okay, if NASA showed you Jesus walking on water, would you believe it? No! Right? They won't believe that. So, you know, they don't actually have a standard from which you're, like, evaluating the photographs because they're only skeptical of video when it's video that they don't like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that goes back to it's all an ideology.
But to go to the lying thing, people lying, it's like, I don't happen to believe there's a bunch of people lying. I think the vast majority of the people promoting the globe don't know. They believe it, but they don't actually know. So they're not lying. They believe it 100% that they're telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Yeah,
wrong.
a little bit like Muslims, right?
Yeah,
I don't know about that. I'm just saying. Do you think Donald Trump knows the Earth is flat or a globe?
It's like a religion.
Or the vice president, or any member of Congress, or any random freaking policeman or scientist, or they don't know because, like, this is one of the questions I've asked physicists. Okay, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Not how you think somebody else knows it. Tell me how you know it. And it's always comes up tits. They only believe it because they think somebody else believes it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this endless chain of,
because somebody smarter than them knows it, right? They've proven it.
It's all in a
yeah, magic science guy. There's a magic science guy somewhere that proved it. They don't know who he is, what his name is. They don't know how he did it.
This omnibenevolent, all-loving, omniscient, all-knowing, right? Like all great guy, scientist,
completely
this
ethical character
all-powerful
that would never lie, that would never make shit up, that has no human failings or any motivations beyond I'm just finding the truth. Have you ever noticed that it's something that people in modern day, I think less now because of the pandemic, but before the pandemic, they paint scientists as moral characters, right? As if they're beyond just being scientists. They're like priests, right? They're not just scientists, but because they're scientists, they're moral characters. And they don't lie, they don't cheat, they don't steal, they don't have biases, they don't have agendas, they don't have anything like that. They're just about the truth. That idea, like I said, after the pandemic, it isn't as much, but that idea was very pervasive before the pandemic.
Totally.
Why would they lie? They're not lying. They don't know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to plenty of, a lot of us in here, we've talked to plenty of scientists, plenty of people in academia.
Guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go another.
I have wondered, like how much of NASA really does know the truth and the actual. I mean, they should have pictures.
Who has access to the truth?
Yeah, I guess like as a thought experiment, what percent of NASA would know, and how many? Like, because they have to be lying to some people. They're lying to everybody else, but internally, somebody has to know, you know?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know who internally would know. I mean, depends on their compartmentalization level and what their job task is and stuff like that.
Who was the guy at NASA that Planetae Veritas called? I'm going to post a link, but I can't remember who it was. I thought that was really
Director of Hubble.
Yeah.
Deputy Mission Director of the Hubble program.
Yeah, I'll put that link in the side chat.
Was he the guy that said real good engineering?
No, that's Don Pettit.
Okay.
There's a flat earther, Robert Pisano. He just went and started just like calling extensions at NASA.
Okay.
And it took him, I don't know, I think he went through like 10, 20 people, extensions. Like nobody was there. Nobody was answering like all these, which is suspicious in and of itself. And you call an organization, you got the extensions, and it's just like nobody's answering the phone.
Yeah.
Like, does anybody even work there? He did eventually get the deputy director for the Hubble space program, who'd been working on the Hubble program for 30 years, and said he had never seen the Hubble telescope.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, who even knows what it looks like? And then
apparently working there ain't enough. Working in the program isn't enough.
Yeah, the director of the program. So yeah, everybody. I don't know. There's a hierarchy and not enough people.
Well, I mean, I was a kid when they started with the Hubble thing. Yeah. Now a lot of people don't remember that the mirror was broke, and that they had to make a whole new mirror. In the first mirror, I don't know, the dude, it was like, I could have swore it was like $1 billion or something. So then they had to make a new mirror, and then they sent it up with that, and then that was broken too. And now they have, quote unquote, they had to go up in another mission and stick not a corrective computer some type of computer system that would correct the optics so that they could actually see whatever it is they said they were seeing. So basically every Hubble generated image is computer generated.
Ran through a system of whatever.
It's just a blur if they don't. Just a blur.
And then even then they edit it afterwards. I've seen those too.
Yeah, it's all post-process. Like the Himawari that they talk about, like Himawari, you can't. They have like, okay, so there's the raw data, and then they have to take that and then run it through some post-processing algorithm. So then you have that's the second order data. Nobody is allowed to see those two. Academics can see the third level, which is another layer of post-processing. But what they show people, like on their websites, is fourth level post-processing. So like we're talking like, computer goop, computer goop, computer goop, goop, computer goop, just piled on top of each other.
There has to be something there, though. I mean, not necessarily with satellites, because they claim like deep space pictures and that all has to be the computer goop. But pictures from Earth into space, there's some pretty cool stuff like that you can see. Those are fun.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there isn't cool stuff in the sky. There certainly is, but they just stuck in their stories, man. That's the Crab Nebula. That was a gaseous supernova that happened, 4 million years ago. Blah blah blah. No way to know any of that. Just storytelling.
It's as good as a comic book at the end of the day.
It's funny, man. Like, because you often hear from Glovers like, "Explain this, explain that." Okay, for what? Explain anything. I saw a video today. It said, why all galactic space civilizations fail in explanation. So this guy, his video, he explains why. Like we're talking about science fiction, right? So you have these galactic civilizations in all the science fiction, and they all end up failing for one reason or another. And this guy made a whole video explaining it. So it must be true because he explained it.
It must be true because it's in the video.
Yeah, he had a good explanation for it. So, and unless you come up with an alternate explanation, his explanation's true.
Right.
That's how they act, dude. It's so but that goes to show you the mentality of like some of the people you're dealing with. I can only align to religion, right? That they have a story in their head about the way the world is, and you need an alternate story. And the criteria for them to believe that alternate story is like, do the other scientists believe it? Is it in the textbook? Does it align with my, what I already believed in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, one of the things you want to, like, I'm sure you've seen it, right? Atheists on YouTube or wherever. Or
oh, yeah.
One of these social media things say, show me evidence of God. Okay. First thing I ask them, what would qualify as evidence of God? What do you accept? And it's always something empirical, right? I want God in a jar. I want God in a test tube. I want God, like, you know what I mean? It would be some empiricist worldview of how you would prove God. Well, not you can prove things non-empirically. God's supernatural. He's not the natural world. You prove things about the natural world empirically. You don't prove the existence of supernatural with empiricism.
Mm-hmm.
But that's their standard. That's the only thing that they think that's their standard of truth. Empirical evidence.
And there is even that famous atheist, I forget his name now, but he was like, there is no evidence that could convince me God exists. Which at some point that's your allegiance to the belief that there isn't God, rather than your allegiance to a truth or truth. When there isn't any evidence, you just have an idea at that point, and nobody can say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean they're just as religious as any other person.
I was kind of. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so their standard of empiricism, which yes, I'm only accepting empirical evidence as the standard of evidence which determines truth. But that statement, empirical evidence, what determines truth, cannot be proven empirically. Itself, logic cannot be proven empirically. There's a whole bunch of things which can't be proven empirically from looking into nature and seeing some phenomenon. There's lots of things that can't be proven empirically that have to be proven through other methods, like logic or reason. Right? That's the only way they can be proven. They can't be proven because they don't exist in nature. Right? Ideas. 1 + 1 = 2. That can't be proven like empirically. You can't go like, okay, let's travel the world to find where 1 + 1 = 2. No, these are transcendental categories. They exist in minds. They don't exist in nature, right? So like their own standard, what they think is proof, they can't justify with their own standard. It's a snake that eats its own tail every time. But they want that one free one. That's what they, that's the material atheists. They always want their one free miracle.
Yeah, it's how life happens, or how life began, or how the world came together.
Yeah, the Big Bang, something from nothing.
Yep.
Just one free miracle.
India, not to sidetrack too much there, but couldn't help but point it out there. Did you see AI's image, or AI Arden's image at 2:39 your time in the voice stream text chat?
39. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, what the hell is that?
I think he grabbed mine at 2:15.
That is great.
Fucking.
I'm gonna turn that into a fatality.
That's funny.
You guys are a freaking trip, bro.
That's you mentioned earlier, Indio, about the stories, like you have to, they live by the story, and that's they're stuck in it. I've also heard somewhere that you have to interpret the world through a story for it to make sense, which I guess I'm grappling with. I'm kind of throwing out the idea there.
Yeah, I mean, you always have a fundamental paradigm about. You always have a foundation, basic principles from which you. It's funny you brought that up too. So it's how do you determine what is the truth in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how people do that, they have to assume some things. It's unavoidable. You have to assume that knowledge is possible, that things actually exist.
Yeah.
The truth is an actual thing that you can actually find. Right? So you have to assume a bunch of things, even start on that journey. Now, like I said, the empiricists, the modern empiricists, though they haven't thought it through very far, is they start with, well, if you can do an experiment and the experiment's replicable over and over again, or by other people, then that's true. Now I agree with that, but they go beyond that. They think their explanation of that empirical event is the truth, not the actual event itself. This is a common thing that they do, where the explanation. I'll give you an example. Eclipse. Okay. During a solar eclipse, the moon goes in front of the sun. That's what they'll say. That's the explanation, though. That's not an accurate description of what's observed, because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. New moons, or solar eclipses only happen during new moons. No one has ever seen the moon go in front of the sun.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
the
interesting.
explanation for what you see. That's their explanation, but it's not an accurate description of what they see. The moon is missing. So this is what I'm talking about. Yes, there is an empirical event, but they swap their explanation for the empirical event, how and why it happens, and they think their explanation is the true thing and not the event itself.
Yeah.
And it just like snowballs from there. It just grows and grows and grows and grows, and then you get someone in here, calling us retards, talking about don't you guys know anything? Gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth, and the moon orbits it and causes tides, and all these stories, right?
Right, they're all made up.
But all those are explanations, right? They're explanations, supposedly, of phenomenon that was observed. The phenomenon is the true thing. The explanation is not the true thing. That's the interpretation of it. They have a very hard time distinguishing that. And that's what I mean by paradigm of how do you figure out what the truth is? They just I would just say most Globers don't even know how to figure out what truth is in the first place. They don't know how to even delineate it. Because typically, I hate to say this, but your idea of figuring out what the truth is asking magic science guy.
Yeah, they have the story spoon fed to them. This is the explanation for X, Y, Z.
I like the other one they use too. Is you can't prove anything. There's no way to prove anything.
The brain in the jar. Oh my God. Yeah. They go to the they'll look. It's funny. I call it blowing up reality. If they can't have their globe, they're just gonna blow it all up. I can't prove it's a globe. Well, fuck you. We can't prove anything. I could be a brain in a jar. Yeah, that's where they go. That's when the cult craziness comes out.
Yeah, it's sort of a big flat Earth, paradigm is okay. I can actually prove something. I can know something. Wow, what a discovery to be able to know something. So I've been living in a world full of lies. I didn't know anything, but now I know something.
I kind of mentioned earlier how I was I had to accept a lot of things that didn't necessarily have explanations, but I knew were true. And a lot of that was about Christianity, religion. We don't know exactly what life is, but it's observable. I mean, we're alive right now. But how God creates life is a mystery to anyone but himself.
Yeah, I had a guy once say to me, I won't believe in flat Earth until I can see the underside of the Earth. What's under the Earth?
Yeah, that's funny.
Like, but you measured the surface flat, right? Yeah, but I don't know what's underneath it, so I'm not believing.
Yeah. What was I saying? How do you know it's true? Yeah. A lot of that, I guess I can speak for myself only here, but a lot of that is because I have God as a baseline, you know. That is the thing that is improvable. Not immovable, yeah. But when you have that as a baseline, you can know that you can know things for certain. You know that God made everything with a purpose, and you can have that certainty as a baseline when you are doing these experiments and trying to figure out what is true. And then if you don't, you do have to assume that you can know things, and that's an assumption as the baseline. An assumption as your baseline of belief isn't too strong, in my opinion. But I'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to reevaluate all that has been proposed with the idea and what part of it can be proven, what can't, and what you can prove. What, you know, it's pretty easy to see that they didn't falsify any of their claims, right? Like, yeah, how'd you do that? Oh no, it was just done. Wait, how? Yeah. But yeah, then you get stuck, debunking the lies and finding the truth are two very different pursuits. Some people I find it very hard to see through that they're lying. It's like, no, they can't be lying about everything. Well, have you checked everything?
Yeah, the Glober's biggest problem is they don't use the same rigorous demand for evidence for their globe.
Yeah, no rigor for sure. Still hearing about Coriolis effects and pendulums and all this nonsense.
Still hearing about ships disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I like that one. Ships disappear bottom up. Well, on a ball, they wouldn't disappear bottom up. Why are you using that?
Ships wouldn't disappear bottom up on a globe?
No, they wouldn't. Yeah, there's a geometric aspect to it, right?
Yeah.
Well, put a toy car on a big ball. Understand how that actually works. The butt or the bottom would be up in the air as it's going over the curve, right? The rear of the ship, if it's going, directly away from you.
Yeah. I can. But that'd be a relatively small change, other than how do I want to word it? It would still disappear bottom up, right? I guess that's my point.
No, it wouldn't, because the geometric would affect the way you saw it. The bottom of the boat would be up in the air.
Hey guys, just really quickly, I just want to tell you, I just verified Quispium. He's been here before, and he has some good questions. So when the room opens up, just welcome him in.
Yeah.
I mean, as a form of perspective, how we see everything is going to rise to eye level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, you could say you're losing information from the bottom, and you're losing information from the top, and you're losing information from the sides, but that doesn't mean that it's disappearing bottom up on a curve.
Hmm.
You're changing the angle of the boat.
Right.
That would be
But
evident.
the curve would still be lowering the boat across the drop.
No.
So on a globe, it
at the geometric horizon, the boat would be lifted at its highest point.
Oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying. And that's the tangent to the viewer. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you see the one test they never do with boats going over the horizon is no one has ever put a retroreflector on the hull of the ship, wait for the hull to disappear, and then shoot a laser at that retroreflector.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there's enough pictures. What is it? Like the oil rigs. I think those are pretty good pictures that demonstrate the same idea. But I guess you're talking about putting a moving reflector out onto the ocean. It'd be a little different.
Yeah, because to see if it was Earth curvature getting away, the laser would never reach the retroreflector.
Yeah.
See, they can't seem to understand that mirages happen everywhere, and that the hull of the ship is actually being obstructed by a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Visually, it disappears, but not functionally doesn't disappear.
Not behind the physical curve.
Yeah. And even something as simple as standard ocean conditions, most of the time you can't see further than 12 nautical miles because the ocean conditions prevent it from happening. You're getting too much ocean vapor in the air, and it just won't allow you to see further than 12 nautical miles.
That's cool.
Well, that's really dependent on location, right?
Yeah, it's generally accepted in most places where it's warm. Where you get warmth, then you get water evaporating from the ocean.
Yeah, so sort of, closer to the equator, the more dramatic this effect is, and then it lessens as you go north or south.
Because most people, when they take photos and videos of ships, don't do it in the middle of wintertime because it's too cold. They tend to do it in spring, summer, and fall when it's warmer. And I haven't found a video of anybody showing a ship disappearing over the horizon somewhere where the sun is right above them at the zenith. Like the one fellow took he goes, oh look, he shows one boat that was anchored and then another boat behind it that was sailing by. He said, see, it's going over the horizon. But then I looked at the time of the video. He took the video like 10 minutes before sunset. So the sun was extremely low in the sky. like, well, of course you're not going to get good reflections if the sun is that low in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of cherry pick the conditions.
Well, it was fun chatting for a little bit, but I think I'll be on my way. Well, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, see you later.
So we agree that the Earth has a sphere with a radius, or what's proposed. I know you don't agree with it. What's proposed that the Earth has a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which what would follow is that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225x square root of observer's height, right? So 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, obviously, and the horizon distance should be no greater than 9.41 miles, right?
No, it should be it depends. The horizon distance should be depending on the height of the observer. So if you were, let's say you had a camera at 1 foot height, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. Let's say the camera was at 3.5 foot tall, it would be at about 2.3 miles, and so on, right? So the higher you get, so if you wanted to have it at 9.4 miles, you would have to be about 60 foot up in the air.
Because the higher you get, the more you should obviously be able to see. That makes sense on a sphere, right? And the lower you are,
as well.
Well, I
it
mean,
would make sense
technically,
on both.
yes, it would make sense on both. To an extent, it would make sense on both. Just generally speaking, it makes sense on both. But just really quickly, when we're talking about,
just before.
Okay.
Well, sorry. Just before we move past that, right? So the horizon on a flat Earth, so it matches the definition of horizon. It's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, it's a byproduct of the way that your perspective works and your elevation, but also the atmospheric conditions as well, right? So it changes day to day. We don't say the horizon is at a specific distance.
That's a different definition. On a globe, the horizon is the exact boundary line where the Earth's curved surface appears to meet the sky. That's how it's defined in that. So it's different definitions there.
A geometric. Well, if you look at the standard definition for a horizon, it's just the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet.
But
if the Earth is, hold on, let me finish. Right. So I agree with you. If the Earth is a globe, it's the physical tangent, where the tangent line would meet at the surface of the globe, dependent on the observer height.
Okay, great.
And that's what we're
for example, there are many different terms that have multiple different meanings depending on the context. But let me go ahead and just say this. So when you're measuring, when you're doing the whole, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which would be p, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225x times square root of the observer's height in feet. I'm curious, do you agree to that generally speaking? Is that something that you agree to? Like, for example, if I were to post this, would you agree to this? Let me post it in the chat. Do you agree to this? Is this something you subscribe to?
Well, yeah, the physical geometric horizon. Yeah, that's correct. The physical geometric horizon, that's approximate, but yeah, that's pretty much correct. So if you could do 1.225
why is there a distinction? Why is there a distinction of the physical geometric horizon?
Because that's a physical location that must be there if the Earth's a globe.
I'm going to try to ask that question again. Why is there a distinction of the physical geometric horizon? What would be the opposite of that?
Okay, so once you're right, so because the Earth isn't a globe, what do you mean? If the Earth's a globe, do you want me to?
No, I don't think you understand. There's something here that's very important that I don't think you're getting at.
No.
Why would there need to be? Hold on. Why would there need to be a distinction, or a specifier, or a modifier like the physical geometric curve? Why would you have to say that?
Because things that go beyond it would have to be physically hidden behind it, if the Earth's a globe. and it would have to exist in reality, and there would have to be evidence that such a thing exists.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it, man.
Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm telling you.
No, because like,
because
do you know what the
because when we
basic?
make
I'm sure you've been in these
observations-
debates. I'm sure you've been in these debates
Yeah,
like
a lot.
hundreds of times.
Yeah, so
What
stop
is
for a
the?
second. Let me clarify.
Sure.
Stop
Let's let
talking
you
for a
clarify.
second. Okay, so when we go out in reality, that geometric horizon doesn't ever present itself, and there's no evidence that it does exist.
You're not answering my question though.
So that's why I'm specifically saying the geometric
You're just affirming your
horizon.
position.
No,
You're backing the question, dude. No, because you're saying that you're just saying no. You're saying that every single time we go out there, we never see the physical geometric horizon. Okay, I'm sure
There's
you've
no
been in
such thing.
hundreds of these discussions before. Let's see if you can be intellectually honest for a second. What is the most basic globe Earth argument in response to that? You should know this.
But in response to what specifically?
In response to the argument that, hey, we never see the physical geographic horizon.
The atmospheric conditions.
Okay, and what do they say the atmospheric conditions do?
Okay, so they say that electromagnetic waves deviate towards
That's one thing, but also that light
towards
bends.
the more optically dense portion of the medium, which would be primarily controlled by temperature. And they
Right, that
say
light bends. Light
standard-
bends because of the atmosphere and so on and so forth, right? Is that something they say?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So then that's the reason why there's a specifier there when we say the physical geographic horizon, because, like, for example, let me show you an image. Like, there is this proposed globe, which lacks any atmosphere whatsoever, right? And then there is this globe, right? Which is like, you can call it a globe, you can say it's not. But this globe would have an atmosphere, right? So I would agree with you
Where
that
did you get
in a
that
globe
from?
I literally just pulled it up. It's funny though. It proves my point regardless. I know it's funny. But the reason there's a decent distinction here. If we could, for example, see and there was no atmosphere or whatever, then yeah, you're right. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I would agree with you. But the thing is that we live on the supposed, but the argument from the globe side is that we live on the supposed globe where there is an atmosphere where light is constantly bending, meaning that you're never going to see the so-called physical geographic location that you're looking for. You're looking for something that you'll never find, and that no one is proposing you will find because you're looking at the atmospheric lists Earth, right?
Okay, all right. So now I'll respond to everything you just said. Okay, so you should be able to still. Okay, so even if you have an atmosphere, right, the geometric horizon would still have to be there. So if you're not seeing the horizon in its exact location due to the refraction, right, then you should be able to still validate that such a thing exists, right? So you would have to measure what's going on with the refractive index between point A and point B, take those values and calculate them using an equation, right, and work out what's going on with the refraction. And then when you take that into account, you should be able to calculate that, yes, this observation does perfectly match the globe. And that should be able to consistently be done to validate that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. Now, we're seeing things in hold on, let me finish. I let you finish. Okay, we're seeing things in orders of magnitude beyond where the horizon should be, and things that should be physically obstructed behind
the horizon should never be there for you. The horizon should never be there for you.
I wanted to jump in while you were talking. I didn't do it. I had some self-control. I waited for you to finish because I was hoping that if I did that, then I would be able to finish my point.
Go ahead, it's fine.
Okay, I would have finished by now. Okay, so we're able to see things in orders of magnitude, right? Undistorted, things that don't have miraging effects, that don't have destruction, okay, that would have to be hidden by such a huge amount of Earth curvature that there is no evidence that such refraction effects can compensate for what we're seeing, especially undestructed. Okay, no miraging effects and consistent observations that would require so much refraction, right? Standard refraction is 0.13. Okay, that's about 15% to the radius value, essentially. You would be able to see the horizon 15% further than 3 miles if you were 6 foot tall. We're seeing things that would require the globe radius to be 30 times larger, 50 times larger for this observation to be possible. It would require a refractive index of 1, essentially 0.96, 0.98. Okay, so there's so much refraction that it would just make the Earth look perfectly flat. There's no evidence that that is possible.
But it doesn't look that way.
Yeah, it does look like that.
Okay, great. So I just posted this image, for example. Here it is. So this is the Chicago skyline from Lake Michigan. Can you explain why I can't see the bottom of those buildings?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a common phenomena over the surface of water called sinking refraction. It's super common. Okay, because of the normal lapse rate of the atmosphere, it actually gets cooler as you go up in altitude. This is the normal lapse rate. So it reduces 6.5 degrees per kilometer as you go up, right? So light will deviate towards the more dense medium, okay? And that's controlled mostly by temperature, okay? Because cooler air is much more dense than
But you do understand that that's only from a globe perspective, right? Because, like, for example, under a globe perspective, no, just really quickly. Under a globe perspective, what's the reason given for why you can't see, for example, or like when you're looking at the Chicago skyline from Lake Michigan, that you can't see the bottom of certain buildings? Because the curvature of the Earth.
Hidden behind, but yeah, they're saying it's the curvature of the Earth, okay, in which they don't have any evidence for. But what we're seeing here is a textbook mainstream refraction effect by the mainstream. This is not a flat Earth idea. Okay, this is just sinking refraction. You could just go to Google right now.
Okay, let's look it up. So sinking refraction is an atmospheric. It's an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects appear lowered on the horizon, compressed or completely hidden from view. It happens when light rays bend upward away from the surface, the Earth's surface, because warm, less dense air sits closer to the ground with cooler, denser air above. This is from San Diego State University, right here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Do you agree with San Diego State University? I can post their entire article right here.
In the brief description you gave, yeah, that's how it works.
It also goes on to say, hold on, let's go ahead and get this up. Yeah, so they're the ones that defined it. You agree with them. They also mention the Earth's curvature 7 times.
It's not necessarily that I agree with everything that they say, right? But they've given a correct definition on how the mainstream.
Why is it that globe? Why do you? Okay, interesting. So people that are globe earthers came up with a definition for an event, and you agree with that specific definition. Hold on. You agree with that specific definition, but you don't agree with their entire narrative. But they explain that definition within their globe world narrative. I'm just making sure you know that. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, so atmospheric refraction definitions don't include anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? We can perform tests with atmospheric refraction inside a house, for example, over a flat floor, over a flat section of the Earth, right? We have different topology on the Earth. We have sections where we have gullies and things like that, right? Completely flat sections. So we can still use these same rules, right? If you have warm air close to the ground and cool air above it over a flat surface, you're still going to see all of these same effects. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth's a globe or not.
I'm just saying, I find it interesting that the people that, when I look this up and I find the definition of sinking, the article is from people that keep talking about the curvature of the Earth. I find that a pretty interesting.
Yeah, but I didn't even bring. Yeah.
But what is happening?
It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. It doesn't have any. Because flat Earthers and globe Earthers can both agree. Stop talking. Flat Earthers and globe Earthers can both agree on things like water will boil at a certain temperature, and that grass is green, and all sorts of different things that we can agree on. Just because you can look up an article about the temperature water is going to boil at, and it's also someone that believes in a globe, that doesn't mean that I'm therefore contradicting.
I know, but I don't think you understand. All of these things are conceptualized under the globe narrative. When it comes to what we're talking about, like when it comes to sinking, I'm talking about the article. When it comes to towering, stooping, sinking and looming, they conceptualize, that's, you're saying that the people that you agree with their definition is saying the exact opposite.
Yeah, but they don't have any evidence that the Earth's a globe.
You're the one that's citing their definitions.
No, I didn't cite any definitions. I didn't cite them. You looked that up.
Yeah, and you're like, yeah, click on it. You literally told me you can click on the link and it'll tell you, and you agreed with that definition.
I didn't tell you to click on any links.
Okay, so where do you think that definition came from?
It doesn't matter. Anyone can test this. Flat Earth. Can
you tell me who the first person?
Explain to you.
Can you tell me who the first person? Okay. Explain to me what I just posted in the chat. Then I would love an explanation of this, please, if you can.
You're not doing that well.
Sinking and looming does not necessitate a curved surface beneath it. They can both happen on top of a flat surface. So squawking, yeah, that's great. So you squawking, it must be curved.
Explain what's in the image, though.
Is a falsity.
Oh, you're the guy that crashes out. Explain what's in the image, though, if you can,
the image. Yeah, no, I'm not crashing out, dude. I'm
talking about the other guy.
This is my favorite topic, right? So I know,
bro. I'm talking about the other guy, not you.
This is from Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University. Okay, so he thinks that the Earth's a globe. So in his diagrams, he's drawn the Earth as a globe to explain a few certain things here.
You agreed with his definition, though.
Yeah, but you can apply that over a flat surface or over a curved surface. Yeah. So do you think that sinking wouldn't happen over a flat surface?
Can you give me an
yes or no? Thank you.
And how? No.
Stop dodging.
No.
Yes. Stop dodging.
No. People can give.
It was a yes or no. It was close-ended.
Yep.
It was a yes or no.
So
it was a close-ended question.
Matt Meltdown. Don't crash out because you're down.
This is you crashing out because you can't answer the simple
Stop
question.
crashing out. You're crashing.
You're the one who's melting down, Matt.
They lost the argument.
No, there's no loss.
This is where
you failed to answer the question.
They lost the argument, right?
This is you melting down. Thank you, Matt Meltdown. Answer the question. We're waiting for the yes or no.
A yes or
You've
no.
only got to say yes or no, dude.
Right. A yes or
Matrix, just let me keep talking to him. I don't want the.
Yeah, dude, seriously, you gotta run your brain.
He's crashing out.
Yeah, Matt. Right, so this can happen on a flat surface, right? You could do it on a curved surface. If someone believes the Earth's a globe, then you could explain it on a globe, right? On a curved surface or on a curved section of a flat Earth as well, right? Like over a hill or something like that, right? It's independent of the shape of the surface underneath it, right? It's to do with the vertical refractive index.
Can you give me a diagram? Sure. Can you give me a diagram similar to theirs that shows the same thing on a horizontal surface?
He's fucking trolling you, DJ.
No, he's look. He's not trolling.
DJ, have you had much to do with this idiot before? Seriously.
Like he's been around
crashing out so much.
Yeah. Look, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
right?
no, DJ. Seriously, have you had much to do with Matt Nuclear before?
No. It doesn't.
Oh, right. Matt Nuclear is your think Mez, think Talon. He's from the same group. So now you understand the level of clown that you're dealing with. So you can continue. I'm not going to stop you. I just want you to know that he is a clown.
Yeah. Look, that's fine. I'm trying to have a good faith conversation with him. Yeah, he hasn't studied it that much. I can tell because of the way he's acting, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Right, so if I get angry at him and we start muting him, he'll just think he won.
Look, bro, it doesn't matter what you say. He's going to think he's won anyways. He's that level of stupid.
He's not in good faith, DJ.
This crash out as well. By the way, it's funny how you're mentioning those different guys that I've never even heard of.
I can't tell? You think I can't tell what he's like? I've spoken to people like this for years.
It's all good, boys. I mean, I'm enjoying the conversation. I mean,
yeah, me too. Like, I don't understand why you guys keep butting into their debate when they're actually having a good back and forth.
Because we have an angry, like, low IQ Australian here. That's why.
I mean, obviously,
I don't understand why everyone else is just muting him when they're actually having a good debate.
No, not everyone else. It's not it's not everyone else. Just chill, guys. Just reset and talk about whatever topic.
If these other guys want to just take over and shut the conversation down, then go ahead. I'll just mute up.
Crazy, bro. I was actually trying to have a conversation with this guy.
So, Matt, where in your definition of sinking or looming does it state that there must be a curved surface beneath it?
Yeah, so I never made that claim.
But yet you're backing that claim. So where in your definition does it mention? Where in your definition does it mention there must be a curved surface?
Yeah, I'm referencing the diagram and how it's understood and conceptualized.
So that's not the definition. Where in the definition of sinking or looming does
so we give diagrams. Hey, let me respond.
Yeah, that's great. I haven't finished asking the question. No, you're not. You're answering a question that hasn't been asked yet. No, this is you having a meltdown, Matt. You can do it. I know you're a clown, but you can do it. I want you to post in the side chat your definition of either looming or sinking and show us where it has that it necessitates a curved surface beneath it. If you can't do that, that means your claims of refraction mean absolutely nothing. So step up to the plate, post your crap in the side chat.
Yeah, so what is sinking really quickly, since you're crashing out? What is sinking? What does that mean?
Post your definition in there. That's what we want from you. Obviously, obviously your perception of sinking differs to us. That's why you need to post your definition in the side chat.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. There's no my definition of sinking, you fucking Australian retard.
That sounds like a crash out, Matt. Come on, you can do better.
I don't create scientific definitions, and neither do you fucking retard.
Excellent. So if you don't create them, obviously you're using one from somewhere. Post your definition
that's a different question.
In the side chat.
That's a different question.
No, it's not.
Australian
At no stage did I ask you.
For 2 years, all this guy does with a 65 IQ is.
Yes, Matt, you can stop having your meltdown. Just post your data in the side chat. See, DJ, this is why we really like this clown, because all he comes in here and he pretends to be in good faith, but he's actually a complete doorknob. So, post your crap in the side chat, Matt. He's like a pseudo-intellectual version of Ice JJ Fish. No? Not going to post it in the side chat? Well, we're just going to lock you and listen to your code.
The crash out, lol. Yeah, he's crashing out. Hey,
I'm crashing out,
Australian
but
retard,
let me
sinking?
get this straight. I'm crashing out, but yet you're the one that can't post your claims in the side chat. Post your definition in the side chat. That's not a crash out. Someone asking you to post your definition is not a crash out. That is asking someone to post their definition. See, if I was to ask DJ to post his definition of sinking or towering or looming or any of those in the side chat, I'm pretty sure he'd probably post something like the American Meteorological Society definitions. He'd probably post those, or maybe jump on a dictionary and read that out. Why is it you can't do that, Matt? What's going on here?
Okay, what is sinking? I'm going to ask that question again. It's not going to change.
I'll post the definition of it, just for your convenience.
Well, I don't even need to look up a definition. I can just tell you what it is because I understand how it's claimed to work. Okay, so it's when you have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher in a gradient. Okay, and as the light bounces off the object, it's going to make its way back towards you, and it's going to deviate upward towards the air that has a higher optical density, right? Essentially a higher refractive index. And what that's going to do is it's going to make things appear like they're sinking or dropping behind the horizon or lower than they should be, or completely hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah, but under a globe Earth, I'll have a conversation with you if you're not crashing out. Under a globe Earth specifically, how that would be conceptualized, obviously, right, is that the light rays are bending downwards, right, which is essentially obstructing your ability. I don't think you're understanding. Hold on. I don't think you're understanding. On a flat Earth, there's no curvature. So where are you saying it's bending?
Right. So it's just the light is bending upward towards the denser air. Okay. On a globe, it would be doing the same thing. If light's bending downward, that's the opposite of sinking. That would be called looming. And that's going to make things look like they appear higher, like loomed up.
Right. So to produce sinking instead of looming, you need a model atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate than normal. What does it mean when it talks about this the steepening lapse rate?
right? So the normal lapse rate is that it goes from warm down lower to cool up higher at 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer. Okay, that's the normal. Sometimes in rare situations, we can get a thermal inversion, which is where a cold layer of air gets trapped below warm air, and that will cause the light to bend downward towards the cooler air. And then you can get things like superior mirages and looming and that kind of thing.
Yeah, but lower portions of distant objects would not disappear bottom first, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's literally the definition of sinking, is that the objects can appear to be hidden behind the horizon. So I'm going to look up
I'm saying,
a definition.
no, I'm saying generally speaking. Generally speaking.
Just let me finish really quickly. Okay.
I thought you said you were going to look up the definition.
Yeah, I got it right here. You know, I don't need to look it up. I can just read it out because I know it. But I'm going to give you the link so you know you have a citation. So this is Andrew Thomas Young from his book Optics of the Atmosphere from '95. The same guy that you posted your screenshot from. Okay, and he explains how sinking can make things look like they're hidden behind the horizon, even though the geometrical line of sight is unobstructed. Even McToon agreed with this. When I had a debate with McToon, he admitted reluctantly that, yeah, on a flat Earth, things can appear like they would disappear bottom up, and it would also happen on a globe as well, because that's what the definition states.
Yeah, but do you think that sinking... So, quick question. Do you think that sinking and looming is always happening on a flat Earth? Always. Constantly.
No,
everywhere on Earth.
There's always some degree of refraction happening. It depends on the situation, right? So sinking and looming are just mild versions of inferior and superior mirages.
Okay, and that's always happening?
There's always some form of it happening, but quite often it's negligible to the point where you wouldn't be able to...
disappearing over the horizon isn't always happening. So, do you think that's always happening?
Really, so I just looked it up, right? So, no, sinking and looming are not constantly happening everywhere. They are specific optical causes by atmospheric refraction,
over the
bending
horizon
of light, and they only occur when very specific weather and temperature conditions align. Do you agree with that? DJ?
Brother.
DJ, do you agree with that?
With what? Sorry.
He's debate bro tech.
I'm gonna redefine it. I'm gonna say it again. Sinking and looming are not constantly happening everywhere, right? They are a specific optical phenomena caused by atmospheric refraction, bending of light, and only occur when very specific weather and temperature conditions align. Do you agree that sinking and looming only happen under very specific weather conditions?
No, it's not like that. You don't understand enough about it to even really understand. I mean, if you were saying that,
can you give me a source that says it's always constantly happening?
No. So this is the thing, right? According to the globe Earth side.
Oh, just the flat Earth. Just the flat Earth.
Okay, so there's always temperature changes in the atmosphere, right? So there's always some degree of obstruction of the things you're looking at, or deviation of the things you're looking at on varying levels.
Not what I asked you, man.
Okay, so what do you think looming is?
That's not what I asked you. I asked you a very basic question, right? Do you think sinking and looming are always constantly happening?
Matt, what is sinking? What is sinking, Matt?
Right, so sinking.
What is it, Matt?
I'm trying. Hey, shut the fuck up, dork. I'm trying to give you the answer to the question. Don't interrupt. Why are you trying to interrupt as I'm giving you the fucking definition? Are you retarded or something?
I don't need the definition. I want to know what it is physically.
Great. Oh, so it's a rhetorical question? You're asking me a question you don't know the answer to?
Bro. I'm trying to illustrate a point, right? The point is...
Okay, great. So do you want the definition to be answered?
Thinking is a qualitative description of the way it looks.
Okay, so what? That doesn't change anything.
It's a qualitative description. It doesn't matter.
No one disagrees.
Okay, the rest of it, right? Why it happens, the causal mechanism, you can't tell that from looking at it. That is hypothetical. It is theory. It's not based upon anything known.
You're not... No one... It's funny how no one's answering my question still. Is sinking and looming constantly happening everywhere on planet Earth?
Probably in some places.
It's not an answer to my question, dude.
Well, dude, the surface of the Earth isn't a uniform temperature, is it?
I never said it was, dude. Holy
Okay,
crap.
so the answer is yes.
How common? Let's just look it up, right? How common is sinking? Because we're talking about sinking.
Never
Right?
been
How
quantified.
common is sinking?
It's never been quantified.
Speaking. Okay, let's look.
Do you think it's been quantified?
In meteorology, I'm looking it up. I don't know. In meteorology, atmospheric sinking, known as a subsidence, is very common and entirely natural. Okay, great. It occurs continuously on a massive global scale as part of Earth's air circulation patterns. It is the exact opposite of rising air, driving high pressure weather systems that bring sunny, dry. Okay, that's not what I'm talking. That's not the definition I'm looking for. Hold on.
Hey Matt, just
it's amazing that you're doing this right now, dude. Like, bro, you're 10 years too late, brother.
Okay, so it's moderately common. Okay, great. Moderately. Well, I mean, nothing ever changes with flat Earth. It's the same.
It's irrelevant. Why does it matter how common it is?
You don't know? You don't think? You don't?
Why does it matter? Is what I'm asking you.
Because if sinking is how you explain objects disappearing bottom up when they go out in distance, right? Then obviously, if that was like a rare phenomenon, it couldn't possibly explain why that always happens. Why
it doesn't always happen.
disappear
this
bottom
is the
up.
Point. It doesn't always
give me,
happen.
Give me an instance where it didn't happen. Okay, give me an instance where it didn't happen.
Shit up. You just made
prove
it up.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna post in the picture. Observation.
No, I want a picture. I want a thorough video. I want people with measurements. I want to see. I want to know where the boat's physical. I want to see something real.
Look, bro. If the horizon is supposed to be 5 miles away, and you can see something on the horizon 10 miles away, right? Then it's not a ship going over the horizon.
Oh my god! Oh, we've heard that argument for 10 years, bro. That's a retarded argument.
Then, bro, look,
we already agreed that there's atmospheric conditions.
But you said it happens every time. Dude, shut up. You said it happens every time.
Why are you giving me this retarded, reductive argument?
Shut up.
You're fucking crashing out. You're crashing out. He's crashing out.
I just said. Repeat back to me what I said, man.
He's fucking crashing out, dude.
Repeat back to me what I just said,
you said, really quickly, shut up for a second, okay? So what you said was that it doesn't always happen, right? Because when you're supposed to see an object 5 miles away, you see it 10 miles away. But my response to that is that it's retarded because everybody knows that no one believes that the Earth is without an atmosphere and that light is not always constantly bending. So you're trying to measure something. Hold on, that's not my argument. That's not the argument of the globe position.
You said that every time a ship sails away, that's observed to be cut off bottom first. That's false. That's
no.
Dude.
Okay, hold on. Those are two different things, right? So, for example, you seeing a ship further than you should because of atmospheric conditions is a separate thing from, ships, if you look at them, hold on, let me finish. It's a separate thing from, ships, regardless of atmospheric fucking conditions, if you look at them with a telescope or anything to be able to see objects at distance, it will always eventually disappear bottom up. But that is objectively
That is not true.
Okay, prove me wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Without saying I can see it further than I should be. Prove me wrong by showing that it doesn't disappear bottom up. Show me a video where that. Show me like a 20-minute video where a ship doesn't always disappear bottom up and it's going out 50 fucking miles or something. I would love to see that.
What do you think it's going to look like, dude? Tell me, what do you think it's going to look like?
What are you? Hold on, I'm curious. What did I just ask you?
What do you think it'll look like?
Repeat back what I just asked you real quick.
You said, show me a video of a ship going off way in the distance and not disappearing bottom up. Well, what's going to end up, I'm asking you what it's going to look like, because what's going to end up happening is the opacity of the air is going to make it so you can't see the ship anymore. It's going to disappear.
Yeah, but why would it disappear bottom up?
Because of the clarity of the air, not because of the fucking being blocked by the horizon.
Okay, hold on, really quickly. Because of the clarity of the air. So you're saying the air.
Because air absorbs light.
You're saying the air. Okay, that's fine. You're saying the air is just like you're saying that specifically at the bottom of
there's a visibility,
the closer you are to the surface of the Earth, right? There's more obstruction that's gonna like make every boat that's ever known to mankind disappear bottom up.
There's a thing called visibility, doofus.
Nobody disagrees.
Meteorological visibility. Do you know what that is?
Everybody understands visibility. Why can't we grab a telescope? Why can't we grab? That's fine. Why can't we grab? Tell me why on a plain Earth Do you believe telescopes exist? Really quickly. This is pretty
okay.
axiomatic.
Telescopes. Light comes to the telescope. It's still all the light still has to go through the air.
I don't disagree. Do you agree that telescopes? Do you agree that telescopes exist?
So now you're in straight panic mode.
No one's panic. I'm asking you a basic question.
You're in straight panic mode. Yeah, dude.
Do you agree
light
that telescopes
comes to the
exist?
telescope. You can look in the National Weather Service, the National Oceanographic Aeronautic Administration. They'll list in your local weather a visibility. That visibility distance is based upon how clear the air is. It has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. It doesn't matter if you have a better telescope.
When if we have a very
none
clear,
of that shit matters.
When if we have the clearest day imaginable, and I grab a telescope?
Yeah, according to the regular criterion.
That telescope.
I'll give you the answer, dude. I'll give you the answer.
Hold on, I'm asking you a question really quickly. Hold on. Let's say we have a clear fucking day, the clearest day ever to mankind, and I grab a fucking large telescope and I have a boat going out into the distance, okay? So that boat shouldn't disappear bottom up at all, right? That day, right?
It depends. It depends on the meteorological conditions, dude.
Give me. I'm sure you guys have done this for over 10 years. Give me the clearest day where you've ever watched a boat go out.
300 miles.
Give me the footage.
300 miles has been reported.
And you've used what to
300 miles, dude. So if you look in if you look in the
Southern Ocean, give me the source for that.
Southern Ocean Sailing Guide.
Sure, give me the source for that. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I will.
300 miles out, and they were able to see it.
They claim they've seen mountains 300 miles away.
Okay, that's a mountain, dude. I'm talking about a fucking boat. It's a mountain.
Dude, 300 miles away. Are you listening?
Yeah, but it's bro. How large
can
mountains
the mountain
get?
have to be, bro?
How large can mountains get? How large can mountains get?
How tall would the mountain have to be?
I was just talking about a boat,
How tall
bro.
would the mountain have to be?
I was talking about a boat.
How tall would the mountain have to be?
Hold on, can you stick on one thing at a time? I'm talking about a boat.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's a boat or not.
I'm talking about a boat right now.
Look, what do you mean you're talking? What does that even mean? How far you can see a boat?
Dude.
I've seen a ship 30 miles away. Personally, with my eyeballs.
Just with your pure eyeballs, or with
That's with my pure eyeballs. And I took a picture with an iPhone 4S, which is a junk fucking phone.
Interesting. What about 50 miles out?
Well, it disappeared because the clarity of the air was too opaque.
And did it disappear bottom up? Did it disappear bottom up or top up?
It just faded it just faded, as they used to say back in the 1800s.
Did you record the whole thing?
It faded into the offing. That's what they used to say.
Did you record the whole thing?
Yes. I watched it for 3.5 hours.
Funny how they always disappear bottom up. That's fucking crazy.
No, they don't. Dude, you're just making that up.
Okay, dude, that would be so easy to falsify. You guys have had like fucking 20 years.
The very first time I ever did an observation, I falsified it.
Okay, great. And so tell me, give me one time, give me one piece of footage where you watched the boat go out to the point where you couldn't see it anymore, and the more it went out, it did not disappear bottom up. I don't want to hear anything about, hold on, it didn't disappear. I just don't want to see it disappear bottom up.
11:34. Side chat, 34 past the hour. Trace AI posted exactly what you're wishing.
Yeah, that's not a comprehensive video. Sorry. Give me a video. Give me a long-form video.
You never mentioned anything about comprehensive video. Stop adding qualifiers.
I literally made it very clear that I wanted footage of a boat going out, right, and it eventually completely disappearing and it not disappearing bottom up. And by the way,
playing games, dude.
Yeah, because you guys are fucking retards. You know you can't prove that.
Yeah, because
and that
it
would be so easy to prove.
Does it have to be 4K? You sure don't have to be 8K? Does it have to be in 3D? Does it have to be with a VR headset? You gonna keep moving the goalpost?
Oh, that's so fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, you gonna keep moving the goalpost? It's your claim that it happens every time. That claim's bullshit. You haven't substantiated it in one bit, and you know you can't. Now, I just posted pictures I took this. Okay? This ship is 30 miles away. It should be 430 feet under the horizon. I watched it for 3.5 hours. I just stopped watching because I was bored. I was bored of watching it.
Oh, it looks, hold on, it looks pretty bottom. Hold on, that shit looks bottom up to me. What the fuck?
Dude, you're high,
I see the top. I see the top. It looks bottom up. That's crazy, dude, bro. You just got debunked.
Yeah, you wish. You wish, dude. You're just desperate now. Just absolutely desperate. I got more than this photograph, dude. And I got this photo, the same thing, from 100 feet, not just 15 feet. So you're just desperate.
He's
Well
already
known.
jumped. He knows he's got no comeback to it, so he's already failed.
Bitch.
Yeah, he jumped. Got proper cooked. Sorry to overrun you earlier, DJ, but some of us have had the privilege of meeting that clown before, and yeah, he doesn't like me. He triggers big time with me.
That's all good, man. Yeah, I've seen him before. I think I've seen him in other channels in here. He's like Mr. Debate Bro. But yeah, it's all good. But yeah, he's a clown.
That's why I thought it was. I didn't know Neo was going to drop in. Neo, your timing was just off the Richter. Awesome, dude. We've just had Matt having his nuclear meltdown like normal. I was listening on YouTube and jumped in and thought, that's it, I've got to kick this rock down the road. I've given him a booting, and he was actually asking to talk to DJ. And you know what? When these clowns don't want to talk to me and they want to talk to DJ, I'm all good for that. I'm sitting back, and next thing you've dropped in, big stick out, start whacking him. That was
well, yeah,
gold.
he started aggravating me just because he's just saying nonsense.
Yeah,
he plays this game, right? What he's trying to do is, like, he keeps trying to get DJ to, he'll try to fast talk and then say, "You agree with that, right?" Right? The first part of it you might agree with, and then there'll be a sentence in the middle you don't agree with, and then there'll be a sentence at the end you do agree with. He's trying to get you to agree to the whole thing, and encase it in case something you don't agree with shit you do agree with. So you can pull out the thing that you didn't agree with, but said verbally, yeah, I agree with that, and pull it out. It's like some gotcha. I fucking hate that shit, dude. I hate that game. It drives me up the wall. But also the other game of, yeah, shit's like making claims about what's observed when he has that dude hasn't ever looked at anything. He doesn't know what's observed, what's not observed, what it says in the literature. He's sitting here Googling on the fly the source that DJ gave him, right? The whole sinking thing. He Googled it and looked up and then read it to DJ as if, oh, I'm educating DJ. I'm gonna read what DJ gave me back to him and pretend I found it.
Yeah, his argument was that because the people in the citation that he looked up think that the Earth's a globe, therefore I'm wrong. Something.
Yeah, that was his troll. That only Globers can see thinking.
Yeah. Just tactics, man. Debate Bro tactics. Yeah, these guys are just like they're good for training bags. That's about it. You never expect intellectual honesty from them. Just learning how to deal with freaking...
It's like waves crashing against a storm wall, right? You've seen those like storm walls they make out of giant pieces of like concrete, and like the waves just crash and crash and crash. Now eventually maybe they'll wear the wall away, but it's gonna be a while. And these guys just can't stop. It's like, bro, your arguments, you're just crashing against the seawall, man, and the waves just bounce back into the ocean. You're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, he tries to get everybody yelling and fucking, everybody up in an uproar, right? He's just trying to gaslight the room, right? Like that's his whole objective, Matt Nuclear.
I know he's probably in another VC right now doing some other thing there.
Hey guys, no long time no see. How you guys been?
I don't recognize you. Who are you?
Israel.
That doesn't help.
I've talked. I thought I talked to you before. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one of these other guys know you.
Does anybody else here know me?
Are you flat or globe? Doesn't affect anything. I'm just curious.
Fuck. I don't know, man. I'm here for you guys to convince me of whatever you think.
We're not convincing anybody.
Well, how did they convince you in the first place? What they
Nobody
do?
has.
Interesting.
Nobody has. I just I open
So
to
you weren't-
whatever.
You didn't get convinced in kindergarten? You weren't convincing?
I don't know.
When they're like, Earth's a globe. You say, hey, dude, look over there behind the teacher. There's a globe. Do you live on that thing? That didn't convince you?
Maybe. I don't even remember. I don't remember being taught that in kindergarten. I don't think anybody told me like, "Hey, that's a globe or a flat Earth" in kindergarten. Did they do that
There's
to
like
you?
globes in every classroom, man. Were you homeschooled or something?
I was for a while. That might be why I don't remember.
Well, good on your parents for not buying a globe.
I know, man. But what do you think?
I think reality is just the way it presents itself. Flat and motionless.
Cool.
I know, it's so crazy, right? Hey, man, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. Fucking crazy talk. Lock him up in the asylum. He thinks flat things that look flat are flat. Oh my god, he's nuts. He thinks that things that don't seem like they're moving, they're not moving. He thinks the sun moves because he sees it move. He's crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, who's the crazy people? The people that say, oh, you're moving, you just can't feel it. Oh, you're moving. That's not the sun moving, you're moving. It's not the stars moving,
You know
you're
how
moving.
acceleration works?
So
Yeah,
so
that's a concept.
So you
Well,
think
in your
that
head, you have
You've
no
never
evidence that there
driven a
is an
car
acceleration.
or been in the
Wouldn't you?
car.
Yeah, I know how it works, but you have no evidence there actually is an acceleration happening.
I didn't make that claim. You said that.
Well, hold on. Let me get. So you think that if we are on a spinning ball, that we should feel that spin?
No, I didn't say that. I said there's no
Oh.
reason why I should think the opposite of what I experience.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the spinning.
That's how far gone people are. Just saying, hey, dude, I experienced no motion, and I've concluded that I'm not in motion.
Okay, wait.
People
Let me ask
people
a question
think
then.
that
Do you
that's
know how
crazy talk.
acceleration works? Do you know how acceleration works?
Yes. And if
Okay,
you're on a
so-
curvilinear path, you're accelerating, dude.
No, I need to. So humans don't feel motion; they feel acceleration. Do you
Yes,
understand
I know.
that? Right.
If you're on a spinning ball, are you accelerating?
Yeah. No, that's not necessarily.
Are you
true.
accelerating if you're on the surface of a spinning ball?
No, you could be.
No?
Yes.
Want to bet money?
You could be moving very slowly. You could be. Have you never been on like like a merry-go-round that just goes at a constant speed?
No, that's a different argument, right? That's a different argument than saying it's not accelerating. That's saying it's accelerating so small that you can't feel it. That's a totally different argument. No. You're full of great reputations. Nuh-uh and nuh-uh and uh-uh.
Well, I mean,
I think you're misunderstanding basic like maths and physics here.
Basic maths and physics. You don't know any maths or physics.
He thinks the accent's gonna work, right? For him.
Look, brother.
Wait, well, you're attacking where I'm from.
You're on a spinning ball.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, your
That's an
prompt is
acceleration.
fucking bullshit.
Otherwise, after 24 hours.
No, that's wrong. Just because something's spinning doesn't mean it's accelerating.
No. If you are a thing on the surface of a spinning ball, well, a spinning. How'd you end up going in a different direction after 12 hours if you're not accelerating? How'd you change direction?
What do you mean change direction?
If you're on the surface of a spinning ball, let's say I'm on the equator, right? And
Yeah.
I'm spinning. I'm on one side, and 12 hours later, I'm on the other side, spinning in the opposite direction.
You're not spinning in the opposite direction. You're spinning in one direction.
My tangential motion.
Oh God, go.
Do you know what a tangent is?
I understand what a tangent is. I feel like you
Okay,
don't know what
there's
acceleration
a tangential velocity. So at noon, my tangential velocity is, let's say, the Earth's orbiting the sun, and at noon, my acceleration on my spinning Earth is going in the direction of the orbit, and then 12 hours later, it's going against the direction of the orbit. How did that happen if I wasn't accelerating?
What?
You just put yourself on mute, dude. You're too dumb to be here.
You don't even know what acceleration is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
You're like, I can't feel anything moving, therefore there's no acceleration.
Yeah, therefore I'm not
That's
moving.
not what he said. That is nowhere near what he said.
I said I can't feel anything moving. It is perfectly rational to conclude that you're not moving.
Yeah,
is that not rational?
No, absolutely not.
So
not.
Say it again out loud. Say it in a sentence.
Wait.
It's irrational
Have you
to
flown in a
conclude
plane?
that you're
Have you
not
flown in a plane?
moving
Have you
if
flown
you
in a
don't
plane,
feel
sir?
motion.
Have you flown in a plane? Have you
Yes,
ever flown
lots
in a
of
plane?
times.
Okay. So when do you feel the plane moving?
All the
entire
fucking time.
No, you do not. That's a fucking lie.
Broke this guy in the first minute, man.
Dude, I literally took 10 flights. Look, bro, I took
Feel
between
the plane
December
moving when it's taking off, and
between
you feel the plane
December
moving as it's
12th
coming down.
and February 20 something. I took 12 flights. You feel the plane move the entire time. You're full of shit.
What was the point of giving the date there?
Yeah, that's so fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, the point was that I've flown a lot in a very compact period of time. Okay, that was the point.
You dude.
So lots of flights. I've been on a plane. You feel the motion of the plane. Okay.
Yes, when it's taking off and
point.
it's landing.
Pardon me?
Like you can have a drink in a cup on a plane and it sits there just fine. Like you're gonna feel vibrations maybe, but he's talking about accelerating and decelerating.
Look, there's no doubt that somebody on the surface of a body on the surface of a spinning ball has an acceleration. There's no doubt.
That acceleration is outward. The centripetal force is outward. It's radially outward.
What creates the outward force?
That's the centripetal acceleration that you're talking
about. Yeah, yes, an acceleration. Thank you. Game over.
It's outward and against gravity, though, and you can measure that. People have taken scales up to the North Pole, for example.
Stop. Don't make shit up, please.
I wasn't there, but I read about it.
Not true. Look, look, even Neil deGrasse Tyson has conceded this. He said that he told people for 30 fucking years that you would weigh something different at the equator than at the poles because of the centrifugal acceleration of the Earth spinning. He has since recanted
and
that.
It's true. It's like less than 1%.
Not true. Because there's more Earth at the equator, remember? You have a bulge. So there's more mass there. So that more mass, it exactly cancels out the centripetal force. So it weighs exactly the same. So stop making shit up.
So hostile.
No, look, bro. People come in here all the time, and just like we've been doing this a decade. There's nothing you're gonna pull out of your rabbit hat that we haven't heard.
But I'm still confused. Do you think the Earth is flat or a globe? I don't even. Oh, okay. I was confused. I was listening, but I didn't catch on.
What do you think about the Antarctic trip that happened a couple of months ago?
What about it? What about it?
Did that happen or not?
I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean you don't know? Is that I thought a 24-hour cycle is not. It doesn't matter. So you're just denying the existence of that trip, are you?
No. I'm denying that it has any relevance to the shape of the Earth.
But flat earthers have claimed that like a 24-hour sun doesn't.
So what? Okay, let's say this. There's a 24-hour sun. Yeah, now what?
What?
Now what? There's a 24-hour sun. Now what? How does that prove the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat or not flat?
You're gonna have to do
it's impossible on a flat.
Yeah, that's the claim. So prove it.
What? Flat earthers made that claim. I'm not the one that made that claim.
No, right? The other dude. The other dude said it's impossible on a flat Earth. Prove it. Let's see it. What?
Bro,
well, you guys don't. If I say
prove it, dude.
What do you mean?
No.
Degen, hold up, Degen. You probably don't know because you're too busy yapping that Dylan decided to open his pie hole at a very inconvenient time. Dylan has made claims. Indio is addressing that. Degen, just hold your socks. Let the other guy get broken, and we can come back to you.
Yeah, dude, because it's a 2-year-old challenge at this point. The challenge is.
It seemed like it was the final experiment, they called it, right? But you asked me, why does it disprove that there's a flat Earth? I'm going to say you have a model. The model that I've seen is always
Wouldn't that just
like an
disprove the
AE
model?
map, right?
But wouldn't that just disprove the model?
Right, but we can say that it doesn't matter what the model is. The observables are, we have the rotating around the North Pole, and the sun has to be on a flat Earth going in these long circles, like you said, right?
Says who?
Passing through the time zones, right?
Says who?
That's the only way it could possibly work on a flat Earth to have it.
Prove it.
Bro,
Yeah,
I don't know if
it's
the
easier
Earth is
said than
flat.
done, right? You guys
We
just
have
claim.
to agree. We have to agree on certain observables here.
Yeah,
Do you disagree that the Earth, that the sun is rotating?
You're just looping back to the
following
beginning.
a circular path. Is the sun
There's no way
following
to
a circular path?
There's no way to tell.
We see where the sun is every day. We
How
see
do
that
you
the
know it's
sun,
going in a circle? From looking at it.
Well, in the globe model, it's not going in a circle, obviously, right? But if the Earth is flat, it has to be going in a circle. If the Earth is flat, the sun has to.
You're just making
It's the only way to.
claims, dude. Why does it have to be going in a circle?
No,
you're just dodging. You're just dodging.
No, you made a claim.
Right?
He's
You
making a
made a
claim,
claim it
and
has to go
you're
in a
dodging
circle.
that.
Nobody's dodging, dude. I'm asking very pointed fucking questions.
What do you think the sun is doing?
Doesn't matter what I think. It's your claim. Doesn't matter what I think.
If you're just gonna say we have no model, it doesn't matter. Like,
well, we haven't presented a model.
Yeah, okay.
You have on our behalf. Thank you.
Okay, for the sake of argument.
I'm trying to
Dylan. Dylan, I've got a quick question for you. If the Earth was flat, would the sun ever set?
No.
Excellent. They went down to Antarctica. They see the sun not setting. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth. Have a nice day.
That doesn't prove anything, because if it's circling somebody at the South Pole, then it can't also be circling the rest of the North Pole. If the sun is either circling the North Pole or it's circling the South Pole.
What is the South and North Pole? What are those things?
The North Pole is where you see Polaris overhead, and the stars are circling the North Pole. The
Has
South
anyone
Pole is the same
ever been to that place where Polaris is directly overhead?
Has anybody ever been to the North Pole? Yes.
No, been to a place, pointed their camera up, and see Polaris directly overhead. Who's done that? Nobody. No one's ever done that.
No one's ever been to the North Pole. People go to the North Pole.
No, you're confusing two different things. You're confusing a place on Earth and
you're dodging, because it doesn't matter if a person went there. Do you agree that the North Pole is where the stars circle?
Why did you just interrupt me? You're confusing.
It's because it's not relevant.
It is relevant. You're conflating a place on Earth, right? A place you can go and look up and see Polaris right overhead, and a place within a coordinate system.
The North Pole is on the coordinate system.
Oh, how do I find it?
90 degrees north longitude or latitude.
How do I find it physically in the real world? How do I know when I got to the North Pole?
You look at Polaris and you travel towards it.
And then, so I look at Polaris.
And as you travel towards it, it's gonna, and you increase your latitude to the north, you're gonna see that it goes farther and farther above your head.
Yep.
And then when it's directly 90 degrees from the horizon, you're gonna be at the North Pole.
Okay. So it's not a place on Earth.
I just said it was a place on Earth. I said how to get there.
No, you said to look at the stars.
To the right and straight on till morning. I said go to Polaris and you'll get there. That's the definition of the North Pole.
No, it isn't the definition of the North Pole, dude.
Because what do you
Polaris,
think the definition of the North Pole is?
Polaris is not on the northern celestial pole.
It may not be exactly on it, but we call it the North Star because it's very close to the
sun away from it. It's not even close.
Pardon me?
It's
Polaris
the width
is
of
not
the
close
sun
to
away from it. So you know what's going on, Dylan, because you've been in here. You were in here when we talked about coordinate systems. Okay? And I'm gonna just present this just for the point of economy. You can't prove the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. It is not possible as a matter of logic. So when I say prove it's impossible, I know you can't. There's nothing you can do about looking at the sun and proving the shape of the Earth, which Duffy conceded.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
As long as the options are flat or spherical, you can disprove that the Earth is a flat.
No, you
and
can't.
It must be spherical in order to meet the observations that we have.
Not by looking at the sun.
That's my.
You would have to demonstrate the geometric relation between the sun and the Earth. Physically, not theoretically, right? Not in some theory-laden, well, the sun is here, and there's parallel rays, and there's all these other things, which is theory-laden, right? Because then your theory has to be true. But you can't prove your theory true because the sun's inaccessible to you. You can't go there. So, no, you can't prove the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. That's like thinking you can prove your house is made of brick by looking at your neighbor's house.
This idea that the motion of the sky has no relevance to the Earth is totally
That's a different argument. Why are you straw manning me? That's you're straw manning me. Yeah, you're straw manning what I said.
You can use the sun.
You're straw manning what I said, dude. Said you can't.
I mean, there's other observations. There's other observations that we use. If we knew nothing else, then I agree with you.
It's a matter of logic.
There's a bunch of other summation of observations.
That doesn't matter. That only listen. You can stack 500 fucking inferences. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many fucking inferences you stack on top of each other. It doesn't equal one deductive proof. You guys,
the 24-hour sun is impossible on a flat Earth.
Prove it.
At least impossible on any model of the flat Earth ever been put forward.
Prove it.
It's relatively obvious. Well, if the sun is circling,
it's obvious.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, the sun has to be close and small relative to the globe model.
Yeah, says who?
What's the sun?
Otherwise, it would illuminate all of the time zones at once, right?
Well, no, you don't. No one said that. You're just making shit up.
Does that not make sense to you?
Your own flat Earth you made up in your own head.
Right there, Indio. He's made it up. He said that it would light up everything. So that means, go ahead, describe that sun to us, because that's not what we said.
If the sun was very far away from the flat Earth, then it would illuminate everything. In order to get the observable time zones that we have, you have to have a sun that's
time zones
locally illuminating. Pardon me?
What time zones are those? What are you even babbling
observable
about?
time zones.
The 39 time zones. The 39 time zones? Whatever it is.
The 32 time zones?
There's 24.
Nope.
No.
There's 19 in the north, there's 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south. So which observable time zones are you talking about?
If you're talking about like national boundaries of time zones, I'm talking about 15 degrees of longitude.
No, that's not a time zone.
Time zone. So you're just your custom definition of time zone?
Yeah, that's my custom definition of time zone, because that's how you would have noon overhead. If you have noon directly overhead. I mean, there's like daylight savings and shit like that.
Noon.
That doesn't count.
But demarking noon as a longitude, that's saying the same thing. It's just a tautology.
So we're on the same page.
With the latitude.
It's not noon at the same time everywhere. That's what I mean by time zone.
Yeah, no shit.
you're trying to poke holes in something that is an observable. We should be able to agree on. We have the sun illuminating different sections of the Earth at throughout the 24-hour cycle. Right.
So what?
So then the sun would have to be close to the Earth in order to have that phenomenon.
Says who?
Because if it were far away and illuminating the Earth, it would illuminate the whole circle.
Stack claims and start actually substantiating your claims with actual evidence for them to be true.
The only assumption is that it's illumination. Imagine
you
it as a
the
flashlight.
sun would have to be local. How do you know that?
You can take a sight on the sun, for example.
My God, dude. How do you know that?
The same trigonometry.
Oh, trigonometry.
If you know it, like
so
for
the
example,
sun follows
if you know
okay.
the distance,
so
if you know the distance,
no, hold on, no. So the sun follows the rules of trigonometry.
Any object does, yes.
That's not true.
Trigonometry is pure mathematics. It doesn't even have to do with physics.
That's right, and math is not reality. Congratulations.
So you believe in some sort of sky magic?
It's not what I believe in.
Multiple
we
places
know from,
at once.
It's not what I believe in. You're the one with beliefs.
All I'm saying is the sun is in all. The only assumption we need here is that the sun is some sort of object that's not in multiple places at once.
No. So the sun can be in one place, but when viewed from multiple places, doesn't have a common spatial reference from which all observers would have a straight line of sight that goes through it. And we actually know this to be the case with the sun. So your triangulation or your trigonometry doesn't work. It doesn't work with the globe. It doesn't work on a flat Earth. See, this is the problem you guys have.
That's why
no, it doesn't. You just believe that, dude. You've never actually
navigation works.
Bro, this shit has been modeled all out in AutoCAD.
It's hundreds of years old. It's just spherical trigonometry. But
bro,
if you imagine
you're
that the
just
Earth
talking
is
out your
flat,
ass.
you should. Spherical trigonometry is how celestial navigation works. That's the truth. You can look that up if you don't know.
Yeah, that's fucking fantastic. But we're talking about the sun in the sun's position for an observer on Earth.
So if you imagine the Earth is flat, then you should be able to know the distance to where it is at noon, right? Like, let's say you're 15 degrees of longitude away from wherever the sun is at noon. You can take a sight on the sun. You know that distance over the Earth. You should be able to calculate the height of the sun, just the way surveyors calculate an elevation point.
You're assuming shit. You're assuming that you can triangulate the sun's position, which you can't do.
Yeah, the sun is like some kind of physical ball object that is actually right there.
You wouldn't be able to do this within the globe model. And we know this because you can take, right, Dylan, really simple. You can take
Why
time
wouldn't
and date.
trigonometry work?
Because it doesn't. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't work. Because we can model it all out. We can model it all out into a 3D program, right? We can take time and date or SunCalc. We can put it in a 3D program like AutoCAD or Blender, and we can make a little globe, put people on it, take the azimuth and elevation angles that we got from time and date or SunCalc, right? And then we take the lines of sight and we try to intersect them at a sun. And guess what? They don't fucking intersect.
Because it's not fucking flat. That's why it doesn't work.
On a globe, it doesn't intersect, genius.
What?
What? He was talking about using the globe model.
This is the problem you guys have. You guys just think it all works. And we sit here telling you that it doesn't work. And you're like, yeah, it works. You've never actually looked to see if it does work. You just believe it.
The globe model assumes that the sun is 93 million miles away, so the light is essentially parallel when it's getting to us.
So if I go in AutoCAD, right, and I create a sphere, right, or a white ellipsoid of the size they say the Earth is, and I take a couple locations on the same longitude on Earth, and then I go looking time and date, and I get the positions, and I get the sun elevation angle, and I get the sun azimuth, and then I draw the lines of sight from each observer. Shouldn't those intersect at the sun 93 million miles away?
Well, something like that would be interesting.
Two different observers.
I'd like to
I'm
see
thinking
somebody
about
do
what
that.
you're saying. I'm thinking about. Give me a second.
Shouldn't they
Yes,
they're
they
both
should.
looking at the
Yes,
sun.
yeah.
They
Especially
should
if
be
you know how to
nearly
use
parallel
AutoCAD.
lines that intersect with the sun 93 million miles away. But when you
Yes.
do this, sometimes it's behind the observers.
Well, the only other issue is that you have the atmospheric lensing. That would be the only other issue that I would think.
That makes it triangulate behind the observers.
Triangulate behind the observers.
Behind the observers, that's right. Negative angles. Yeah, so we have this thing that, like, you guys, I don't know, maybe you don't know about, called negative parallax.
Negative parallax. I
That's
don't
right,
think I know
negative
what that
parallax.
is. I know what parallax is.
Yeah, so if you do the math out, your triangulation math, that you're looking at something and it's behind you. Because that's where the lines of sight intersect, behind you. Behind the direction you're looking at.
I would have to see what you're talking about. That makes no sense.
I know it makes no sense, but that's what the data shows. That's what it is. Doesn't make sense because you're assuming shit. You're assuming that your Euclidean idea about how the world works, right, or even the non-Euclidean spherical idea, that geometry is the way the world works, and that if I do something on Earth, like triangulate a building that's 10 miles away, I should be able to do it with objects in the sky or the sun or all these things. That's never been the case.
We do that all the time. Like that's
no, we don't.
That's what astronomers do.
They don't triangulate anything. I just told
They
you
use
negative
parallax, I think,
parallax.
to figure out the distance of the moon where they have the lasers. That's what parallax is. It's triangulation.
Negative parallax, dude.
That's what your binocular vision does. You have a space between your eyes and you get a slightly different angle to an object so you can gauge the distance to it. That's when you every day when you look at something, you know how far
I know
away it is.
stereoscopic vision is, dude.
So stereoscopic vision is essentially the same principle as parallax.
I understand that.
Yeah, what happens when
we
the
measure
shift
negative
is the wrong
parallax?
way? What happens when the
Negative
shift's the wrong
parallax.
way? Right.
Yeah,
What do you mean by negative parallax?
It shifts the wrong way. Okay, with your binoculars argument, when you switch from your left eye to your right eye, it shifts to the opposite eye. So it shifts left to right, right from left. What happens if it went the wrong way?
He can't even conceive of it. It's fucking funny.
That's the problem, Dylan. They're measuring this shit going the wrong way. That's what he's talking about.
I'm gonna post a diagram of parallax, right?
Don't they say it's happening like 60% of the time, negative parallax?
Dude, yeah.
Like more than half?
Parker's catalog, it's like something like it was something like 60% of the stars in the catalog. Half of them have negative parallax, half of them have no parallax.
I don't even think he'd be able to comprehend if you taught him.
I posted a diagram in the chat. Now, you see this diagram? This is regular parallax. Now, imagine they're looking up here at this star, but the angles they're measuring diverge. And they converge behind the observer.
I think he was having connection issues, India. Dropped.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's not. Yeah, he's not even in here. Shoot. Convenient.
That's probably why he went quiet, because his connection dropped out. I thought it was a pause for, did that little pause for thought there. I was going to say, wow, he's broken.
Dude, they're so convinced that every observation, everything matches the globe no matter what. When they hear something where it doesn't match, they can't, it doesn't even register in their brain. It like bounces off like a rubber ball.
There he is, he's back again. Hopefully his connection's fixed. Yo, Dylan, you back?
I'm back. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
What is negative parallax?
Okay. See, when you were talking about your binoculars,
Binocular vision or stereoscopic vision, yeah.
yeah. And when you switch, open one eye, close and switch, and the image jumps.
Yeah.
What would you say if the image jumped the wrong way?
One more time. You cut out a little bit.
I think it's your end, bro. What would you say when you were switching eyes?
Yeah.
If the image jumped the wrong way?
If the image jumped the wrong way.
Yeah.
I would think there's something wrong with my eyeballs.
Excellent, because that's negative parallax. That's what's happening.
%30 of the stars in the Hipparchus catalog, which is hundreds of thousands of stars, not millions, have negative parallax values. There's a reason that they say all this shit's so far away. It's because the tools that we would use to measure things on Earth, the techniques, they don't work looking at the stars in the sky, and none of it works. So just say, just willy-nilly for no reason when we know it doesn't work, to say, hey, flat earthers, use the technique. We know it doesn't work, and use that. I have a better idea. Abandon your philosophical uniformitarianism and move on. Because that's really the problem. Is think that there's one for every environment and reality that we experience, there's a universal rules that apply to all of them, in that you can just take them from one domain and just attach it to another domain, and they just work equally as if nothing ever happened. There's no basis for that. It's just wishful thinking.
You know what my favorite thing in Indio is how the planets, the planetary orbits in the globe model match the wobble of the Earth.
What do you mean match the wobble? Oh, like the equinox thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That thing that Stone did too was pretty crazy with the what was it? The aberration, and they're supposed to make these like little circle, like stars are supposed to make circles depending on what latitude you're on if you plot them over a year. And then Stone graphed it all out, and it turned out that was all horseshit. It's crazy. Stone is something else, man. Like, really, dude, he's fucking. As far as like, what do they call it? Chopping wood. If you want to use that as an analogy, he's a fucking wood chopper, bro. He just goes, he's like, I have an idea. I'm gonna figure this out the fucking hard way. And he goes on there and he crunches the numbers, makes spreadsheets, does all this shit. Like, wow, bro. Like, goes through tables and
For
tables and
fun.
tables of data.
For fun.
Yeah. That's what I mean, dude. He's like chopping wood. It's like, hey, we need some firewood. We don't need firewood. He's like, I'm gonna go out there and chop it anyway. Like, so just to recap, 24-hour sun can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth because it's theory-laden nonsense. You have to say, okay, I have 20 premises, and all these premises have to be true. And if they are, then the Earth can't be flat. You guys just say, you just skip the part where, like, I made all these premises of reality, which I just think are true.
Indio, I heard you use a term that I'm not familiar with earlier, negative parallax. Can you explain what that is again? And so basically, if I look up some table of stellar parallax and I see a number that's negative, what takeaway should I take from that?
I don't know what you should take it away. Like, this is what I take away from it. That's all I'm going to say is what I take away from it. That they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That there's a lot of assumptions made in astronomy about how everything is. And they have to discard data that doesn't agree with what they already presuppose to be true. And they just discard it and just pretend it doesn't exist. A negative parallax would be like, I mean, Sheepdog kind of explained it. It's just they're looking at a star over the course of a year, and 6 months apart, it'll be shifted from its, like, say you do the initial observation at January 1st. Then 6 months later, you do another observation. Right? That star will appear shifted from what. Now, it's not a naive shift. It'll be a calculated position. So I'll do the observation, okay, and then I'll calculate a position where I should observe it in 6 months, and then based upon that calculation, I'll see it someplace. Right?
So why is it significant when a negative number comes up?
Because that means that means the angles diverge.
Assuming that number is real,
It would
right?
be like if you looked at it right. If you're looking at something and you close your right eye and you're looking at it with your left eye, it would shift left. And if you opened your right eye and closed your left eye, it would shift right. But instead, the inverse is happening. When you open your left eye, it shifts right, and when you open your right eye, it shifts left.
Is DJ here?
Yeah, because I just threw it into Google. 5-second Google search. It's just statistical noise. So basically, when the noise of your signal is higher than the uncertainty of your tools, like, if your thing can measure, 0.005, if your thing can measure like 0.5 arc seconds plus or minus whatever amount, and if your value is very close to zero, then sometimes you'll end up with negative numbers if your noise is too much, and that's it. So I don't think that's really significant at all. So there's noise in our measurements. Yeah, there's noise in our measurements sometimes, and that gives us physically meaningful results, but that doesn't mean that physics isn't real.
Okay, that's a nice cope, but is there any evidence that's the actual reason? Because 30% of the 30% of the stars in the Hipparchus catalog have a negative parallax.
Okay,
30%.
So in order to answer that question, I would need more information. Specifically, what was the error? What was the error in the tools that they were using? Like, what were they rated for? And what was the average, sort of signal noise that they were dealing with? And then that would be it, right? Because like, look, I do measurements and stuff all the time with like a multimeter, and it's very well known that if you're meant to be measuring zero voltage, your multimeter is going to be jumping back and forth between like plus 0.00001 and negative 0.00001. That's what true zero is, and that just comes down to the uncertainty of it.
Shouldn't be floating around. You got something
brother,
wrong if your ground's floating, dude.
So you're getting three values. You're getting parallax, no parallax, and negative parallax. Which one's the noise? Are they all noise?
Well, the way you measure parallax, it would come down to the actual angular resolution of whatever optical system you're using, right? I mean, to really get into like, no, because you would need to identify a specific survey with a specific telescope in the specific conditions, and then we can actually start answering these questions. You know what I mean? So until you're ready to provide that data, then I don't even know. You said Park survey? Okay, can you tell me something about the instrumentation used in that survey?
The Hipparchus telescope. Now, it's not as straightforward as that because the position that it's supposed to be in is calculated. Because this is also another thing that's theory-laden. Stellar aberration. Okay? You got to compensate for that.
Yeah. So my question to you would be, what do the astronomers who produced that survey, what do they have to say about it? Right? When they say, hey, well, I mean, what do they say? Do they say that this negative parallax indicates some kind of exotic
astronomy
motion?
is wrong? What they published was all of astronomy is wrong for the last 200 years because we measured a shitload of negative parallax. So all our assumptions about how that worked are wrong. We're all going back home. That's what they did.
No, it just means the parallax was too small to measure with the tools that they had.
Do you think that they're going to say they're wrong? No, Quantum. You think they're going to say they're wrong?
Okay, what if they say?
You know who Halton Arp is? You know who Halton Arp is?
No, I don't know who Halton Arp is.
So Halton Arp was an astronomer.
That's fine. Let me finish this first.
No, dude. You need to hear this. So Halton Arp was an astronomer. Okay, he was Edwin Hubble's PhD student. Okay, so the Hubble expansion, all that shit. He published a book called The Atlas of Unusual Galaxies and Quasars. He published it, and he falsified redshift, which all astronomy is based on, which would also falsify the Hubble expansion, and the Big Bang, and all the other shit. Want to know what they did to him? You can never use the fucking telescope again. Okay? You think they're going to admit they're wrong? No, they're going to do the same thing they always do. They're going to fucking adjust parameters, come up with bullshit, how whatever they observed also fits into their paradigm. Same with dark matter, same with dark energy.
So you're saying once upon a time there was an astronomer who falsified data, therefore redshift doesn't exist? Is that
he falsified redshift as a theory.
Yeah, he did not falsify data. That's a misrepresentation.
I took an observational astronomy class, Astronomy 301 at San Francisco State University. I measured redshift myself. It's real.
Oh, okay. So can an object have blue and redshift at the same time?
Yes, very large rotating stars can have their edge that's rotating away from you be slightly blue shifted, and then the edge that's rotating towards you be slightly red shifted.
Hubble redshift, dude. caused by the Hubble expansion, that redshift. The cosmic distance ladder?
Yeah, distance objects are moving away from us. The faster they go faster, the more distant you are, and therefore the more distant objects are more redshifted.
Okay. Yeah. So can it be blue shifted and red shifted? Can be coming at you and moving away at the same time.
Like I said, if you have a large rotating object like a star or a galaxy, the edge that's rotating away from you may be blue shifted, and the edge that's rotating towards you is red shifted. And
well, it would have to be very close.
Well, I mean, it's called God. There was I knew a guy who was doing his thesis on it. It's like radial velocity measurements or something like that. Like, yeah, it's a real thing.
They would have to be very, very close. Because the further away something is, the more it's going to be redshifted. And that redshift is because it has a greater velocity. Because the universe is accelerating. It's an accelerating expansion. So there's no possibility that it could be blue and red at the same time.
Well, redshift and blue shift are all with reference to some baseline, right? So if it's like perfectly stationary and not moving away or towards you, then it's also rotating, and then you see that one edge is blue shifted, one edge is red shifted. You'd be like comparing that relative to the center. Oh, well, actually, yeah, no, I just answered my own question. So the whole thing is moving away from you. No, hang on. The whole thing is moving away from you, but the left edge is rotating away from you. The right edge is rotating towards you. So the center is like, you know what I mean? That's your baseline. So you measure it. You measure the redshift relative to the redshift of the center. That's it. There you go.
Hubble expansion.
Yes.
Do you not understand what Hubble expansion is? Everything is moving away from each other. Even the center.
All right. So you hold up an egg, right? I'm dividing that egg mentally into 3 regions. There is the left edge, which is rotating towards me. There's the right edge, which is rotating away from me. And then there's the center, which is moving away from me. So the whole thing is moving away from me, but the center is moving away from me that's the Hubble expansion, right? Just the center. So that means that the center is going to have normal frequency redshifted with Hubble expansion, right? The right edge is going to have normal frequency redshifted with Hubble expansion plus redshifted because it's rotating away from me. And then the left edge is going to have normal frequency redshifted because of Hubble expansion minus blue shifting because it's rotating away from me. So they're going to be slightly different.
It's going to be
just compare it based on the center.
good try though. It's going to be redshifted less. Okay.
Yes, that means blue shifted.
Red
shifted less. It's going to be red shifted less. It's going to be blue shifted, right?
And I said blue shift. I didn't say red shifted less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying things can be red shifted more on one side than the other if they're rotating relative to you.
But this is red shift and blue shift in the same astronomical object.
Like I said,
That's
because
the whole point of the falsification, dude. I know you want to defend it and you don't
once
understand.
Upon a time. Okay, so what did I measure then? Am I lying? Did I make up the data that I measured when I fucking sent it and collected it and sent it through a fucking spectrometer that we have in the basement? Like, what came out of it? Was there some like
you didn't measure the acceleration of? You did not measure the acceleration of an object.
I observed redshift in the hydrogen spectrum.
But redshift is not a measure of the shit moving.
That's literally what it is, dude. That's the Doppler effect.
No, that's what you think it is. That's what it is hypothetically. But Halton Arp falsified that hypothesis.
Dude, like I said,
science, go right back to it, right? Halton Arp falsified the hypothesis that redshift is based upon the Hubble expansion. He was Hubble's PhD student.
All right, I'll rephrase what I said then, just to avoid all the little. So when I measured the light from a star, I observed a light spectrum, a frequency spectrum, consistent with the absorbance spectrum of hydrogen and other common. It was like hydrogen and that frequency spectrum was shifted towards red relative to frequency spectrums I have measured here on the surface of the Earth. Okay? Therefore, whatever it was that was emitting that light, I know that number one, it's composed of hydrogen, and number two, it's receding away from me. Now, is that because due to the Hubble expansion of the universe?
Don't know it's receding away from you.
Okay,
you
so
don't
then
know
why
it's
was that light
receding away.
redshifted?
That's theory. That part's theory. What you do know is you captured, bro, listen, you captured some light. It did a certain thing. You compared it to some other light. That's what you do know. Actually know. Why it did that, the cause of that, that's theory. That's hypothesis. You don't know why that happened.
Okay, so tell me, what are some things that can cause light to reduce?
Well, I mean, his theory was tired light. It's called a tired light theory, which I'm not going to get way into right now because it's complicated. There's other theories. There's other hypotheses for redshift.
Such as what? So if that object that I observed was not receding away from me, explain what caused the frequency to be redshifted.
Nobody knows.
Oh, convenient. Just how nobody knows what a lunar eclipse is. How nobody knows what the counter-rotating celestial poles are.
No, the claimed reason that they thought they knew was wrong. Alton Art proved it wrong. That's how it works.
And you have
There's
no
a hypothesis
explanation.
When you do a test, and then the test shows the hypothesis is wrong. Really simple.
So what is the alternate explanation? I mean, because clearly we have these observations.
You don't need an alternate explanation.
Oh, the answer is just we don't know. But the one thing we do know 100% is that the Earth isn't around.
That's right. You don't know. Amazing. Yeah, that's right. You don't know. Is that scaring you?
And how are you so certain that it's not receding away from us?
Art falsified it. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't give a fuck what some guy said, dude. Look, listen.
It's not what he said.
It doesn't change the fact that the light is redshifted, and it doesn't change the fact that it's consistent with an object moving. Like, do you accept that emitted light undergoes a Doppler shift when it's receding away, when the source is receding away from you? Can we just agree on that? No. So now we're denying. Now we're denying that Doppler shifting of light is really.
Yeah, really.
How does radar work?
Is radar light?
Yes.
Radar's light now.
Radio waves have always been electromagnetic radiation. That is light. The only difference between radio waves, microwaves, and the light that's coming out of your phone is the wavelength.
Okay, all light is electromagnetic radiation. All electromagnetic radiation isn't light. Okay?
No, by definition, light is electromagnetic radiation. That's what it is.
I know. It's a category of electromagnetic radiation, but all electromagnetic radiation isn't light.
Give me an example of electromagnetic radiation that would not qualify as light.
Radar.
Radar is radio waves.
You just brought it up. Radar.
No. Radar. Oh my God.
Radio waves. Terahertz.
Have you never heard of the electromagnetic spectrum?
Dude, your posturing is a joke.
You don't know basic
literal
physics.
Fucking joke.
You just told me radar is not a form of light.
Not light.
It absolutely is.
Look, light
then
is
why do we use the
spectrum of electromagnetic radiation,
dude, yes.
including, but we can't see it, infrared.
Okay, dude. Okay, listen. E equals E naught E to Euler's number raised to the.
Are you reading that right
omega,
now?
No. I'm trying to do off memory. It's like E naught. I literally had a fucking optics final, a laser science final 2 days ago, dude. So E naught E to the I omega t minus kz. Okay, that is the equation for a plane wave of light. That's the most basic sort of form that you can model a light wave. Okay, if you want to model a radio wave, you plug in an omega that is larger. Okay, that's it. Omega equals 2 pi f. Omega equals 2 pi f, which is equal to 1 over the wavelength divided by the whatever. You convert from the frequency to the
thanks for fucking goddamn sophomore physics. Nobody gives a shit. Is there a point to this?
Yeah, the point is that you don't understand it. You don't understand that
It's
radar
not light.
is
Okay,
light.
radar
You
is
don't
not
understand,
light.
you don't understand that radar waves are electromagnetic radiation that are the same as visible light. You don't understand that you can start with a very, very high frequency light, and then when it undergoes redshifting, you observe it in like a lower energy wave. But it's the same wave. Radar is light. The way that radar works is by measuring the Doppler shift when it's reflected off moving objects. So if the object is moving faster towards you, the radar wave returns at a higher frequency because it underwent Doppler shift. That's literally what radar is. That's how it works. You can Google it and educate yourself on this stuff. Okay, if you ever built a radio, you understand.
Google is an advertising agent. Google is an advertising agency. You pay to be on top of that thing. So whoever pays is their answer is the correct one.
What would you accept as a source as to how a radar works, Professor Triangle?
Know how radar works, dude. You probably
how does
before you
radar
were
work?
born.
Explain it to me then. Explain it to me. How does
Not
radar
light.
work?
A current radar system?
How does radar
like
work?
electronics?
How does a radar tell if something is moving towards me or away from me?
There's two ways. They can measure time of flight. They don't shoot off one pulse, right? They shoot off lots of pulses, and they measure time of flight and the return signal.
He's Googling it.
I'm not Googling it. I'm waiting for Indio to explain to me.
I just
I'm not
did.
Googling it.
Time of flight, dude.
Time of flight.
Yeah, you shoot it, okay, at T0, you freaking shoot it, then 1 second later, you get a ping back. Then you shoot another one, then 2 seconds later, you get a ping back. Oh, it fucking moved further away. There's nothing to do with that.
And so you're telling me that there are no radar systems that use Doppler shift in order to measure relative velocity.
There are radar systems that use Doppler shift for the weather.
Okay, so radar, as in radio waves, can undergo a Doppler shift due to relative motion. We're agreeing on that?
Yeah, this is all great and academic and very...
Radar waves, radio waves are electromagnetic radiation.
Okay.
All light is electromagnetic radiation, and all light undergoes Doppler shift due to relative motion.
Really?
That is basic physics. Yeah, it's basic physics. Like you said, 10th grade. I literally learned this in 10th grade. So, seriously.
So then that means that if to have air pressure, you have to have a container, don't you?
No, due to the hydrostatic equilibrium, and thanks for pivoting away, since clearly you've conceded on this whole topic. Since obviously you don't want to talk about it anymore.
You'll see how I can walk you into like a hole you can't get out of.
There are two completely unrelated topics. Do you want to stay on topic, or do you want to concede and pivot?
Does gravity pull light?
Anyway,
does gravity pull light?
It's funny that you're crying about going off topic when we were talking about the distance.
All photons are metal.
We're talking about the distance that the redshift has been falsified, and then you're talking about radar. And then you make the basis claim that that's how the stars are working the same way. You have no idea if that's the case, and you lied when you sat there and talked mad shit about you doing redshift measurements. You're a fucking liar.
No, I'm not a liar.
Yeah, you are.
Literally, no.
Bro, because I know how they're done, and you're a fucking liar. Okay, tell me. Tell me about the Doppler. Tell me about the Doppler line broadening.
Doppler line broadening is what I was talking about when you have something that's rotating and part of it is rotating away from you.
When you took your redshift measurement, how did you compensate for Doppler line broadening? See, you have an idea about how spectroscopy works. It doesn't work the way you guys think it does.
Okay,
way more technical than the way you guys make it out to be.
He was thinking about it.
Lots of confounding variables, and oftentimes the spectrograph is smeared. And you need to take a bunch of fucking theory and run it and filter it through numbers, and then come up with some resulting thing. and say, "Hey, this is what we observed." It's not
Yeah,
straightforward the way you're making it out to be. But that doesn't matter.
We have one of the professors that does radio astronomy, and he has access to a spectrometer, and we basically logged in.
Interpretation is theory laden. Did you not just hear that?
No.
No.
We logged in onto like a virtual portal, like an online portal, to this observatory in Northern California, and
one day
that's where the spectrometer is. Yeah, and they have a telescope, and you point it at the telescope, and it sends the light through a fiber optic straight into the spectrometer downstairs.
Okay, that's fantastic. And then you get a signal. That signal has to be interpreted. Okay?
Yeah.
There's confounding variables. And you're actually probably post-processing it. Probably a bunch of shit you're doing. Probably doing point spread functions and all sorts of shit. But that's not the point.
Point spread functions.
The point is, it is hypothetical that it's not even a fucking viable hypothesis anymore. It's hypothetical that redshift is caused by the expansion of the motion of the stars. That's just been falsified. It's over, dude. It's been over. Dude, you understand that, like, right now, like, astronomy and astrophysics is going through a fucking crisis? None of their shit is matching.
Talking about, dude? Are you talking about Hubble tension? Are you talking about Hubble tension?
No.
Okay, like what? What are you talking about then?
Type 1A supernova, and that expansion of the universe not matching the quasar data.
That sounds like Hubble
There's all
tension.
sorts of problems, which also doesn't match the fucking CMB, which also doesn't. None of this shit matches anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Lambda CDM model is done. Done. It's fucking.
Yeah. Well, personally, I'm more of a timescapes model guy myself, so I'm kind of okay with Lambda CDL kind of going away. And besides, I'm not an astrophysics guy. I'm a materials science. I usually work with matter light interactions. But like I said,
does air pressure require a container?
Does what require a container?
Air pressure.
No, it doesn't. And so anyway, redshifting is caused by relative movements. You can't propose an alternative mechanism that even makes any sense or accounts for observations.
Don't need to. It's falsified. You can't account that mechanism. The mechanism you just said can't account for observation. What are you talking about?
Light undergoes Doppler shifting. I don't know who told you that it doesn't, or who told you that radar isn't light.
Okay.
But it is.
Yes.
You should go review your basic electrodynamics.
Yeah, that's great. You know? Light will undergo Doppler shifting, but they're looking at stars that are red and blue shifted at the same time.
Yeah, so what you're describing is like what you just said earlier, the Doppler broadening. Is that what you called it? Or
Doppler line broadening is a whole separate thing that's caused by
No, it's literally the same thing.
It's caused by the chromosphere.
It's caused by the what?
Chromosphere.
What is
because
the chromosphere?
The emission lines because you don't have super sharp emission lines, dude.
Yeah, and
okay,
you know about fine structure splitting, right?
Yeah, but that happens inside. That happens.
What is fine structure splitting?
That happens in the center of the sun, dude. You talking about the triple alpha reaction?
No. What is fine structure splitting?
You talking about the fine structure kind, the hyperfine emission line of hydrogen.
Yeah. So what is it?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it comes from where they say it comes from because it's not possible.
What causes that hyperfine splitting of spectral lines?
So see fusion of hydrogen into helium.
No, that's what emits the light. So what I'm asking is why, and if we calculate it and there's meant to be one spectral line right here, why instead do we find two very small spectral lines right next to each other?
good
What
question
explains that?
because it shouldn't happen.
No, it's actually perfectly explained by quantum mechanics. It's called
Explained. Oh, it is.
Yeah. It's called fine structure splitting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
With bound atoms.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have an electron,
so how do you have bound
and
atoms in a plasma? How do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
How do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
Yeah, bound electrons. The sun's supposed to be plasma. So how do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
You can go take a class on radiated processes from MIT Open.
Yeah, you don't have an answer. No one ever has an answer for this. I've asked
because I already
tons of
I don't know how
people.
many
I've
times
asked
I told you. I'm not told you I'm not an
PhDs this
astrophysicist.
question. None of you guys have an answer.
I'm
How
not an astrophysicist.
is there? How is it? Look. I understand how it works. You have the excited
state. Yeah, it's quantum mechanics. Yeah.
You have the excited state and the stable state of the atom. When the electron goes from the unstable state to the rest state, right? It emits at a certain frequency. Right? Correct? Is that right? But that's for a bound atom. That's for a bound electron. But you don't have bound electrons in the center of the sun. You have a plasma. So it should just be all fucking white noise of electrons being accelerated by, what do they call it? The ponderomotive force.
No, so when you have that excited electron and it falls back down to its ground state and it emits a photon with
you don't have
energy.
Bound electrons. Temperature's too high.
The electrons in a plasma can still be excited and they still relax down to the ground state.
They're okay. You have the nucleus, which is the proton, and you have the electron. The electron, the electron has to be bound to the nucleus to go from the unstable state to the stable state, right? And that's when you emit the
Dude, are you gonna?
It's not bound. There's no bound electrons in a plasma.
Am I gonna have to go take a fucking plasma physics course just to be able to explain it to you? And then at that point, you won't even accept anything I have to say because like you refuse to even look at it yourself, and you're just gonna.
I've talked to people that are experts in this. They don't have an answer either. It's bullshit. You believe bullshit.
Plasma glows, is it not?
Yeah, we're talking about the emission of a very. Now, the theory is that there's an emission at a very specific frequency. And it's that frequency because of the energy level of the hydrogen atom at that first orbital, right? So when it relaxes, it can only emit, because E equals mc squared, that, I don't even know if that's E equals, I think that's E equals h bar times V? Anyway.
Yeah, but
the point is that it's only going to emit at that. But the problem is you don't have a bound electron.
Okay,
you got rid of that when you said it was 5,000 degrees fucking Kelvin in the center of the sun.
Do you accept that the xenon in a xenon lamp is in a plasma state when that lamp is lit?
What are you talking about? They're ionized. This is completely different.
It's an ionized gas.
Yeah, it's a gas. This is a plasma.
What is the definition of a plasma? It's an ionized gas.
3 electrons and protons.
Oh, that sounds like an ionized gas to me, right?
No, because you still have that nucleus. So you still have a nucleus, right?
Oh,
you still have
protons. Yeah, dude, I can literally Google how do plasmas. Okay, but here's the thing, right? What the point I'm getting at, right? You have a plasma lamp, like an arc, right? Like an electrical arc arcing through a gas, right? And it's turning that gas into a plasma. I mean, that's literally what an electrical arc is. It's plasma. Okay. When you analyze the spectrum of that electrical arc going through that gas, it perfectly matches the expected distribution of those energy levels. So like whatever is going on, it is intimately tied to those electron energy levels within the bound atom. Now, okay, so a plasma has a lot of energy, and the electrons aren't bound to the atom. You know what? I'll like I said, I'm not an astrophysicist. Given my research field, I probably should know more about light and plasma interactions. I can tell you, but you can just Google it. I mean, no, or not Google it.
I can
You
just
can like
Google it
Google.
and get. Look, I know the story, dude.
You can just find. You can find explanations to these things. You know.
Oh boy.
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet in 30 minutes of researching, I could come up. I could answer your question and be like, here's how plasma glows, right? And like here's how we can identify the elements present in a plasma based on their spectral things, and here's how this quantum mechanics of this specific atom leads to it emitting this frequency of light, right?
No,
and
you can do that. No, don't say things like that.
I'm sure I can like find explanations for a lot of things. I can find how Frodo overcame his addiction to my precious in the One Ring. Who gives a shit?
Okay, wait. So I just want to clarify.
Explanations are worthless, dude. They are
No,
worthless.
I just want to clarify. Does light undergo a Doppler shift due to relative motion? Yes or no?
It can, yes.
It can.
That's right, it can.
Okay, so if I observe light that is redshifted, is it reasonable to conclude that the source of that light is receding from me?
Yeah, it is, until evidence is contrary to that.
Okay.
Because is it reasonable to conclude that the light that's blue shifted? No, because you're trying to cherry pick. Is it reasonable to conclude that the light moving towards you
I'm laying out
is blue
I'm laying out an argument.
Contradiction.
No, we already discussed Doppler line broadening. So my question to you would be, when you say when we my question to you would be, when we observe when you say we observe red shifting and blue shifting of the same thing at the same time, how is that like what does that observation consist of? Does it consist of like lines being broadened? Is that what we're talking about?
Like I could Google why the electron in the center of the star does XYZ. You know, you also could have Googled Halton Arp entire light. You could have Googled that too, but you don't fucking care. You will never
I'm not
look
Googling
at
anything right now because I'm not home.
Because you're a fucking bootlicker. No, you're a bootlicker.
I'm a bootlicker? Whose boots am I licking?
Bootlicker.
I'd be curious to know. I'd be curious to know whose
Apparently,
boots am I licking?
whatever the mainstream tells you, whatever you think you have to say to agree and get through your little gate, that's what you're going to say.
Yeah, whatever the Maxwell equations specifically tell me, yeah.
Yeah, I had to correct you on that, what they actually even were. You didn't even know.
The Maxwell equations?
Yeah, Heaviside equations.
Oh, the Maxwell Heaviside equations. Oh, you mean, so when you say the Maxwell Heaviside equations, you mean the Maxwell equations including corrections for displacement current?
No, when I say Maxwell's equations, I mean the 20 quaternion equations. Partial differential equations that he made when he originally wrote his treatise on electromagnetism.
Yeah, which nobody in modern physics uses because it's too cumbersome and we have a more elegant form in the Maxwell equation.
Is it wrong?
No, they're not wrong. I mean,
okay. Is it a mechanical model of the ether? Yes.
Doesn't matter what it is, dude.
Okay.
Like,
well, listen, you don't believe in the ether.
Oh my god. So
the only reason I bring it up, you guys just miss the point. You guys just you have no wisdom.
Point,
no, you miss the point.
The Maxwell equations
is to point out that
are a
just because a model works doesn't mean there's any ultimate fucking reality there.
No, but it does mean that the ultimate reality shares some significant or meaningful similarities with the models such that we can use the model to predict and explain the behavior of the real thing.
No, it doesn't explain anything, dude.
Yeah, it is. So the Maxwell equations are a mathematical model. They're basically, like a differential vector calculus kind of thing that you can use to model and describe EM waves. And when we use those Maxwell equations to design things like radios, and then we take those radio designs and build them, guess what? They fucking work. So maybe
you don't design radios with Maxwell's equations, dude.
Dude,
Yeah?
I literally had to use Maxwell equations to design an antenna 3 days ago in my
Yep.
fucking electrodynamics
Yeah,
file.
now
You
actually
idiot.
put it in a fucking radio and see if it works. See if what you put in Maxwell's equation
How do you think they
or what the
design
output comes out.
antennas, dude?
Because look, bro, because I know how the shit is actually done in the real fucking world. Okay?
Do you think that they're just like snipping different lengths of cable and just testing each one with random frequencies until something works? Come
Okay,
on.
you know what impedance mismatch is?
Repeat that one more time.
Impedance mismatch. Do you know what that is?
Impedance mismatch.
Yeah, where's that in Maxwell's equation? Impedance mismatch.
Impedance mismatch. Oh, okay. So
Let's
I know
say I
what
have a
PS
copper
is.
wire. I have my power source. It goes to the crystal. The crystal creates an electric. My quartz crystal will create an electric current that I feed through a copper wire to an aluminum antenna. What's going to happen?
Well, you can model
I'll
that
have an
with
impedance mismatch,
using.
and I'll get a reflection of the from the copper wire at where the aluminum and the copper meet, and I'll get a reflection. And Maxwell's equations will become completely fucking useless. They're useless for designing a fucking antenna, dude.
No, you could model that using the relative susceptibility and conductivity of copper and aluminum, and then you factor that in. You know, that becomes your relative your susceptibility chi-e, and then your relative permittivity, which would be epsilon r, which is 1 plus chi-e, and then you can take the square root of that to get your index of refraction, or n, and then depending on the frequency that you're sending through, in this case it would be a radio frequency, then yeah, basically what's going on is that as the radio waves are interacting with the metal, some of the radio waves energy is being absorbed as a free current within the metal. And then you have like
so it's going
attenuation.
to depend on and how much
described.
mismatch is also going to depend on how long your antenna is.
Yes, and electrical engineers.
Nobody uses Maxwell's equation for any of this shit. Nobody uses
electrical
Maxwell's
engineers use electrodynamics.
Only in an academic way. But in real life, in industry, they don't use that shit.
Yeah, I was kind of where's that used?
Electrodynamics.
He's still a kid. He's still in college, so he thinks like what they're doing in college, they do in the real world.
Oh shit! Wait till you get in the real. Wait till you get a job, dude. You're gonna be like, "What? I wasted my time," because that's what everybody says.
Dude, holy shit. So I guess light doesn't undergo Doppler shifting. Radar
straw man.
isn't light.
That's all you can do.
No,
I've heard about this straw
what
man.
you said.
Is you specifically asked me if that's what I thought, and I specifically gave you an answer, and you acknowledged my answer, and you still straw manned what I said. That's how retarded you are.
Okay, yeah. So an object was reported to have redshift and blue shift at the same time, but in a way that's different from Doppler spreading due to rotation, and specifically in a way that
you suck at taking notes, dude.
No, because like I'm honestly like I asked you for like a specific like, okay, what does that observation look like? Like, what was the spectrum that he came up with? Was it like, was it just Doppler broadening? Because we already discussed that, right? So I guess it must be something different.
Look,
okay,
bro, you're fucking so confused. The Doppler line broadening was brought up in relation to spectroscopy because you said you did it. So that's a particular part of spectrographic analysis that I was testing you to see if you knew about it, to see if you were full of shit. Turns out you're full of shit. It has nothing to do with Halton-Arp. Doppler line broadening has nothing to do with Halton-Arp. It has to do with the smearing of the freaking spectrograph.
Yeah, so explain to me, how did Halton-Arp falsify his data? Like, what did the falsified data look like? Because it didn't look like Doppler smearing, right? Or Doppler spreading.
My God, dude.
No, dude, I'm asking you to educate me about Dalton-Arp or Halton-Arp.
I'll find it. Shut up.
How come they don't argue with their professors like this?
Oh, of course not. All you hear is slurping.
Oh, fuck off.
Okay, how about bootlicking?
I don't lick anyone's boots, brother. I don't worship anyone, not even Jesus.
I came into this discussion a bit late, but is Maxwell's equations being proposed somehow that they require a globe, or is this proof of a globe? What is this?
No, I don't know why he went off on that.
No, when I first brought them up, I was saying that you can model the propagation of EM waves using Maxwell's equations, and that once you actually use the equations to get an expression for a plane wave, for example, the only difference between a radio wave, a microwave, or ultraviolet light or visible light is just the frequency that you plug in the exponent. And because we were having a discussion about whether or not radar is considered to be light, but he's backed away from that point at this point.
And did what now?
He's returning to his category error of calling the electromagnetic spectrum light.
Oh.
When light is just a part of the spectrum, he's just incoherent.
No, 400 to 700 nanometer wavelength is what is considered to be visible light. But ultraviolet light is still light, even though you can't see it. Infrared light is still light, even though you can't see it. Radio waves are still light, even though we call it something different. It's just a historical holdover, but fundamentally they are all electromagnetic radiation. By definition, light is electromagnetic radiation.
Therefore, Earth is flat.
No,
well, I posted in the side chat a bunch of his articles. I'm not going to sit here and post every fucking everything he has out, dude. There's tons of shit. Non-velocity redshifts.
Okay, so it is convenient. It's all on like one convenient website. So I'll go ahead and read through this at my leisure. Before I do, I want to just clarify this Halton Arc guy, an astrophysicist. So what is like? How does he factor in? So you're saying that these papers that I'm about to read, they're going to demonstrate what?
That the hypothesis that redshift is astronomical redshift based upon the stars being moving objects or quasars or galaxies is falsified. Data shows that's not possible.
Oh, and is this a claim being made by Arp in his writings, or is this something where you're looking at the data after and then you're coming to that
conclusion? Do you want to rewind the clock to when I told you? I said, yes, this guy, he came out and he said he used to work at the University of California, Berkeley, and used to be a major person at the Wilson Observatory, right, at Palomar. And when he came out and made his compendium of unusual quasars and galaxies, he said, hey, this redshift thing, this can't possibly be true. The Hubble expansion can't possibly be true. They just took his telescope time away. He actually left the country and went and worked for the Max Planck Institute. They fucking blackballed him. You understand? Telescope time is already computed.
I'm just trying to figure out this puzzle piece you gave me. I'm trying to figure out where it fits in the hole. That's it. All right. So what you're saying is
New York Times article about it, dude.
Okay, so you're saying Halton Art measured some kind of red shift blue shift combination that wasn't accounted for, and his conclusion is we don't know anything, and all of astronomy is fake.
He had a hypothesis called tired light.
His hypothesis was the tired light hypothesis.
Yeah, the light loses energy over time. That has nothing to do with velocity. Now, you would get a correlation with distance, obviously.
And so we're talking about individual photons losing energy as they travel through space and becoming more redshifted without accounting for expansion of space.
Yeah, there's other alternate hypotheses about redshift. I'm not familiar with all of them. It's not my bag. It's not my bag of tea. I don't really care that much. All I know is this is just another nail in the coffin of modern cosmology. It's trash. It's fucking trash. It's just made up bullshit fairy tale. It's about as reliable in its accuracy as the stories they told 1,000 years ago about the stars.
Yeah, I just kind of woke up. Does this have anything to do with the ground curving or not?
Nah.
No.
Not at all.
Okay.
No, this was about, it started with Quantum saying that radio waves are light waves, and then Indio fucking wrecked him and proved everything what he's saying was bullshit. And when Indio asked questions, Quantum couldn't say anything except, well, maybe I need to go take a quantum physics class so I can come back and wreck you. That was his response.
Did he leave?
I'm pretty sure that we all ended on radio waves are a form of light, right?
No, where this started was, I'll give the actual recap. The actual recap was a dude named Dylan said that the 24-hour sun observation disproved the flat Earth. When asked how he did it, he simply said, it's impossible. And I said, why is it impossible? He said, trigonometry. So I go, okay, so what makes you think you can use trigonometry with the sun? He never gave any reason why he thought that was possible. I gave him the evidence that it's not possible, but then we went off into the weeds on more astronomical shit where the methodologies used to determine the way things are spaced on the ground, they don't work when observing the heavens, and it's just an assumption that they should work the same, and there's no actual support for that idea. And then this redshift thing I used as another example of how things don't conform when you look in the sky with how we think they're supposed to work. We'll make an observation where we assume, hey, this should work just like it does on Earth. Then we look in the sky and it doesn't actually work that way. Because we've gotten to negative parallax. So it was negative parallax, it was redshift, it was all these things. Because we're trying to, so that's, and you may, like, I'm glad you brought up Sesu, because we're trying to determine the geometry of the Earth, and they're trying to use the geometry of the sky to determine the geometry of the Earth, and just extending it. I'm just going to extend the geometry of the sky to the Earth, but they can't justify how they would, like, why they would do that or how they could do that. They just say, yeah, you can do it because I said so. But it would be a lot simpler to just like, why even look up at all? Why not just measure the Earth? Simple.
Bro, you said so many things though. Quantum asked you so many questions and you fucking answered them using the correct terminology. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? and then you responded back and asked him to explain this part and why this part doesn't show up in this equation or in this theory, and he's like just trying to completely blow past that whistle, dude.
It's because he brings up irrelevant, niche stuff.
No, it was
like,
completely relevant, and you fucking had no answer for it because you didn't even know what the fuck any of it was.
No, it's because he takes topics and then he like translates them into like something that's like 2 words. He translates it to like 5 words. Like I remember when we were talking to like Baron Rutledge and we were talking about Laplace deviations, and you were like, "Oh no, it's the deviation from the vertical of the standard deviation of the vertical." And we're like, "Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. You're just talking about like the same thing for like 5 minutes, so you're talking past each other because you refuse to acknowledge that there's more than one way of saying things."
No, he said the guy's name wrong. That's why I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Yeah, and you were being a pedantic little bitch instead of actually just being like, "Oh, hey, are you talking about this? Oh, yeah, we are talking about the same thing. Let's move on."
Look, but they don't call it that. Look, bro, they don't call it that in the literature unless you look at the literature from the 1800s. But he said the name wrong. If he would have said the name correctly, I would have went, "Oh, yeah, this is what he's talking about." They had different terminology at the end of the 1900s regarding geodetic surveying.
He said Laplace correction instead of Laplace. Even I made that.
Yeah, exactly, but they don't call it in modern day. They don't call it Laplacian corrections.
Yeah, no,
they
but what he said was,
in the 1800s.
Yeah, what he said was, "Oh, you have to measure the deviation of the vertical from the plumb, and then you factor that in, and then you do this Laplace correction." And then you were like, "Oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know there's something called the deviation of the vertical. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know anything about this Laplace guy." And, you know, it's like it was like a whole little song and dance you provide. You do it all the time, but again, not strictly relevant.
Yeah, you don't know what's even being
trying to read
talked
through these
about,
articles. I listened to that whole thing from beginning to end, from when he came in.
Yeah, and you
to
still
after he left.
just demonstrated you didn't understand it.
I remember that you guys, somebody posted
He
a
also
picture of
straight
the black
lied.
swan.
You know, Baron straight lied, right? And you didn't catch it.
Listen, I'm not Baron's lawyer, bro, but I do know
Look,
that
don't even look, bro.
somebody brought
You don't even have to look. Just ask the AI. Google it.
I'm not going to ask AI.
He said
Stop relying
that if
on
I
AI.
set up, he said if I set up a theodolite, he said if he sets up a theodolite next to a mountain, and he lines it up, uses the optical plummet, and puts it right over a nail that he put in the ground, and lines it up perfectly so he's dead over the nail, and he's next to a mountain. If he hangs a plumb line, that plumb line will not be over the nail, and that it will be deflected by the mountain. That's a fucking lie. A fucking lie, dude. Straight lie. I should have clipped that night. You can just look. You don't even have to trust me on this. Just use the AI. Ask it. And want to know what it's going to tell you? It's like, no. Because when they level the instrument and set up the optical plummet, it's also going to be deflected, just like the fucking plumb line. He's a fucking liar.
Wait, so now you're just saying that deflection from the vertical doesn't exist because it's exactly what he was describing.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. That's not what I said at all.
Okay, what is deflection from the vertical, and why is it necessary to account for it?
I explained it that day.
All right, I guess we'll have to roll back the clip, right?
It's the difference between the zenith of that you would see if you were if plumb was perpendicular to the surface within the celestial sphere. So say you were, let's imagine you're at the North Pole, right? And let's imagine that Polaris is directly over the North Pole. You should see, if you look straight up, Polaris, right? 90 degrees above your head, right? But what happens if I level the instrument and Polaris is not 90 degrees above my head, that it's at 89, and I'm a degree off? That's called deflection of the vertical. Now, they would say that there's lumpy gravity under the surface of the Earth. Tilting, when I leveled the instrument, the lumpy gravity deflected the gravity direction, so I didn't level the instrument perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, and it's tilted relative to its surface. So then when I look at vertical relative to the instrument and try to find my zenith, I don't see the North Star. I'm off by a half a degree. This is what deflection of the vertical is. The difference between the plumb, the gravitational direction vector, and the celestial sphere. It's that difference.
Why is the gravitational direction vector different from the straight up and down?
Because Earth's not a sphere.
No, I'm saying, do you have a mechanism to account for that difference in your flat Earth framework or not? It's okay if not. It can just be the same as a.
No, the celestial sphere isn't real, dude. It's an idea. The difference between
it's like
my idea
projection straight into your eyeballs. Is that what you're saying?
The celestial sphere is an idea. It doesn't exist in the physical world. Okay? There's nothing to account for or explain away because it's a human concept. Okay? Within our conceptual framework of a coordinate system, we presuppose that if I level a fucking instrument, it should be pointed at a spot in the sky that I chose through convention that it should be pointed at. And when it doesn't, I say it is deflected. It's not really deflected in real life, but I'm saying it is because I have a concept that I'm trying to get my measurements to conform to.
Yeah, so from my very brief research, and I would not be surprised if you know more about it than I do, a Laplace correction is basically when you have to account for the difference in direction between the plumb line and a vertical line being a line that is perpendicular to the horizon. So you can kind of set a plane, rotate around, you find the plane of the horizon from your point of view, and then you define a 90-degree angle to that. That is your vertical. And then, a plumb line, just a weight on a string, if it's not perfectly aligned with that line, that's what a Laplace correction is necessary for. And like you said, the cause of that is the inhomogeneous density distributions underground, which is also how we can use gravitic surveys to find things like mineral deposits.
Yeah.
And so in your world, we have this vertical line, and then when we measure the direction of gravity, sometimes it's different from that vertical line. And the explanation we have for that is nothing.
Dude, are you always like this dishonest?
What's your explanation for it then? Go ahead. I'm listening.
There's nothing to explain. What do I need to explain on a flat Earth?
Why doesn't gravity point straight down all the time?
It is pointing straight down.
Well, then what is the difference between the vertical and the...
Because the Earth's not a sphere.
How does one lead to the other?
Because you're matching it to the celestial sphere, and you need the Earth to be a sphere too. But if they don't match, then there'll be a deflection of the vertical. So it is plumb on the surface of the Earth, but the plumb, that vertical, doesn't match, doesn't point to the right spot in the sky. Because the thing you're on the ground measuring, that vertical, is on a flat surface in the sky, has a spherical attribute to it.
It's a celestial sphere because your head is at the center and we can define a field of view. Like, that's it. So you can always project some imaginary 2D surface that would be a sphere centered around your head based on where you can look. That's it. So it doesn't make any sense what you're saying. And all the angles that you're measuring are still based off the ground itself.
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when you measure an angle of elevation, you're measuring that off the ground using the tangent plane of the ground, which I know you guys aren't very uncomfortable when it comes to
look, bro.
and stuff.
They level the instrument in 90 degrees from that level line, from the level, the plumb, is the horizontal line. That horizontal line, okay, is 90 degrees from the vertical at that point, but only at that point.
But they don't use a plumb line. They don't use a plumb line to determine vertical.
When you level up the theodolite, that's finding plumb.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think a level works? The fluid goes down and the bubble goes up.
Yeah, that would be with gravity, but you can level it optically using the horizon too.
No, they would never level it to the horizon. Why would you do that? The horizon moves around.
Well, you can take an eyepiece. You can take a triangular prism so that you're seeing, to the left and the right at the same time, and so that way you can make sure that your up and down orientation is consistent from one side to the other. So if you're like slightly tilted over, you'll see the horizon slightly higher on one side of the prism than on the other side of the prism. So yeah, you can optically level it like that. And that was just something I came up with on my own, like out of my head. Right now. I don't think that's a real thing.
That wouldn't work either. Trying to find a horizontal line, dude, not a cone.
You're trying to find a horizontal line, not a cone. Yeah.
Yeah, the ground is underneath your feet. So let's say the horizon is dipped down half a degree. You could line up to your theodolite with the horizon slicing the image right in half at the crosshair and spin that in a fucking circle, and the horizon would be dead in the center the whole time. But that wouldn't trace a circle. That would trace a fucking cone.
In your world or mine?
In reality. If you take a camera, right, and you tilt it down 1 degree, it's on a tripod, and then you spin it in a circle, it's completely level, that will trace a cone with the camera at the apex of the cone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. My next luxury spending splurge item is going to be a theodolite. That'll be fun. But yeah, but
what limit are you going to get? What is that? A 2 mile, or are you going to get like a 1 mile theodolite?
I look forward to using your evidence as our evidence.
So that's the max you're going to get. I think max might be 3.1 miles or something, and that's max, and that's like perfect condition. So which one are you going to get?
Well, as soon as I'm actually saving money instead of spending it, then I'll get back to you on that. But anyway, I don't spend my time researching theodolites because I'm not a surveyor or a planner.
You putting a swimming pool in or something?
A swimming pool? What does that have to do with it?
Yeah, what are you doing with it?
Well, I don't even have. Okay, you guys are fucking bunch of freaks. Anyway, Indio, appreciate you sending me that link. I will be reading through some of Mr. Arp's works, and just to see kind of what that's about. But so yeah, I did measure Doppler shift in an observational astronomy class. It was made for college juniors, so I'm not surprised if it was not as comprehensive rigorous as like whatever real astronomers do. But that's fine.
Trick.
Yeah,
we did the same thing in 5th grade.
You did not measure redshift in 5th grade. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, we used a spectrometer in 5th grade and measured different
I'm gonna measure
different shift.
But I gotta figure it out.
Anyway, Halton Arp, there's also some videos. There's videos on YouTube of conferences he went to and talks he gave and presentations. So you can also listen to it come from the horse's mouth.
So his argument comes down to, if the universe is expanding, we will see redshift. We see redshift, therefore the universe is expanding?
Yes.
I don't see any redshift. I don't see it.
He needs to establish that it is redshift, not just use circular reasoning to assume it.
I mean, circular reasoning, that's just like that's all their reasoning. They just think that that's how normal people think. Like,
Yeah, they literally think that's being reasonable and logical. Making fallacies is logic to them.
Yeah, I actually understand that myself.
You don't know that phrase?
Well, I just don't think it's very classy to use that sort of terminology. We're just going to have I would hope, a respectful discussion. But if it's not going to be that way, then I will leave.
It's the only way to put it, man.
Yeah, I just, when you're trying to get to know people and have this conversation.
Well, let me warn you, Baron. Have you ever been in this Discord before?
Never. This is my first time.
This Discord is very degenerate. So,
then
not on our side. I'm not saying it's this chat. This Discord in general. It's a politics Discord. So you get a lot of immature. They'll come in. They'll say the N-word. They'll say some stuff against Jews. They do these drive-by trolls. So I'm just warning you. Don't be shocked.
Yeah. So I have a responsibility to own my behavior, which is 100% my choice. And if I can't do that as an adult, then I shouldn't be engaging in these conversations.
Well, it's going to have nothing to do with us. This is an open chat. People can just join. And they see Flat Earth and they get triggered and they come and they just yell some crazy stuff. That has nothing to do with the conversation. They're not Flat Earthers. They're just speds.
Oh, okay. It was pretty hard for me to get in here. Like, I had to do a lot of, I had to get interviewed.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, damn.
Yeah, I had to do this VC verify. Some guy had to come talk to me and ask me about, my flat Earth experience and what have I done to verify the shape of the Earth. And
oh, you mean in the home server?
I think so.
Home server.
Yeah, that's because we live stream on YouTube, so we get people that would just come in and scream expletives to try and get the YouTube channel nuked. So we had to introduce a screening process. Though I deprecated that, so I don't know why someone's still doing that.
Well, yeah, and there's also people trying to evade bans and stuff like that, right?
Oh, yes. 200 plus, 300 plus alt accounts. There's a guy we finally named PD because he comes and advocates drinking pee and not using soap or water or anything like that, and that he's using the internet from the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Well, roger that.
Just warning you, Discord is not TikTok. I mean, there's some weirdos on TikTok, but man, there's no accountability on Discord for some reason.
Interesting.
I mean, I remember back in the day, all the mods in our server, we got autopsy photos for something like 2 months. Every day we'd get spammed autopsy photos in our DMs. Yeah, he didn't like us. Whoever that was. I'm not squeamish, so it didn't really bother me that much. Though, I'm not going to describe one that did bother me, but... I mean, if you hang around, Yoder will be back. I'm just very, I need more caffeine to engage in this crap. But I will post a couple citation about curvature of the plumb line.
Yeah, it's, I think there's
and a diagram.
There's some, yeah, Yeah, so these things are sub-millimeter, and it's considered deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
Right. It's the difference. It's the angle between the true plumb line, which is influenced by local topography, and the normal to the theoretical reference ellipsoid. And generally, it can get up to about 1 arc minute, which you'll see in your Laplace corrections via like phase differential GPS leveling and stuff like that. Yeah, that would be a pretty exaggerated example. There's an angle there, right, that takes place.
Yeah.
And so what you can do, I did this out at Fort Funston. I went out there to meet a group of guys that wanted to learn how to measure the Earth. And so what I did was I took a 60D nail, it's a common nail in surveying for construction staking. That's primarily what I do. And you hammer the nail in the ground. And then what you do is you set your tripod over the top of it, and you use usually about an 8-minute tribrac. And you can get more sensitive to that depending on what you're trying to do. There's an optical plummet on it to where when you look through the peep sight, it shows you a 90-degree sight to the nail with a circle and a crosshair on it. And so the idea is to center the instrument directly over that point. Now, when you do that just out in the open with nothing around and you hang a plumb bob, the plumb bob will just drop right to the center of that nail. But if you do this at like the base of a mountain, you'll notice that the plumb bob will pull towards the mountain. So it's like, okay, that's what they're talking about, that angular deflection between what would be considered vertical and plumb. And this is why we got away from the North American vertical datum of 29 and got into NAVD 88 and derived orthometric heights. It comes down to leveling, right? And how surveyors have to account for the curvature of the Earth via the leveling process, right? Like trigonometric heighting and things like that for obtaining the heights of like distant peaks that are virtually intraversable.
Okay. That's not what deflection of the vertical actually is, though.
Well, can I hear your definition of it?
Okay. So you have your celestial sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine there's a star that's supposed to be directly overhead at zenith.
Yep.
And you have I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name. It's for astrogeodetic surveying. It'll look straight up. So now, say your coordinate is supposed to be exactly underneath the star. That star is supposed to be at zenith. But when you sight in zenith, that star is off by a little bit, arc minute, whatever it is. Right? That's the deflection. It means even though your instrument is level, right, where you're at, the gravity vector is not aligned with the celestial sphere.
Yeah, one is vertical and one is plumb. So if you were to draw a straight line down from that star through the center of the Earth, and then you were to occupy a point, geodetically speaking, which, these are referencing to geographical points. And the reason why they come up in geodetic surveying is so that we can transform those coordinates to what are called state plane coordinate system, so that we
How
can map
important
out
is
our
it, Baron,
state.
for the clock to be synchronized and accurate with sidereal motion?
I don't know.
Well, that's actually necessary for determining deflection of the vertical.
No, I'm talking about the angle from down in vertical.
Yeah, I'm talking about the astronomical plumb line.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about here.
That's dependent on clocks.
Okay. So go ahead and explain yourself, and we'll work out the math.
Well, I'm just adding some further clarification and detail, so you understand that you're talking to people who kind of know what they're talking about too.
Sure. I'm actually a professional land surveyor and can go out and measure this stuff.
Okay, so you're not a geodetic surveyor then?
Everybody's a geodetic surveyor. Anytime you measure a distance along the ellipsoid, you're a geodetic surveyor.
You don't measure along an ellipsoid.
Why don't you?
Because the ellipsoid is a mathematical concept. It's a datum. It's not something in reality, unless you want to reify it yourself, which would be fallacious.
Sure. You can set up, you can use 2 orientation marks, one that you can set up on. You can use a back azimuth to get your orientation. and then you can measure in the shape of an L, either using EDM or chain the distance. And you'll find that the published grid-to-grid mark distances are different than what you measured on the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
You could do this out at the Bonneville Salt Flats. That's what I did back in December, actually.
Yep, everybody knows electronic distance measurements don't match coordinate distances.
And why is that?
Because Earth is flat.
I know, but which distance is longer? The distance along the ellipsoid or the distance along the chord?
The distances in real life taken electronically don't match spherical distances unless you pin them to an ellipsoid to match them, but in which case you're no longer using real-world measurements anymore.
No, I'm talking about chaining. I'm talking about chaining the distance. You know what a Gunter's chain is?
Well, chaining tangent planes?
No. You know what a tangent plane is?
Yeah, that's also with respect to a mathematical datum that doesn't exist in reality.
No, a tangent plane is...
Yeah, a datum like WGS84, a tangent plane to WGS84. You can chain tangent planes together.
So
that's how GPS works.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to disagree with you, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I can point you to an online Geodesy Academy that you can take some lessons and go learn about this shit if you're interested.
Sure. Go ahead and link me up. We'll check it out.
Okay, I'll give you some links. All right, I got to step out for a minute. I'll post that.
Okay.
So I know what a Gunter chain is.
Yeah, so a tangent plane is the projected plane where the tangent plane itself is brought to the height of the instrument. It's the point where the horizontal line touches the surface of the circle. That's the tangent plane. If he's talking about tangent plane projections, that would be something completely different.
I don't know how to explain it when he comes back. I'm not 100% sure of exactly what he's referring to. I have an idea, but I don't want to put words in it.
Yeah, so that's how we know that there's drop, is because we can establish the tangent plane, and then we can turn angles to distant targets, and then we use that tangent plane as the reference. It's considered eye level. And so you can either use this in the process of direct differential leveling, which like in any surveyor's field book, like I've got a bunch of them sitting here. If you look in the back, it will give you like what are called useful notes. And it will tell you that the curvature of Earth's surface is about 0.7 feet in 1 mile, and the curvature in feet is 0.667 times the distance of miles squared. And it's got a bunch of stuff in here, right? So basically what that means is if I set up my instrument, say, generally speaking, you want to do it equidistant. Let's say I don't. Let's say I want to test the shape of the Earth. I want to see if this is real. This drop can be measured. I take my rod and my rod man, and I set him up on a known elevation. And that's called the back sight. That's a positive number. It gets added to whatever I read on the rod gets added to the elevation of that point. Then I take that rod guy and I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me. Let's say the back sight's 75 feet. I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me, and I read the rod. That gets subtracted from the sum of the back sight and the elevation. So if I were to minus what I read on the rod, that should be the elevation of that point, but it's not going to be. It's going to be out. It's going to be out about 3/100ths of a foot. The question is why? Well, if you were to account for the curvature or the drop from the tangent plane over that distance, you would close, and you would therefore, both geometrically and mathematically close that loop. This is a testable thing that you guys can go do. Like you can buy an auto level on eBay, and you can get a plastic fiberglass rod, and then you could go out and you can test this just to see if it's true.
Yeah, it's not true.
I'd love to see your notes on it, man. I've got a whole book here.
I'd love to see your notes on it, quite honestly.
Sure.
I'd like to see all your measurements, not the ones you kept, but the ones you threw away too. So this goes to the crux of the argument. You're cherry picking data and confirming your bias.
That's your claim. So
it's not my claim. I've looked at all the literature that's tested using surveying methods. Right? You said things like we don't measure a concave Earth. right? Remember you said that? The two things I just posted, one of these things, no, not that one. I'll post it, right? So using reciprocal zenith angles, there's a one that's they say right in it, they measure or they calculate a negative K value. That's concave, dude.
Well, all values are negative Ks.
All values are negative.
Yeah, so the
it gives
coefficient
a
of
range,
refraction
negative 4K to
always
plus 6, right?
Yeah, but it's always subtractive. Wait a minute. You know this, right? Like you've studied a little bit of refraction. You understand how it works in the process of leveling or taking measurements, correct? So if I were to let me ask you something. If I were to turn an angle to a distant peak, okay, and I had no idea about my elevation, right? Let's just say that we're clueless about the elevation that the Occupy station is. And let's say I look over 30 miles at a known peak with a brass cap up there. We know its elevation. We know its coordinates. We know it's there because surveyors said it's there, right? How would I find
the globe when they did that, right?
How about we just assume a flat Earth? Let's try that. Will that work?
Okay, then you're going to get a different elevation.
Well, I mean, you're going to. The measurement is the measurement, right? We have to figure out what the shape of the Earth is by using the geometry on both sides. You're saying the Earth is a level topographical plane. Yeah. I'm saying that the Earth drops at 8 inches times a mile squared, and you can go check that out. But you need to know a little bit about the geometry and a little bit about the instruments and go out and actually try this stuff first. Because me explaining it to you, I think we're just kind of beating a dead horse, right? You've got your ideas about what you're reading.
They're not my ideas. They plainly say it.
They are, though, because you're saying that refraction.
So when they explicitly say that the ray would be concave, that's me misinterpreting the word concave.
I don't know. I don't get plumb lines leaning towards one another, dude. When I do my plumb lines to see if they're parallel or not. That's not what I'm getting, is what I'm telling you. I don't know. I mean, if you've got somebody that's measuring that, I'm willing to take a look at it. I'm just letting you know from my experience and the data that I have. That's all I can provide for you is the data I have. If you want to say that I've cherry picked or been dishonest in some way, then I guess
no, cherry picking isn't dishonesty. It's a cognitive bias.
Well, it is. It is dishonest, right? If I'm taking a measurement and then not sharing it,
if you're intentionally cherry picking, that would no. Some people think it's all right.
I just go and I measure the data. That's it. I let the data tell the story. I mean, that's it. Like I'm getting ready to meet up with Jaron over in California. Anybody is open to come to these and show me their means and methodology. Show me how to arrive at a flat Earth. I've been all over the United States doing this. I think my behavior aligns with the value of truth seeking. If you guys want to say it's something else, I can't help you. That's just what the data is. So, I've never been to, a surveying conference or met any other flat Earth land surveyors out in reality. I meet them on TikTok all the time. But after we talk for a little bit, it comes to find out that they're not actually land surveyors.
Well, that's fantastic. Who cares?
That's just my experience.
You're just a narrative spinner, dude. That's all I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'm just hearing narrative. That's all.
All right. Well,
storytelling.
I guess the conversation's over, man. I just thought we would talk about measurements. You say you wanted to see them. I can provide them to you. How do I post them here?
All of them. Not the ones you just cherry pick. Oh man, the wind is blowing. You know goddamn well that you have to survey under very specific conditions, right?
Correct. So I don't know what you're accusing me of.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
You're saying you want to see measurements that are thrown away.
There's going to be an uncertainty in any measurement.
Every single measurement has uncertainty.
This is uncertain. Yeah, there's a measurement uncertainty.
Every single one of them. What is that? What's E1, E2, and E3 values, respectively?
Oh, God. Okay. Dude, stop. The posturing shit is annoying.
Yeah. All right, man.
It's really simple. There's going to be an uncertainty. The air gives another level of uncertainty, right?
snowflaked out, ran off.
He's gone. Wow.
That was easy. That's the same way Astronomy Live is. If you don't talk about what he wants to talk about, he's leaving.
Man, I didn't even get a chance to come back. He was going to get tied up in knots anyway. It's obvious he doesn't know what deflection of the vertical is. He thinks he does.
I know. He also said NAD 23 or something. It was like in 27.
Uh-oh.
So, but that's, maybe just don't remember the number. Not gonna.
There was like a WGS 83 or something right before 84, I think.
Yeah, yeah. It's called
the GRS 83.
Yeah, WRS 83 and WGS 83, I think.
But the fact that he thinks he knows what astronomical plumb is and doesn't understand how you have to incorporate the time component to this, because how else would you know when the star's supposed to be at a certain point in the sky?
I'm gonna get to post this, man. I'm pissed. What the hell? But he was doing the same thing he did last night. Like, look, here's what the data says. Oh, you don't understand it. Okay. I don't understand it. They say convex, or concave, and I guess I don't know what the word concave means.
Yeah, it means on your own geoid, you're going to have verticals that don't just converge underneath you, but diverge away from underneath you and converge above you.
Exactly. But the point is, he was saying, if you go out, you'll measure this. That's horseshit. It's just horseshit. Maybe I'll measure that.
It's going to be positive curvature everywhere, dude.
Well, yeah. He said you're going to measure. What did he say? It's I'm going to measure some amount of drop. Now, what he thought tangent plane was a tangent plane that's running through the theodolite.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sets up a level, duh. Well, but that's your local tangent plane established from level is not the same thing as what he was talking about, projecting the coordinate system flat. So he was wrong there. The tangent plane, you can set up a tangent plane to a mountaintop that's curving or a hilltop that's curving. See what I mean?
So he's chat skanking now, really funny.
Is he listening and chat skanking? But yeah, like you can set up flat or a globe, you can set up a tangent plane. Just the tangent in reference to what? There are going to be areas of Earth that have gradual slopes over tens of miles. You maybe want to set up a tangent plane to take your local measurements, right? It's not the same thing as taking WGS 84 and instead of doing a reduction of the horizontal datum, you do the opposite. I've actually got a video on this. Hold on. All right, check this out. Posting it inside. You can lay your blanket on the ball, and then you can lift the blanket off the ball.
Depends on the size of the blankie.
Yeah. Tangent blankie. Just pull the corners tight, my friends.
Where's the other one? Fuck.
Wow, so he's just gonna chat skank now, hey?
Amazing, right?
That's crazy. I can't believe he left. He didn't get muted once or anything like that. He didn't.
Good, I didn't even say anything bad to him at all.
And this is their top guy, their top like globe surveyor. Amazing.
He has to protect his reputation. He's made quite the. I don't know if he makes a living off of it, but he's made. Well, I mean, me and Yoda heard of him, so he's built some reputation behind this. He comes in here and gets cooked. And
I've watched a bunch of his observations on TikTok where he just completely just guesses the atmospheric conditions every single time.
Very interesting.
Yeah, even straight over the surface of water, right? He'll just guess the refraction.
It's whatever doesn't match the globe is the refraction is equal to the difference.
Yeah, I mean
that's literally what this dude thinks. He thinks whatever that is different than the globe, the refraction is equal to whatever difference that is.
And whatever's not in refraction could probably be made up with vertical curving plumb lines, rather. I'm still reeling at that. Like I thought he would know. I thought he would definitely be like, oh yeah, it's important to have synchronized clocks. So how else are you going to get your longitude? Amazing. It's kind of scary, right? When you don't do this for a living and you start to learn more than professionals do about their own craft, it's kind of scary. Like, holy shit.
Well, I mean, when you're doing it as a job, you like, you have your boss cracking the whip, right?
Yeah.
Just go through that thing, write down the fucking number. We have 20 more jobs this week. Hurry up. Good enough.
I don't care that your triangle measures 180 degrees. Curve it.
I mean, I watched some survey a big high rise. They kind of put, well, not that high, maybe 10 stories. They're out there every day surveying it, like every day.
Okay.
Some new funny claims by Jesse, Path of Light. I was having a long chat with him today because AI Overlords challenged him with being able to confirm that you're able to actually have no destruction of what you're looking at in the distance, and have a refraction coefficient of 0.96 at the same time, which basically is what would be needed on Dr. John Dee's windmill observation. So AI Overlord's challenging him that he has to be able to validate, right? Show us that someone's actually measured that accurately in the past and shown that you can have that with no destruction, right? No like visible miraging effects or crazy destruction optically. So Jesse's he's made further claims during the conversations I was having with him, trying to explain to him what he needs to actually do and that he doesn't have to do it himself. Now he's claimed that in the he's trying to use the 40 kilometer FE core test. So he's pulled up one of the single vertical temperature and humidity readings. I think it's about 2 degrees difference between the temperature of the air just above the water and then at 2 meters height. And he's confirmed, he's done the calculation. Now he's claiming there's a refraction coefficient of 0.43 and on the FE core laser test day because of those two temperature and humidity readings at one point along the path. Not a K factor, not a big K, not a K factor of 4.3. He's saying a refraction coefficient of 4.3. And he's got some other one that he took himself where he's claiming that it has a refraction coefficient of 2, which is Walter Bislin's slider only goes up to a refraction coefficient of 1. So basically, for this observation that I just put in the side chat, Jesse is saying that if the Earth was flat, then this boat would have to be 28 feet. He's up to 33 now, but in this he says 28. So it's if the Earth was flat, this boat's 28 feet higher than what it should be. And that proves that there's a refraction coefficient of more than 1 on a flat Earth without any destruction of what we're looking at in the distance. And that's what he thinks is the counter to AI Overlord's request. That means for this to work on a globe, you would have to have about 66 feet. This boat would have to be lifted up from 33 feet below the curvature to 33 feet above the horizon, which would require a refraction coefficient of 2.
How funny.
Which is
so Walter Bislin's model only accommodates up to 1, which means it can't account for super refraction.
Well, I mean, what's even super refraction anyway? There really isn't any citation.
Oh, the opposite of sub. I mean,
yeah, I know, but I mean, but wouldn't even like 0.6 refraction coefficient sort of be counted as super refraction? Like once it gets past 1, that's like extreme ducting.
I think it terminates at 1, approaching infinity.
Well, infinity in regards to
no, it'll go into negative and look concave.
Yeah, that's what
the ray of light is bent the other way.
That's what I'm getting.
This is what Jesse's saying. He's saying that not only is the boat lifted up 33 feet from behind the curve, it's actually lifted up a further 33 foot because the refraction coefficient is so high. And Jesse says that this is just super common to have these like crazy refraction coefficient. Basically, to have a refraction coefficient of 1, he said it only has to be 0.33 degrees Celsius per meter change in the vertical temperature. We're talking about Jesse Path of Light. If that's Jesse Gordon, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, you know, I did tell him not to make observations in this place. So this is the Salish Sea. The Salish Sea is connected to the Pacific Ocean. So tide water flows in, goes up the Salish Sea, and then flows back out. But there's a huge turn, like almost like the Strait of Hormuz. It has like an elbow that turns. Well, if you look at the oceanographic water elevation, there's a big hump right where the turn is, in the middle of the turn, that varies from like 8 to 21 feet. So you're like literally making, because this is the same place he like, look, the sign is above my theodolite. This is literally cherry picking. How many times did he look through his theodolite to take this picture? You know what I mean? This is the same problem I have with the slice or Soundly thing and the Lake Pontchartrain. That dude has taken hundreds of frickin' pictures of that bridge, if not thousands. Pulls one out. Look, the bridge is curved. Yeah, let's show us the other thousands. And that's my beef with Barron here. Hey, if I go out, I'll just get this measurement. No, you won't. No, you goddamn well you won't. Maybe some of the time you will.
Yeah, you know, we should really bring it back to that geometric horizon test. Okay.
Yeah.
When are these people finding this geometric horizon? Right? When are they going out over a distance where there would have to be a geometric horizon at a certain distance, right? With their guessed refraction, right? That they guess. I mean, I've not seen them ever actually measure it, right? So they're just guessing it. They're just using a model and guessing it. That means that the horizon would have to be at a certain distance.
Yeah,
I see
infrared to control for weather.
Yeah, so I only see them doing, for some reason, right? Jesse Kozlowski, I think I've seen this guy do it as well. They're doing these theodolite tests over short distances, not long enough to where there would actually have to be a geometric horizon present from the height that they're doing it from. And then when they're not doing that, they're doing it from another vantage point where you wouldn't be able to really make out a geometric horizon as well, which is sort of mountain peak to mountain peak. But when we provide,
exactly,
they're skipping that midpoint where you would have to have that geometric horizon at that set point. I mean, and I want them to show footage of when you have the, a subrefraction, negative refraction coefficient. The horizon would have to be closer. The geometric horizon would have to be closer, and that I've never seen that happen.
I mean, that's what's got to be happening in the lake videos, right? With the RC boat, for there to be a horizon, there has to be some serious negative refraction going on to move the horizon from 2,400 feet away to freaking the middle of that lake, right? Because there should be no horizon on that lake whatsoever. According to those guys, right? If I look over some water, I'll see the entire surface of water till I reach the geometric horizon, and that's where the curve starts. There shouldn't be any horizon in front of that ever.
Exactly.
But like I said, the RC boat videos, they show a well-defined horizon. I mean, you can argue about the boat waves or whatever, but why is there a horizon at all? Right?
Yeah. I actually have a good paper by he was a scientist, but he was also a sailor. I'll find the paper, I'll post it in the side chat. But yeah, he was doing observations. This was a long time ago, in the early 1900s, I think. And he was seeing boats disappearing from the bottom up and even completely disappearing at such short distances. He came to the conclusion that there's absolutely no way this could be caused by the curvature of the Earth. Because
do you still got that? That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll grab it right now, actually.
And what they would say is, right, concave rays of light and subrefraction, right? Because they have it in radar, right? They call it subrefraction. But the radar don't go as far as it's supposed to go.
Yeah, so he thought that was amazing, and he went back and he did a whole stack of tests and determined that you can have a nice clean horizon that's not caused by curvature of the Earth at all. Yeah, I'll find that now. Actually, I'll go on mute for a second.
On a related note, their North American Arc of the Parallel document that they love to trounce, bring out as a proof. Within that, you can find where they were perfectly fine cherry picking. They describe throwing out streams of observations and measurements. They're not intending to deceive.
Dude, there's a whole section of California they had to throw out measurements for that were all messed up. And they published. That's just like the one they investigated. Oh, let me find it real quick. It's very
other
mountainous.
parts too, like the Himalayas as well.
It was like a very mountainous region. So what they said was they were getting what's unequal refraction error.
Oh yeah, you brought that up.
Yeah, looking up through the gradient, it would have a different light path than looking down through the gradient.
Right.
So they were like, "Oh, our measurements are wrong," and it was like a whole section of California. But it's like that was like the place where they did like, "Hey, we're gonna go to this. Like, we did this whole survey of North America. Let's go to a place and double check." And they're like, "Shit, we double checked and it's all wrong."
So on a globe, they think that when they're looking at the horizon, that they're looking at a tangent to the Earth, which means they're staring off into a region of decreasing air density. And meanwhile, the opposite actually happens. I think that's why we see, like, their defined term of terrestrial refraction is the exact opposite conditions of super refraction, but the effects are the same as described. And so this means, when they're looking at a mountain peak in the distance, means that they're looking through a gradient that decreases at a higher lapse rate than as if it were on a flat plane. Just throws everything off.
Well, I mean, like I've said before, man, the justification for even claiming refraction exists is seeing a flat Earth. It's basically the remainder of any equation. Earth equals a globe, and when it doesn't, we have refraction that we're going to fill the hole with.
I'll read out a quote from
like silly putty
from this paper. So by bringing the line of sight near to the surface of the water, boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any curvature of the water, and can arise solely from the bending of rays by refraction. When I reflected upon the causes which were probably instrumental in the production of these phenomena, they appeared referable to the difference of temperature alone. I'll post the paper as well on the side chat.
Nice, thanks. Yoder gave me homework, man. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, which one? I give you homework a lot.
In the Geodesy freaking thing in the home server.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh man, you took a big ass dump in there.
There's so much stuff there, man. I got to go through all that as well.
I'm tweaking some of it too, just to make it more user friendly. But check out #satellites too. There's
oh boy. We got homework. God damn it. $18.03. That was a good year.
What happened?
Yeah. Every single person that ate pickles that year died.
What?
Yeah, man. Every single person. They didn't die from eating pickles, but
Oh,
they
I
all
see what
died.
you mean. Yeah.
See that I wanted to
You
bring it
got
up
me.
because that's how you lie with statistics, right? That statistic is 100% accurate. I just omitted key information.
Yeah, that's how deception's done. Self-deception, delusion. You ignore information to perpetuate your own myth.
Yeah, you missed it. I don't know if you were here when I talked about cherry picking.
Barely.
He took it as like I was saying there's something against him or something. Like, no, it's cognitive bias. It's not it can be intentional, but a lot of times it's not intentional. It's just a cognitive bias.
It's almost a Freudian slip, if you ask me.
It's like cherry picking. So there's the normalcy bias, which is a cognitive bias. And if you think globe Earth measurements are normal, how do people make mistakes when they do things? They'll look at something and they'll literally see something that's not there.
The lemon illusion. Hello.
Yeah, people have been in like fires, dude. The whole building's on fire. And they don't even realize it, dude, because the normalcy bias.
Yeah, it can't be happening.
I watched a video of a gas station convenience store. The whole wall is on fire. And the guy that works there, he runs out. The customers are still coming in, shopping, buying stuff. Now there's no cashier and the wall's on fire. And like at least 5 people come in to shop. And one guy standing there waiting for the gas station attendant. I guess maybe he thought he was in the bathroom or something. Just sitting there waiting at the register. Yeah, they didn't run out of there until the smoke got to the level of their head. Then they were like, and then ran out.
There's another really good paper that I've got here that I'll put in the side chat as well, and it's all about how unreliable and how ridiculous the standard 0.13 standard refraction coefficient is, and they did stacks of tests. It's actually a huge paper. It's a really good paper. But basically it says the failure of standard refraction. The study explicitly concludes that the frequency used in the Gaussian refraction coefficient of plus 0.13 is unsuitable for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere. Basically, the source reveals that near-ground refraction can differ from this, quote, standard by 2 orders of magnitude, and that it kind of shifts constantly. And they were picking up ranges from -4 to +16 on sunny days. And there's a whole section on how temperature is the primary controller. And anything under a certain height, right, especially under 30 meters in the troposphere, is just completely controlled by temperature, basically. Yeah, it's a cool paper. It's interesting. I actually found the paper on Walter Bislin's in the references section. But I'll post the paper as well. There's lots of good stuff in there, actually. It's the Journal of Geophysical Research and Atmospheres.
Yeah, it's like these glimmers of honesty, right? I thought I hit a little jackpot when I found one of Jesse Kozlowski's papers from 2006 describing how electronic distance measuring doesn't conform to spherical coordinates.
It's funny, he interpreted that as the Earth's not flat, which is, there we go, the cognitive bias.
Yeah. Good point.
Right? He like what he said, the chains, right? So they used to take chains and measure on the ground directly by using these little triangle chains. Now, fine, you can do that, but the longest chain length measurement that was ever done is 7 miles. Do you think that you're gonna? What's the difference between the arc length and straight line length that an EDM would find in 7 miles? 2 inches?
Very little.
Half an inch? Your measurement uncertainty, which I tried to bring him up to him, is measurement uncertainty. It's not even precision. Like, precision's a whole nother thing. People think the precision is the uncertainty.
Right.
No, that's not the uncertainty, dude.
I'm glad you're bringing that up because, no, I don't. Jesse's a nice guy, I think, but he extrapolated a globe out of using a measuring wheel over a mile to measure angular change of stars from one place to another. I'm like,
that's an actual issue of precision, dude. Those fucking
you know,
Jesus Christ.
So you measured 1/25,000th of what you think the globe is, and you've got an accurate measurement. What's your error rate? I mean, if we compound that
with a wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if it was on a track or something, or it had teeth, or if it was gear, right? Where there's no slippage.
Yeah. How straight was it? I mean, if you start like taking a curve to the left or to the right.
Are you streaming on?
Like, it's so funny. They act like these things are so like this measuring wheel. He wouldn't bet his life on the accuracy of that measuring wheel.
You're right.
Is
right?
anyone
in
involved?
the cannonball, it's exactly calibrated to 100 feet. Take your wheel and measure to 105 feet, and it'll land at your feet. He would not use that fucking wheel to do that.
That's funny, true.
Sorry, DJ.
It's kind of like too with the gyroscopic precession, right? They'll show you a mechanical gyro, and they'll show a precession that seems to accord with maintaining rigidity as the Earth turns under it. But they'll do it for like 10 minutes. It never account for any other variables, and then they'll extrapolate a globe out of it.
Yeah, it's pretty whacked. See this. Oh yeah, DJ, I just posted that a little bit ago.
The same one?
Yeah.
Ah, it's out of the same paper. Yeah. You must have already read this paper.
Yeah, I've seen it years ago actually. You know, Goldberg. I think I found it first on it, and then McToon ended up putting on his website, and for some reason, for at least a small period of time, Goldberg's were like, "Yeah, here's everything that proves it in this paper." Like, did you read the paper? Because I know if you read the paper, you wouldn't be using that.
Which
And
paper?
they give you a link to McToon.net, and it would be a direct link to that paper, right? Look at all the frickin' refraction papers on McToon's site. Yeah, did you read any of them? Neither did he. None of them support what you're saying. None. They did one in Greenland. They did like testing quote unquote refraction model in Greenland. And they took a bunch of frickin', you know, markers, and they ran them over ice, right? So they had the distance and all that, and they measured all the meteorological conditions. Dude, it's not even like they're not even close to each other. And McToon's got that on his site, where they got the graph of the meteorological conditions overlaid over what they actually surveyed, and it's not even close. They're in no way correlated. Correlation 0.
First law of Glurf is you got to quote mine.
I mean, you know, can someone just do that? Show a correlation between the meteorological conditions and what you're seeing through the theodolite. You measure the meteorological conditions, you graph it. You look through the theodolite, you graph it as using the same time, and then you say, "Hey, dude, did these curves fit? Or these slopes fit?" Right? You know what I mean? Like, what's the correlation between these numbers? I've never seen anything. I've seen it attempted, and I've seen no correlation. I mean, there is a correlation, but it's not correlated in the way that they think. They're using like the wrong variables, or like I don't know. Here, I'll get one. It's one I used to post all the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to include that quote into my railroad videos I have on YouTube.
DJ's done excellent work digging stuff up. It's great.
Here's another one McToon has on his site. This is a freaking joke. Empirical modeling of refraction error and trigonometric heighting using meteorological parameters. Okay. Yeah, so that's what they do. They take they make meteorological observations and survey observations at the same time, and they're uncorrelated.
I know. I'm just laughing because the data fitting is so egregious.
Here's the observed, right? There's the meteorological observed and the frickin' the survey observed. Those fucking lines aren't correlated. And then they try to estimate K from it using like a model, right? Different models to try to create a correlation by basically making a filter.
And then you see those models tested.
Yeah, and I'll show you.
They collapse.
And this is what spits out. The survey observed is the dark blue line.
There are a couple papers on this that from hashtag Geodesy in the home server that I think you'd be that I direct your attention to first and foremost, and that'd be the NATO Sapphire trials, the German and Dutch.
That's what I want to get. Yeah, I want to look at that big time. I saw that. Now, what was that about? Give me like the short version, Cliff Note version.
Dutch team, Chesapeake Bay, 16-kilometer observations, shore to shore. One side, German team too. One side had infrared TV.
No, I'm just kidding. Huh? I said, who let them in our country? No, never mind.
NATO. It's for a Navy contract under Navy funding line, NRL. But so they set up an infrared camera TV, and then they set up lights on the opposite side on a tripod, and then there's like a Yogi Bear Ranger tower that they set lights graduating up in elevation.
Yep.
Dutch team found that they had to. They required 0.01 degrees Celsius precision for their model to work. And their model failed, and to make it work, they had to widen the error by 1 order of magnitude.
Yikes.
That's what the Dutch team did. German team was railing about how confounding it was that the lower light on the tripod that was supposed to be a control for Earth curvature, because they purposefully, specifically took the Earth curvature calculation and affixed the height of the light to be beneath the curvature of the Earth. I checked it myself with the math, and that's exactly what they did. They were spot on. And they could see the light in basically all conditions. Day and night, they could see the light. Rainy weather, not rainy weather. And they called the situation cursed. They actually did in the paper that they furnished to the government. They also said that they could not actually detect or measure where the Earth curvature was, even though they knew where it should be. Great quote in that paper, by the way. Box Ops took it and made a meme out of it, which is awesome.
God, we have so much good crap, dude.
Yeah.
We do. Like, that's another awesome one. Like a treasure trove. That's why that dude Baron last night, that's what ticked me off when I actually came in here. I was listening on YouTube, and then I heard him say, well, flat earthers say, do your own research. But you guys researched the wrong thing. You go out and you watch some YouTube video or something stupid like that. You guys don't do anything actually for yourself out, and that like flamed me, dude. I was like, what? Like, you don't know us. Anyway. Yeah, dude, we do the best research. What are you talking about? We do so much research that you aren't aware of even within your own field of supposed expertise.
Yeah, it's like our community produces the content that people watch on YouTube.
Yeah, Indio, as soon as you joined the chat, I said, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I was civil with them. I shouldn't have been because that kid kept talking over me. He was being a jerk. But he was trying to filibuster. I know what he was doing. But I'm not going to let him end up being the center of attention.
How many hours ago was this? I want to listen to it.
Oh, what was it, like 2 in the morning? Yoder listened to it. What, when, did you listen to it last night or in the stream?
Last night. Let me pull up YouTube. It's still going to be where I left off.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was about 12 hours ago.
A little bit, maybe a little bit more than 12 hours ago.
Awesome, thanks.
because I know I stayed up past midnight my time, which was 12 hours ago, to keep listening to it. So maybe 13 hours ago.
Still waiting for the answer to my question. What's the reference ellipsoid for? You notice, right? He started saying he measured an ellipsoid. Remember, Yoder, with you? Somehow
Oh yeah,
he
he did.
measured in the real world an imaginary mathematical surface.
This is how I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. He says all surveyors are geodetic surveyors. And then he goes on reifying the model. Like, take one class, the Introduction to Geodesy, and they'll tell you that WGS84 is a mathematical datum and it's not real.
He should know that. I'm going to ask him. He said he's doing a stream tonight. Maybe I'll go on and ask him. I'll straight up ask him. I'm going to ask him if China uses the WGS84.
Yeah, good question.
It's like illegal, isn't it, in China if they don't use their own?
Yeah,
that's right.
That's the other was saying.
Let me pull up a link to that article on Geodesy.
Well, I mean, if he says no, they don't use the WGS84, it's like, so they're not measuring the Earth. You said you're measuring an ellipsoid, so what's China measuring? Because the ellipsoid you think you're measuring is a WGS84. And if they're not using it, what are they measuring over there in China? I'll probably get kicked after that. I might not want to say that. I was getting straight up booted.
Oh, it's not in the server. I thought I posted it. Hold on.
Yeah, DJ, the first question I asked him, I said, oh, I just want to know what's the reference ellipsoid for? He never answered. I said, because the Earth's not a perfect sphere. Yeah, but if you're measuring curvature, what do you need it for? Can you get rid of it and still measure the Earth to be a ball? Like, why are you using it at all? Jesus Christ, man. I can't believe you actually got that out, Yoder. And it didn't freaking nuke you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, for spam.
Map says weapons. Yikes. Map says weapons on TikTok.
That's such a such a huge like if anyone denies that and then you drop that list of links and stuff. It's a killer citation. A bunch of citations. Nice.
I wonder if you go to be re-educated, if you get caught with a theodolite without permission. Drop that theodolite. You're mapping stuff without permission. How dare you? Map materials are not allowed to leave the country.
Yeah, they talk about the government doing critical offsets to conceal national security interests, all kinds of stuff.
Are they?
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Hostile witness.
It's just using freaking a different Earth model. Different datum, right? It's gonna just, if the datums don't, transform into one into the other.
Yeah, gotta go. I'll be back later.
All right. Peace, man. Thanks a lot. I wonder how much this is just fear porn. Dude, Rayleigh, what's up with that cat, man?
The squirrel.
Or the squirrel, man.
Yeah, it jumped up
What
on the
the?
rail, and thankfully it stayed there for a few seconds.
What the hell was that? Dude, I thought when I was looking at it before I looked at it bigger, I thought like your camera froze. Cause like he went into statue mode. Wow. Wow, what a great shot.
Yeah, because that kind of debunks the entire narrative that what we're seeing out in the distance is reality, when in fact it's
That's not a squirrel.
practically a
That's
mirage.
a bird. Yeah, Glover's gonna say it's a bird, man. What are you doing, fake squirrels? It's a bird. He flew up because he didn't want to get hit by the car. So he just hovered there, and the car went underneath him. And then he jumped off because he didn't want to get hit by the truck. Isn't it weird how are those the same distances? The truck and the car? Are those different cross?
Yeah,
Those cross the track at different
the
distances.
crossing is about 510 meters away from the camera, something like that. In the
But both
500
of
meter
those.
range.
So a car comes from the left, or something does, and then the truck comes from the right. They're the same distance away.
Yeah, they're using the same crossing.
Wow. That's super weird.
Yeah, I would have captured more that day, but the battery on my camera was quickly died because I hadn't recharged it in a while. So, but I'm glad I captured that much.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Let me
know what
link
to say about that. I got to think about this for a while.
Yeah, let me link the entire video here.
Freaking squirrel, man. So he's like on top of the metal railroad track? So that's where the track actually is?
Yep.
How does the cars look like they're going? Wow, that's a weird effect. I'm having trouble wrapping my brain around this, man.
Yeah, because it's not the typical view that we see as a bipedal entity standing upright. But that's a squirrel eye view, or more like a slug eye view. But
so hypothetically, if there was somebody standing where the squirrel was, their feet would be right there where the squirrel is.
Yeah.
And it would look like the truck is coming underneath the person.
Yeah, potentially.
About to hit him in the rear end or something. Yikes, dude. Pull this video. Quite interesting. Thanks for posting that. That should have made my day.
And essentially, I picked that set of rail there because it follows the same ratio as when I look across Lake Ontario. Because it's usually I do like a 2-meter observation height for a 50-kilometer distance. So this rail is 2-centimeter height for 50,000 centimeters or 500 meters. I only wish I had a camera jig or dual cameras so I could capture a smooth transition, or the dual cameras would actually work better. I could have one at the track height and one 2 feet higher, and then capture the exact same image at the exact same time with 2 different heights.
You there, India?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. So Jesse and Ruhif, right? They say that every single observation when you go up to a certain altitude just perfectly matches with 7/6R, which is crazy. Yep. Ruhif said everyone.
That's a fucking bold claim.
Yeah, and they challenged.
That is a really bold claim. Now I have to find an example of that not being true.
So they're saying that refraction happens 24/7.
7/6R all the time. Once you get up past a certain. So they said, I bet you can't find one example where that doesn't happen. And the
I
Pete
can.
Gaspard, the Canigou to where he's looking over the French Alps, and you can see all of the different mountains. He's got the panoramic view. The horizon should be at 117 miles away, which is kind of where the water and the land start to meet. And once you add the 7/6R to it, it only takes it to 125 miles, and there's no sign of a horizon there at all. So that alone debunks that claim that that would always be the case, right?
Yeah, that's
and then which one you talk about? Are you talking about the black and white one, or which one?
Yeah. The infrared one, 1,000 nanometer infrared.
Okay, so what's the furthest distance on that?
Well, the furthest
doesn't matter.
I'll post it.
Here, because I'll use Mick West's calculator. It has 7/6R built into it. So hold on.
Yep. Observer heights 9,136.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So the refracted horizon distance is 126 miles.
Yep.
The unrefracted is 117. So.
All right, now I'll bring up the image, and someone's made a spreadsheet of it as well. It's got the every single mountain peak distance, and they've calculated the hidden height and the visible height.
I did do that at one time, and then I accidentally deleted it because I thought someone was in my email. I started deleting everything, and I'm like, shit, why did I delete that? Dude, I went and did every single peak. It was like 200 and something peaks, man.
Yeah, and I've heard them that some of the peaks are not measured properly, right? That's their excuse, anyways.
This is so basically, so I'll just post the image.
I know which one you're talking about. I've seen it quite a few times.
So I'm not even, oh shit, hold on 1 second. 30 megabytes.
Gemsy used to post this image quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's the best part about it, right? Because once it starts to get to the mountain ranges, it's kind of we can't really see the bases of a lot of the really distant peaks very well. But the horizon the actual physical geometric horizon that would have to be there on a globe would have to be at the distances that Indio just mentioned, right? If they're claiming that 7/6R happens, right, all the time and it's reliable, and we can't find a single observation where it's not that, just the horizon not being there debunks that claim. Oh, yes. Awesome.
Yeah,
I was going to
and
do
look,
this.
look, you can actually. So I have a full panorama of this. It's like 93 megabytes. Hold on a second. I'll post that so people can look at it. It's what was it? What did I name that shit? Can't believe I'm still on this shit after all this time. This ain't a dead issue.
The horizon changes by the day, by the hour, right? Like, fuck.
Here's a like a close-up pan of the panoramic shot. We can see the shoreline very nicely. So if we have a look at the image above this,
what I wanted to point out is you can see. So there's windmills on the other side. You can see the windmills. They're 8 feet above sea level.
Those are 8 feet above sea level?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Now you're looking at the hubs, though, so it's hard to tell because it's so far away. But obviously the hubs are not on the shore. But I think
close up of the windmills.
The line of dots. You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
There's also 3 towers that you can also see. Now, I've also managed to work out, though I can't show my work because I did this quite a long time ago. That's why I'm like, this shit, I can't believe this shit's still alive as an issue. That this image, the panorama, spatially is vertically compressed relative to the horizontal. And the way I figured this out is, so what I did was I took 2 points I could find on the map, right? And I did this circle thing. And then from that, I drew a line to each point. And then I take this circle, throw it in GeoGebra, measure the angle, right? I know their distance, their ground distance. Say, I think it was like 2 miles or something. So I can now equate the angle to 2 miles. That's the horizontal distance. Now I can, and then I can convert that into a pixel count. 100 pixels is 500 feet, say. Then I can do that. Okay, so if 100 pixels is 500 feet, I'm going to count 100 vertical pixels, right? And see if that's 500 feet of one of these mountains, and it's not. They're compressed, and this isn't an earth curve compression because I'm using a part of the mountain that's visible. You know what I mean? I'm not like doing like the entire mountain. Like, hey, from this part of the mountain to this part of the mountain is so many feet, right? So I can extrapolate, count the pixels. How many feet should it be if I use the same horizontal scale? And it's less by 10%. So there is some sort of compression going on even in infrared. It's just not as severe as the visible light, which is way more severe, which I also have pictures of. I have you seen that, the pictures I've shown of? It's like a visible light one and an infrared one, Mount Ventoux.
I have.
Yeah, I can find it.
Yeah, I got it here. I'll post it in the side chat. Let me know if it's the right one.
You do have it or not?
Yeah, I do. Is it this one?
It's a double image. It should be like a color. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Damn,
so if you try to line up like the tops,
amazing.
then the horizons don't match, and then if you try to line up the bottoms, then the tops don't match because the visible light one's compressed. And it's not compressed from Earth curve. Okay, it's not because will try to take that compression, and because we usually like, hey, dude, like things get compressed with difference. They're like, no, they don't, and this is why I have this, because this proves, yes, things do get compressed with distance.
Yeah,
that's why the thing I'm talking about. That's why I did all this, right? That this vertical scale, horizontal scale thing, it's been like, I guess it's just been assumed that these. I mean, there can be other factors. It could be the sensor, because the sensors are not always scaled properly. You know what I mean?
Be something to do with the focal length as well, because these look like they're at completely different levels of zoom.
They are at different levels. He was zoomed out. I don't know how the focal length would really change one axis. I don't understand how that would change, like how one axis would look.
Yeah. I just know, you know how, I don't know, you've seen
like
those
it's
images
squished horizontally?
where they change the focal length and things in the background all of a sudden look way bigger than what they look when you have a lower focal
Yeah,
length.
but those are like close relative distances. So it's like 40 feet versus 500 feet. You know what I mean? This isn't like, zooming, like changing the focal length at an object. Because that's called like depth of field. I know what you're talking about. It's like depth of field. It's so geometric. Like the difference in changing the focal length of the camera relative to the distances they're photographing is insignificant. It's in the millions or something. Oh, I zoomed the camera out.
I'm more interested in the closer things. I mean, that we can really distinctively make out from bottom to top. That would have to be behind that geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So in that image,
well,
that
just to let you know, there's a whole mountain range, right? Like if you look at the photo, the double photo you posted, the infrared, right? So there's the Alps are in the back, right? But in the front of those, there is an entire mountain range. Those mountains are like 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
And people are like, why can't I see the bottoms of the mountains? I'm like, well, there's mountains 1,200 meters high in front of them. Because if you look at the map, you go on Google Earth or look at Google Maps, it shows mountains in front of the Alps in that line of sight. And they're 1,200 feet. You can just do the elevation profile, right, in Google Earth. I'll just do it right now.
Man, who went to the effort of making all these little black lines with the names, working out what every single one of these mountains is? Shout out to whoever did that.
There's an app for that.
Ah, okay.
Because it'll take a photograph and you say, oh, identify these mountains, and you tell it the general area, and it'll start labeling for the peaks for you.
Oh,
this is the elevation profile, right? So you see there's a bunch of mountains in front of the Alps. Those aren't part of the Alps, that little bit. There's like a bunch of mountains, a little plateau, and then you like go up into the Alps. That flat part's the water, by the way. Just so you know.
Awesome.
Yeah, I examined this area pretty thoroughly. I know this area better than any place in the world from looking at maps and shit. since we're talking about this, I might as well bring the skeletons out of the closet. You might as well.
Yeah, I want as much info about this as possible. This one, because this is a killer. This shuts down Jesse and Ruhip's challenge, and I'm gonna make a detailed video about this observation. Do it as well as I can, putting it all together, explaining it all, and.
But there's all the Canagoo photos. The horizon's in the wrong place, right? Peak Fenestrel. You know. Because you got to remember, Peak Fenestrel is even further away. Peak Fenestrel is behind Canagoo.
Is that the one that says max distance?
Yeah, that's the 443-kilometer one.
Oh, that's the 443. Yeah. What's your rebuttal to? I see the anti-flat earthers. They're putting up that world record one, and they're saying that because a mountain that's closer appears like it's higher, it proves the globe.
Yeah, I've heard them say that.
Yeah, it's like you can see the mountain, maybe it's Gaspard in the background, but they're like, oh look, there's this other mountain it's like 100 miles closer, and it's shorter, but look, it looks like it's higher, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, that's Bar. I think. I'm scrolling up. This is some old stuff, man. I'm like scrolling way deep into the archive. Digital dust flying everywhere.
So even with refraction, like the 7/6 factored in, the horizon should still be over the water. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There should be a water horizon in all those Canagoo photos and the Peak Fenestrel one.
So that means we should just see a line of water and then see the mountain peaks popping up over it.
Yeah, see stuff starting to stick up from behind the horizon, right? Behind the water.
Yeah, and that's taking their bullshit refraction into account. So what are they going to say? You know what Jesse actually said? He said, oh, like all of a sudden, he said, oh, maybe the water was really cold that day.
Oh my goodness gracious.
But all of a sudden now, like we got to get up really high to avoid the the hectic refraction down near the water. Now all of a sudden the water is playing into account again. And then he said, well, actually, like maybe the horizon, the geometric horizon is there amongst those mountains. And how would you know?
Well, what it should look like, right? Because like the circle that I drew, part of it's in the water, part of it intersects land, right? So that land that it intersects should look like a peninsula from the point of view of the camera. And then it should stop and then start to be water with things sticking up from behind it. But that's not what we see. We see the shore.
Great point. Yep.
Oh. Is this it? I got some pictures of the windmills. This one is the line of sight showing the distance. This last one I posted to where the windmills are. It's 133 miles.
Well, so this is those windmills that we could see lined up in a row. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah. And this is the angle that it's looking at them at.
Okay.
So it's not looking at them like sideways, like, you know what I mean? Perpendicular to the row.
Uh-huh. Save this one as well.
That's why they kind of look like they're close together. Because it's, you know,
Yeah.
you're kind of looking at it
Side
at an
view.
angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this water is like a canal. This isn't a river. And I think its elevation is something like, I'm pretty sure this elevation spot was like 8 feet or something.
So this line is showing the distance to the observer, is it? 133 miles. That's how far away the cameraman is. Is that right?
Probably have stuff on the height of the windmills. I certainly do. I really have to find that. That was actually pretty hard to find. I do have the weather conditions for that day. You want that?
Oh yeah, man. Anything you've got. Where the
We
conditions
had
would
like
be
a French
awesome.
flat earther, dude. I had them find it. Because it's France, right? Like, they found it for me. Like, fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
if
was
I
a
could get
girl,
the
a
height
French
of the
girl.
windmills, if I need something that I can focus the observation on, the windmills
Well,
would
I
be a
got the
great
weather
thing.
conditions for the time the fucking photo was taken. The actual weather conditions. So, I can find them. Imagine them having that. Imagine them having anything. Getting close. God, who's the idiot who organized this junk?
Yeah, one time I was having Gemini look at one of my photographs. I told it what the date and the time of the photograph was. Automatically brought up all the weather conditions, including the water temperature, which I never asked for.
Really? I have to,
Yeah.
I have to do that. Didn't work.
I'm just gonna paste that into ChatGPT and tell it to find me the height of these windmills. see if it can do it.
Yeah, I have the height somewhere. I just have to. That's probably on the main server. Right now I'm looking at like I have a little storage Discord that I put stuff in. I don't think I have the heights of the windmills in that. Okay. Make sure it's the right one. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is the pressure that day. Right. So the day they took the photo was they took the photo after midnight, 4 in the morning on the 13th. So if you notice, you have extremely high pressure on the 13th. And between the 12th and the 13th, extremely low humidity. That 22 humidity, that's unheard of. And this isn't even at the top of the mountain. This is just at the closest area that's like a city where they track weather.
Yeah,
to
closest
the
weather
to
station.
the to Canigou, right? So it's at the bottom of the mountain. Which is it's right near the water there. And so if they had like 22% humidity down there at the bottom of the mountain where the water is, can you only imagine what was on top of the frickin' mountain?
Yeah, I think the photographer said he waited a long time to get such a day like that. It's on the website.
I have his email, by the way. I talked to him. I talked to him once.
Oh, wow.
But I asked him about a different photo.
All right, so ChatGPT. So first it said, "No, I can't help you. I can't find it." I'm like, "Hey, put some effort into it. Like, study the name on the map."
Stop being lazy.
Yeah, and now all of a
Use
sudden
more
it's pulled
tokens, damn it.
everything up. Yep. So now it's told me the area that it's in. It was able to find what the name of that canal is. It says ground elevation at Fos-sur-Mer area is very low, largely near sea level, with typical values around 9 to 10 meters above sea level. 49 meters at the highest spots inland, but because of the location you measured is right next to the canal/port, the ground elevation at the site of the turbines is less than 10 meters above mean sea level.
The value I got was 8 feet, if I remember correctly.
That's 8 feet?
Yeah,
well, now I
that's
know
what
the
thought
name
it
of
was.
it. I can just check on I'll just check on that.
You can tell DJ has a history of managing people. Come on, man, put some effort into it. Be honest with yourself.
The AI gets lazy, man. That's what I noticed recently. Like, if I tell it to put extra effort in, and I'm really counting on it, it puts so much more effort in than if I don't say that. It's crazy.
You think that's
Hey, but you got to be careful though, because I'm sure there's plenty of workers out there that'll lie straight to your face. Yeah, I did it, man. I did it. I did what you said, and blah 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 blah. They just fucking do it.
Yeah, man. Without a doubt.
I think they got lazy mode. They like flip a switch. Be lazy unless they specifically ask you to stop being lazy.
Yeah, try to be more supportive. I know you can do better than this.
Oh, I'm very nice.
DJ's gonna get an email from ChatGPT HR.
Stop bullying our chat agent.
No, always make
You've
sure I
received a few complaints from ChatGPT.
The elevation profile or the elevations that you get on Google Earth are all over the place sometimes, and same with like if you try to put in like a coordinate, of say a buoy, for example, right? Because remember Indio, how they were criticizing, they were saying, oh, we put in the coordinates and the buoy has to be at this lat long, right? And because the buoy's at this point, we can tell that the boat must have been a mile closer than what you're telling us. And then when I looked up how much the margin of error is on the coordinates, in some places on Google Earth and Google Maps, it said, oh, they can be off by huge amounts. And same with the elevations as well, because it's changed, right? I don't know what they did, but if you go to where they did the Black Swan, right, like that whole beach, Miramar Beach or whatever it's called, if you put the elevation, like hold the mouse near the edge of the water, it's 5 meters. It says 5 meters, and if you
5
drag it up,
meters? Jeez.
it says 5 meters. Yeah,
A little cliff there. Did they do cannonballs off of that?
Yep, and now it
That's
says
crazy.
that the point where where he did the 8-foot observation of the oil platforms, it says 9 meters, but it's only 7 foot. It's only 7 or 8 foot, but it says 9 meters. So Globers were trying to call me out that he was lying about it, and he fudged the numbers because it literally says that. And then, but I didn't notice at the time. You drag the mouse lower down onto the beach near the water, along the whole beach. It says 5 meters, and then I looked it up. I'm like, how come it says this? And it says, oh, sometimes they change the sources, or they change the elevation profile maps or something like that. And in low light, like in coastal areas, it can be off by many meters.
Yeah, that was pretty low. Accusing you of lying, it's messed up, man.
Oh, dude, they were desperate.
Did you I posted it in here, I think you were in here. McToon on TikTok?
Oh, against Angels of Light?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh, you saw that? Straight up lying, dude.
Was he
red-handed?
Oh yeah. Yeah, was that the one where he kept calling angels Satan?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a massive meltdown.
And then he's like, yeah, I have that paper. Paper had nothing to do with the spin of the earth. It was about measuring little g. Ridiculous.
Man, I found a random clip of McToon on my other computer the other day when I was cleaning it out. I don't know, I must have saved it sometime. And McToon was going on about how some flat earther had his kids taken during a divorce or something like that, and how he was saying the flat earther should never be allowed to see his kids again because he's a flat earther, and that he should have his kids taken away. This is the craziest. Yeah. I gotta find the clip. It's on my other computer. I just got to copy it off it. But I
think I underestimated his mental illness and
yeah.
considered him like a rational actor to some degree. I knew he was a little fruity, but maybe I need to reevaluate. What does that say about the people that follow him? My God.
It's the most degenerate audience that he has. I mean, he was doing that furries around the globe video, which was weird, right? And then there's all furries in the comments saying, all right, you gotta, all right.
No, I don't know. Don't do it, DJ. I don't.
Oh, no. This has to be done. Because I got screenshots as well. All right, so I'm going to post this and then 2 screenshots. All right. You already had a low opinion of McToon. Just get ready.
Yeah, you just gotta search furries on his profile and it comes right up.
Oh, no. Can't be real.
All right, here it is. And then I'm going to find these screenshots of him replying to messages. Okay, so here's the video. Why would you?
What the hell?
Furries around the globe. It's a song.
It's a song?
Yep.
What?
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've never watched the video, I just know it exists.
It's literally like furries dancing around and stuff like that. And it's called Furries Around the Globe.
Oh my God, it's cringe core. My God.
Yes.
What? No. No.
Mormon
I want to be plugged
space
back into the
watch.
Matrix now. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Screenshot number 1. Okay, so Skeptical Shelby says, "Wow, I thought I was the only furry in the debunking community. I'm thrilled to be wrong." And then McToon hearts it and says, "There are a good number, it seems." And then the next one is this is.
Oh my gosh, dude!
The next one's better. This one, have to admit, wasn't expecting to find furry content on your channel, but hey, I can't say I'm complaining. McToon hearts it, right? It's also got 6 thumbs up, right? McToon hearts it and says the furries are coming out in first. I would like to be the first to welcome you to our new furry overlords. And then someone says, McToon, you have done very well. You will be rewarded.
Oh my gosh, dude! Well, Jump Panda server is a furry server.
So yeah, Toons. It seems Toons a furry. I think we can say that. There's tons of comments in the section where he's basically like talking about that. There's lots of furries in the debunking community and welcoming them all. So yeah, very
Dude, that explains a lot.
Yep. So yeah, completely
Dude,
mentally
Muppets aren't furries, dude. What are we talking about? Okay, let's get back on topic, man. Ugh, gross. What's going on? I'm dumbfounded. I can't, my brain can't work now. You messed it up. So we got this zoom in on the windmills. I don't know if you saw that picture. The zoom in there. And
yeah.
There's something sticking out over here. I'd never noticed that before. On the shoreline. But that's good. You know why? Because we can find that. And if it's a rock or something. Or a boat. Because the horizon's supposed to be like 120 something miles. And I'm pretty sure those windmills are quite a bit further than that. Well, 137. Right? So 10 miles further than the 127. 126.
So, admittedly, I have not looked into terrestrial navigation at all, although I've heard about it, and I'm thinking to myself, depending on how far you are away from whatever it is that you take an elevation angle to, I mean, that has to be a fairly small angle. Like, if you're miles away from even like a mountain peak, you're going to get a pretty short, pretty small angle. And I just don't know how that would work. I guess I don't know how accurate that would be.
Yeah, I wonder.
Anybody looked into terrestrial navigation?
Yeah, it's done the same way. The thing I wonder about too is the kind of precision that would be needed that we would require to determine the relationship of angles and distances for our purposes is much greater than what is used in the field. Because you got to think about people using sextants on a boat, got choppy waves, it might be rocking. How accurate can you get with your tick marks? As you get your elevation angles and azimuthal angles. How accurate are your clocks? Are you off by a few seconds? I mean, all of these errors compound and add up over time.
Yeah.
Yep, I got the same thing. They decided it was 5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator, and I'm like, okay. What about errors due to parallax? What about errors due to instrument inaccuracy?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, how do you ever gauge the accuracy? How are you going to get the true distance? That would be damn tough. Now, I think it's probably really helpful for practical purposes, just kind of getting a gauge for where you're at in relationship to locations based on a star's GP. I think it probably does a fine job of that. But there's going to be a point where you're going to stop using elevation angles and you're just going to go by charts and ultimately like geographical features, landmarks, stuff like that.
Yep. Ultimately, what we're doing here with this is we're checking the claim for spherical excess. And instead of using landmarks for it, like surveyors do horizons and mountains and stuff, we're using the stars. The same principles apply. So if you can enclose a triangle with known side distances by using celestial navigation on a flat Earth, then the sky is flat too.
Then 69 miles per degree will no longer match. It'll be something else.
That's right. So if you take a triangle and try and smash it onto a globe, it's going to have curving sides. And or you won't be able to enclose a triangle. So if like the sky is round and the Earth is flat, and you're going to use 69:1, you're going to run into these issues. And it is possible the sky has a different topology than the Earth, and it's possible that it is round and the Earth is flat, and there are issues, and those issues are papered over by the fudge factors involved. We simply do not know enough at this case right now to say, but we do know that when we measure the Earth flat, we measure flat distances to very high levels of precision with lasers, then we're debunking a rounded Earth, which means the rounded Earth can be summarily tossed. That doesn't rule out what the sky's doing, though. But this also means that ground distances that are unmitigated from the 69:1 rule are wholly inaccurate, and everybody's inaccurate this whole time. I don't necessarily believe that's the case because there are all kinds of crazy fudge factor corrections that are shoved into these systems. You got all kinds of like sensor filtering and averaging and smoothing of data going on called common filtering, and using statistical methods, using stochastics. So, I mean, what I'm ultimately interested in is precise measured data like we all have been asking for. And I'm not going to acknowledge there's a 69:1 rule until I see the data for it. And it's not just the 69 part that's a problem, but it's the one part, like Sazu was talking about, like measuring angles. Like, how accurate can you be? Like, if you're going to use Polaris, and Polaris wobbles very slightly in its position, if you're going to use that wobble, you need to account for it. Otherwise, you're going to be 30 nautical miles off, because Polaris is offset from the true center of the sky by about half a degree, which would translate to 30 statute miles. So there's like the declination or inclination or azimuthal change of Polaris relative to the observer that has to be taken into account in order to seal up that 30 nautical mile gap. But nobody talked about that part. And then how accurate is your measuring device? I mean, how accurate were nautical sextants to be able to determine a half a degree while on a boat, through atmospheric refraction, through wobbly bobbly on the seas? I mean, there's all kinds of crap going on. So I really just don't buy that rule of thumb being wholly accurate. It may work good enough for most cases, particularly in the north. But I would love to see that work everywhere consistently at all times.
Yeah. It's the same issue I have with the 5,000 stadia that was measured between Syene and wherever. And how do you measure that distance accurately over a surface that has topography? So you've got ups and downs.
Well, I would have to imagine that the idea of, we use this term celestial navigation, but I have to imagine that most ancient cultures still had a relationship with the stars where they assumed that they, were over geographic locations, perhaps took angles to them, perhaps made their own calculations, created their own rules, and gave themselves some values like that, where they said, well, if it's in this azimuth, if Syene's kind of over there and we see this star over there, we're going to take an angle and we're going to say 500 stadia. Now, how would they come up with that? I have no idea. But I mean, we screw up by thinking that the ancient cultures were just a bunch of knuckle dragging idiots. These were intelligent people. They had plenty of navigation systems of their own. Maybe they got lost. I don't know. But I have to imagine that most of the things that we use today are about as old as the Earth or the ancient cultures themselves. Purely my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like there are other trees of development that civilizations can take besides just like the high tech one that we have. That may be equally powerful and just different.
Yeah. I will say I still like celestial navigation. And like I said, I don't know that I would call it a flat earth proof necessarily, but I think it's the ultimate principle that, like 10th Man was trying to point out to everybody, that the way that they're doing the process is referencing the earth as the plane itself, and the distance and all that stuff, or the angle itself, the zenith of the star, all that stuff is done with a flat plane in mind and treating the Earth as essentially the baseline of the angle, right? And so it's like, okay, well then in celestial navigation, they're essentially using a flat Earth to get distances between points. It's the same thing as surveying, right? Where it's like they're measuring this flat. So what the Glober does is they come in and they talk about, number one, like Matthew said, oh, well, they assume that the Earth is a sphere. Well, I don't care what they assume. They're still measuring the Earth and referencing it as a flat plane. So if what they're doing is a flat Earth, who cares what they assume? Oh, well, they also assume that the Earth is curved, and that's why they're going to, assume that the zenith angles are reciprocal. Well, I don't care if they assume that. They're still getting plumb everywhere that they go. They measure it flat, and then later on, they slap it onto a coordinate system or a pre-assumed sphere, and then of course they create themselves some problems. So it's always the principles that actually are the damning thing, right? The condemning thing. It's like, well, if everybody's referencing the Earth and measuring it and treating it as it's flat, what do I care about the assumptions that are made afterward, especially when those assumptions create inaccuracies?
Well, I mean, supposedly the story goes is, they're using it like elevation angles to a curving sky. So you got non-Euclidean sky, Euclidean ground, and they found that there were some very complex mathematical problems associated with this. Number one, you're going to get corruption. You're going to get stretching and warping of ground distances and everything over time. And so, out of convenience to treat the ground the same curvature as the sky is an elegant way to reconcile using the sky as a sphere and having it match on the ground. And then you just add a whole bunch of corrections because the Earth is actually flat in reality.
Right.
And that's what's going on. Yep. If you weren't able to add in those corrections to the ground, then you could probably add those corrections to the sky and retain a flat Earth, and you'd be in the same position that we're in now.
Yeah, and no one's going to try to even attempt to correct the sky. Like number one, it does all kinds of crazy stuff, and number two, how could you possibly do that? If you have to try to treat it as like a material, where these stars are in like almost physical locations, right? Like we use this term free space, but they're in these geometrical locations, and they all have like a relationship to each other, distance-wise and stuff. You can't do that with the sky. The sky is way too mysterious, way too crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. The sky is a wonderful thing. It's an amazing thing. All the crazy stuff that happens, even with the moon, for crying out loud. And so if we try to treat that like some kind of physical geometric system, we get jacked up big time. Like, it's just weird.
I don't really have many questions right now. Honestly, I was just kind of gearing up to say that we literally have Jesus in the chat. So, I mean, here's our answer, right? We're going to get the answer right now from Jesus. Is the earth flat?
Measured so.
I didn't say Jim. I said Jesus.
Jesus will tell you that the earth is flat. He must be away from his mic.
Damn. Should I just take a disciple's word for it?
No, you should measure it.
Fact.
Have you ever done anything like that?
In school, yeah.
Really? In school you measured earth curvature?
Well, not necessarily that, but usually you can add up a bunch of things that you do measure and usually draw, I don't want to say assumptions, but you can draw pretty decent conclusions on those things.
Can you explain the methodology there?
Well, I remember measuring the acceleration of gravity. Not that proves that the Earth is a globe, but it's just one of those things.
Okay, but you said you had measured Earth curvature, right?
I didn't say that. No. But I've done measurements that lead me to believe that yes, the Earth is curved.
So how does the gravitational constant prove anything about the surface of the Earth?
Well, it's just one of the things. It's gravity, right? How does it prove? I mean, it's kind of like a question of where does this come from?
Well, can you define gravity?
I know the definition you guys typically use is density.
No, well, I asked you for the definition of gravity. We don't define gravity as density unless you're talking about specific gravity. And that's not our definition. That's just the definition. So when you say gravity, what do you mean?
So I know a lot of people don't like using the word force in this, but I think the generally accepted definition includes the word force between objects attracting each other based off of their mass.
Okay, so if you're going to go with that, can you demonstrate can you demonstrate that happening? Can you provide an experiment that isolates gravity so that we know gravity is the cause of this phenomena you're describing?
That's a big ask right now. I'd need time to think about that question because I've never really thought about that specifically in regard to gravity. But like I said, that's just kind of like one of the things that brings me to the conclusion that I have. Just like I'm sure you guys have a lot of things that.
So you don't believe a general downward vector could happen if the Earth was flat?
I just know that the flat earthers don't have an explanation that I agree with, right?
Okay, but that's not what I asked.
Density.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that our current explanation of gravity has been consistent with like just other things I've experienced, I've seen, And I get that that doesn't prove everything, but it kind of just the consistency, right? Like it fits in here, it fits in here, it works there, it works
Okay.
there, it makes sense.
Okay, so what's another thing that implies that the Earth is a spheroid? Because I think we can rightfully discard the concept that a downward vector proves anything about the nature of the surface. I think that's fair. It doesn't prove anything one way or another. It's just something we observe. So
I think a lunar eclipse is pretty compelling. That is
okay.
like another example, right?
Okay, so why is
well, I
that
ask
compelling?
myself, what's casting that shadow? And the shadow is curved, right? It has like an umbra, I think they call it.
Well, wait, dial it back.
It's
Why
not
are you...
always curved, is what you're gonna say. There's an exception. Yeah.
No, well, wait, don't put words in my mouth.
All right, sorry, yeah. So,
you just said it's a shadow.
So I'm assuming that it's a shadow.
Right. You're assuming.
It's been pretty consistent with what shadows are, to my knowledge.
Well, actually, no. A sphere casting a shadow on another sphere actually creates an S-curve on it. So it's not consistent with the shadow.
This is your assumption based off of seeing this on a smaller scale, correct?
It's not an assumption. It's something we can test and observe.
Right, but this is something that you've tested and observed on a much
smaller
I mean,
maybe someone in the chat can post a video. Pardon?
I'm just saying it's not one-to-one, right? And we talk about relativity all the time, but things are different depending on shapes and sizes and
shadows. Do shadows act differently when you scale the two objects up and down?
I know light can. Light can.
Think about what I just asked you, though. Just think about it.
Well, have we tested it before with shadows to that scale? Is my question.
To the scale of the moon?
I've just been. So you guys perform an experiment and say that this scales up to what we claim the Earth and the Moon and the Sun
If
are.
I wanted to make a scale replica of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun, what would the equivalent sizes be if it was to be something that I could do on my own? Can you give me a scale? I want to make sure that the scale is correct. I want to make sure it's correct.
Not to get off topic, because I feel like this kind of is, but I feel like that argument is usually brought up when people say that, what can I do to visually see that the Earth is curved? Because obviously I cannot fund myself to take a rocket out there, just like we can't get these large
went on the
planets to
rabbit
figure
trail,
out what these
got
shadows are
away
doing.
from curvature, and jumped into gravity. So I'm kind of just following you down the rabbit trail. You given a scale is necessary in order to replicate it properly, and I'm asking what the scale is. Can you give me a ratio that's appropriate for something that I can do at home? For the
I would
sun,
not have that
the earth,
off
and
the
the
top
moon.
of my head. That would like I said, there's a lot to this that I don't know, that we don't know, right?
Okay, so in order to have this scale, right? In order to have this scale, you need to know the radius of the Earth. In order to know the radius of the Earth, you needed to have made a measurement of the Earth. Have you done the measurement of the surface of the Earth? Because obviously you can't dig the diameter to get the radius value. So have you done that?
And that isn't possible, just like many other things have spoken here.
And this topic brings us back to the original point, curvature measurement.
Is that we don't know. That seems to be what it comes to, right? That we don't know.
You don't know what? The radius?
Like I said, we don't know if these measurements are true about the circumference being 25,000 miles or whatever, the radius, like we don't know that. We have a lot of lacking knowledge here.
Well,
hey, J-Dog, if you look, just quickly, J-Dog, if you look in the side chat at 49 minutes past the hour, there's some information starting at 49. There's some information for you as in relation to your lunar eclipse idea. And I don't know if I'm hearing this correctly or not, but it sounds to me like you're saying a small scale model could possibly show a different effect than the large scale, and the large scale being the actual moon. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't know, just like we don't know for a lot of these things.
Okay, so why should we assume that during a lunar eclipse we're seeing a shadow when we don't see shadows behaving like that.
Is it not in and of itself to make an assumption that you have all the knowledge too? Like that is an assumption in and of itself that you don't need.
Okay, but you're missing the point. Why would we reject the knowledge that we do have in favor of a different idea that we cannot prove?
I feel like that's not a fair argument because I feel like flat earthers.
No, it's not an argument. It's a question.
Out there, and it's very selective on what we choose to use in our information.
So there it goes, bro. Don't jump off and start to attack people. It's a very reasonable question. Why would you use assumptions when you already have data that proves otherwise?
Well, I'm not attacking people just by saying this is what flat earthers do, right?
Well, you should hear.
It's a reasonable question for anyone. Why would you use the assumption when you already have data that shows otherwise?
Is there not data that shows otherwise against you guys though? Like that's the
no,
thing.
there isn't. Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Exactly to what though?
You tell me. Give me an example.
So like curvature to the Earth, for instance, I could show you pictures, for instance, but you guys are going to say those pictures are fake because they're just pictures.
No,
the thing.
Relax, calm down. What's wrong with you? My goodness gracious! Don't freak out. My goodness gracious! Why are you freaking out?
Get it out.
All right.
Yeah, let him get his feels out.
It is not necessary to come unglued. I asked you a reasonable question, and now you're freaking out. So I'm asking you specifically if you have data contrary to what we've published or has been published by the mainstream that proves a globe, please present it. Very simple.
Do you think these GIFs on Discord is data though? Like I'm just.
I didn't say that it was. No one said that it was.
So then what is the presented data? You said you presented data to me, and I just asked you.
Yeah.
Everything that you guys showed me on the Discord here.
No worries.
Like, what's going on here?
So the GIF of the moon being darkened from the top down.
Yes.
How would that exactly work? Yeah, no worries. Are you saying, listen, if you have something to the contrary occurring, please present it.
I don't have all these GIFs and things on the side ready to just throw into the chat.
You've got the internet at your fingertips, friend.
J-Dog, you're asking us to believe in an idea that you have. You want us to just accept it. You accept it, but you've never even questioned it or looked for evidence to support it.
Very much. I've seen a lot of the laser experiments presented in this chat.
Well, wait, we were talking about the moon. Okay.
Well, okay. I've heard it all. What do you want me to say? Like, yes, I've been here for these discussions.
J-Dog.
Okay.
And why can't you support your claims?
My claims to what exactly?
Well, you said a lunar eclipse is a shadow on the moon. You were unable to support that. You're saying that the Earth's surface is curved, and you said you'd done experiments or tests to that effect, but you weren't able to produce those as well. So, and you're bringing up laser experiments and saying that they aren't proof that the surface is curved. So, can you present a laser experiment that does prove the surface is curved?
You understand my word?
Instead of trying to knock down, can you please present your own evidence?
So you realize that my word here and what I might post in the side chat is just as weak evidence to the Earth being a globe as these GIFs and random things that you guys are posting for the flat Earth claim. And I think we're always going to be
disparaging because I think you're not. I think you're not really reading things when you're just mocking them as GIFs. I mean, a GIF is just a method of conveying information. It doesn't mean the information is invalid because it's in a GIF form.
You guys are presenting things created by flat earthers, though. Is there not a clear bias of a GIF created by a flat earther?
That's a genetic fallacy. Who created it has no bearing on the truth of it. But Jay, no, it's a genetic fallacy. It's a genetic fallacy. There's no way around it. The truth of the information has nothing to do with who created it.
So for instance, let me just reply to this one.
So what you keep doing over and over again is you keep trying to disparage people as if the personality and people and things determine the truth of the information, they don't. And there's nothing you can do to fix that. But that's your whole shtick.
Now. I'm asking for sources. Could you
it doesn't matter. Fucking Adolf Hitler made the gift.
Just send me the gift so I can verify it, right? Send me where I can
Dude, I'll
verify.
send you a fucking video, dude. I'll send you a video. How about that?
source for
send
what?
you a video. The Salmonellian eclipse from the Cohaki Mounds in Ohio that a regular Glober took. Why are you over talking me? You asked for something. I'm telling you what I'm going to give you.
The Salmonellian eclipse?
Hold on. Someone's calling me a bigot in the side chat, and I want to address.
Why don't you try
Dude,
something
you
else
handle
for a
that in the
second?
side chat, bro.
Like, for real, let him finish a fucking sentence.
Let me get
Okay,
some
you have to handle
clarification.
that in
Shut
the
the fuck too, AG.
Jay, can you let people finish a sentence before you interrupt them?
Why don't you back it up with evidence? Why don't you back it up with evidence? Where did I say something?
You know, look, bro, you just admitted we had evidence when you said you've seen the laser tests.
This is literally too. Okay,
so
I
what
asked
is
for
it?
evidence
We
of me
have
being a
evidence
bigot,
or we
buddy,
don't
not
have
evidence
evidence.
of
Pick a
being
struggle,
flat earther.
brother. Pick a struggle.
I said evidence of me being a bigot, bro.
Oh, who cares of that? Who cares, dude?
Well, clearly AG does because I'm being called one in the chat.
Yes,
So that's
what
why
does he mean by that?
Anything a flat earther says, and you talk over everyone. You can't be quiet and listen. How can you hear what anybody's saying if you're talking over them? You should listen to
Let's try reset the conversation and just have Indio only. J-Dog, just a second, bro.
Exactly.
Apologize for
Let's
calling me a
reset.
bigot, and I'll jump back in.
Okay, just talk to Indio and then take turns.
I'm not walking out. I don't want to have a conversation unless I get an apology now.
I'm sorry, Jay. I apologize. Could you talk to Indio, please?
Hold on a second. Do you know what bigot means?
What does bigot mean?
You're offended by a word that you don't know the definition of.
Well, I'm asking you what bigot means.
Bigot means that you have a preconceived judgment about a certain group of people. It doesn't matter what the group is. You obviously do. You're bigoted towards flat earthers.
I'd call it more intolerance, but sure. Yeah.
Are you bigoted? Do you have a preconceived notion about flat earthers?
I'm not.
A stereotypical view.
I feel like I mean, all of us have a stereotype that we kind of have a bias towards other people, right? That's kind of a ridiculous question.
Yeah, that makes you a bigot.
I think, hold on. I'm saying we all have bias here. Are we all bigots?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, we are all bigots.
All right,
correct.
Great. We're all bigots. All right, what do you got for me, Indio?
Hold on. The Salmonellian eclipse.
Yaga Bruno, I did that.
Do you understand what they're telling you? That it's a geometric impossibility in your worldview.
It's a geometric impossibility for it to
It's a geometric impossibility for it to be three balls lined up in a row with one ball blocking the other.
Why can't I just say it is?
Okay, because you see the sun above your head, the moon is also above your head, and the thing casting a shadow is under your feet, hitting the top of the thing that's supposedly having the shadow cast on it. That's geometrically impossible. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse. They've known about it for 2,000 years.
Exactly.
Those guys are difficult to have a conversation.
I couldn't agree more. The point being, you're not going to have a productive conversation with someone if you ask for their evidence of there being a globe, and then they say one thing, but then they know to themselves that that's not just the one thing they believe themselves. Even if they don't have good evidence of it and they don't have a lot of knowledge on the subject, obviously it's not just the one thing. And I feel like it's obviously not the one thing that draws them to that conclusion.
Why do you do so much meta, dude?
Why I think having productive conversation is important, so I like to build
by having a conversation about the conversations.
I think having a good foundation for conversation is important. I think
no, you know what meta is? You're keep having the conversation about the conversation. It's like it's like you're Howard Cosell giving color commentary about this chat nearly the entire time.
Okay, I'm just giving
fucking
you guys
boring, bro. Just gossip shit. Just like you keep saying, I feel, dude. Slow down on the fucking estrogen, bro.
Whoa. Oh man. Okay, come on.
Too many fucking soy lattes.
Colors to that. Soy lattes.
Look, bro, I'm serious though.
Feelings in women.
Look, no fucking man starts sentences with "I feel."
Is that the connection you're making there?
Well, this is so we're talking about nature, and we're trying to figure out what's objectively true. Okay, feelings don't come into it.
Yeah, talking about getting off topic, huh? Feelings in women.
Yeah, women have feelings.
Come on.
It's because of their hormone profile.
You know what I'm
talking about. I'm not going to get into that.
Said. Don't be obtuse with me,
dude. I'm not going to get into freaking well-known biology of fucking females, dude. Okay, but that's not the point. The point is, what do you think is the best evidence for the globe? What convinced you?
The best evidence? There's so much, and I know you guys are going to hate this answer, but it's probably the logistics of just upholding that lie. Like that's, and I get that that's
how
not
many
a measurement or anything.
Okay, have you actually thought about that for 3 seconds?
I've thought about it a lot.
How many people do you think would have to be lying?
There'd be a lot of people, I think. A lot more than what I've heard.
So, you know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and you're telling somebody something else that you know is not true. So who would know the truth? Who would know that the earth is flat and be lying about it? So, Donald Trump, would he know? Would he know the truth and be lying about it? No, let's figure it out, dude. Let's actually explore your so-called best evidence of incredulity. Okay? How many people would it take? How many people would be lying? Let's calculate. Let's try to calculate a number, dude.
So I can't list every profession. Obviously, I don't think any of us can.
What do you mean profession? How would they know if the Earth is flat?
So for one, it would be the people who claim to have been to the ISS would be lying.
Okay, so there's 600 people.
As well as the 12 astronauts that have been to the moon, as well as
okay, so there's 620 people.
There's
620 people.
And I get that there's logistics of running a company, so not everyone has to know and be in on the lie to actually operate something.
So we're up to 620 people, dude.
Let me just say, satellite launching companies.
Are you listening, brother?
Yes. Hold on.
You're up to 600 people.
So there are companies that launch satellites, right? And that would
go
against. So do you guys believe that satellites orbit the Earth?
No.
Okay, there you go.
So how would they know? How would they know the Earth is a globe from launching a satellite? What information are they getting? Hold on, would you fucking answer the question? How would they know?
How would they know? The point being is that they're claiming they're doing something. They would have to be launching that into what is low orbit, like 100 to 150 miles, something like that. They're not. They have to not be doing that, right? These satellite companies.
How would they know?
How would I know? How would
they know?
They're lying, right? They're making a claim.
No. Listen, to be lying means they know the Earth is flat. J-Dog. Are you on fucking goddamn meds, bro?
Say that they are shooting them off into orbit, right? And they'd be lying to the person that they're.
No, if they believe, no, you're confused. You can believe something, J-Dog. You can believe something and tell it to somebody and not be lying. Lying implies intent, meaning you know the truth and you're saying something different.
So you're saying that they can take in those satellites, and then they're claiming to their client that they're making them orbit around the Earth.
That's what they believe.
Right. So who at that company is putting those
Have you ever talked to anybody involved? J-Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved?
What's going on?
J-Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved in the satellite industry?
Have I? Not personally, no.
Okay, I have. Many people. Okay?
Same.
And when I ask them what they actually know, they don't know fucking anything.
So
they get their
that could be selective
information from
bias.
third
Could that not be
parties.
selective bias?
They
Do you
don't.
seriously
No,
think you're
it's not
talking to the
select.
highest of people who are going to be the liars then? Because you wouldn't be.
No, but they're not lying, dude.
No, but
you're
I'm
stuck
saying
on
that's selective
stupid.
bias. You don't.
What do
you
you mean
have
selection
spoken
bias? Look, one dude, his name is fucking Stuart Gray. He was a subcontractor for NASA and thinks that he sent a fucking rocket to a fucking comet and took back took a sample and flew it back to Earth. When I asked him about what he knew specifically, him personally, what he knows, with their information, because I asked him a couple questions, same question I always ask. Said, how do you know the orientation of the satellite? How do you know where it is? How do you know its speed, its velocity? How do you know any of that stuff? It's told to him by quote unquote NASA's Deep Space Network. They give them all the information. They themselves who operate the satellite are not generating this information. It's being generated third party. Okay? So, that being the case, there's also Josh Ingersoll, who fucking's been in this chat for he was in this chat for almost 2 years. He works for the Amazon Kuiper fucking project, which is supposed to create some satellite fucking internet like Starlink. Okay? He works for them. He's a fucking goddamn purchasing manager or some shit. Okay? He doesn't have any information.
Then why would he if he's a purchasing manager?
Because it's a small group of people. He has to sell the product to people, right? So he goes to people and say, hey, you want to buy some Amazon internet? Fucking Costco or whoever? So he has to know enough about the product in order to sell it to the people. All the technical details. He had a fucking goddamn, master's degree in fucking engineering, right? He's not, but he also does the public relationship. He works for fucking the United Nations in their fucking, the NASA or United Nations fucking space outreach program or some shit. But as far as the information that he has personally, it's nothing. See, you're imagining what you people at these jobs do. It's literally your imagination. And saying, oh my God, I'm imagining they actually know a whole bunch of shit and they'd all have to be lying. But it's just your fucking imagination. When you ask, even back in the 60s, okay? So there's a guy named Ed Krantz. He was the mission director for the Apollo program. He wrote a book and he did an interview on Discovery Channel. He said that no mission controller could tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing. This is back in the 60s.
These are examples you have, sure, and I could bring my own examples of people saying.
Give me an example of somebody that knows something with direct firsthand and primary information that the Earth is a globe that works at a satellite fucking company.
Brother, so taking an astronaut.
What did I just ask you for? What did I just ask you for?
Finish it. So
no, repeat it back to me. What I just asked you for.
You saying that you spoke to someone that worked in the satellite industry, 3 of them, is just as strong evidence as me saying there are 3 astronauts out there who have claimed to be to the moon.
No, dude. I have primary information about what they said they know, and they don't know anything. You're imagining shit. It's my experience versus your imagination.
No, I could find.
You have no idea what anybody at a satellite company does, dude. Okay, what do you think that someone at a satellite company does on a daily basis? You have no fucking clue.
Does that disprove what I'm saying?
Yes. That your claim has no evidence.
I mean, I never claimed to be presenting evidence here necessarily.
You think that there's people at satellite companies that would have to know that the Earth is a ball and be lying about it. You think that because you believe they know shit that they don't know.
So the root of my question was really that there'd be a lot
of
people
has a false premise
and in on it.
No, they're not. This conspiracy that you think has to exist is imaginary.
So what do they do when they get the satellite? So they hand it off to people. What is that final person? satellite before they put it into storage or whatever? What do they know? Like they just
That's a good question.
exactly. They got to be really stupid and not think something's up. Why am I not
Look,
launching this
I
satellite?
worked at General Dynamics. I watched them build shit to put fucking quote unquote satellites together. Put the electronics. Want to know what happens? The dude that fucking wires the shit, the mechanical engineer puts it together, and then it goes in the cage and it goes off to someone else.
Yeah, I'm talking about that last.
And then it goes off to someone else, and then goes off to someone else, and then goes off to someone else.
And people are just like, huh, this satellite was supposed to be launched a year or two ago now. Why are we still having it?
Well, who's going to complain?
Yeah, that's
I'm just
actually
saying,
true. They do
Who's
do
going to
that.
fucking complain, dude?
I don't know.
complain.
That would be a lot of satellites to be passing along to each other, right?
I've never seen a scheduled launch go off as planned. It's always been delayed, and sometimes it's been delayed like a year.
Yeah, we're just
Or longer.
exchanging them between all these
So,
people.
so J Dog, you know that like so there was a lawsuit. They fired this guy from Raytheon, right? Gemsy knows. I don't know if Gemsy's in here. So they fired the guy from Raytheon because he ratted them out because they had $1 billion contract to generate satellite data and give it to the Department of Defense, and it was all fabricated. All of it. $1 billion contract.
Sure, that's sketchy. That's not good. That could imply something for you guys, but
if this guy didn't blow the whistle, no one would know.
That's not necessarily evidence that satellites aren't getting launched. The companies lie all the time to make money.
They could be launched with the technology we don't know about too. Who knows?
Absolutely.
The point is, that's not the point. The issue is who knows? Who knows the Earth is flat and is saying it's a globe? Yeah. Who? It's a very small group of people. It wouldn't be probably be more than 10,000 people, if that. And they wouldn't. And listen, J Dog. To be fair, they wouldn't know. The only people who would actually know that would claim to have seen the Earth in its full fucking glory as a ball wouldn't be anybody on the ISS. It would only be the Apollo astronauts. Well, in the Artemis astronauts, right? They would be the only people that have seen the Earth as a ball. The people on the ISS are only 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and they would only see 3% of it. So they wouldn't know.
Curvature, though.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Why do you believe that?
How do you know that?
Because the math says no.
What do you mean the math? The
math. It's not high enough. It's not high enough.
Where's the math?
It's 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. It's not high enough.
I don't
let's
know
say you had a beach ball, right? That was 6 feet in diameter. How high would the ISS be off the surface of that beach ball?
You tell me. It seems like you already have the answer.
2.25 inches.
Okay.
Okay. 2.25 inches off the surface of a ball that's 6 feet tall. You would not see curvature from that altitude, and it's not just me who says it. We have a direct quote from a planetarium director named Paul Larson, who was a finalist to go to Mars. That little NASA Mars thing that fell apart, that they were going to put people on Mars. He was a finalist in the choosing of the astronauts to go there. Even he says there'd be no visible curve from the International Space Station, that it's not high enough. It would only see 3% of the Earth. So when people say, hey, why do they see curve from the ISS? That's what I want to know.
I mean, that's his statement versus the people on the ISS.
Well, the Chinese space station doesn't show curve, and it's only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. And they show a completely fucking flat horizon.
This is through you looking at through a camera?
Yeah, through a camera, yeah.
Okay.
No, through ESP. How do you think they're looking?
No. I'm just saying that's not you on the Chinese space station.
The Chinese broadcast video from their space station that shows a fucking flat Earth.
And we know, what do we know?
You know why?
Camera,
because Chinese people can do fucking math.
I mean, I could say the Earth is extremely curved when looking through like an airplane window, right? But I mean,
no, what?
That's an airplane window, right? It's got curvature to it. It has that fisheye effect.
Depends on how close your head is to the window.
Sure, but regardless, it's not an accurate representation of the outside.
Yeah, I don't. Look, the point is, there's no way to even tell. Okay, If they're in the so-called ISS at 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, they're not going to be able to tell if the Earth is a globe or not. They're not high enough. They're only seeing 3% of the Earth. Can you see 3% of something and know what the other 97% is? Of course not. Okay? So we're getting down to a very small list of fucking people that even know the Earth, that even claim to know from first-hand information that the Earth's a globe. Okay? We got fucking, how many people were in Artemis? 5, so 27 plus 5. We're up to fucking 32 people now.
I'm going to be honest, and I'm sure everyone else can agree in here, that I do not have any solid frame of reference to equate 3% of curvature to what I should visually be able to see with my eyes.
3% of the surface area.
Right. I'm just saying that that's such a complicated thing to like connect to like what you should visually be able to see. Right? I don't know what I should visually be able to see on a curved ball if I only see 3. Like it's I have no frame of reference to start with that, and I don't think anyone really does. That's such a
And that's how they fool you.
The 3% would be if you could see the entire circle of the horizon, which you can't. Right? You're only going to see a certain field of view. So you're not even going to see 3%.
I'm just saying I don't know if that's true or not, that I wouldn't be able to determine the
You can literally Google it, dude. How much of the ISS surface area is seen? It says 3%.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I don't know what I should be able to determine from my eyes is what I'm saying. Not necessarily that I think
the point is, I don't want to get away from the issue. What you thought was such a strong issue is this vast fucking conspiracy that would have to exist in order for the Earth to be flat. This is nonsense, dude.
Well,
I don't know why you people think that. I don't know what you think people do on a daily basis, but you're imagining shit.
Yeah, they're all just in team chats for 8 hours a day conspiring, I guess.
They're not conspiring. There's no need for a conspiracy. They're all believers in the same cult.
Yeah.
How do you think eclipses are predicted?
How do I think eclipses? You tell me. How are they predicted?
They don't use a globe. Sunrise, sunset, solar noon, all that shit. They don't use a globe. But if I asked any one of these people that you think know the Earth is a ball and would have to be lying, hey, dude, how do we do this? Do we use a globe? They'd all say yes. So this is like a myth. But if you look at the math, there's no globe in those mathematics. No physical Earth globe. There's a celestial sphere, but there's no Earth globe. But everybody thinks there is, and they just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
You say here's the math. I don't even know what the math you're talking about is. What is the
math? The mathematics that you would use to predict when an eclipse happens, or the mathematics that would use to predict when the sun rises or sunsets.
You're saying they use
that mathematics does not use a globe Earth.
I don't know who they is and what math they're using is what I'm saying.
If you go on time and date where you live, and you go on time and date and look up the sunrise time, the model they use to predict when that happens is not a globe model, is what I'm telling you. But everybody thinks it is.
So where's the calculation?
Including the people you think that would have to be in on the conspiracy. See, there's a model. Okay? There's a celestial sphere model of the stars. And people have taken that model and they've reified it into the Earth is the fucking sphere and not the sky. Okay? And then they imagine that they do all these calculations based upon standing latitude, longitude. That's on the surface of the Earth. Oh, I can go to the Tropic of Capricorn. I can go to the equator and I can stand on it. No, dude. All that shit's in the sky, that entire coordinate system. They've inverted it. It's inverted. The point is that people believe a lot of things that just aren't true. And it's not my opinion that they're not true. It's easy to fact check me and see that they're not true by looking at the formulas that they fucking use to calculate this shit.
I'll agree with you on that.
And then you look for the, hey, where's the radius of 3,959 fucking miles? It's not in there.
Listen, I'm with you and probably all of you in terms of having my fair share of doubt between the government and just world powers in general, but yeah.
The government doesn't have an official position, dude.
To actually operate.
The government doesn't have an official position.
Do you believe in evolution
I
and
know
stuff?
the deep state and stuff. Do I believe in evolution? What do you think? I think you know the
I don't
answer to
know.
that. I do.
Okay,
Do you believe life can form from
why?
chemicals?
Do I believe life can form from chemicals?
Yeah. A chemical soup?
Under the right conditions, sure. I think chemicals is a very loose
We've never seen it
term, but
happen.
sure. We've never
Life
seen it
breaks
happen. Is it
down
not
to
something that we
chemicals.
acknowledge happens over a long period of time, though?
No, we've
I think
never observed it. It's pseudoscience to say it's possible.
no. But you're saying I'm just saying, is it not something that we state happens over a long period of time?
You can
It's
state
obviously
whatever you
something that's
want, but observing it is a different thing.
okay.
Yeah,
But just because you can't
time is
observe
actually
something because it takes
J-Dog.
The
Time
that
fundamentals
doesn't
is
disprove
actually
my point, though,
contradict.
right?
J-Dog though.
Just because
Joe
it can't be
J-Dog.
observed doesn't
Hold on,
mean that
dude.
it disproves it.
That
Is my point.
answer don't
there's
work because time is the enemy.
contradictory things happening.
Tell him, Taylor.
Yeah, I
Time is the
mean,
enemy.
yeah, chemicals like will cross react with one another in an open environment, like the Maillard reaction with amino acids and RNA. But they say like they can be in an open environment somehow form like complex machinery. You know, they've never seen it happen. So like but people believe this is possible, even though we see the opposite happen. We see like life break down to chemicals and polymers break down over time. You know, but
Yeah. So you got a
like
prescription, and
yeah, there's a
there's an
lot of things that
expert.
they say are possible and happen that aren't true. Like, what makes you think that we're on a globe other than the government says so?
Once again, just because I'm not able to observe something because of the time constraint doesn't mean it's not possible.
Well,
I
you
think that's
can
just not a
observe
fair
the
statement.
globe. There's no time. I mean, I think time's your enemy, but that's another topic. The globe is something we should be able to observe. We live in it now. What do you think? Is like, why do you believe that that's what we're on, other than the government says so?
I already kind of answered, but I think it's pretty
He said
difficult to
because
observe the globe.
he is incredulous about the vast conspiracy that would be required, and he can't believe that many people. Though he can't say how many people it actually is, he just imagined that it's some large number. That he can't imagine there's that many people in on some giant
You
conspiracy.
don't think there's any other conspiracies that the world powers pull off?
There are. I think this would be by far the most
That's
impressive,
not.
though.
Why?
Wait, what? I said there are. Oh, absolutely.
There are, but like this one's not. How do you conclude that?
I think this is by far the most impressive logistically to pull off.
Okay,
And that's just
so they can
just
pull
to
a
be
lot
clear, that's
off.
one of my examples. Yeah.
You know, like that they're academics. Like there's like a world forum.
Fucking right back to the
There's a World
beginning.
Economic
The World
Forum.
Economic
There's
Forum.
NATO. You have to be in on the like academia and in like basically teaching their same things and propagating their same lies to even be within these groups.
Yeah, they're all little cabals. Yeah, the deep state. You got the.
Yeah, I mean, these
get
are
it.
world powers that even run the education system around the whole world.
Have you ever considered, J-Dog, that the globe is just like a religious tradition?
It was founded in philosophy. Originally,
And
the
people-
first people that acted like we're a planet, they said, okay, we see the planets, we must be one of those. Like that was philosophically based to begin with.
It's all philosophically based. The Copernican principle.
Originally, yeah.
Yeah, the aesthetics of the perfect sphere. Earth must be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. All that shit came up from the Greeks.
Okay.
2,000 years ago, and it had nothing to do with science. It had to do with a philosophical preference.
Yeah,
this shit doesn't. J-Dog, you're misinformed. You probably think that the globe was formed over time from scientific observations. Nothing could be further from the truth. It did not come from that. It came from the exact opposite of that.
Just been indoctrinated in school.
No, if you look at the history of the globe, it comes from Plato, Copernicus, fucking cult of Pythagoras. Who's the other guy?
With the 2 sticks.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, the guy with
you know, he did that test. He did that test, and you know what? There was still fucking flat earthers in Greece.
Fucking individuals, low IQ, who still stuck
that's what your
in
mom said. Go on mute, bro. So anyway, the Chinese did the same test, J-Dog, the same sticks and shadows, but they just assumed that the rays of light weren't parallel, and they came up with the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah, and I
so
get
they did
that
the
you guys
same
just
thing. The sticks and shadows it's not globe exclusive result. It works on a flat Earth and it works on a globe. He didn't convince people at his time.
That's fine. wouldn't expect them to bring over everyone at once. But my efficiency at work has been absolute shit this last 20 minutes through this conversation.
Well, I
So
mean,
trying
that's
to
sad to hear.
thanks. I'm trying to still survive on this planet, just like the rest of us.
You're not on a planet, dude. You're on a plane.
But,
why would you think you're on a planet?
Because they said so, and he doesn't believe they could lie about it.
Because my 4th grade teacher told me that.
Oh, that's it. What did she know?
Yep.
How would she know you're on a planet? Your 4th grade teacher.
Because she read a textbook that was made by the deep state.
Okay, so the person that wrote the textbook, how did they know?
Yeah, they're actually like interdimensional beings that are.
Yeah, that's so. Now you're spurging because you know that we're gonna just keep going back, right? We're gonna try to find the person who actually knows in this fucking chain. Like I just said, it's just a tradition that's just passed down like a fucking religious statement. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you defend it. That's the actual. You're literally carrying the water for an idea you don't even understand. Think about that for a second. What possessed you to carry the water for somebody else's idea when you don't even really understand that idea in any detail?
Here's how I frame it for myself. I see it as more so.
I frame it for myself? I just framed it the way it is.
You have your own bias, buddy, just like I have my bias.
Not a bias, dude.
So
you don't know anything about the globe Earth, right, J-Dog?
Let's go with that.
J-Dog, you don't know anything about the globe Earth, do you?
Can I just say, I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of people that actually do work in these fields.
I didn't question your integrity.
What?
I didn't question your integrity.
I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of the people that work in these fields. Or not necessarily disrespectful, but I think it's worth defending their integrity.
Their integrity?
Yes. So do you
okay, I debated a guy with a hold on, J-Dog. I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics. Yeah, okay, J-Dog. You're ignorant. You have no idea. You've never talked to anybody that works in those fields. I debated one in this chat, a PhD in mathematical physics that teaches at the University of Southern California, and want to know where he went in the debate? We can't prove we have hands. We could all be brains in a jar. He couldn't prove the globe, and that's where he went. Okay? So these people that you look up to, that you think magic science guy has the fucking answers, there is no magic science guy with the fucking answers, because we talked to the magic science guy. And he points us to some other fucking magic science guy.
You're just blanking it over all people that I might experience, right? So is everyone here like a flat Earth
I
Dave?
talked
Should I just
probably
like that?
30
I've
fucking
heard flat Earth
PhDs
Dave
in
talk, and he
physics,
sounds pretty
J-Dog.
stupid.
J-Dog, I've talked to about 30 PhDs in physics over the last 10 years.
I've spoken to my fair share of those types of people too.
Yeah, bullshit. You're a liar.
Go ahead, laugh it up. You guys are
lying.
I just think it's pretty funny that you don't laugh.
Tell me how one of these PhDs in physics would know the Earth is a globe. Tell me.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
ask
sure
them, the people that you talk. Hold on, let me
real
finish.
Formal conversations with PhDs in a Discord channel, right? Is that what we're having?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard most
So
of
we
the
just asked him a
conversations
simple.
he's had.
Just to be clear, like my qualification is that I actually went to university for a science degree, and I've spoken to these fair share of people too. So like, why the fuck does it matter whether or not you spoke to them or I spoke to them, and whether or not you believe it?
Because you didn't ask them the questions I asked them.
We're trying to have a conversation on facts, not what we've heard from someone, right?
Yeah, they don't have any facts, J-Dog. You're just imagining. They don't know. They don't know anything about this topic. They don't know anything. Just like you don't know anything. I go, hey, dude, what's the circumference of the Earth? They got to Google it. Hey, dude, what is a reference ellipsoid? They have to Google it. Hey, man, where's the latitude, longitude coordinate system? What's it based on? They got to Google it. They don't know fucking anything.
Can I just say, I take that as a massive compliment, you saying I don't know anything as to, like, the Dunning-Kruger effect, so I appreciate it.
The point is, you just believe that there's these people out there that have this magic fucking knowledge, dude. You're just imagining it. It's literally just your imagination, J-Dog. You're just saying there's superhumans out there with this information. You just believe that, but they don't actually have the information. Like I said, who would know for 100% fact based upon their primary information, meaning their experience, that the Earth was a globe? That's 32 fucking people.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's never seen the Earth as a globe.
My favorite TV show.
32 people, J-Dog, claim they have seen the Earth as a globe out of the 9 billion people on Earth.
I have a question for someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who
You
obviously
stopped listening a while ago, dude.
He did.
So just to be clear, do you think someone like him is just completely misinformed and his life is built off?
Doesn't have first-hand
He
experience.
believes that look, dude, he'll recite the fucking dogma straight out of the Book of Job, just like any other fucking religious zealot, dude.
Do you think he's knowingly lying, or do you think he's just a fool?
He believes what he's saying is true.
Okay, so he's a fool. I was just curious. I'm not gonna.
It doesn't make him a fool. It means he's wrong.
Right, but he's falling for all these really bad assumptions. Is what you're saying, basically.
Look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we want to talk about him specifically, is not a scientist. He literally just regurgitates whatever he thinks the textbook says. A lot of times, it's not even. So I'll give you an example. And he admitted that he fucked up. For 20 years, he was telling people that if you weighed something, right, at the equator and at the poles, that they would weigh different. Have you heard that before? Because of the rotation of the Earth?
I've not. No.
You've never heard that?
They're saying
because of the rotation of the Earth, things would weigh less at the equator.
Or just because of
the rotation of the Earth's centrifugal force, dude. Okay. He said that for 20 years. And then he realized that, oh, I got a problem. Because the Earth is supposed to have a bulge in it. So that would mean there's more mass under the Earth at the equator, increasing gravity, and it would exactly cancel out the centrifugal force that would make it lighter. That's what he's saying now. He don't know. He's just a moron.
It never looks good to walk back on a statement that you've held for 20 years, right? But I think that also shows a lot
No, the problem is the first statement and the second statement are garbage, dude.
I'm just saying that shows a lot of personal integrity, I think, to say that I was wrong. I don't know how he presented it, but
oh my god, dude. No.
And I get it. I'm not trying to wipe away.
He had no evidential basis to make either claim. He didn't science is empirical, J-Dog. It's based upon data collected through measurements, experiments, observations. That's what it's based upon. It's not based upon theory and ideas and shit like that. A lot of people think that nowadays, that it's because they're always like, explain this, explain that. That's not what science is.
Now. It's whatever you
it isn't semantics.
You could say it applies to theories. You could say it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because science is empirical.
No, but theories are usually
science is based upon empiricism.
If not always.
It is the foundation. Yes, all of it.
Yeah, which a lot of people would argue is part of science. It is building a theory based off of evidence.
It is the science. The science is the empirical information gathered from observations of nature. That's the science. The natural world informs us.
Ideally, everything would just be rock solid fact, and we wouldn't have to go off of theory. But
we don't have to go off of theory.
Is theory. I get it. It's theoretical.
The point is, he made both those statements not based upon any data that he ever saw. He's never seen measurements of fucking weights at the equator and the fucking poles. He's never seen that data. Both statements are baseless. Now, one could be true and the other could be true. The point is that he's making baseless statements. He's making statements, not scientific statements, because he hasn't seen the actual empirical evidence that either claim is true. How do you decide something's true in science? How do you decide something's true in science?
How do I know? Sorry, what did you say?
How can you tell what something's true in science? What is the arbiter? Who decides?
Empirical evidence.
Exactly. You do the experiment.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes that's not always an option.
Then it's not science.
Once again, this is getting into semantics of.
It's not semantics.
How strongly your thing is supported. Is it 99.99% because it's a theory with all this evidence, or is it only not come on.
All this evidence. Evidence being what, dude? Empiricism?
I'm saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
The only thing considered evidence in science is the fucking empirical evidence, dude. The fucking words that come out of some fucking asshole's mouth is not evidence.
So let's say wind blows something that spins, right? And you can then calculate from that the wind speed. But the wind is just making something spin. So from that calculation, it's actually just the rotations per minute or whatever of the thing that's being spun. But I mean, that's not empirically observing that the wind speed, right? That's extrapolating information from something else.
Yeah, it's called an indirect measurement. Yeah, it's an indirect
I'm
measurement.
just saying, well, yeah, now we're kind of adjusting the goalposts. And
No, I'm not adjusting the goalposts. It's an indirect measurement. But it's a measurement of fucking something in reality.
yeah, but how do we know that we can equate that to wind speed now? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're doing all this other stuff to just know that the spin of this, the speed at which this spins, equals wind speed in some way? That seems ridiculous, huh?
Extrapolating wind speed from the rotation of a fucking pinwheel is ridiculous.
Because we're not observing the wind speed necessarily. We're just assuming that we can.
Well, you can. You can just fucking put some smoke in the fucking wind and observe that.
And what, visually determine a number? I can't do that.
You're right.
So we have to use something
you can just film it with a camera.
Isn't necessarily empirical evidence of wind speed.
Empirical means experience, dude. Means you're doing something in the real world. You're not doing mental masturbation in your head, right? That is something physical in the real world. It's all empirical means.
Well, more so direct observation. I would call that more indirect.
No, okay. We're not getting a direct out. Speed doesn't exist, dude. I mean, it's another layer of abstraction.
Sure. I'm just saying.
Speed is time over distance, right?
Sure. So
what's actually being measured? Time and distance. It isn't fucking. There is no speed being directly measured. You can't measure speed directly. You measure two other quantities. You measure the distance and you measure the clock. Which is what you're doing with a pinwheel, technically. The point is that, like Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it isn't worthy of debate. The point is that these people that you are, this magic science guys that you're defending, I don't know why you're defending them. You don't even understand. They don't even understand the idea. It's like you guys are all like, there's this, it's not even, it's like everybody has this different idea what their globe is supposed to be, but you guys all defend it like religiously. And you guys don't know why. It's literally like free labor.
Sure. I'm an outlier, though, in terms of globe defenders, am I not? As is not basically everyone who comes into this channel. They are an outlier.
I mean, you controlled your spiral, so yeah, that's better. You recovered.
I appreciate
You recovered from, dude, I thought you were going to spiral the fuck out of here, but you fucking recovered, so that's good.
Thank you. But, yeah. This is not a real representation
but
of
why,
Globers.
But, J-Dog, is the globe your idea?
Is it my idea? No.
Yeah, did you come up with it? Okay, so it's not your idea. Why are you defending it?
Come on, there's a lot of things that I know that are fact to me that it's not my idea to begin with, though.
But why are you defending it?
Exists forever.
I'm asking you why you're defending it.
Why am I defending it? I'm not defending.
Yeah.
I think we just kind of got into this conversation. I feel like, I mean, maybe you guys would disagree, but I feel like I'm one of the lighter guys in here that I try not to argue too much, and I try to just sit back and listen. I just think these conversations are interesting. I like having these conversations, but I think
I mean, we didn't even talk about Flat Earth. I mean, we're just fucking all over the place. We're like in philosophical
I enjoy
land.
a conversation.
Well, I mean, no, because you're like, I've seen the laser test. If I asked you about the laser test, you wouldn't be able to tell me one fucking detail.
We spoke about all the compromised people. We spoke about lunar eclipses. We spoke about gravity for a short
You never addressed anything that I brought up about the lunar eclipse, though.
You were saying
I didn't even bring up the sunrise and sunset impossibility, the solar eclipse. That they're impossible.
Shadow.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence it's a shadow. That's the problem.
A shadow. Yeah.
No, there isn't. So you know that a circular shadow doesn't cast a circular a sphere would not cast a circular shadow on a curved surface. It would only cast a circular shadow on a flat surface because shadows conform to the shape of the surface that they're projected onto.
Wait, so if you're saying it's impossible for a sphere to what? Casting.
No, they don't. Look, if you had the sun was up, right, and you had a railing and a set of stairs, the shadow cast by that straight railing would look jagged when cast onto the stairs because the stairs are jagged. So if you have a curved surface like a sphere, which the moon's supposed to be, right, and you have a perfect circle like the shadow of the Earth's supposed to be casting, when it's projected onto that curved surface, it's going to get distorted. It's not going to stay round.
My question is, what do you think is going on there then?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
A lot of time people just don't have the answer to that. What do you think?
I mean, nobody has the answer, Jay. You've been told a story, but that story is also not the answer.
What do you think is the most?
It's just accepted to be the answer because everybody thinks everybody else believes it, and they're afraid to be called retard if they say that can't be correct.
What do you think is the most likely explanation, or do you not have one?
I don't calculate that. I don't do that shit. I don't figure out the most likely. It either is or it isn't.
Do you think there's a possibility though that it could be a shadow being cast?
I don't think it can be proven.
Right. I'm just asking if you think it's possible that this is the shadow that we claim it to be.
No, it's not possible.
Okay.
No, it's not possible.
Got it. I just want. All right.
And the reason it's not possible is for the geometric reasons I laid out. A, the Selenelian eclipse. B, sunrise eclipses that have been observed, right? So an eclipse right on the horizon, right? So the sun's rising, and there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. Okay, this was recorded in Australia, where there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. This is in the desert, so you got a nice flat surface. You got a sunrise solar eclipse. If you the horizon on the globe is supposed to have a 0.02 degree dip. So if you draw a line, a tangent line with a dip, right? A straight line, 300,000 miles, and then continue that line to 93 million miles, the sun, the earth, and the moon can't be fucking in a line because you have different you have different positions, right? You have something that's way closer, 400 times closer than the other thing. They can't be in a straight line in your line of view and lined up with the fucking horizon of the earth at the same time. That's a geometric impossibility. And there's, like I said, there's the round circle cast onto a fucking curved surface. So when that edge of that circle crosses from the center of the moon to the other side, you got to remember that's curving in the opposite direction. So what you'll get is a distortion. Part of the moon's so-called shadow would be on one side, one half of the moon, and the other side would be on the other half of the moon, curving in the other direction, and it would make like an S shape. I mean, people are posting, gifts of this shit in the chat. The point is that the methodology to even predict eclipses you cannot use the heliocentric model to even predict when they occur. It doesn't work. What we use is the same thing we've been using for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle because an eclipse happens. It's at the coincidence of 3 cycles. It's called the draconic year, the eclipse year, and the animistic year. Okay? Those 3 things, when those happen at the same date, you'll have an eclipse. We know this just from the cyclical nature of them. We don't have to use a heliocentric model. Now, you might not have known all this, and that's what we're here for, give you information you didn't have. I know that the globe story sounds cool, quote unquote, makes sense, but it can't be true because you have to ignore the falsified the information that falsifies it. Right? You can be like, so much. You ever heard the black swan, right? So your theory is all swans are white, dude. You look for the black swan. You don't look for the white swans. There's 3 anomalies that can't possibly work within that frickin' hypothesis of what causes eclipses. And I'm sure there's more that we haven't even discovered yet.
I quickly found this video And to me, it looks like a shadow being casted from a sphere onto another sphere, and it is curved on a small scale. I mean, I don't know how you could. This is 4 years ago too, so obviously probably not AI unless they had something we didn't know about.
It's not an equivalent experiment, dude.
Why?
She's way too fucking close. The moon is supposed to be 30 Earth diameters away.
So now scale does matter? Are you saying scale does matter now?
Scale always matters.
Okay, so it is possible now. So let's revise this statement that spheres cannot cast curved shadows on other spheres, because that's not true. Spheres.
It is true.
There is.
No,
Hold on,
look.
this
You think about what he's doing, dude. What he's doing. Have you ever seen an eclipse from off the surface of the Earth?
Come on, dude.
That's where the camera is.
I literally just.
Is the camera on the surface of the Earth or not?
Evidence to
No, dude. Is the camera on the surface of the Earth or not? In this equivalence.
The camera
angle. Dude, if you were gonna claim, J-Dog, fuck you, dude. If you're gonna claim that this is somehow equivalent, it has to actually be equivalent. You can't stick the fucking camera, right, 90 degrees from the fucking sphere and say this is some sort of equivalent experience. You're supposed to be on the surface of that sphere. That's where the camera should be.
So then the other examples are bad too.
No, they're in line. This is off to the side. You understand that the viewpoint matters?
I'm not seeing really anything that should
Do
matter.
you understand that viewpoint matters?
Casted. No, I don't. I'm looking at the one from 1:44 p.m. That is just a light shining from wherever. Pretty similar angles, honestly. Yeah, I don't. I click on random unsolicited links.
So who's in your DMs?
I'm not seeing why this matters.
So who's in your DMs, dude? J-Dog, who's in your DMs?
Who's in my DMs?
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I honestly found this.
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I found this myself through AI.
You're lying, dude. This is an obscure video. I've never even seen it before. And I know Danny Faulkner, another PhD that we've talked to.
I can't post the picture, but I can show you exactly what I put into the prompt to get this video suggested to you, if you want. I asked, are there examples of this in a video? I mean, I was asking other things before that, but yeah, it was through AI. Gemini.
Demonstration of Earth Shadow on Moon when he did this 4 years ago.
You caught me. I got Gemini to give me a link to YouTube.com for a video that's 4 years old.
I don't believe you, dude.
I don't know so why does it even matter to begin with? Also, I don't even know who.
Look, all that matters is this is not equivalent. It's not even close to equivalent, dude.
I'm curious. Is he like a well-known person around here?
Danny Faulkner is a Catholic. He writes for Answers in Genesis, but he's a hardcore anti-flat earther.
That's funny.
So he believes in young Earth, no evolution, all that shit. What would it be called? What is it? Intelligent design, all that shit. But he's hardcore because he's an astronomer, PhD in astronomy. He's also a known liar.
I'm sure he'd call you a known liar too, though, right?
I can prove he's a liar, though, with his own webpage. In his own fucking words.
The point being is, here's a video disproving what you said
No,
before.
it isn't, dude. It isn't disproving anything. I'd really like to see what that fucking light source is, because casting a really diffuse fucking light.
Danny Faulkner.
See how the shadows aren't hard like that?
What's up?
See how the shadow edges aren't hard? They're not hard edges.
Sure.
He's using a diffuse light.
I fail to see how
That's
that matters.
deceptive, dude.
I just looked at it. There's a little bit of a sinusoidal as well, even though he tries to move it over.
I'm trying to zoom in on it. Yeah. I see some fuck ups here and there.
I mean, I'm glad I could show you guys this.
Yeah, just more ammo. Thanks, dude. You notice he won't fucking cross the meridian. You notice he's going down just like one side of it?
I don't know. I don't.
He's not like transiting. He's not like transiting. And there's another one. And listen, and there's another guy. This is actually a pretty long fucking video. It's like an hour and a half because it's very thorough. So he took a camera and put it on the side of his house and time lapsed the sun and moon for like 6 months leading up to a lunar eclipse. Okay? In the path of the sun and moon, the moon could not have been in the place where the sun is based upon the way its path was changing, because the moon was taking an arc across the field of view and the sun was taking an arc, and over time they either move up or down in the field of view. But they weren't moving. The moon's arc would not have intersected the sun's arc during that eclipse. And he made like a physical model.
I mean, yeah, I haven't seen that example, so.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get you want to fucking dude. This video is so fucking good, dude.
Blow my fucking socks
What this guy did is so good. Like, I mean, I can't give this guy enough credit. I mean, he took months, dude. He was like in Pennsylvania. He had a south-facing view of the sky.
Hey, PA represent.
Yeah, this guy. Okay, here we go. I don't think a lot of people have seen this, quite honestly.
Hey, dog's Amish.
I mean, I am around them.
Shit, man, you might be a
maybe
neighbor.
I'm giving away too much. Yep. No, we just use candles around here. No, I have my fucking car.
I'm in Lancaster. Uh-oh, mic drop.
That, I mean, I'm probably pretty close to you then.
That's pretty funny.
So, but yeah. It's all, I mean, listen, I disagree with you guys, but I'm not trying to have people hate me. I don't hate you guys.
You don't even, yeah, but you don't even know why you disagree with us. That's the funny thing. You don't disagree with us for any rational reason.
Come on, dude. I have pretty okay reasons.
They're not rational, though.
I feel like your reasons aren't rational.
No, your reasons aren't rational. Your reasons are sociological reasons. The reason that you don't think people would do a certain thing is a sociological reason. Has nothing but your opinion of what people would or wouldn't do. Is not evidence the Earth is flat or a globe.
That was one of my reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even the subject. Look, do you know how we know it? You know how I know that that's not a rational reason? Really simple. Because let's say the converse was true. All the people you think are lying, they all went down to the courthouse and they signed affidavits that they're all lying. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
Come on.
No, I'm serious. Would that prove the Earth is flat if they all confessed?
No.
Of course not. So their affirmation or negation doesn't prove it, right? So it's an irrelevant factoid of whether fucking everybody's lying or not. Doesn't answer the question.
I agree that it's never gonna. Yeah, it's not
a distraction. Well, I don't like that argument because it's a distraction. It's a red fucking herring, dude.
I know. It's I mean, yeah, it's probably the most
appeal to emotion, really.
Okay.
My God, you don't want to be in the out crowd. Everybody thinks this thing. You can't believe all your brothers in your society are lying. Then what are you going to do if they're all lying? You should be scared. Keep believing the Earth's a globe. That's the message, dude. I'm an expert in fucking propaganda, dude. I hear it all the time. Different little propaganda tactics. You know, there's what's said with words, but then there's what the meaning that's trying to be conveyed. Which is, the last time we saw Josh, the other astronaut person in here, when I fucking ripped him a new asshole for fucking saying words, but really trying to convey a different meaning and exposing him, he never came back. After being here for 2 years. Reach for the train of your pasture. Will it dwell in your booth? I'm like a lamb who needs the shepherd. Because there's a lot of he is a trained, that particular person, he is trained in what do you call it? Public relations. And he tried to use all of these sorts of public relations manipulation tactics.
You thought that guy was acting effectively in here? He's trying to play a character to fool y'all? I do remember this guy a little bit.
No, I'm sure he believes exactly what he's saying. Yeah. It's called a Amazon Kuiper. Yeah. Kuiper or whatever.
But
it's like some fucking internet that they're supposed to be putting into space.
Yeah, phenomenal actor then to me.
No, he's just a dude. He's just a fucking PR propagandist.
Like he's conditioned to talk this way. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
Yeah, and to normal, like average people that are susceptible to it, they just eat it up. Because he'll say things like, "Oh, dude, I know that person. I know that someone that works at that company. Oh, we can just go down there and talk to him." And he'll say shit like that. This is a tactic they used during like 9/11 and Sandy Hook or whatever. I know somebody that was there in the towers when they found my brother's cousin sister's uncle's dog. And don't you dare disrespect, that bullshit. It's bullshit propaganda tactic. That somehow they have personal information, they have personal knowledge of what's going on, or they know someone directly that with personal knowledge.
I agree with you that there are a lot of stupid people on this planet, but I think that's kind of downplaying the cleverness of like at least some humans that exist on this planet that isn't like a small minority of people. Like people are more clever. Like you're not the most clever person in the world that's going to figure out all these things. Like everyone is kind of capable of this to some degree.
I didn't figure anything out.
People are really
want to know what I figured out, J-Dog?
No,
but
I figured out? The fact is that you're kind of
I can trust my own senses.
Bullshit. And you understand these things to a different degree because you think through all that, right? And I get that a lot of people aren't going to see through the propaganda and they're just going to take what their government feeds them or whatever. But that's not everyone. And there's like a fair amount of people that are outside thinkers. Like they're not just going to accept what they're fed. They're not going to go with the status quo.
When I was talking about propaganda, I'm talking about people debating this topic. I wasn't talking about the general propaganda for the globe. I wasn't talking about that general thing. I'm talking about very specifically of people talking about this topic. They use propaganda tactics when debating this topic. Like for instance, yesterday, he made an appeal to authority, and I said, "Hey, that appeal to credentials, that's a logical fallacy." He goes, "Well, if Magnus Carlsen told you to make a chess move, and don't you think that what he told you to do would most likely be right?" That's the most specious fucking argument possible. Because even if Magnus Carlsen told me to make that move, it doesn't mean that is the right move. Regardless of how confident I am in that it's probably the right move, it doesn't actually make it the right move.
Right, but that's probably the strongest information you have at that given moment for what the best move might be. That's like not that it could be the best move,
but it's a false equivalence on another level too. Is that there's a whole bunch of data about Magnus Carlsen playing chess. There's not a whole bunch of data about some fucking generalized the scientists. With the topic we were talking about is terrestrial refraction, and what the evidence is that it can behave in the way they say it is, curve around a curved surface, make a curved surface look flat. What's the evidence for any of that? And he just said, scientists, all the scientists must know. They would have figured it out. Like, so we don't have the record of the scientists figuring out astronomical refraction. And in fact, the academic literature, they admit that they haven't figured it out. But Magnus Carlsen, we do know what his record is. It's public knowledge. We have fucking the historical record. We know what he's done, right? It's comparing apples to fucking oranges is false equivalence. But the tactic is a propaganda tactic to say, hey, my logical fallacy is okay, and here's an example of where this type of logical fallacy would be okay. So in all applications, it's okay. It's just a propaganda tactic. Because he couldn't, what I asked him for, same thing I always ask everybody for, yeah, your stories are nice. Where's the evidence for this, that the story's true? That's it. I focus on data. So that's a nice story. Light curves around the ball. Nice hypothesis. What's the evidence that hypothesis is true? And I always get nothing. I get a big flat fucking zero. It's what often happens in this topic that you guys don't realize, that there's a story, an explanation, and it's all well and good. But then when you ask, what's the evidence that the explanation's true? There's no actual evidence to support it, or the evidence that actually exists. It is a twisted interpretation, or it's cherry picking, or it's confirmation bias, or it ignores anomalous data like the Selenium eclipse, shit like that. So it actually doesn't. It's literally just, I have an idea of what the world should be, and I'm just like, I'm going to cherry pick information to support it, and I'm going to ignore all the information that doesn't support it. Like latitude and longitude. How do you find that? Hey, you can go to the South Pole. Yeah, how do I know when I got there?
You'll feel
how do you know when you get to the South Pole, J-Dog?
Yeah, it'll be cold.
Well, I mean, maybe.
And whenever
lots of cold places, they're not all on the South Pole.
Know.
Yeah, but there's lots of cold places, they're not all on the South Pole. So how do I know when I get to the South Pole?
Yeah,
I'm going to look around. What do I look for?
I'm not quite sure how to determine that. I've never looked into it.
Neither is anybody else.
But they have a specific point that they determined is the South Pole of Earth.
Really?
Or probably an estimate? No, I'm asking.
How?
I'm sure they have an estimate, right? So.
Yeah, how?
I've never looked into it myself. So I wouldn't know.
Neither would they.
I mean, if I were to believe that to be true, I'd be going off of what you say, which I don't know if that's true.
Oh, so you believe there's evidence, even though you have no idea what the evidence is, but you have to believe that it's there. This is what I'm talking about. You think there's some magic science guy out there that has the information. You don't know how they got the information. You don't know what the information is. You don't know who the guy is that got the information. You just believe that it's out there somewhere and it has to exist. That's why I'm asking you, why are you defending an idea you don't understand?
I never said I was defending that specifically.
But you are.
I am. You're right. But that kind of plays into the whole Earth being a globe thing. So I'm just kind of.
I know that.
into the whole thing, not just one
But
part.
that's what I'm talking about. You're defending the globe and you don't really understand it, and we see this all the time. I'm trying to give you a clue, J-Dog, about that this is. Remember, I said that this is kind of like a tradition that's been passed down and passed down and passed down generationally. This is the evidence for that claim, is that we have people coming here all the time and defend somebody else's idea, and they don't understand it. That is so unusual to human behavior. I can't even tell you. Like, that is very unusual for people to do that, don't you think?
So what do you think the impression is I should have on you guys then? Because you guys said that a sphere cannot cast a curved shadow on a sphere, and now I'm finding videos, or at least the one video, of that sphere doing exactly what you said couldn't happen. So now I'm thinking to myself...
No, I said a circular shadow. I said a circular shadow.
Okay, a circular shadow, but that's what we saw there, right?
No, it's not what you saw. And I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian. Did you notice that he never crossed the meridian in that video?
That looks like a circular shadow to me.
Did you notice that he never... No, you're trying to cherry pick what I said, dude. I was very specific. I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian.
But you're saying
the meridian is the dividing point of halfway, right? If you took the circle of the moon and you cut it in half, that's the meridian, the thing that splits it in half. So when it goes from one side to the other side, it would distort. He never does that. He only goes up and down one side. Why do you think he did that?
So your theory on how spheres cast shadows...
It's not a theory.
...hinges on the contingency that the sphere does not pass the meridian of the other sphere when casting the shadow? Is that like...
No, I said that's...
contingent on that now.
Why are you strawmanning what I said, dude? You're either not listening, you're not comprehending.
You said, did you see how it didn't cross the meridian? So as
when
long as
his demonstration...
Yeah.
Yeah, his demonstration doesn't simulate an eclipse. It doesn't simulate what would happen if the circle of the shadow crossed the meridian. That's when you would see the maximum amount of distortion.
So
and then there's all the other camera problems, the camera positioning problem, because that's nothing like observing it from the Earth.
So I'm like I said, I was bringing up different conditions, parameters that
you keep listening in graveyard that the camera being off to the side is nothing like observing it from the Earth.
Sphere with another sphere that's like a half-foot diameter, and these large objects in space. So I agree with you on that. Honestly, it's not a good demonstration.
You don't know there's a.
You guys don't have good demonstrations either. Like they both fall apart. There.
That's
let's go with that.
Look, I don't need any of that because the Selenilian falsifies the whole thing.
Because of an exception that can happen?
There's no exception. It's a geometric impossibility.
Exception in the sense that it doesn't
happen. Okay, look, dude, imagine you're fucking standing on a chair, right? And you got a fucking light on one side of the room that's over your head and a fucking something, a ball on the other side of the room, right? So on the north side's a fucking light and on the south side's a fucking ball. And you're standing on a chair. Can your fucking chair cast a shadow on that ball?
I mean, we're going to talk about...
Can your chair that you're standing on cast a shadow on the ball that's over your head?
No.
No, exactly. And that's exactly what happens in a Selenilian eclipse.
Well, we're going to get into a...
That's what happens in a Selenilian eclipse, dude. There's no way around it. That's what has to happen. If it's a shadow. You have sunrise, you have a moon, and here's the weird part. Imagine that it's the legs of the chair that are on the moon. Not even the top of the chair. No, shut the fuck up.
Please don't shout.
So it's the legs of the chair on the top of the moon, not the top of the chair, the legs coming down from the top. Even more impossible.
Don't shout, India. You are so annoying.
Can you stop interrupting?
Are you the
please?
guest, bro? Are you the guest mod? Did we appoint a guest mod?
No, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah,
Didn't.
Bill, shut the fuck up. You're not the guest mod.
But have people observed this phenomenon with the sun?
I posted a video of it in the chat, bro.
I did.
Have they observed it?
I've observed it.
Me too.
Have they observed that isn't on a high point of elevation?
No, no, dude. Like relative ground level, like from my bedroom window, fuck me. 2019, I think it was July or August. Observation of a selenilian, partial selenilian. Shadow was on top of the moon, passed from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, never touched the bottom.
Or flat area, but also like once again, I'm gonna bring up refraction in this example. And
Yeah, you always have to. That's not the moon or the sun now.
I know.
The shadow's in the wrong place.
The lights.
The shadow's on top.
The shadows are from the light though.
No, dude, if you're hiding behind something and you poke your head up, the bottom of you is going to be in shadow, but your head won't be when I see you. That's like the moon coming from behind the shadow of the earth. The shadow will be on the bottom, the top will be illuminated. The shadow's on the top and the bottom's illuminated, proving it didn't come out from behind the shadow of the earth, which is the thing that you're standing on your feet, by the way, when making the observation. So the shadow's in the wrong place.
Right, but because of refraction, just because the
now we're
source doesn't
refracting
make sense.
shadows.
Let me just finish this. Just because the source, the light that bends through the medium that it passes through, so obviously it might not always be consistent with the source that's producing that light.
Awesome. So we're refracting shadows. Can you demonstrate that for me in an experiment?
I don't have one exactly right now. Like, what do
Okay,
you want
well
me to
then
say?
we
I'm
don't
just saying
have any
refraction
actual
exists.
proof that the phenomenon that you're saying is caused by the thing you're saying. Unless you can demonstrate it, you're saying refraction of a flipping shadow.
Jedi.
I want this guy to understand before I start speaking to other people.
You know we're not going to agree on this, right? Like,
so you're not going to agree
because I'm a flat earther, though.
It's not because you're a flat earther.
Okay, is this because you can demonstrate this? You can demonstrate this then, right?
Once again, so first off,
no,
I can't demonstrate this right now. I'm not I don't feel like looking this up on the internet at the moment too.
Or ever.
Bro,
show me how it's
really
geometrically possible for me to pop up from behind the sofa, but my face be in shadow, and you can see my fucking feet.
The other issue, you're asking me to prove something to you that I know you're not going to believe regardless. You're going to refute anything I might have to show.
No, you can't demonstrate it. This is you being scared. This is you being scared.
We know it's geometrically impossible.
You're appealing to, well, I don't have to go on the internet, and I hope that it's out there. But we're demonstrating to you geometrically that this is an impossible situation.
Look, if there's a light above your head and there's an object above your head and you're looking at that object and a shadow is being cast and it's coming down from the top of the object toward the floor, can that object be under your feet?
No.
No. There we go. End of fucking story, bro.
Thank you.
There's no way refraction can make that fucking possible because it would have to refract under your feet up around to the other side, dude.
I'm only saying that to appease you, but to be clear, let me find.
You're not saying it to appease me. Okay, how about this, Jay? Because this is always funny. How about you make a diagram in Paint showing that this is possible? Should be easy. Just make a diagram.
This is like.
Make sure you put the shadow on top of the moon.
Mm.
So you're under the sun and the moon, and the shadow of the earth's on top of the moon.
I can't post this? I'll just post this to Walmart. Oh God. Okay. Well, didn't think it would do that.
Oh wow.
All right. You know about those toys? Those fiber optic type toys where they cast light from the base and then it shines through, and then somehow you're able to bend that light to come out through the other end. You could literally bend the little the string cable things that are sticking out of it, and the light will still come through the tip, far away from where it's being cast.
I almost feel bad for you, dude. This is a
Why is
crazy
it not a good example?
It's a crazy
This is
cope.
reflected light through a fiber optic fucking cable, and you think that this is going to prove something?
Well, why is it not a good? It's showing light.
Is that what's happening then? Is it? Is that what's happening?
Light is not going directly straight from where
What, through the
source
vacuum of
is.
space? What, through the vacuum of space?
The point being, though, is that light
Look,
is
the
not
light
consistent
has
to
to
what
go
we're saying it
around
should
the
be
Earth
here.
underneath it and come back up the other side.
Light is literally wrapping in that little toy right there, right? Through a different medium. But it is wrapping. It is not going straight. It is not directly.
What medium's the moon in? What medium's the Earth in? And what medium's the sun in?
I mean, it's certainly not whatever this cable is, but
It's a fucking vacuum, isn't it?
It shows the
Is it a vacuum?
properties of the medium.
I wonder if it's a vacuum. Is it a vacuum?
Yeah.
The light. Yes. Okay. So why are you talking about this
it's
then?
a vacuum.
No,
until
dude. Look, I just looked at your little toy. Jay, that's not it, Jay. Jay.
Until it reaches the atmosphere.
Jay, those things have to go all the way in a circle. They have to go around the Earth from the other side.
It's just to be clear.
It's illuminated. The moon is illuminated on the bottom and shadow on top. So that means the light has to go around the Earth, down around the other side, and come up to illuminate the moon.
Is that how that would work? I don't.
Yeah.
Is that what they claim is what's going on?
That's
the lying NASA science.
Who cares what they fucking claim? We observe a fucking shadow on top of the moon. According to you, it's a shadow on top of the moon. It's lit on the bottom of the moon. That shadow is coming down. Vertically, down. As the moon is setting, the shadow's catching up to the moon and fucking blackening it. As it's going down. But the thing that's supposed to be casting a shadow and coming down is under your feet. Which is fine, except for the sun is also over your head. So the Earth is in between the fucking moon and the sun. You understand? The Earth's not between the moon and the sun if the fucking sun and moon are over your head.
I mean, this is just going to go in a circle with me saying refraction.
It can't. Look, can the Earth be between the sun and the moon if the sun and the moon are over your head?
I think light can act in funny ways sometimes.
Okay.
We're going to disagree on
don't
this,
answer the question, dude. This is fucking cowardly,
we
bro.
disagree on this. We disagree on this
You're
when
being
it comes
cowardly.
to the solar eclipse, I guess.
We know it's a geometric impossibility. Doesn't it bother you that they can't use the heliocentric model to predict when they happen? You can't even appeal to the model.
I don't know who they is, but yeah.
NASA.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what they do.
Technically, Fred Aspernak, if you want to know the guy who does all the eclipse predictions. You can't even appeal to a model. That's the thing. It's just a story. If you had a model of that was actually happening other than just fucking some diagrams, an actual like mathematical model that predicted when they happen, you'd have an argument. It would be a reification fallacy, but at least it would be something. Yeah, if we model this geometry, it'll mimic what we observe. But you don't even have that. You don't have a model, a geometric model.
Which side are you debating for?
Huh?
Which side are you arguing for? Flat or round?
I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
No, I was just wondering where you were coming from.
Well, we're talking about eclipses. And we're trying to tell them about anomalous eclipses, selenilian eclipses, called the impossible eclipse. That happened. That falsify the story of 3 balls. And I also named other things. Sunrise eclipse, sunset eclipse.
Ain't living on no cartoon ball, that's for sure. Who's this? Can I speak now?
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
I think it's funny how did everybody see NASA's recent movie that they made?
What, Artemis?
Yeah, their recent movie. Yeah, the newest movie from NASA Film Studios.
What's up? How are you doing?
Yeah, hold on a second. This dude's still in here? So J-Dog, check this out. See this diagram?
I'd like to go to a listener at this point. I'm trying to wrap up some things at work, but what's this about? What is this?
See the diagram?
What's going on
98
there?
degrees, 0.00
Why are you
degrees.
fucking interrupting, dude? I hate you rude motherfuckers in this server, dude. You guys are really starting to get on my nerves.
Who are you talking to?
You!
What did I do?
You started talking when other people were talking. Wait your fucking turn.
I didn't do it on purpose, pal.
It was an accident? Oh, people talk by accident now. Jesus Christ. Oh, why were you talking? Oh, it was an accident. I just fucking flap at the mouth like a chick.
Tourette's is apparently contagious.
So, you see this diagram, right? This is a top-down view.
Yeah.
Right? So, if the sun, earth, and moon were all in a line, right, for a solar eclipse, and you were looking down at the horizon, they couldn't be lined up so that you would see this. You could never see this. This would never happen. Because it's called syzygy when they're all lined up. The sun, earth, and moon could never be in syzygy with the sun and moon at the fucking horizon. And you can't say refraction because there's no fucking refraction in space, bro.
Yeah, but there is in the Earth's atmosphere, so.
Yeah, but there's no refraction in space.
Okay, but the
in
light
the
still
sun and the earth and
the atmosphere.
look, the refraction that affected the sun and affected the moon would affect them both the same, and they would just be both displaced the same. They wouldn't be merged together. They wouldn't be merged together.
It's like looking at a fork passing through water in a glass. Like it's
no, it's not like
intense.
that.
It's much more intense. I get that, but the point being, you have
look,
a different. You have a
okay,
vacuum
is the sunlight look, bro? Is the sunlight refracted?
There's some refraction going on. Yeah.
Is this okay? Is the moon refracted?
The light that bounces off the moon, a little bit, sure, if it reaches.
Yeah. Okay, so they're both refracted.
It doesn't cancel out though.
So, what do you mean it doesn't cancel out? They're both having the same effect applied to them.
Why?
They are not lined up in a line.
They're different.
So if they're both refracted, they're still not going to be lined up in a line.
They're different distances from Earth though as well.
But the refraction doesn't happen in space.
Yes, but the distance they're traveling from and the size of the objects do play a part.
The distance they've traveled from and the size of the objects do what?
They play a part.
How? What part is that?
I mean, how do they? Okay, let me ask you this. So, I'll say I don't know. Hold on, Jedi. Come on, Jedi. I don't know. So, how would they not play a part then? Because yes, I don't have.
No, he's asking me.
But let me ask you guys then how you know it doesn't.
We haven't isolated what it fucking is yet, dude. You're saying, it's going to play a part. We're asking you specifically what would it do, and now you're asking us. Well, you need to consider it. What?
I'm an idiot. Explain it to me. Explain it to
me. No,
explain what to you?
But no, I'm saying explain to me why it doesn't matter.
Explain my claim about nothing at all to me.
Hold on. Explain to me why it doesn't matter.
What?
Or I'll just go to Gemini.
I know why you're not productive at work now.
Why is that? And what are you doing right now, Indio?
I'm working.
Because of this.
I get paid to do this. I'm a grifter.
You make money by.
Oh my
No,
god!
I don't fucking. There ain't no money in flat Earth. Dude, are you crazy?
Can we not have people talk over each other, Jedi and Indio?
There's no money in flat Earth, J-Dog.
Who cares?
It's kind of difficult.
I know it's funny. You're gullible. That's what I was saying. Sorry, Indio, to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we're not allowed to do bigoted statements in here, I thought. Because that's what bigoted means, right?
Dude, you've demonstrated this. I've been listening to you for fucking days. This isn't a fucking opinion I've just pulled out my ass because I don't like your fucking sound, your voice. You've demonstrated this, dude. Come on.
So, J-Dog, how, if this is the moon blocking the sun, how is the sunlight going underneath it?
We're gonna. I don't know what else to say. We're gonna not agree on this. I'm gonna give you the same.
No, I'm just wondering why how can
give
the
me
sunlight go underneath the moon? Because the moon is supposed to be in the way here.
I know. The distance.
Oh, it must be the thing that we didn't account for that's in the distance?
Yes.
So you got sunlight, goes through space with nothing in it, hits the moon, goes through space with nothing in it, and then they're both refracted, the sunlight and the moon. When their image gets to the atmosphere, they're both refracted. You have to be claiming that the moon was refracted into the refracted fucking optical illusion of the sun. At exactly the angular distance between the horizon and, difference of fucking 1 degree.
Damn. What do you have against me over fences? Why do you hate me? I'm just curious.
I'd have to care about you to hate you.
You care so little that you made that poll on the side and still been talking about me. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the honesty.
He's just jabbing at you,
Hello?
man. You deserve it. God.
I know, but it's just funny to say
freaking
that
chat,
you
dude.
don't care about something you're making these random ass
Hey, let's
fucking
join the
polls.
chat and just yell hello.
I'm not trying to start. I don't want enemies in here.
Okay, J-Dog, take a break. Do some work. Let's talk to Catnap. He's chomping at the bit over here.
Appreciate it.
Hi. How are you?
What's up, Catnap?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, could you show me a Selnelian whilst the sun is at its meridian at noon?
Of course not. Then it wouldn't be a Selenilian.
Okay, so it only specifically happens during the moon set and sunrise, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
It happens also during a specific phase of the moon, being a full moon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
hold on, I'm not done yet. A full moon has the sun and the moon at opposite ends of each other in the sky. So if the sun is directly overhead, you're not going to see the moon.
The thing on the Selnelian that I've actually looked at when observed the history of the lunar and Earth on the chart, on the star chart and the simulation, but not just that, the sun is barely risen. Once the moon starts to go down, that's when 0.1% of the sun starts to rise during the Selnelian. There's never a Selnelian where they're both actually, either one of them has to be partially behind the horizon.
No, it's not what I observed in 2019. Both sun and moon above the horizon.
I don't know what you observed, and I've
It
never
was a
seen it.
Selnelian eclipse.
But,
seen one
why
myself.
don't you scroll up the chat, dude? There's fucking videos, GIFs.
Yeah,
you
I've
name
seen
it.
them. I've seen them.
You saw the Kohaki Mounds one?
Yeah, is it somewhere in
The
Illinois?
YouTube video that was posted in the chat.
Is it in Illinois?
It's Ohio or something.
Ohio.
Illinois.
That's
It could be
right.
Illinois. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Cahokia Mounds is in Illinois.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so
that one. I just posted it
that
again.
one. Yeah, that one's weird. I don't know anything about that one, but
well, the shadow of the Earth is on top of the moon, and the moon's setting, and the shadow's coming down.
Yeah, it could be the second moon. Who knows? But anyways, yeah. What I was saying is,
fucking the cope in this fucking chat is off the chart today. You guys are just
there's no second moon.
The heliocentric model. I'll raise you 2 moons.
There's no second moon. Let me have a look at the video. Hold on.
You guys would do anything to keep the Earth a globe. It's so funny.
Let me see the video. Hold on. I'm just looking for it right now. Is the guy that's actually talking in this video, is he a globe or a flat earther?
He's a globe earther. This is just a random video from the internet, bro.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Hold on. Okay. So he's up high on like
watching
high
him
terrain.
try to explain it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
He's trying to explain it and he can't. And he's a globe earther. He's watching it happen. He can't. He's like,
okay.
Well, the light has to be coming like under the earth.
Yeah. He's wrong. Let me explain. So what I'm seeing is from what I'm seeing, he's probably somewhere on the high altitude. I don't know if he's at sea level. Because if you're
How
at
does that
sea level,
explain the shadow coming down?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that point.
It's the only point.
Have you seen a Salmonellian? Have you seen a Salmonellian eclipse? At sea level, like literally at sea level.
I think I'm maybe about 300 foot above sea level. Or actually, maybe not even that. I mean, I live in fucking Kent, dude. It's up and down around here, but yeah, relative sea level, dude. Not up the fucking top of a mountain. Why?
How does sea level change the shadow coming down from the top?
It doesn't change the shadow coming down. Rather, the sun and the moon are not up at the same time. Either a portion of it is down of the moon, and a portion of the sun is up. On the horizon.
Speculating.
Yeah, but that's what happens at sea level.
So it's not a Salmonellian.
No, that's speculation, dude. You're just speculating.
My observation is I'll tell you what, my observation is, well, dude, late summer, so July, so the evenings go on to about 9:30, 10 o'clock, right before the sun sets. Observing the sun in the western sky before it sets, and the full moon is rising on the eastern horizon. And then it starts eclipsing before the sun has started descending on the horizon. Right, so the sun and moon are both above the horizon when the eclipse starts. You understand this, right? And the shadows on the top of the moon going from left to right, never descending to the bottom of the moon, which is the geometric impossibility, because the thing casting the shadow, the earth, is underneath your feet. So geometrically, the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon. It isn't and never was.
Hang on. Okay, so the thing is, the whole word Salmonellian, it doesn't literally mean the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, because that's never happened before unless you're at a different altitude. That's why when you're at sea level,
when it was.
When you're at sea level,
dude.
If you go up higher, you can see the of the Earth.
You can see a bit more when you're higher.
How high?
I don't know. It depends on the guy making the video and where he was.
200 foot. Would it be different to me if I stood on the shoreline or stood at the top of the White Cliff?
It'll be different if you're on the shoreline. It would be much different.
Would it be much different if I was to stand 200 foot higher on the top of the White Cliffs of Dover?
By like a fraction, yeah.
Fucking hell, dude. Are you pulling shit out your ass or what?
Yes,
please wash your hands.
Well, I'm just going based off what the video shows.
So here's a screenshot of the video. The shadow is on the top of the moon.
Yes, I know the shadow's on the top. I know.
Okay, where does the light come from?
The light on the bottom of the moon is coming from underneath the Earth.
From underneath the Earth.
Where's the sun?
The sun is
above the Earth.
Wherever it is. It's not above the Earth. It's still underneath the Earth.
Horizon. It's above the horizon.
And why is everything lit up if the sun's underneath the Earth?
It only happens at sunrise and moonset.
Who cares? That's a red herring, dude. Why is the shadow on the top of the fucking moon?
Because the light is the Earth is covering the sunlight from the top.
So it's simultaneously lighting up the moon from underneath the Earth and the surface of the Earth on the other side.
No, you know what civil
so that's
twilight
not
is?
daytime right here. So we don't see
No,
this
no, no, it's
river.
not
We
daytime.
don't see
It's
these
not daytime.
trees. We don't see these smokestacks. They're not actually lit up by sunlight. They're lit up by imagination.
It's not daytime. It's civil twilight. There's nautical
That's
twilight,
great,
civil
but
twilight. There's astronomical twilight, and then there's
I'm
night.
well aware. I'm well aware,
Yeah.
dude. You're not
So this is
educating
like civil
anybody.
twilight. So this is when the atmosphere is lighting up. What's lighting up the chimney stacks is the atmosphere, right?
So
the other side, yeah.
So I guess you missed the part in the video where she pointed the camera at the fucking sun.
Yeah, but she's higher up in altitude. That's the thing.
But
you just said the sun. This was twilight and not sunlight.
No, the sunlight is not direct, right? It's not. It's the chimney stacks.
No
They're not lit up
sun
by
when
direct
it's
sunlight.
twilight.
They're lit
No
up. They're
sun
lit
in the
up
sky
by
when
the.
it's twilight.
They're lit up by civil twilight, not
you,
by
you'll
direct
say
sunlight.
anything to preserve your fantasy, won't you? You'll just fucking say anything.
What is this like ad hominem?
You know
bro,
that
I'm
this
saying,
is geometrically impossible. Okay.
It's
Why don't
not-
you
it's not
diagram it?
impossible.
Catnap. Go fire up MS Paint and diagram it for us.
Remember that time I fired up Space Engine? I
No,
used to have
diagram
that.
it for us in MS Paint 2D.
I don't. I'm on my phone. I don't have MS Paint.
You know what
Okay,
syzygy is,
then
don't you?
use freaking whatever drawing app that you have on the phone. You know you can't draw this.
You know what syzygy, dude. You know what syzygy is, right? A straight line between astronomical bodies.
I don't know what syzygy is.
Yes, a straight. I just told you a straight line between astronomical bodies. In this case, we got three: the sun, the Earth, and the Moon in a straight line, because the shadow of the Earth is behind the Earth, right? So there has to be a straight line between the sun, Earth, and Moon for the Moon to enter the Earth's shadow. This is a straight line. What we observe here is a fucking triangle, right? Both sun and Moon are above the horizon, right? So not a straight line between the three astronomical.
That's wrong. They're not both above. They're not both above.
I just described my observation to you, where both sun and moon were above the horizon.
I don't believe you because you don't have any evidence.
Oh, okay, I can't continue this conversation then if you're going to call me a liar. Sorry.
Okay, you ask us for evidence, so I'm asking you for evidence. Like, what is this like double standard?
Dude, I'm telling you an observation. If you want to go back and Google like astronomical date and time, you can find the recording of the astronomical event.
But you don't believe in that stuff. You don't believe.
What do you mean? What straw man is this?
Look, if I show you the astronomical data, if I show you astronomical data on Space Engine, you'll just reject it.
It's not astronomical data on Space Engine. Stop making shit up.
You can reverse time on Space Engine. You can find the Salanelian.
It's not a simulation.
You can find the Salanelian, and the sun is never above the horizon. It's only partially above, and it depends on the altitude.
What ephemeris does Space Engine use?
I don't know. Ask them.
So stop making shit up. It's a toy.
Why does anyone who uses Space Engine need to know that?
Because it's a toy and it's fun to use for fucking NASA fanboys. That's why they use it.
I actually don't like NASA. I go by the USSR.
Look, if you wanted to aim a telescope or fucking do any astronomical observation, you would not use fucking Space Engine.
No, I'm just saying you can look at historical data on Space Engine.
Sure, cool story.
Okay.
It's not historical data.
It is because the moon and the sun were at that point. Or
historical data is the observation recorded. That's historical data.
Oh, you mean like
actually recording an event? That's historical data. Speculating on what you think should have happened in the past is not data.
You can predict when something's going to happen, like a solar eclipse and whatnot.
Post it.
What the hell? Just said it wasn't the same.
If it's in the past, it's a post-dict.
Yeah, you can go forward and back on like Space Engine and stuff like that.
These shit have always done the same fucking things, dude. It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Funnily enough, the sun does the same fucking year. Do you think I'm predicting it? No, post-diction. Happened before, right?
Okay, wow, okay, awesome. But yeah, I'm saying that.
Wow.
I want you to show me a Salanelian where the sun is at noon.
That's impossible because eclipses only happen at certain times.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
So solar eclipses only happen during a new moon and Yoder was already telling you, lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. So you're not going to be able to see the moon at all if the sun's at fucking noon.
Yeah,
dummy.
this is the point. So the sound alien doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying. That's
No one said it did.
Well done.
Who
Just
said it
disproves
did?
your model. One, it's
No,
a
it doesn't
geometric
disprove my model. It doesn't prove your
dude,
model.
I'll point it out to you.
Yeah,
One,
it does.
it's a geometric impossibility to have that shadow casted on the top of the moon when the thing it's casting is standing underneath you. You try and recreate it then. Two, are you saying that that's the Earth's shadow upon the moon, the true curvature of the Earth? Then in this example, the moon must be flat, right? Or if it was a curved surface and the curved object casting it like the Earth, continually over time as the shadow passed over that curved surface, the shadow would be fucking distorted. So we're just ruining your fucking model.
It didn't ruin the model because I can do the exact same thing with 2 balls and a torch.
You're
Flashlight.
bullshitting. Show us.
He's just lying now.
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
You can get 2 balls and a flashlight.
What's an S?
Yeah. So when shadows are projected onto a curved surface, do they get distorted?
Yeah, slightly, but it works the same way the moon does.
Yeah, slightly, but cope.
Is the moon a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so
bro,
if you just said then it should be distorted, right?
No, it doesn't distort like that.
Why?
It only distorts.
So it only distorts on curved surfaces.
I don't know why you're
that are
laughing.
not
I don't know
the
why
moon.
you're
You know what
laughing
this
because
is
you haven't
called?
proven anything.
This is called
You
a
haven't just
special
proven any model.
pleading fallacy.
Oh my
That the moon is somehow different.
It's not. Nothing is different. They're all spheres. They don't distort.
No, then it behaves different than a shadow cast on a regular curved
It won't give a sign shape. It will not give a sign shape. It will
Why?
just be the same. It will be just because that's how the laws of physics work. I don't know what you're
that's
talking
how the
about.
laws of physics work. So it will maintain the same shape. I'm gonna write that in my next fucking thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how, like, the shadow of the moon will maintain the same shape because that's how the laws of physics work. Surely I'll be published.
Okay.
Probably cited.
Anyways, I'm still. Okay.
No, these really are shit answers, bro. You can do better.
It will only disprove the model if it was noon and there was still a lunar eclipse. That's your fantasy.
No, dude, just the sunrise eclipse disproves lunar eclipses.
There's no sun. My goodness, there's no sunrise eclipse.
Okay, I already posted it.
Your model's the video is it's at a higher altitude.
This is in Australia in the fucking desert. What are you talking about?
You didn't post anything. What are you talking about? The last picture you posted was the chimney stacks.
Dude, are you just gonna do this
further,
like fucking bullshit coping now? As I said.
What bullshit cope? The last picture you posted was the chimneys.
What you've been doing. This appeal to fucking altitude and all this bullshit. You haven't posted anything. Was the last bullshit.
Yeah, the last picture you posted. You just posted it now. Okay, yeah, you just posted it now.
Reposted for your convenience.
I posted somebody else's. I posted a screenshot.
Yeah, this is the last screenshot you posted here.
Yeah, but I posted lots of screenshots in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
I'm talking about the one I posted at 2:34 p.m. my time.
That's what happens when you live in Massachusetts.
It's just a wanker.
What do you know about that? Nothing.
I know about you.
You don't know shit about me, bro.
Hell, what is this?
You know the video you just posted here, this GIF. Why does it stop halfway? Can I see the full thing? Like, it just keeps going back and forth.
You don't deserve to.
Yeah, because I know
see the full thing.
Yeah, I want to see the full thing. I want to see the I
have to pull the video, but that's irrelevant. The moon and the sun cannot be lined up with the fucking horizon and be in syzygy. Yeah, they can. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. Because does the horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
It can't line up with that sea level zero.
Does the horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so if the horizon dips, your line of sight is 0.02 degrees dipped.
Okay, well, I'm not at sea level.
That line that line cannot intersect at the fucking sun and the moon.
Okay, there's no salmonella in the way you want at sea level.
I'll show you the math, the geometry right here. Sea level don't matter because the horizon dips.
There's no salmonella at sea level, bro.
Yep, we're not on the salmonella anymore. We've moved on, dude.
No, I am.
You've heard enough of your not honest, dude.
There's no I was just like showing you how it doesn't work.
You don't know if there's no salmonella at sea level. You have no idea if there is or not. You're just saying
why don't you go to if you go to sea level, you will not see the salmonella that you want it to be.
Prove it.
Yeah, okay, let's go to sea level. When do you want to meet?
No, prove it, dude. It's your claim. Prove it.
Yeah.
Give one shred of evidence that that's true.
The impossibility is gone at sea level, bro.
Yeah, dude, prove it.
Yeah.
Okay, no. I'm making the negative claim. You're making the positive claim.
No, you're making the claim that it's impossible at sea level. I said,
yeah, you're making the positive claim. Can you show me a salmonella at sea level?
You're saying that something doesn't exist, dude.
Yeah, show me a salmonella at sea level. It's so easy. Just show me.
I don't need to.
Oh, yeah, because it doesn't exist.
I don't know if it exists or not. I have no information.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let me see this. 98 degrees at 0.002. Okay. Is this a part of like the one in Australia?
This is what would have to happen. The angle to the moon and the angle to the sun would be different angles if they were aligned with the horizon. So this is the sun and moon in syzygy, and this is where the angle that would separate the sun and the moon in your vision, basically 1 degree.
Is this a solar eclipse?
Yes, dude. If the sun and moon were in syzygy, the moon at the horizon, if they come up over the horizon, they'd be separated by 1 degree.
Okay.
Okay? If they're lined up, they cannot be lined up with the horizon and be in syzygy.
It's funny how like these
extend that blue line, right?
It's funny how like these celestial bodies have to be so close to each other in order to get a phenomenon.
Extend the blue line, right? Extend that blue arrow line. Just extend it so that the sun's behind the moon, and the sun is not in syzygy anymore. Or extend the red line so that the moon is in front of the sun. The moon's not in syzygy anymore.
I'll have to look at this part because I'm still confused.
It's not hard to figure out, dude.
No, yeah, but I want to see on 3D model. I want to see like a 3D model of it and like use Space Engine to try and figure it out because I'm only used to
play with your
debunking.
Toy. I'm gonna use Grand Theft Auto to figure out how to prostitute women.
I'm only used to debunking the salmonella, and I haven't done this one yet.
You haven't debunked anything.
I haven't. Show me something. Show me. I said, show me something at sea level, and you can't find it.
The absence of that observation does not debunk the fact that the shadow comes down. It doesn't address the shadow coming down from the top of the moon
at all. Evidence is not evidence of absence. That's what I'm saying.
Right, if I'm 89 feet above sea level.
You can't even tell us. How does let's grant you a Salanillion has never been seen at sea level. How does that debunk the Salanillion eclipse being impossible?
Because if you see at high altitude, you might see like this weird phenomenon going on.
Okay, but how does that debunk the Salanillion eclipse being impossible?
It debunks the claim that it debunks the globe Earth. That's what I'm saying.
How?
Because it's normal. It doesn't debunk the globe. The globe
because it's normal. It debunks it because it's normal. That's your reason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal. It's normal. No, I'm doing something. It's normal to happen on a globe.
Okay. So it's normal to happen on the globe to observe at some high altitude a Salanillion eclipse in which the shadow of the Earth comes down the moon as it's setting. That's normal.
Yeah. If you're at a high altitude, yeah.
Yeah, the shadow of your dude. I'm gonna fucking ban you. If you don't address the shadow of the moon coming down, I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude. You just been fucking dodging it.
No, the shadow's coming down because the Earth's shadow is casted from the top.
From the top of what?
From the top of the moon.
How is the shadow getting to the top of the moon and it being lit under the moon?
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Fucking bullshit artist. Should kick them out of here.
Congratulations on being such an incredible bullshit artist.
Big time.
Okay, so who made this screenshot here? Who made this? Can I see the video? Yeah, Matt. Okay, just give me a sec. I've talked to these guys before, Matt. It's okay.
What guy? Mike Ball?
Yeah, so I might be like leaving and coming back every now and then, but this video I want to see it.
I'll see if it still exists. It looked like his channel was deleted.
Who is he? Is he a Glober or?
Oh no, it still exists. Here we go.
Who is he? A Glober or a Flat Earther?
He's a flat earther. Doesn't matter, dude.
No, it does.
Why?
Because a lot of the stuff the Flat Earthers post just like is.
Oh. So we have to consider the personality or the personal attributes of a person to determine whether their information is true or not. Why are you interrupting me? It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. It's not.
It is a fallacy.
It's not. You guys are notorious. You guys are
Personal
notorious for lying.
characteristics of a claimant don't determine the truth of the claim.
It does because we can judge by the appearance.
It does. No, you're a retard.
You guys are notorious for lying.
Judged by the appearance.
We're notorious. Tell me one lie a flat earther said. One.
That the
We're
Earth is flat.
notorious. You should have a fucking whole list. One. Give me one.
Yeah, that the Earth is flat.
Every fucking time you guys say the same fucking thing. How is it a lie? You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and then you say something else. So you're saying we know the Earth's a globe, and we're just saying it's flat.
A lie is intentional deception.
Yeah, so we're intentionally deceiving people by telling them the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can't think of one fucking lie. You're the liar. Ain't that funny?
I can think of one lie. Just a very quick search on AI and Google and whatnot. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to selling million eclipse from sea level. The only problems would be the haze and the weather. But it's perfectly fine. He's been jabbering on for the last hour saying it's impossible to see one from sea level. AI would disagree. I don't know where you pulled that fucking from, dude.
Even if it was impossible, I mean, it still doesn't tell us how this is possible. Still doesn't tell us how the shadow can come from the top. Whether it's impossible on sea level or not.
You're talking about the solar eclipse thing you showed me? Oh, this? Okay, hang on.
Okay, the video was about the solar eclipse.
I'd have to use a 3D model to actually figure out what's going on.
You're using a toy. You saying like 3D model is like me claiming I'd have to use a 3D model and play Grand Theft fucking Auto.
What?
You're using a toy. It's not a simulator.
Okay, I still want to use it though.
Go play with your toy. You guys are fucking so weird, dude. You guys are just like some of you people your age are just so fucking weird. You think these apps are simulators. They're not simulators. They don't simulate anything.
No, you can just use it so you don't have to use like balls and stuff.
Do you think they're actually modeling fucking balls in that shit?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the code?
Why the hell would anyone need to see the code?
To see how what they're okay. So you have computer code, and that computer code generates, in this case, images. Now underneath your interface that you're looking at doesn't mean that their calculations are using balls, spheres, orbits. They could be using any number of things.
Hold on.
But the thing is, to you, you're seeing this is like Google Earth, right? Does Google Earth look like a sphere?
Yeah.
Do you know that it's not a sphere?
No, it's a sphere.
That it's a cylinder?
Yeah, they use a cylinder to make a sphere.
They use a cylinder to make a sphere. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You need to model a cylinder shape into a sphere. I wanted to ask you something. What basis or what foundation are you using to
How fast he just tried to whistle, get past that. Blah, 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 blah.
As fast as
Oh,
you
by
can
the way,
do.
let's
Fuck
change
it
the
out.
subject.
No, I'm asking. Wait. What foundation are you using to judge? What criteria are you using to judge the code?
Here we go. This is definite deflection tactics, usually associated with the
Why
word
are you asking me that? I gave you an example of that. What you're seeing isn't what's actually happening underneath the hood. Okay.
Okay.
An example of Google Earth is a cylinder, but it displays to you as a ball. But it's not a ball in the mathematics. It just displays it as you, right? It's the user interface. It's just a toy.
Okay. What's wrong with the cylinder?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Do you think you live on a cylinder?
I mean, no, but like the poles of the Earth are demonstrated with like a cylinder.
Poles.
Yeah, the poles like on diagrams and on like simulators is like a cylinder. You need a cylinder to use it. What, bro? It's literally a ball. Like you can look at a ball in your hand and look at the one in simulator. It's exactly the same thing. I don't get what your point is, bro.
I know you don't get what my point is. That's the sad part. Okay. The actual mathematics, when they're doing calculations, they're calculating on a cylinder. Okay?
Okay.
They're displaying it to you as a ball. And then you're saying to yourself, hey, they're simulating the Earth being a globe. No, they're not. They're simulating the Earth being a cylinder, and they're displaying it to you as a ball. How do you know that frickin' Sandbox Universe space engine, whatever the fuck you're using, what it's doing underneath, isn't doing something like that? Like Super Mario Galaxy, right? You ever play that?
No, I don't play games.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Sandbox
That's
Universe.
some BS right there.
I can I like my play something
That's
like
a
once,
game, dude.
Oh my gosh! I don't play
Sandbox
video games
Universe
often.
is a game. It's not a simulator.
It's
And
Universe
if you
Sandbox is
dared,
trash. Space Engine's much better.
well, either one, that's also a game. Those are games.
Okay.
They're for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Oh, you think NASA's using it to fly to the fucking moon?
Wait. Can we talk about the Russian Space Agency? Let's not talk about NASA.
Oh yeah, gish gallop all over the place, dude.
I don't know why NASA this, NASA that, NASA that. Oh my goodness! Like, chill out.
Yeah, but do you think Russian Space Agency is using fucking Sandbox Universe?
No, but they can go to the moon if they want and take pictures of it. I mean, Artemis like
Why do you
recently
believe
just went
that?
to the
Why do
moon.
you believe that?
Bro, are you serious?
I'm asking you why you believe that.
What do you mean? Why? Because it's proven. Like there's footage. There's people
Why
there.
do I believe
there's
it?
people recording.
Like I love your answers. Why do you believe it? Because it's proven. That doesn't answer me why.
I just expanded on why it's proven. You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Okay, how was it proven?
Okay, so you know when you sit at home and you look on your television, how is
yes, TV is proof. Wonderful.
Wow.
No, I'm getting into my point.
No Plato's cave.
Yeah. So how are you receiving signal to your television? Where is it coming from?
You're a clown.
I don't watch TV.
I have to do baby steps. I have to do baby steps with you.
I don't watch TV.
Okay, so let's just for hypothetically, you're on television or using your phone. You receive data that comes from another location.
Anything.
Right?
Yeah, usually a tower or a receiver.
Yeah. It's been transmitted from a location. That location is where So this is baby steps because I don't know why we have to do this. I don't know why we have to do this.
Towers.
Yeah. So radio tower, and the radio tower receives that broadcast from the location.
Okay, so we're asking you how it's proven. We don't need your fucking goddamn
I'm doing it, but
level.
you're asking me to do this. That's why I have to do it baby step.
My father literally was the cable guy. I know everything about fucking transmission of communications and telecommunications. You're not educating me, dude. Okay.
Okay, so that's how you.
I'm trying to ask you how it proved Artemis. Let's hear it.
Yeah, whatever your dad did proves Artemis.
No. Whatever you're claiming, some radio frequency transmission proved Artemis.
Yeah, because Artemis is proven from footage that was and live footage. Live footage and observations.
How do you know it was live footage?
Oh my gosh, there was people standing at the launch pad. There was people standing at the observation deck.
No, not the launch, the space part.
Yeah, the rocket was followed. It was followed.
Who followed it?
Yeah, people on Earth, human beings. I don't know.
People on Earth
my
followed
cat?
it.
Yeah, it followed with
follow it?
telescopes,
In an
followed
airplane?
with cameras. No.
And then where'd it go?
It went behind the moon, came back.
First
they had to go high Earth orbit first. People would have seen it go high Earth
what
orbit.
did people on the ground see?
Why do I have to explain this to you step by step? We already know how it was done.
Because you said it's proven, and you haven't proven a fucking thing yet.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupting, but what you speaking about?
Artemis, moon mission.
Oh,
flying to the moon. He says it's proven, and I'm trying to get out of him how it was proven, but you can't tell me.
Yeah, he wants to tell us.
Yeah, because I don't know what proof. I don't know what proof you need. That's why. That's literally why. I do not know what proof you need.
Artemis.
What proof are you looking for? Who is this? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what proof you're looking for. That's why I have to like pick apart every single thing.
Okay. What do you think proof is?
No, I'm asking you what proof do you need? You're just saying proof. Like, what do you need?
Telemetry data.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, that's
what,
tough,
isn't your
huh?
story good enough?
Telemetry data would be a good start.
Okay, telemetry data. Okay, but we already have that, so like.
Oh, we do? Where's that?
Yeah.
You know, I asked someone on X said, I got telemetry data, and they posted a link, and then I clicked on it, and it was a fucking animation.
Okay. How do you think we saw
telemetry data would be the position of the rocket, where it is relative to Earth at all points in time, or at least some interval, every hour, every 2 hours, I don't know. So we know where the rocket is relative to where we are.
Didn't you see the capsule on re-entry?
Didn't I see the capsule on? Yeah, I saw that TV show.
No. Did you see the capsule on re-entry?
Did you see Blade Runner?
Did you see Artemis on re-entry?
Did you see Blade Runner?
Come out of the sky.
What has Blade Runner got to do with anything? I'm asking you.
It's a movie. It's a fictional movie, just like Artemis on re-entry.
Yeah.
How do you know that's what you saw on the screen isn't complete fiction?
You know, there was people there that were like.
How do you know that it's not complete fiction?
Because there were people there on the boat.
Do you know
that watched it come down from the sky?
There on the boat.
That's how they got them, and that's how they got them. There was a camera filming it coming from re-entry. The guy with the camera. Do you know that there was a guy literally with the camera filming it coming through the sky?
Yeah, like Titanic. You got people out to see, didn't you?
Yeah. So that it was filmed. The people literally saw it. They were using camera and they were following it coming through the atmosphere with a camera.
Okay.
That's not what the video shows. You're exaggerating what's shown.
Oh my goodness, bro! There was a cameraman following the capsule coming through the atmosphere.
There was a camera. What was he in?
I don't know, a boat or a plane or something. I don't know what he was in.
He was following a capsule going 25,000 miles per hour in an airplane.
Yeah, like, bro, if you were there, you would literally see it with your own eyes. You'd still deny it.
If I was there, yeah, you would believe. I'm sure you believe that.
If you were there, you would deny it. Like, literally, you would deny everything.
No, what would happen is I'd be in the aeroplane and wait around until the object came into view and watch it drop into the sea. I'd have no information. I'd just wait until I saw the object until it went into the sea from the aeroplane, right? That's all I'd see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you'd see it coming through the atmosphere. You'd have like
let's see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that mean? What does something coming through the atmosphere look like?
So you would see it coming.
Tell us
from
what that
the
looks
sky
like,
above.
dude.
I don't know, the sky above.
No, tell us what that looks like.
Bro,
coming back.
You're acting like a baby.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like an answer, please. What is it you said? You would see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that look like?
Yeah, so something that is coming, something that is coming out from the highest sky. I don't know, like the highest sky.
Coming out from the highest sky. How high can you tell the fucking sky is by looking up?
I don't. You can't do that, bro.
I know that.
Okay, so you'd see it on the re-entry, following with the camera.
You're just a ridiculously crazy cultist believer, dude.
I know.
That's what the facts
can
of
see it
the
on the
matter
other.
are. You're just like they could tell you fucking anything, dude. You want to believe it. You obviously want to believe it because you're a fucking fanboy of this shit.
No, I'm not. I'm just
You
going.
think a fucking toy, you think a toy, a game is a fucking simulation of reality.
Stop arguing. What is it about?
Oh my god, who the hell is this Indian? Anyways, what I'm
Where-
saying is,
Where's
Look,
the
you have
Indian?
bro, you have no method available to you to evaluate whether their claims are true or false. You either believe them or you don't believe them. I have no reason to believe what they're saying because they claim to do things that are physically impossible and that the basic parts of can't be replicated in any experiment on Earth. So why
okay,
should
if it
I
was
believe
your
them
job,
when they
if it
claim that
was-
they violate the second law of thermodynamics?
would you?
When
Okay,
they
would you still
violate
deny
the things
it?
fall when you drop them.
Would
When
you
they
still deny?
violate
Oh
fucking
my
thermodynamics.
days.
Well, listen, you're not listening. They're claiming that they do things that you can't replicate on Earth. I don't believe that shit. Why do you believe it?
Okay, what I'm saying is, you'd still deny it if you had, if it was your job to film the re-entry.
Oh God.
I don't know it's re-entering, and what I would film is it. I can't tell if it's a re-entry or not from just looking at it.
Okay, what? Okay, from your
You think you
from
can
what you
just
believe.
look up in the sky and tell?
Do you think?
if
Well, okay,
something's
what would
falling
you?
from the sky? Shut up, dude. You think you can just look up in the sky and just say, "Oh, that's re-entering Earth's atmosphere," by just looking at it?
Okay, what do you think it was?
Yes or fucking no, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, you.
I don't know what you're
can't.
saying.
If you look up in the sky, can you tell if something is re-entering Earth's atmosphere by just looking at something in the sky?
Partially.
How? Tell me what you look for.
Well, you need other tools to, like,
Okay,
determine
so
this.
you can't tell from looking at it. Congratulations.
Well,
What are
you
the
can
other
measure it.
tools?
So when you see the
I know what your
capsule
other
up
tool
close.
is. I know what your other tool is. The idiot on the fucking screen said it's re-entering Earth's atmosphere. That's your other tool.
Wait, hold on. So we know how big the capsule is. Like, if it was in front of you, it's probably the size of the size of a living room or something, right? And then you can measure it with the camera, like say, okay, it's this far away now. Oh, well, now it's this far away. That's how
you can't tell from just looking at how far away something is.
Well, you know how big the capsule is. Let's say it's the size of let's say it's the size of a living room.
Well, apparently it's re-entering and it's on fire, right? So.
Okay, but you know if it's re-entering by how far away it looks on the camera, because we know how big it is up close.
It'll look bigger. It'll look bigger because it has a high temperature.
What the hell? Hello?
No, they like moving people into this chat for some reason.
Okay, can you kick that guy out? Just interrupt him.
It's a girl. So other channels like moving people that have open mics into this chat to fucking irritate us. Yeah, you would think that's funny. So,
no,
you ever seen a red hot poker that's been heated up?
Yep.
They look bigger than they actually are, don't they? Why?
Yeah, because they expands.
Because they're hot.
Yeah, it expands.
Yeah, no. It's not because the fucking poker's expanding. It doesn't expand 3 times its size.
No.
It looks bigger because it's heating up the air around it, causing that air to make it look fucking bigger because of refraction. So if your little capsule, heats up to thousands of degrees, it's going to look bigger than it really is. So that ain't going to work.
No, bro. No.
Yeah,
okay.
bro.
I can grant that. You can still determine like how far away it is, because you can like calculate, how big would it be if it heats up, all that kind of stuff.
Boy.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Again, the stuff you keep pulling out your eye.
Okay.
Can you give us a calculation? You wouldn't even know where to look. You wouldn't even know where to look to even find a place that could possibly do that calculation. Now, I'm going to ask you the thing I asked J-Dog, because it's important. Why are you carrying the water for somebody else's idea? Why are you defending the globe as if is the globe your idea? Did you come up with it?
No, I'm just saying it's
okay. So
logically
why are you
possible.
defending somebody else's idea?
It's because the globe is a logical impossibility, and I don't like it when people are being illogical.
I know the
so
globe is a
refute them.
logical impossibility.
I said possibility. I didn't say impossibility.
Give us the logic then. What do you mean?
Yeah, give us the logical syllogism that supports
That's
the
why I'm
globe.
defending it, because I'm defending logic. Well, okay, what are the three
You're
laws of logic?
defending logic.
What are the three
So
laws of
give
logic?
us the syllogism. Look, bro. I'll give you
Hey,
5
hey. What is the three laws of logic?
Okay.
Law
Who
of
cares?
identity,
I want a
laws
logical
of excluded
syllogism.
middle, law of
Yeah, I mean, fucking
non-contradiction.
this is like absolute amateur shit, bro.
Okay, you want a syllogism? Okay, P1.
We want a syllogism that supports the globe.
Okay, I'm just arguing. I'm giving you a formal logic. This is not informal, right? Okay, so P1.
Yeah.
P1. Earth exists. P1. Earth exists.
Okay.
P2. Logic. What the hell?
No.
Logic
No.
is what we use to determine.
You don't need a statement about logic in there, dude.
No, not at all.
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
We understand the premises of logic, so give us some truths to add together.
No.
I've given you the first truth, Earth exists. Give me another one.
Okay, we use natural reasoning. To determine the world around us.
It's a statement about human beings, not the Earth. So, your premise is about human beings. We use natural reasoning. Who's the we? Human beings.
P3, we see the sunset and the moonrise. P4.
Okay, and? Therefore, Earth God.
Yeah, he's not done.
Okay, P4, we come to know this through a turning ball.
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
I don't know.
I'm giving it this.
Do you know what logical syllogism is?
I'm giving you the syllogism, then I'm going to give you the C1, C2.
Okay. Why are your premises so shit?
Why are your premises not about the subject?
Why are you guys parroting each other? It's like, what the hell? This is like some Disney bully thing. What the fuck?
Dude, you said you got logic. I asked you for logic.
I'm doing it right now.
Because you haven't given it yet.
Patience.
Reading off the internet.
Dude, patience.
I'm
He's
literally
gonna need
typing.
like 92 more premises to frickin' even get this close to Earth as a globe.
For sure.
P5, we come to know this through everything.
Okay, you know what you're trying to prove, right?
Denial.
No.
I don't get what you're laughing at.
Okay, you can't. Well, let's just stop this. You can't create a logical syllogism for the globe because it's not perceived. You understand?
I'm talking about natural reasoning. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. This syllogism is proving that natural reasoning you come to know of the Earth being a globe through natural reason.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh, I don't.
How does natural reasoning lead to geometric forms?
That's why I'm making the syllogism.
Okay, how would you get from natural reasoning to the fact of a geometric form?
Yeah, I'm giving the syllogism.
For natural reason.
Give me a second. Let me finish it.
No, I'm not going to let you finish it because you're wasting our time.
This should have been really fucking simple. Should have been said with 20 seconds.
A logical necessity.
There's no logical statement you can make to support the goal. You don't.
I'm nearly done. I'm on C2. Conclusion 2.
This is going to be a fucking train wreck.
We use empirical reasoning, to know if the Earth is flat or a globe, right? I don't know why you're using like logical stuff,
He isn't using logical stuff.
You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go.
I don't know the
This
term.
is it. Okay, P1, Earth exists. P2, we use natural reason to determine the world around us. P3, we see the sunset and the moon rise. P4, we come to know this through a rotating sphere. C1, natural reason proves the globe is a logical necessity.
No.
Why are you nervous? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
You
I know
need
you're
true
nervous.
premises, Catnap.
Yeah.
No,
we come to know this. We come to know this is terribly specific.
Why is this with nervous laughter?
We come to know. What was that? Premise what? 4?
You know, we come to know is English. That's the standard English. Don't get it.
No,
It's a
we come
statement
to
about
know
human
because
beings,
of
dude.
sunrise and sunset that the Earth is a globe.
Premise 4 is unjustified.
Yeah. You can come to know of it through a rotating sphere. You just get
Look, why even create a syllogism? Why not just state that in the first premise and just be done? Right?
You asked for a syllogism.
Well, you don't need one if you're just
begging,
gonna.
No, you were begging me for you were begging me for a syllogism. That's why I did it.
Look, if you're just gonna claim if you're just gonna claim the premise as the conclusion, then fucking just say that. Just do ipsy dixit like you just did. Earth's a globe because Earth's a globe. Or just say that.
The Earth exists. We lose logic and reason, and because sunset and sunrise, we've come to know the Earth is a sphere. What bollocks
Therefore,
is
Earth
this?
is a sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's logic.
It's fucking not.
So let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to.
Okay, don't ask me for a syllogism.
No, well, you said that you were defending the globe because you were protecting logic. That's not true. So why are you defending the globe?
Which premise do you deny?
The one that we've come to know the Earth is a spinning globe, but because the sun rises and sets.
Yeah, so you can
You don't know that because it's an inductive inference, so you don't know it. Your premise, even if true, is an inductive inference.
No, listen. Let's
Even
say you're
if
in the
you
stone
know, there
age.
is no listen. Even if your premise is taken as true,
I can't
it's an
speak.
inductive inference, and you can't construct the logical syllogism with an inductive inference. All the premises have to be true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
They can't be possibly true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
Yeah.
Yes. Because
go on
you're
then.
looking at the thing that's not the thing that's in question.
What is the thing
You're
in question?
looking at the sun to deduce to figure out what the Earth is.
No.
Right? So that's an indirect observation.
No, buddy.
You said sunset.
No.
You said sunset.
No.
You said we've come
that's
to
not,
know.
No, bro. No. Oh my goodness. We come to know is not because of the sunset.
Oh, what was it?
We come to know. We're trying to figure out why is the sun setting. So we come to know that through a rotating sphere, right? Right. For example, P4.
I thought that was supposed to be the fucking conclusion.
No, the C is the conclusion.
Yeah, the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. Right,
How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is?
You're defending that logical conclusion, right, with your logical syllogism because you've got logic in your side, which concludes the Earth is a sphere. Shut up.
P4 is an experimental
this is
analysis.
Your conclusion. Your conclusion shouldn't be in your premises. Your premises, when added together, should reach the conclusion
go
that
in a
you're trying to
syllogism.
reach. Fucking dickhead.
No conclusions don't go in syllogism.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
There's one conclusion.
Yes,
at the end of a syllogism.
That is at the end of the syllogism.
Hold on. It's like math.
It's premise 4.
You add 1 and 1 together and equal 2. This is what a logical syllogism is. You add one truth together and then you add another truth together and you reach that logical conclusion based on those truths.
Loki, you're
have to have a relationship.
I'm Loki gonna stop myself in the eye. P4 is experimental analysis, right? So let's say you're in the Stone Age. Age, you can light fire.
Experimental analysis.
Yeah,
What is
it's
that?
an experiment. It's an analysis, right? So if you're in the Stone Age, you can light a fire. You can get like a fucking rock. You can like rub or get your ball sack and use those balls, right, to prove like the sun is setting because the ball is rotating, right? So you rotate the ball. Oh, okay. Look, the fire is no longer in view, right? So this is what P4 is.
No, it's not that.
Yes, it is.
Look, how did you reach the conclusion that the Earth was a rotating ball?
Because no one in the Stone Age will know what the fuck refraction is.
How did you reach the conclusion that the Earth is a rotating ball?
Because the sun cannot set without it being a ball.
Says who?
It's from natural reasoning. This is the whole point of the syllogism.
No, that's a bare assertion without evidence.
Okay. Can you prove that the Earth is flat from natural reasoning alone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, from natural reasoning alone. Not from
there you go.
Not from extending your dick to about 200 meters and measuring the Earth with a laser.
I just gave it to you. That was easy, right? I just did it.
Yeah.
You know why I can do it and you can't? Because I follow you.
No. Because when I ask you, how does hold on. When I ask you, because when I ask you, how does the sun set on a flat Earth? You have to use mental gymnastics to like say, oh, it's because of refraction. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
This is the whole point of the syllogism.
And that's just and you saying mental gymnastics means what? That you don't like the answer?
Or doesn't understand the answer.
That's more like
you need to keep on psychologically projecting, Catnip. Keep on.
The whole point is you are inferring Earth being a sphere from seeing the motion of the sun. That is an inductive inference. Because you're not looking at the thing in question directly, you are looking at something else and inferring from its behavior that some other thing is something.
Yeah, you have to use mental gymnastics to say it's flat. To say it's flat, you have to use mental gymnastics. You have to say, oh well, the sun is actually moving further away.
That's ironic, dude.
The air density is making it disappear and all that kind of stuff. No one in the Stone Age.
Your mental gymnastics, my friend Catnip. Your mental gymnastics for the cause of sun backwards, isn't it?
You know what? Wait, hold on.
So that was your mental gymnastics. Hold on, you will literally do a somersault if you keep rotating on the sphere whilst you're doing your gymnastics. But the reason why the sun sets is because the Earth is in motion and you are rotating backwards. The sun disappears over the curvature, the physical obstruction of the Earth. Right?
Okay.
This is your mental gymnastics.
Okay. In early antiquity, people thought that the sun. No. Listen, people never said that the sun got further away. They said that the sun set in a crack in the earth.
Did you ask them all? I swear the Egyptians said that the sun was traveling on a fucking chariot.
It's in ancient literature. They said that the sun sets in a. They would say that the sun sets in a lake.
Yeah, the sun was moving though, wasn't it? On a chariot.
Yeah, but they'd say it sets in a lake.
Yeah, so the sun was moving further away.
But they never say. Yeah, but they never. Not once did they say it's moving further away. It's only you guys that say that.
Catnip, what does it matter what they said?
I mean, we have to forgive those people. They didn't have the tech we have today. Why are you stuck with the 2,000-year-old shit?
I'm just saying that the people,
a single
the ancients. No. The ancients that
all the ancients, the Chinese.
Which one?
Did they say that the sun's moving further away?
Which ancients? The Greek ancients, the Roman ancients, the fucking American Indian.
Every single one of them. They said that the sun sets in a lake.
The ones in South America.
The ones from 2,500
The ones that we know, the ones that we know about, the ones that have literature about the Earth, right?
Okay, the Mayans. Where did they think the sun went? Where did the Mayans think the sun went?
Bro, I'm talking about the one. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about the ones.
They wrote astronomy books. They wrote the Dresden Codex.
They said that the sun sets in a lake. They said the sun sets in a ravine.
They made astronomical predictions more accurate than the heliocentric model using a completely different fucking paradigm. So where did they think the sun went?
In a ravine. They said it sets in a lake, in a ravine. They say it sets in a crack in the earth.
They said it sets in a ravine, the Mayans.
I'm not talking about the Mayans.
I am.
Okay, what is the Mayans?
The Mayan, you don't know what Mayans are? The Mayan civilization?
The Aztecs?
No, the Mayans.
No, the Aztecs are the Aztecs.
I don't know what Mayan is. I only know about like
the
Aztec.
culture into aspects. This is great.
I don't know what Mayans are.
Okay.
Wow.
I only
Mayans
know
are South
people in
American natives
late antiquity.
that wrote stuff, and the Spanish burnt all their books.
Okay.
But one of the books of the 3 books that survived was an astronomy book called the Dresden Codex.
Okay.
That Dresden Codex shows astronomical predictions that are more accurate than what the predictions the Europeans were making based upon their fucking globetard.
Is that what? So the Mayans' demonstration of the Earth, is that what you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, is that what you take
No,
as
it's
a position?
just counteracting your claim.
I haven't
that
made a
all
whole
ancient
cosmology, bro.
I know,
You
Jedi.
haven't
I'm just
got a
asking.
clue.
I'm just asking a qualifying question. Is that
It's
the
not
position
qualifying,
you
it's
take?
distracting.
I'm not advocating any cosmogony or cosmology. Okay.
Okay, I want to see what a picture of what you think the Earth looks like.
From where?
And there's the deflection.
From anywhere you want. Choose anywhere you want. From above.
Just keep
I don't know.
deflecting away from your
From the beach?
No, from above. Like let's say in the outer space or whatever you want to call it.
There is no outer space.
Okay, wherever from the position of the moon.
You can't go to the moon. There is no outside, brother.
Okay, but I want you to demonstrate. I want you to show me a diagram or a picture of the Earth. To like hypothetically, if we were on the moon and looking back, or at the moon looking back with the camera. I want.
How would I know what that looks like, dude?
Why are people giving nervous laughter? I don't get it. I'm just
asking you.
No,
How would I?
It's a stupid fucking question. How
would I know what that looks like?
No, I want to
because
see.
he hasn't got the God's eye view.
I want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
You want to see a picture of a flat Earth taken from a photograph taken from a place that don't exist? I'm sorry, I can't provide that.
Okay, so when I see the moon in the sky, it doesn't exist.
The moon exists. It doesn't mean you can go there.
Oh my goodness! Wherever it is, I didn't say we could go there. I want a hypothetical. Let's say you had like some god powers,
wherever
right?
it is. You're assuming it's
Let's
some
say you had
fucking
god
space
powers
rock, dumb fuck.
or something. Yeah,
so
yeah.
the moon is
Let's
an
assume
illusion.
Oh my goodness!
You mean
it's like he's not following the logic. He doesn't even follow his own logic, guys.
Matt, are you still here?
Uh-huh.
Sir, are you kind of like
call for backup?
thinking logically about this, sir? Because I've been listening. I've been listening, and your brain is
Yo, who is
not
this
braining at
Pakistani
the
guy
moment.
that's talking, bro? The hell, bro? Shut up.
Cut it out, dude.
He's waiting to speak. He's not listening. He's not acknowledging. He's just waiting to speak.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, thank you. So, anyways, I'm asking.
We're waiting for that logic, though. No, we're waiting for the logic. Let's go back to the logic, though.
I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody knows what the Earth looks like from that far away. Not you, not me, not anybody.
Okay. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody knows what the Earth looks like from that. Why do I have to repeat myself?
Why do you?
Repeat back to me what I just told you.
So you don't even know. So you don't even know where the sun goes.
Exactly, and neither do you.
Yes, we do. It's you that don't know.
Yeah, no, you just believe you know.
No, your beliefs have shaky foundations. You don't know.
Because I don't have beliefs. You do.
Oh my goodness.
You're asking me what the Earth looks like from a place I don't think exists. And why do I think
okay. You have beliefs you don't.
Because there's no evidence that place exists.
Okay. So you don't have beliefs, right?
And you're telling me that I'm the one with beliefs, because you think that place does exist, but you have no evidence it exists.
Okay. You don't have beliefs, right? So do you trust your senses?
Yeah, why not?
That's you that doesn't trust your senses.
If you so you trust your senses, you trust your hearing. Okay, the Earth is a globe. You have to trust that.
There's nowhere in my senses tell me the Earth is a globe.
I just told you heard it. Could you trust your senses?
No, dude, your base senses.
Dude,
everybody
I heard it. That doesn't mean the words, the information you conveyed is accurate. Dude.
Okay, so you have
Those
a belief.
Those are two different things. Are you retarded?
You have a countering belief then. Okay.
There's a difference between sound and the meaning of the sound, dude.
So you have a countering belief.
He's weird.
Dude,
everyone has a belief in something. Else. Do you know what belief means?
I believe you're starting to spiral and you're resorting to trolling because you don't want to face the fact that you're carrying the water for somebody else's idea, and you have to tell yourself it's for logic when it's just because you're in a fucking cult.
Well, we can say the same about you.
What cult?
No, you can't. No, you can't say the same about me. You know why you can't say the same thing about me? Because I can just walk a fucking mile and see a flat Earth.
Matt, say that again.
I just told him We could say the same about you.
No, you can't.
How?
Because you didn't make the idea of the flat Earth. Like you didn't make it
No,
up.
we measured it. We measured it.
Flat Earth isn't an idea.
The idea of the flat Earth is not something made up. It's more an acknowledgement of a measurement and a state of the matter. The actual
acknowledgement of a measurement.
It's where we operate, and it's a description of a surface that we operate across, build upon, travel across, experience.
See, you have ideas. Flat Earth isn't an idea. It's the way you experience the world. It's not an idea. You perceive the Earth as flat. You don't have to think about it.
It's not flat. The reason why, because you say, oh yeah, you experience the world, right? But we don't
rationalize.
Yeah, but we can't catch the sun, so we don't know where it goes. Therefore,
rationalize.
It's not flat.
Yeah, rationalize.
Okay. Since you say you don't know what these things look like, you said we don't know. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe.
No, we measure a flat surface.
What it looks like, we can measure it. We don't need to know what it looks like.
Okay, well, it's not flat or a globe.
But we can measure that it's flat, brother.
You guys want flat earthers. You just don't know what the Earth looks like.
I do apologise, but we measure a flat surface, don't we?
Okay, you can measure. Okay, flat surface. Does that mean that the Earth is flat? The entire Earth is flat?
If 70%
No,
of
wait.
the surface...
You just said you don't know. So how do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Dude, listen. We're not talking about shapes. We're talking about surface descriptions. And 70% of the Earth is water, P1, and water is observed, P2, measured, P3, and practically used, P4, as a horizontal reference datum. Conclusion, the surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay. So, Earth is flat.
Yes, because it's observed, measured, and practically used that way. Also,
did you measure the entire Earth? You just said you don't know.
So, Cat, I was going to touch on real quick. Catnip.
Okay, so you haven't measured the entire Earth yet. You said the Earth is flat. Wow.
Yes,
that concludes the entire debate is concluded. That concludes the entire debate.
Catnip, can you stop being emotional? Just relax. Take a deep breath.
Who is this petty bastard?
You are approaching this like some little girl or something, bro. Just relax.
If you erase this stuff, you're gonna get banned real quick.
Okay.
So,
my bad. Listen.
Catnip,
you just concluded
you're asking
the whole
about
debate.
if people have checked under, right? So the deepest point on the ocean is about 7.5 miles, something right there, right? And the highest point is 13 miles from the deepest to the highest of the highest mountain, right? And then the surface of the Earth is 197 million square miles. 197 million square miles. So when you put that into perspective, all the surface is not curving. So from the highest point to the lowest point, and then all across the surface, it will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, flatter than.
Okay, I have absolutely no idea why you're telling me this, because this is completely irrelevant. I'm saying that you haven't measured the entire Earth.
About below
we
the
don't
surface.
need to, Catnap. This is a specious fucking argument, dude.
Then it's not flat. Then you don't know if it's flat or not.
Okay, no, because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and because water that's all connected.
How do you know that it's mostly water? How do you know it's mostly water?
Because people have sailed across the water and they know how long it takes.
Okay, how do you know that they're telling the truth?
Right, he's just descended now. Someone else.
No, I'm using the same kind of double standard that you're using against me.
The
same double standard.
No, we're not using a double standard, dude. Not at all.
No, I'm using that same double standard that you use.
No, you're not, because when we measure over any and all distances of water that we can observe and measure across, that water is horizontal, demonstrating no curvature, especially at 8 inches per mile, which is the rate you need for the Earth to be a sphere of the radius given.
Now he is asking the same kind of questions you guys ask.
Now, I'm going to ask you again. How do you know that the entire Earth is flat?
It's mostly water.
Okay, how do you know it's mostly water?
You don't know that.
Because I've flown across it.
Okay, but how do you know you flew like the farthest side? Where's the end? Okay, where's the end? Where's the end?
Can we let Cat take a nap and talk to the other guy that is trying to talk?
How do you know the entire Earth is covered in water?
I just told you. You're doing the ask, ignore, repeat, Cat.
How do you know the entire Earth is covered in water?
I told you how.
Yeah,
All right,
I
he's
didn't say the
muted. Go
entire Earth was
take a nap.
covered in water, so try not to straw man next time. The majority of Earth is covered in water.
According
So,
to
Cat,
you,
take a nap, and the other guy can
72%
speak
of
to
it is.
the panel.
But he was doing so good. Hey, Catnap.
He was just fucking.
You can measure
Spiraled into
You can
madness.
measure curvature on any section of a sphere. You don't have to have a long ass.
Okay. So the majority of the Earth is flat, but not the entire Earth. Got it.
No, but if you have a ball in your hand, you can measure any section
Well,
of
okay,
it.
no. Don't deflect. Don't deflect. You said
You can measure any section of it to see if it curves. You don't have to have a measuring tape that goes around.
Okay, we're not talking about the globe now. We're talking about the Earth is flat. Why do you not want to prove your own syllogism? We're not talking about the globe.
We did.
We're not talking about the globe. How do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Because of water.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the majority of it's covered in water. What if there's like another 90% of it that's
Do
not?
you believe that flat's a shape?
How do you know How do you know that 70% is covered in water?
Do you believe that flat's a shape?
What if Grandma had a penis? Then she'd be Grandpa. Okay, cut it out, dude.
How do you know 70%? Where did you get those measurements from?
From you.
I said majority. I didn't say 70%. And
Oh, so you have to depend on the
number.
globe. You have to depend on the globe measurements to make the Earth flat.
That's your not. What globe measurements? You don't have any globe measurements.
Jedi just said from you. How do you know the Earth is covered in 70% water?
To falsify that idea, right?
I'm asking you, how do you know it's covered in 70% water? Why is it not 90 or why is it not 90? Why is it not 120?
Because why
Because
are
it
you
hates
doing
you.
this? Man? It's fucking embarrassing.
Okay, how big is the Earth in order to say 70% water?
I've told
not
you
as big as
three
your
times.
mom.
It's because you're caught in a trap. You're caught in a trap. How do you know how big the Earth is?
I've answered you 3 times.
This isn't to bring your own.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer it. You didn't answer. You just said, "Oh, it could be this, it could be that." It's you're using conjecture. It's all from conjecture. It's conjecture.
Falsifying the claim radius and the claim amount of water. Okay, this isn't to bring your own ball channel. You have to deal with the shit that they tell us about the heliocentric model on the Earth that they tell us. They say the size, they tell us how much water covers the surface. That's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're falsifying. If you want to bring your own ball and add water, you can.
Okay, but we're not talking about the globe right now. We're talking about the flat Earth. I'm asking, how do you know the entire Earth is flat, not a portion of it?
I told you how. What did I say, Catnap? No, Catnap. If you don't repeat what I told you, I'm muting you.
You said it's flat because 70% of the Earth is flat in water.
You said, how do we know? And I gave you an answer. What was it?
That the ocean is flat. 70% of the Earth is water.
No, that's not what I said. Try again.
You said we know because the ocean is flat.
What I said was the majority of the surface of the Earth is water, and whatever the surface is doing on a connected body,
I just said that.
it's doing it across the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So 70%
so we know
of the
that
Earth is flat.
we across the ocean that it's larger than the land.
Okay.
We've known this for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Okay, cool.
If you ever left your mom's fucking basement and went somewhere, you would know that this is the case. This is not a fucking controversial fact.
Okay, so 70% of the Earth is flat?
I'm not coming. No. That's not what I said.
Okay, so you can determine that it's flat. But no, the thing is, how do you Hello?
Catnap, do you know what the definition of flat is?
Yeah, it's just like a smooth surface or a level surface.
No, flat does not
but there's a tolerance to it.
I don't think you guys know what flat is actually. I should be asking you that question.
Can spheres be smooth?
Yeah.
Are spheres flat?
If you're using that definition, no, they cannot be flat. Flat is a shape.
It's your fucking definition that flat means smooth. Stop being a retard, dude.
Again.
It's just the definition. It could be something that's level.
That is not a shape.
Be something that's level. It's a shape. Flat is a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
It is. What you should be calling yourselves, what you should be calling yourselves are level earthers, not flat earthers, because flat is normally like a disc shape. Or something that's sort of like a flat wall. The floor is flat.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah,
now he's going to tell us what we should call ourselves. The fucking dipshit who fucking put the conclusion in the premise of the syllogism.
You don't live up to your name.
Brother, flatness has to do with a tolerance, right? A surface that essentially rests between two parallel planes.
Okay. Anyways, look. Let me get back to the point
And it
about
has
the
to fit
ocean.
between those two parallel lines. But
Yeah,
that
I
is
know.
what flatness is. Just I want to clarify it for you. So now, flat Earth has to do with tolerance and horizontality, right? And also it has to rest between those 2 points. So it's not a shape unless you can draw me a flat. It's not a shape.
Okay. So so we determined the Earth is level or flat, whatever you want to call it, based off of the ocean. So how do you know, like, how much of the Earth is flat? Because what if you go further out and then you see, like, it goes straight up into the sky, like we're inside the hollow cylinder. Okay, you don't, right? So we don't know that the
go through the wardrobe and go into Narnia.
So let me grant your position. We don't know as flat earthers that the entire Earth is flat. It might not be.
Dude.
Well, let's put it this way. Everywhere that the globers have measured, they've measured it flat. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, we're not talking. We're not like doing this. We're not going to do this two-quote fallacy.
First of all, you're not a flat earther, and you're not going to tell us what we think. Okay? Let's just iron that right out. So that little shtick, you might as well just bury that shit in a grave because it ain't never going to happen.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
you're not the fucking ringleader of anything.
But how do you know that the entire Earth is flat? What is the entire Earth? Where's the end of it?
We don't know.
How far out? How
Who
far
said there's an end?
So you don't know that the entire Earth is flat.
Who said there's an end? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. I didn't say there's an end. I said
you
how
asked
far
us
out
where
you
the
can
end
travel.
of it is. That presupposes there's an end. Why would you ask that question?
Okay, so do you know that there isn't an end that's entirely flat and that keeps going on forever?
And what? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. Does the Earth go on forever? Is it just flat on forever?
What does it mean to go on forever?
Yeah.
It means that there's no edge. There's no like part where you can, come back in a circle unless it's a globe.
So if you go halfway to forever, can you go the other halfway?
No, because that's not.
Okay, what if you go halfway to that forever?
Okay, no. Why can't you actually get to the point instead of like using these semantics?
Because you're asking a stupid infinite regression fallacy.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth could be entirely flat. Because what is entire? It means the whole thing, right? And you don't know if there's like a hole.
All the parts that we are on are flat.
Okay, so it's not flat.
Oh, that is not a logical conclusion from what I said.
It is for me. That concludes the whole thing.
It is for you because you're brain dead and you're irrational. It's been demonstrated by you like 15 times already.
So what you should be saying is where you are is flat, but the Earth isn't flat. Because when you say Earth
Don't
is flat,
tell me what I should say.
You're saying that the whole Earth is flat.
Well, the Earth that you know, hold on, the Earth that you know, that. The bit that you call Earth, the bit that we call Earth.
This is a two-quote fallacy. Can you stop doing that? You keep doing this all the time.
The Earth that we know is flat.
He didn't do it
You keep doing a two-quote all the time.
No, he did not.
We know that our whole planet is
obviously.
a globe. We know the whole planet is a globe, but you don't know if the whole Earth is flat.
You don't know anything, dude.
Okay, how do you know the whole Earth is flat? Then the Earth isn't flat. You don't say the Earth is flat.
We
say
call Earth.
the country I'm on is flat. Where I am is flat, not the whole Earth. Earth means the whole thing, the whole. Earth is a whole.
Well, the whole Earth that I know.
The whole Earth. Okay, so you're living in Fantasyland.
What? That's the only part of the Earth that I know is the Earth that I know.
Fantasyland.
I know.
That's ironic. The dude that thinks he can go to the moon is saying we live in Fantasyland.
Bro,
because he saw he literally got his worldview from a television screen.
The reason why we keep thinking when you say
is to watch TV.
The reason why we keep thinking that when you say flat Earth we see a disc is because you say Earth. That means the whole.
The Earth is not in outer space, genius.
Yeah, that's why
outer
you shouldn't say Earth is
vacuum. Look, bro, outer space vacuum is a physical impossibility.
Okay, so the thing is,
yeah, address that, dude. So stop straw manning. We don't think Earth is a disc in space. We don't think it's inside of something. We don't think
I'm not saying that. We think that you think that because you keep saying Earth is flat.
No, you think that because you think that we just took a fucking globe and swapped a fucking disc out for it. Because you think all the other stuff surrounding the globe, such as the heliocentric orbits and all that shit, are true.
You're
so
right.
You think
you're right.
Yeah, that's because you're dumb.
No, you're right. It's because the reason why is because you keep saying Earth is flat.
Yes, Earth just means the ground, dude.
Yeah,
Earth is just where we live.
Yeah, the entire ground that we live upon. When you say Earth, that means the entire ground, the entire Earth. Let's just say Earth is the ground,
Yeah,
right?
and
The
can we
entire
say
ground has to
anything
be
about
flat.
the ground that we don't know?
Then Earth isn't entirely flat. We don't know if it's
How do you
entirely
don't
flat
even
now.
know? How do you know that?
How? No, I'm asking. How do you know it's entirely
So
flat?
all the ground. What I said was, and I'm gonna say it
That's such
again
a
for the
doodle.
third fucking time. If you keep doing the ask, ignore, repeat, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking ban you if you do it one more time. We know the tactic. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. You keep doing it. You ask a question, we give you an answer. You ignore the answer and repeat the question.
So I just conclude
that isn't getting you anywhere. Okay?
I'll just conclude it then. I'll conclude then.
There is no fucking conclusion, Weasel.
No, conclude the whole debate.
Yeah, unmute you will. We don't need no parting fucking gifts.
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Where are we hiding? Dude can't form a fucking coherent statement.
We're here 24/7. How are we hiding?
Well,
Not responding, would that be running and hiding? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a dishonest statement just as bad as that other guy's arguments. Man, that was crazy.
What was the dishonest statement?
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Oh, yeah.
And then he hid?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I know
I wonder, you think he
keep my
can
listening privileges before you guys rage quit on me too.
Do you think you can tell us the answer that I gave him? Can you tell us? Were you listening? That I gave him 3 times?
Yeah, I was listening. He
Okay,
said,
so give me the answer I gave him.
whole Earth.
What was the answer I gave him?
I don't know. The parts you
I
measure
know
are
you
flat.
don't.
The parts over water are flat.
So you guys always, because you're just fucking like home team
You had a good
fucking.
point though. You don't know.
You're just virtue signaling for your cult, dude. You're just virtue signaling for your cult.
You don't know the majority of Earth's surface is water. He was right about that. You shouldn't claim that.
How do I not know that?
Because you haven't checked.
So I personally have to check the entire surface of the Earth to see if it's water.
You have to verify it somehow to claim it.
Well, we do have massive amounts of fucking records of people sailing the 7 seas. And we do know from airplane flights that there's more water than there is land. Way more. Not even close.
Sounds like he's denying the globe.
He's denying his own model. I mean, mainstream claim is that it is covered with about 70, 71, 72, whatever %. That's their claim. I don't even care if that's true or not, but you can debunk Earth's spherical form easily just by measuring water.
Yeah, and that's him squirming because he can't refute the fact that water measures flat, you know?
Well, this is just another one of the propaganda tactics I was talking about, right? He's trying to drag us down into his cesspool that we can't know the Earth is flat because we didn't measure every inch of water. So we're in the same boat as him as believing images from space or flying to the moon is real. Because we asked him, how do you know that it's real? And they can't say how. And he's trying to say, hey, dude, how do you know that the Earth is mostly water? You're just like us. You have a faith-based belief system. It's just a gimmick. It's lame.
Well, let's pretend for a second that maybe that's the case. Maybe the Earth isn't covered in 70% water. So the water that is there, is that water flat?
Maybe they could just show us the not flat water, wherever that is.
Yeah. Is that dude still here? Didn't run or hide or anything, did he?
Oh, Catnap, you want to talk to him? I'll unmute him.
No, the guy that was talking smack afterward. I don't want to talk to Catnap. That guy sounds exhausting.
Fucking is.
No,
2 hours
with
of that.
enough players, I like to keep my listening privileges. I don't want to make you guys rage out.
Why would we rage out? Oh, because you just keep making just nonsense claims?
You're raging out.
You just appealed to, we know because of airplanes and pilots say that the Earth is mostly water. That's
no, not because I bet in airplanes.
Yeah,
and I own a watch.
That doesn't prove the Earth is mostly water, bro.
And I own a watch.
Okay.
And I can time how long it takes to fly across the water versus the land.
Good proof for the Earth being mostly water. Well done. In 1 second,
It is.
you proved it.
It is good proof for the Earth being mostly
like
water.
I said, you guys argue like this.
There are a couple of sailors in
What do you
here
think
as
it's
well.
proof? What do you think it's proof of? Of it not being mostly water?
That's a false equivalence. Just because something's not proof of something,
dude, you don't
doesn't
even
mean
know
it's proof
what
of
false
something else.
equivalence
And here you come
is,
with
dude.
here you come with the interrupting, and this
That
is why
wasn't
I
an
leave on
equivalent
mute and laugh at you
statement.
guys.
Look, that wasn't an equivalent statement. That was a statement about the converse. If the one statement's true, then the converse must be true. Okay? You're saying it's unreasonable to conclude that if it takes me longer to fly over water than it does over the land, that it's unreasonable to conclude there's more water than fucking land. And if that's not true, then the converse has to be true. It's not a false equivalence. And the converse is, oh, it takes longer to fly across water than the land, therefore there's more land than fucking water, which is stupid.
Well, you don't, just because you're flying doesn't mean you know that you're going at a constant rate and you have access to the mile per hour of the plane. This is like the same as when Globers try to argue their flight patterns prove the globe Earth. You can't verify it.
They don't know what the flight patterns are. They just make baseless claims about what planes do. They don't even know. Planes fly great circle routes. They don't. Fucking easy to verify that they don't. Nobody claims they do, except for retard fucking anti-flat earthers on the internet. You know, you anti-flat earthers claim so many things that are against your own crap. Like there's not more water than fucking land. You'll throw your own side under the bus.
Catnap claim that? I didn't hear him claim that.
Did he say that he did?
I don't think anyone's claimed that.
Side under the bus.
Evantron, I'll come with you down there into your cesspool. All right, no worries. I guess we don't know how much water is on the Earth, but for the water that is on the Earth, is any of it curving like a ball?
You got a coin. The meniscus is curving pretty severely. Yeah.
Kiss on this motherfucker.
I asked you if it was curving like a ball, not about meniscus. Not like, come on, dude.
Yeah, I'd say
gotta pay attention.
Like a ball. Yeah, it curves like a ball.
Okay, can you show me that?
Just get a dry surface and do the smallest water drop you can. It's a very sharp curve. Very round.
Okay, so you got little water droplets that are shaped like little balls. All right. Now, does that mean that the Earth is a ball?
No.
No. Okay. So, how about the large bodies of water? Are any of those curving like a ball?
All of them are.
Not all of them? Which ones are?
I can't prove it. I can't prove this.
Oh, you can't prove that. So you make a claim, but then you go out.
Level.
All water is level. Okay. So horizontal, no part higher or lower than another. So all the water is flat, level, horizontal.
No.
No. Okay. So not level.
This is why I stay on.
Not flat. Why? Because I'm asking you simple questions. You don't answer simple
No,
questions.
because you're doing the thing that Indio just needed that guy for doing, which is asked, answered, and repeated, and it's why I stay on mute. Hypocritical.
Well, either I haven't been hearing you. Maybe maybe your mic's been cutting out. Maybe I'm not hearing you. Did you say it is level or it's not level? I'm just trying to clarify.
For the third time, all water at stasis is level.
Okay, so it's level. So if the water's level, then how would we conclude that we live on a sphere if the water that we do have is level?
How would we, if we only went off the water, I don't know if you could conclude that just because water is a sphere, we live on a sphere. You have the land.
Okay.
Right?
All right. So I guess we're not using like the horizon or boats going over horizons or disappearing into horizons or disappearing bottom up is going to help us adjudicate whether or not the Earth is a sphere, right? So we can't use water. What should we use to make sure that we know that we live on a sphere then?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, do you think there's somebody that does know? Like maybe they have some kind of Earth curve measurements on the surface that tell you live on a ball?
Maybe. I think it's mostly inference.
Maybe.
Because it costs time and money to go out and measure. So.
Well, yeah, that's why they have map makers and surveyors and stuff. A lot of money has gone into this. So I'm just curious if any of these people out here that are getting paid and all that expensive equipment they got is helping us understand that we live on a ball. Because as I understand it, and all the surveying manuals that I've looked at, they're measuring the Earth as flat and referencing it as flat.
If they're making a map for the purpose of navigating, why would you try to infer the shape of the Earth out of their map that they're making that isn't meant to determine the shape of the Earth? Who went out
so
and
notice that I said surveyors. I didn't say cartographers, I said surveyors. There's a difference.
Yeah, but I don't think surveyors are doing it for determining curvature or flat.
Well, I've read the manuals. You can read them too. They're referencing and measuring the Earth as a flat plane.
That's okay. That's
okay. So then where's the curve bit? Where's the ball bit? Where's that come from?
For me, it's the sunrise, stars, and the moon. I don't.
So the sky is telling you that the Earth is a ball?
No, it's not proof. The Earth could be flat, but it just doesn't seem like it is.
It doesn't seem that way. So when you kind of like live on the Earth in your everyday experience, and you deal with things like up and down and azimuthal angles, north, south, east, west, these are all horizontal, right, directions, coordinate systems, vertical, up, down, right, horizontal, left, right. The way you experience the world, the way that you talk about it is of a flat, stationary Earth. It doesn't feel that way to you? It doesn't seem that way?
It doesn't seem one way or the other. At the scale that the mainstream model is, it would make sense that day to day we would treat 99% of things as if the Earth is flat, because the Earth's not the size of Texas. The Earth is the size of the mainstream model of Earth, which is
okay. So where'd that size come from?
Seems flat.
Where'd that size come from?
I guess Eratosthenes, and then refined.
You think that they got the size of Earth from Eratosthenes?
Yes.
3959 radius came from Eratosthenes? That's incorrect.
Oh, I thought it was correct.
Now you know. So the size of this ball, we need two things. We kind of need to know if the Earth was a ball, and then we'd have to figure out how we got the size of that ball. And you think that came from Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes, who pre-assumed the Earth was a ball and pre-assumed parallel light rays, and then measured angles using a flat Earth, and then created a great circle, which is a flat Earth, but assumed that it was around a ball. You think that's a measurement of a ball?
No, I didn't say that. You said, where did we get the size of the Earth? And I said, Eratosthenes gave us that number first.
Right.
And you said that's
not
true.
Yeah, he gave a number, but that's not the correct number.
Okay.
So I'm still wanting to know where we got this size from.
What size?
Well, I mean, it's not even a matter of disagreement. It's not even a matter of disagreement. I mean, the Earth has been measured. There is no curvature to measure. So it can't be a ball.
And why, this is a waste of time to ask me about all these things that you all think are not accurate. Who cares?
It's not even a matter of whether or not I think so. It's provable. This is the way everybody measures the Earth. There is no curve.
Have you talked to any long distance shooters?
Yes, I shoot long range. What are you talking about?
You don't shoot, you don't take into account Coriolis?
Absolutely not.
And you haven't met any of your peers that do? Because
no, in fact, the guy with the world record for the longest shot, which is somewhere in the ballpark of, I think, 2 miles, maybe even a little farther than that.
4 miles.
4 miles. 4 miles. He accounts for 0 Coriolis.
That's hard to believe, because at 1 mile it becomes a factor. Well, I mean, it's a factor
Oh, really?
at 10 feet, but really. Yeah, what's his name? I want to look that up if you don't mind.
What's that guy's name, Indio?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. It's like it's called. I can't remember the name. Black Rifle. Something or other. I'll post it in the chat.
His name's Shepard Humphreys, and it's a 4.4 mile shot. And yeah, we even emailed him and got a reply, and he did explain that he didn't account for Coriolis or Earth curvature. I don't think any of them account for Earth curvature.
Was this like live combat, obviously, or was this target?
No, he hit a target 4.4 miles away, and I think he had to hit it 3 times in a row to get the record or something like that. But yeah, he was able to do that. I think the bullet was in the air for 30, 40 seconds or even longer.
I want to look into it, but in sniper school, they teach you about the Coriolis, and this is a guess, but if you have the opportunity to account for wind and take a lot of shots and zero in, if you're hitting the target 3 times in a row at 4 miles, you're accounting for Coriolis, even if you didn't actually account for Coriolis with your practice shots. You're grouping with the Coriolis happening, whether or not you write it down.
Bro, you're making this stuff up on the spot.
Yeah. But this guy not accounting for it is not relevant. They teach you it in sniper school when you only have 1 shot. You only have
Have
one
you been to sniper school?
No.
Then how do you know what they teach in sniper school?
Have you flown over every continent and every body of water? No. Then
this is something very specific and specialized, dude.
Water.
Evan Tron, what you're doing here, this is called anecdotal evidence. The thing that we would actually need to do first is to prove that the Earth is actually in motion. How are you going to
you guys are fine with anecdotal. Didn't you hear Indio about him flying over water and continents?
Sometimes it can be used.
A lot of times, bro.
Sometimes it can be helpful, but right. So what we need to do, like I said, is actually prove that the Earth is in motion. How are we going to do that?
I don't really think it's possible. It would literally take going to outer space, and if it's either you can and you're Superman and you can see it is, or you can't and you run into the firmament or something up there. I don't think it's a prove or disprove thing. It's a take the totality of evidence and phenomena.
Okay, so the phenomena is we don't feel any motion. Which phenomena should we point to about the Earth spinning?
Yeah, that's
right.
We shouldn't expect to feel motion. It doesn't. That's something that
Okay, so you don't feel it. Well, I'm asking you about the phenomena that we can point to. What phenomena are you pointing to as far as the Earth's motion is concerned?
The fact that the night sky and the day sky appears to move around us. That makes
so
me
the
think
motion of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So you've decided to take the thing that you observe and invert it and say, well, I see this happening, but that can't be right. Therefore, the Earth must be moving?
That's right.
Why would you do that?
Because I can relate it to small scales on Earth.
When? Because when I'm, in motion, I know I'm in motion. When other stuff is in motion, typically I know that the other stuff is in motion.
I'm not sure the word analogize this by saying if I went into the woods and spun in circles and all the trees appeared to be dragging across me. That's
yeah, you know that you're spinning. You know that you're spinning.
Right.
Right, you know that you're spinning.
Feel myself spinning on Earth. Why should I expect to feel that?
I'm not even talking about feeling it. I'm talking about measuring it, detecting it in any way. In your scenario, you know that you're spinning. In the other scenario, you're telling me, I actually don't know that the... Yeah, so the sun moves. That's the phenomena, the sun moves? Okay, so the phenomena is the sun moves.
Spinning in a circle with my feet, the trees would move. The sun does the same across the sky. So I can could be this.
You're not paying attention to the thing that we're trying to concentrate on. You know that you are in motion. You're spinning yourself. Bro, I don't even know why you're talking to me.
Yeah.
You know that you're spinning. So if you know that you're spinning, then this is a false equivalence. In this case, you see the sun move, and you do not experience or measure the Earth itself having any motion.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the most reasonable conclusion that you can come to?
The most reasonable conclusion is there is currently no way to verifiably prove that the Earth is moving or that it's not.
Right. So you can't verify that the Earth is moving. But what you can do is measure the transit of the sun.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of an Occam's razor situation. The most reasonable explanation is probably true. The Earth is still, the luminaries move.
I mean, you gave him the observation. His conclusion was to say, "Oh, we don't know anything." It's nuts.
You think?
Usually, you take an observation and you know more.
Occam's razor is best guess. I mean, okay, you can say that's simpler. I can say something else is simpler. Occam's razor is just a practical thing. It's not a proof or not proof.
I didn't say that it was, but in a practical sense, the sun is moving and the Earth is still.
Could be. The Earth could be flat. I'd fucking shit a brick if I was Superman and found out it's flat, but it seems like everything else lines up to it being sphere.
So the fact that the Earth is measured flat, the fact that it does not move and we can't prove that it is, those are the things that you're pointing to that say that's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a ball?
No, I'd be on your side if the Earth was measured flat. That was a factual statement.
You don't even have any clue whether or not it is or not. It's almost like you're ignoring the evidence that is available. It's like, well, I don't care that the Earth is measured flat, but the overwhelming evidence that since they measure it flat, is that it's a ball. I mean, you're out of your mind.
You don't measure. You shoot lasers and stuff. You use your eyes.
No, I'm talking about the surveyors.
And say how far you think.
I'm talking about, we're using lasers. We're using targeting systems. We're using the surveyors. We're using everybody that has all the equipment.
Lasers, right, buddy? You know you can measure with lasers, right? They are measuring instruments.
Got a lot of air in there.
Oh yeah? How much?
Best to measure with a ruler. It's best to put something physical up to something
cool.
else.
That is fucking awesome because that's how the laser was measured. So the height of laser was measured with a tape measure at both ends of the laser beam, and they were both the same height. instead of being 440 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. We measured with it. It was
don't-
measured with a tape measure.
Of flat. This is a measurement of where the laser ended up hitting.
It means the laser was
went
parallel to
perfectly
the
straight.
surface of the water.
Yeah, which would fit the globe. If the laser's parallel to the surface of the water curving, or the laser's going straight, then it's flat. If it's curving, then it's round. Obviously, Globers contend your laser's not going flat.
Yeah, but they have no evidence of that. And they would need to have had that weird one-off observation. One observation. It was done again 3 weeks later. The test was replicated with different weather conditions. You know how they know that? Because they had meteorological stations. So, what's the justification for saying, hey, dude, there was a special weather condition that were completely different, but they had the same physical effects to make the laser go parallel with the fucking globe?
It's not.
It's absurd.
It's normal weather conditions for refraction to bend light towards the surface of water.
Okay, got any evidence of that?
It's normal for that to happen.
You got any evidence of that? Data, evidence,
that
data.
The water,
data,
the air above
data
water
to
is
support the claim that that's what light does. It bends around a curved surface. See, we always get to the same thing. You guys make the claim, and there's no evidence that this not only is even possible. You can't even demonstrate that it's even possible.
Air gets thinner as you go up. Air near the surface
cool.
of
That's
water
all
is
theoretical, hypothetical. Yeah, that's great. Do you actually have any evidence, dude? It is hypothetical until you produce evidence.
Tell me I'm wrong.
There's no evidence for it.
That's different than saying I'm wrong.
Well, what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And you are wrong because we have the data that shows you're wrong.
I'm wrong that denser air is at lower latitude. And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. You're claiming it has some effect. Okay? That effect
and you're not saying I'm
claiming
wrong.
Is not observed.
You accept refraction. I know you accept refraction.
Yeah, I accept it as a general phenomenon, correct. I don't accept your claims or everybody else's claims that terrestrial fraction of some temperature gradient does something. There's no evidence for it. It's hypothetical. You know how I know it's hypothetical? Because all attempts to model it, quantify it, or do anything based upon this theory, this hypothesis, have been wrong. They don't work. How do I know they don't work? Because that's what all the academic literature says. Here, I'll read to you. A simulation study of the refraction effect. K.C. Bessett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. Abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found. That means when they actually go out and they test their hypotheses, their models, they don't work. So whatever you read in the textbook is wrong. Whatever you heard on the internet is wrong. It's all wrong.
Sounds more like they were saying they can't make a formula to describe.
Yeah, because the formula is based upon the formula is based upon a presupposition that a vertical temperature gradient is going to bend the light down. Now, if you come up with a model that uses that presupposition and then you go do an observation and the model doesn't match observation, That means your fucking model's wrong and probably your presupposition is wrong. But they won't let go of it, and they keep trying for over 300 years. It's wrong. There's no evidence it's correct. All the measurement data that exists that I've seen, I've never seen any measurement data that supports the globe claim of how fucking light bends around the curve. None, ever. And no one can present me any. It's just a hypothesis that's been falsified, in fact. You can't just say, oh, refraction bent the laser around the curve of the Earth. You have to justify it. And how do you justify it? You don't get to just say, well, it could because I have a theory. You have to show some data that shows that it's even possible.
If you deny that light bends towards thicker air.
What am I denying?
I'd stay on mute.
What am I denying?
That light bends towards thicker air. If you're not denying that, then you have no measurement. And
there's no evidence.
In that case as well.
There's no evidence. How do you know light bends towards thicker air?
Is that your claim?
Do you know, listen, do you know light bends towards thicker air based upon empirical evidence or based upon on theory?
Do you claim that it doesn't?
Answer my question.
This is when I go on mute, pussy.
Yeah, you answer a question with a question and I'm the pussy.
You don't claim anything, so there's nothing for me to counter.
I'm asking for your measurement. Look, there's no evidence for your claim.
Then
do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? You want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Measurement?
Post evidence, yes. Post evidence that light doesn't bend towards thicker air.
There's no evidence it does.
Then it should be easy to prove that it's wrong.
Okay, I will.
You realize this is called the burden of proof reversal fallacy.
I know.
Are you claiming? Okay.
I'm just claiming there's no measurement.
You're claiming there's ever no tried to measure refraction?
No, not refraction. The surface of water with these laser tests. You're not accounting for refraction. You're not measuring.
You can't tell us how to account for it.
Yeah, you're shooting a laser over miles of water.
Tell us how to account for it.
You cannot account for it.
Tell us how.
No such thing.
Of course we can't account for it because there's no reason to account for it.
You need to be God.
Look, here's an idea. Here's an idea. You do it. Hold on, dude. You do it correctly. You account for refraction. Tell us how to do it. I'll do the math for you.
It's not
Just
possible,
tell us how to do it.
Tell
us how. Repeat to me real slow. What did I ask you? Tell us how to do it. Yeah, tell us how. How to account for it?
Answer. It is impossible.
Oh, so you can't account for it?
Correct.
Why can't you account for it?
Over miles of water.
Why can't you account for it?
What are you gonna do? Fucking put. No matter how well you account for it, you're still gonna have intervals. You can still have someone asking for more intervals. Fucking set up rings with barometers on them for fucking a million intervals along your path of your laser. You just can't do it. It's not a measurement. Shooting a laser is not a measurement.
So you're saying you can't account for it at all, or you can't account for it to the necessary
precision?
No, you
can account for it.
How?
You can account for it, but
how?
Fucking
give me the formulas.
Dude.
Let's play pretend in that I have a thermocouple spaced every fucking 6 inches. What formula do I use with those measurements to account for refraction?
Well, I don't know what a thermocouple is. Is that 2 sensors?
Thermocouple measures temperature.
Wait, wouldn't you need and one below? You need to know 2 different densities.
So we'll put as many fucking sensors as you want. What formula do I use to account for it?
I'm not sure what
it doesn't exist.
Something about
and that's what I just read to you. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So this is why I don't contend.
There's no way to account
I can
for it.
prove the Earth is a globe. I'm just saying you're not measuring. You have known error that you're just.
No, there is no known error. That's the point. There's no known error. You're just claiming there is, but you have no evidence there is. Your evidence would be the fact that you could tell me how to account for it. You'd say, hey, there's this refraction thing, and this is how you quantify it. Now, this might not even be accurate, but we know that this is what happens empirically. And here's the data that shows that this happens. You're not saying none of that. You're not saying, hey, this is the empirical data we're using to say, hey, there's this refraction thing. You don't have any empirical data to support your claim that there's refraction that needs to be accounted for in the fucking first place. What am I accounting for? The shit you don't fucking know what it is? And can't prove it exists? Refraction exists as a general phenomenon. Terrestrial refraction does not exist as a general phenomenon that fucking curves light around a ball. It does not. And there's no evidence that it does. The evidence is this. So here's LiDAR laser tests that were done in Switzerland. What does this show? This is variations of the vertical angle. That means the angle of arrival of the returning laser, its height, and the angle separating it from where it is physically to where it appears to be. If you notice, this is the blue, right? These units are MGON. Now, 1 MGON is 0.0009 degrees. Now, you see the variation here? The max variation is 4 MGON, which is 0.0036 degrees. That's the max variation. That's the maximum variation. That's the maximum variation. But you notice that it's not all. Hold on, shut up, dude. You notice that it's not all biased to being picked up. Is that it's all deviating centrally about a mean value, the 0. So light scintillates, but it doesn't curve around anything. The light's not curving.
The height of the incoming light, the angle of the incoming light on the sensor?
Look, it's a LiDAR sensor. They shoot it off a reflector. They know where the reflector is. It bounces back, and they measure where it returned to on the return sensor. And they can measure the displacement as an angle, right? So that displacement angle is quantified, to the 10,000th of a degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And if it appears, say it appears 1 MGON above where the center would be, then it would be a deviation of 1 MGON. Now, these are continuous measurements that happen over an entire day. So every 6 seconds, it's taking a measurement continuously. And if the light was getting bent in a curve, the returning rays would be displaced upward, right? And you would see an upward bias in this. And because that's what you guys are saying, that fucking refraction is lifting the fucking Earth up visually.
Yeah, but if we presume it's going over a curve, we would expect the incoming angle to be.
You don't have a straight line of sight. You don't have a straight line of sight. You have the light is coming. Something that would be straight ahead is going to appear higher.
Than what?
Than straight ahead.
Something that's straight ahead is going to appear higher than straight ahead.
It's going to appear higher. That's what terrestrial refraction says, that the light is bending. But that means the angle of arrival isn't a straight line, right? Like a straight line going from point A to point B. It's a curved line. So that curve is like an arc, right? So that arc has to come down, right? That's how arcs work.
Right.
It's like shooting a basketball. So that ray of light goes up and then comes back down and enters the telescope. They can measure that angle of arrival and how much it's displaced from the center. Okay? If shit was bending around being refracted up constantly, then the measurements would be biased in the plus angle.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. I know so.
Then something's curving perfectly around a sphere. Let's say it's perfect. It's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time.
And how is it going to look higher?
Or if it's going straight, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time on a flat Earth.
How would it look higher? They go across Lake Michigan. They see the Chicago skyline. They should only see the frickin' radio tower on top of Willis Tower. But they see the buildings. They say refraction is lifting the Chicago skyline up over the horizon.
Yeah, that's what we think.
Okay, well, it's not a straight line, right?
No, it's not a straight line.
Okay, so is the angle of arrival versus the straight line a higher angle or a fucking straight line?
Not sure what you're asking. It'd be 90 degrees.
Okay, if I draw a fucking line straight through the fucking Earth that's supposed to be hiding Chicago, right? But the ray of light I see jumps over, goes over that Earth in a curved arc, and then arrives at the telescope. So the angle of arrival of that light is different than the straight line path, and that difference is in angle. It's called an angle of arrival.
Yeah, it should be near 90 degrees in any scenario.
It wouldn't be near 90 degrees, dude. These are LiDAR measurements of a landslide where they're making measurements of known features, right? They're making basically like a point cloud, a 3D fucking map, and measuring over time how the quote unquote refractive conditions make it change by measuring the angle of arrival. Sometimes the rock appears higher, sometimes the rock appears lower. But that can be equated, the difference between that and the actual straight line of sight where there is no refraction, that is an angle. And they're quantifying it as an angle. This shows 100% that refraction, as you claim exists, does not exist. And there's other reasons. The main reason being, if it existed in the way they say, that you guys say, you'd see dispersion. Why don't we ever see any dispersion? Why don't we ever see any chromatic aberration?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I am going to look into this. This one's getting copy-pasted into my notes.
Well, there's chromatic aberration correctors for telescopes when you look at planets. And no one's ever looked across fucking,
The dispersion part is what I'm saying. I don't know how to answer that. I have to research.
Yeah, well, no one does. Because all the other effects of refraction somehow disappear, and the only one that exists is some weird displacement that puts shit up over the curve. Magnification doesn't exist, shrinking doesn't exist, vignetting doesn't exist. All the shit associated with making lenses and cameras, you should see when you frickin' look out there into the distance, because the air is acting like a giant fucking lens. Well, apparently the only fucking effect we see is shit being lifted up over the curb, and all the other effects, they just don't exist for some reason. Even though we know they exist as soon as we make a lens. That's why I'm telling you, how do we what's the justification for this? Oh, I saw it in the textbook. Heard some other anti-flat earther say it. There's no physical evidence for it. There's no measurements of it. There's no observation. There's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. And the data I've seen falsifies the hypothesis.
I find it hard to believe that.
Incredulity is not actually an argument.
Non-Snell's refraction has never been evidenced. It's something hard for me to believe, but I'm at work. I'm gonna sit this out until I can actually argue about this.
It's not like non-Snell. It's called the principle of least time. It's Fermat's principle. Okay? And it would be a gradient index medium. That's all fine. The point we're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is something very specific. The air is not a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere that just has a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. That is an oversimplification of how the air acts. and then taking that overly simplified model and saying light would do this. Well, the air isn't like that.
I think it's almost always denser the lower you go.
No, there's inhomogeneities that permeate the air. Air pockets of all different temperatures and sizes. Typically, it's classified as turbulence. But turbulence can be static. It doesn't have to be moving around. When we think of turbulence, we think of like wind or something like that in an airplane. But that's not turbulence in the air. Turbulence in the air is just an inhomogeneous structure to the air. Where there's pockets, say you have a pocket of temperature that's 33 degrees, and then it's fucking, say, from 1 meter off the ground to 5 meters off the ground and 10 meters wide. And then you walk past that 10 meters, and then the air has different properties. And another 10 meters has different properties. What it makes the light do is oscillate up and down, just like that graph, that it bounces up and down. It doesn't take a continuous curve. It doesn't go straight, but it doesn't curve either. Not a continuous curve like that. It undulates. It's called scintillation. It's twinkle, twinkle, little star, right? You look at a star through a telescope and it dances around. That's what happens. Shit dances around. It doesn't do any continuous curve. There's no freaking evidence for any of that. The sad part is we've been arguing this for something without evidence for over a fucking decade.
I think it's just, Globers, once they figure out light usually bends towards denser air.
They never figured it out.
Together about how denser air is usually closer to your feet and lighter at your head.
But that's just a claim, dude. You understand?
It's not none of those two things I said are like, you would tell me I'm wrong, would you?
Yeah, you're wrong. Why would you think it does? Oh, you heard it before.
Why would I think that the air is denser at my feet than at my head? And why would I think that light deviates?
Yeah, why do you think light would bend?
Why would I think those two things?
Yeah. Why?
I feel like you would. Which one of those are you saying is not true?
All of it.
Usually, denser air is not at my feet compared to my head, and usually light will not deviate.
What about the temperature?
And that's a factor, yeah. But
that factor
can you tell me
4,000 times greater than the density? And when you see, what do you mean? Do you mean density or matter per unit volume?
But you said, but you're asking more questions.
When you say density,
wrong, and then I asked you which one of them's wrong.
All of it.
So say what I said.
Because when you say, I'll tell you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why it's wrong. When you say density, you mean matter per unit volume. And that's not what density is when it comes to electromagnetic radiation. Maxwell's equations, density is the electromagnetic properties of that medium. It's optical density. Not mass per, which has nothing to do with mass per unit volume. Nowhere in Maxwell's equations are mass per unit volume. It's the polarizability of that fucking medium. That's what determines the refractive index. And the temperature has 4,000 times greater influence on the refractive index than fucking regular air pressure density. So these are just slogans and just like shit that sounds cool, but it's not even correct.
I feel like you're not lying and you're saying true things, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into it.
Google, is mass density
know that the
mass density and optical density the same thing? Okay, that'll be your first fucking clue.
Yeah. 4,000. How would you equate the 4,000 to 1 when aren't you using different units? Like how could something
it's the changes, it's the gradient, it's the changes of the gradient, right? So what I'm giving you is from Understanding Astronomical Fraction from Andrew Thomas Young. It's free. You can find it on the internet. He talks about within their models, the model of quote unquote refractive index is gradients. That changes in temperature, right, have 4,000 times the effect as changes in density, because it's not the density absolute value, it's the density gradient, right? And the temperature gradient changes the refractive index 4,000 times a greater amount than it changes in the density gradient.
The gradient from 1 to 5 of density and the gradient from temperature in degrees. Doesn't that still seem weird that you would say it's 4,000 to 1 when you're using totally
that's how
different
he put it.
gradients?
It's not my phraseology.
I'll look into it. I appreciate it.
Understanding astronomical refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. That's sort of. I think it's about halfway through, or maybe a third, that he talks about it. But he will also say that he's using an idealized spherically symmetric atmosphere, which is not how the air really is. It's a toy model. Don't actually exist.
Thanks for taking me to school, Indio. Can you repeat? Andrew Thomas Young, what's the title?
Understanding astronomical refraction. I was just thinking maybe we should rebrand. We should just rebrand into Biggie Earthers, and we'll use all the long distance observation to argue that it's just it's a bigger ball in NASA's line. They'd all believe us then. Show them the Rampion wind farm, be like, yeah, dude, this means we're actually on a ball. It's got a 1,000,000-mile radius. Be like, yeah, man, you're probably right. It's just a giant ball. They're lying to us. Just as long as it isn't flat.
Yo, April, why don't you open up your mic, bro?
Oh, she's in here? Yeah, April. The globe does have an edge. You think you're walking on it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, April, how come we don't fall off the edge?
April asked, where's the edge? I said, over there. He said, where's? He said, over where? Bro, it's over there.
You know, whatever you say, they'll say, what's after that?
Yeah,
doesn't matter what you say. Where's the edge of that, though? Do you believe that, April? Is that what happens? Do you fall off the edge?
We got a bunch of Glovers in here. Nobody wants to talk about it, huh? We have, what? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Shut
5,
up.
6, 7.
Am I scaring them away? Should I like go hide and just pretend I'm not here?
Yeah, I'll get them talking. They can jump in.
Actually, I kind of want to listen. I'm freaking sick of talking at this point.
I was typing right now for like 2 hours, dude. These are like the thumb Olympics. My thumbs are tired. Oh, man. April, come on, bro. No other Glovers want to help out April, huh? He's dying in the side chat right now. Somebody save him.
April's not new. They're a troll.
Surprised there's no white knights in here, though. White knight, anybody?
We don't believe there's any edges, April. Get it through your little skull. The Earth isn't a disk floating in a giant fucking void. It's not floating in anything.
April, the Earth is not a cartoon that you have in your head. You saw on the TV. No, that's not what the Earth is. It's not a cartoon disc. Nothing like that.
Oh no, the freaking sausages and ball guy's back. Let's see. Oh, he's not even in VC. What the heck? Okay, never mind. He stopped typing. Does anybody else think the Earth is a ball, donut, cube? Want to back up that claim, anybody? Does anybody else not hate the sound of their own voice that wants to pipe up?
Somebody mute Candyman 8, or did they come in muted?
They came in muted that I know of.
Hey,
So
thanks
I
for
mean,
unmuting.
I have the confusion about like the, I mean the shape. Like if you are claiming the Earth is flat, okay, then you are also claiming that it doesn't have any kinds of shape. It doesn't have any geological structure. But if we think about it, like I believe in Earth is, what can I say, round. It's like orange, and it have a shape. Okay, so it does have a, like, it doesn't have any kinds of edge. So
it's the shape of a rock, April.
Okay.
No, it's shaped like a, what can I say?
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Rock can have different kinds of shape.
Doesn't have a shape.
Why not? Rock does have.
It has a form, but not a shape. Okay,
It
shapes
depends.
are like there's the
Very.
platonic solids, there's the non-platonic solids, right? There's cubes, there's spheres, there's dodecahedrons, right? Those are shapes. The Earth doesn't have a shape. It has a form, and the question is that form, does it extend forever? Is the Earth inside some giant void floating around like you think the Earth is? We don't think the Earth is inside some giant void.
Why
if I
not?
ask you,
Like,
what's the shape of the universe, April?
No, it's not a good example. Like, why you are giving example as a rock? Like, every rock have different kinds of structure, different kinds of form, different kinds of what
You don't find squares and triangles and shit like that in nature.
What can I say? Cube, like a cube, like
Yeah, do you
four.
find cubes in nature?
Fourth, what can I say? Fourth dimension. So, we can't even judge a rock with a proper geometrical structure of flat Earth. So I'm asking the structure of it, and you are giving me an example of rock.
No, it's an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy that there's some things that don't have a shape, an idealized shape, but they have a form. Okay?
It's
So
a
rock.
deflection, not an analogy.
What's the deflection? What am I deflecting from?
The answer, what is the shape of a rock? That's not an answer to what's the shape of the Earth. It's a deflection. The Earth's a globe.
How is it the Earth's a globe only on TV, dude?
Indio, you cracked me up because clearly you've read a lot of this stuff, and you still believe the Earth is flat. You should be the one.
Because unlike you, I've read a lot of this stuff, and that's why I don't believe it.
But that makes you the dumbest of